day 2 here right now. A lot of players who are buying that final spot, trying to make it into the finals so they can be in the arena to try to win the World Championships tomorrow.
The stakes are high here, and it is going to have an absolutely incredible conclusion. But on top of that conclusion comes our prize support as well. Look at this. I
Jetzt
mean,
steht alles.
this
Oh
is
my gosh.
worth it for these players. They have been, you know, spending this entire season investing so much into this game, and we are rewarding them for that. So this is just very handsomely, and this is just one portion of the rewards.
Mann, muss ich jetzt einige Sachen vorbereiten.
Swag, promo cards, playmats.
Ich muss einkaufen gehen. Ich bin erst sehr spät aufgestanden, weil ich bin 7 Uhr morgens schlafen gegangen. Und jetzt sind wir wieder hier, Tag 2. Meine Favorite-Spieler sind eigentlich schon draußen. Ian Robb, Azul, Tord. What's happening? Was machen wir hier? Aber ey. Zumindest sind wir hier.
Just be a few matches away, honestly, at this point. We're gonna play out the rest of Swiss here in day number 2, and also move all the way through our top 8 and top 4 here.
Yeah, well, speaking of Swiss rounds here, Kyle, we have some updated standings for y'all. This has been an incredible event, but it's also
Matthäus Platz 1. Orgewind ist da.
As you see, a lot of our players,
Piper Lepine.
2 of them at the top, sitting at 701 records.
Yep.
And I'm kind of surprised by that. What about you, Kyle?
It speaks to the gauntlet that was at hand yesterday.
John
the
Ang.
rate was pretty absurd, honestly. I don't. We've
Holy.
seen very few players that were able to avoid those ties. It looks like just a couple players on the left side of your screen. Other than that, everyone was dealing with a couple of issues there. With you have 50 minutes to play 3 games, and you have to play quickly, and your deck has to work the right way. And for Oyvind and Matus, it looks like it worked out fairly well with that 701 record. Piper Lepine and Benny Billinger as well with the 7-1 records. There's some great names on this list, and a few surprises that we see at the bottom of our pairings here too, with the 5-2-1 that squeaked in that really need to go on a run here.
Right, and I mean, it's like you said, Kyle, that just shows the level of competition that is out there. At our regional championships, we often see a player going undefeated so many rounds, or even at NAIC as well, undefeated players. And here, you know, same thing. Haven't taken a loss for 2 of our players, but still not purely undefeated, haven't taken those ties. So it is just absolutely outstanding out there with the skill level in this room, and it's going to be shown on our stream today because we've gotten through our day 1. This is our day 2 where our players truly get to prove why they're here, why they have made it on our stage, because the skill that they have in the Pokemon trading card game is bar none.
Well, let's see if we deserve to be at the caster desk, because we made some predictions going into this tournament, and they might be all over the place, to be honest. I think we have a pretty good range, but do we want to give a nod to Ethan for the Golden Go? Because that is all over the place right now.
Yeah, absolutely. 22% of our, almost
Als ob Goldengo so gut ist.
Meta share in day 1. And it's not just your traditional Golden Go. We saw all sorts of this deck. I mean, it was just pick a card out of your binder, throw it in, and somehow it works in this deck. And it's kind of incredible to see that too, because Golden Go, like, it was on the map. It's always been on the map, but it kind of got put on the back burner. And then you see Genesect come out, and it feels like it almost unlocked so many possibilities. Genesect, Air Balloon, those 2 things have just like exploded this deck into all different
Genesect und Air Balloon waren krasse Buffs, ja.
As well.
Yeah.
That's a big factor of that. Everybody has had their sights on Gardevoir for so long now. It has been reigning supreme on our format forever. Here, Kyle, I know you still have some fierce Gardevoir warriors out in the field that are trying to.
They're hanging on. They're hanging on. There's a couple names. I see a 7-1. I see plenty of 602 and 611 records. for the Gardevoir players. They're hanging in there. There's a couple different variants. You see the straight lines. You see the Jellicent that's been added as well in a few of these lists. You have to decide which way you want to go. Are you going for these big one-hit knockouts, or is there a little bit of a control aspect this time around? The big surprise, we've all missed it, Charizard is really prominent here, which is a huge surprise. They must have had the best turnaround from day 1 into day 2 with that conversion rate.
I know, that is very surprising. I feel like going into this.
Ehrlich gesagt will ich ein Flammara-Deck. Ich will ein Flareon-Deck spielen. Vielleicht zum Cup sogar.
It's way more popular, and I love to see it being brought here to the World Championships, and you know, our players trusting it and piloting it to success. It's very, very cool. And of course, Charizard's always a fan favorite in Pokemon, so that's awesome too. I'm sure we have a lot of supporters out there. But, you know, we also have some notable matchups that are going out in our field. We get to stream one of our matchups here on the stream, but there's a lot of fierce competitors out there that are going to be matching up against each other as well.
Yeah, my eye is on Riley McKay.
Wir sehen gleich Oshwin gegen Matthäus. Geil.
Few extra match points that we saw Isaiah Bradner unable to accomplish earlier in the tournament off of Riley in that
oh man, Isaiah auch weg.
Which was great to see. Trevor Reed, Piper Lapine, that's fantastic.
Odie Robinson there too.
Oh yeah, there's so many great matchups, but I am eyeing up the big one at table 1. That is phenomenal, and there are 2 decks that maybe weren't on your radar going into this, at least in the top 3 that we expected to see.
Well, they're going to be playing up against each other. Let's give you a quick introduction in the format that these players are playing right now in the World Championships.
Kotsukide, wieso ist der nicht da? Wieso zeigt man den nicht? Also auf dieser Liste. 8-0, er ist der Einzige, der 8-0 ist.
Pokémon Trading Card Game at the 2025 Pokémon World Championships. Trainers have traveled wide to compete for their share of over $2 million in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokémon Trading Card Game World Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 32 trainers tied in 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These 2 trainers will compete in the Anaheim Arena on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of World Champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Let's go.
Well, we're ready to go here, and our players
So,
are geared
es
up
ist
as
Charizard
well. They've brought
gegen
out the
what?
swag. They're ready to jump into this. I'm sure they're nervous here on our stage for the very first stream match of day 2 here at the World Championships.
Oh my gosh, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let me see the matches. Und schon wieder Zoroark. Oh my goodness.
Look at the results that we see over here from Oivan, the regional champion this year of Birmingham, Stockholm, Stuttgart.
Also ich glaube, das ist heavily favored für Oshwin. Also es würde mich wirklich wundern, wenn Zoroark gewinnen würde hier. Ich glaube, das ist heavy favored, weil Dusknoirs auch da sind. Zoroark muss darauf bestehen, dass sein Gegner für 180 hittet und dann zurückhitten für 360, aber das funktioniert halt hier nicht, wenn Oshwin mit Zoroark mit Dusknoir angreifen kann, einsetzen kann, ja so. Mit Dusknoir killen. Alright, Reshiram, Turbo Energize Priced, halb so wild, glaube ich.
So breathe easy. This is not going to be a repeat of day 1. We can attack.
We can attack. Hey, that is exactly what you need to do with this deck. You need to be able to attack, and we're going to get there.
So, das wird lustig. Das wird fucking funny.
We're excited for this
Oh, I'm excited as fuck.
On the line, and like I said,
Let's go.
prove to us why they're here. It's going to be fierce. It's going to be epic, and potentially one of these players will rise, one of them will fall, both sitting at 701 records. It's all on the line here. We have the fist bump. Let's kick things off. What do you see, Kyle?
What a way to start things off here when you are
Buddy
the World
Parfin.
Championships on the biggest stage. Top deck.
Oh, ist die Hand von Matthäus tot?
First.
Oh, that is so premium here. Secret box, it's got all of the answers that you need. You can throw some stuff away, but then you get everything that you need out of the deck. And Buddy Poffin as well here for Oyvind is
Raw
awesome.
Secret Box zu ziehen ist schon heavy, muss ich sagen.
As well to make sure we're going through this, but I mean, yeah, this is great here for Oyvind already. Just from a Buddy Poffin, I mean, that's already kicking things off amazingly. But what does this mean? If Charizard can get a very fierce and very consistent starting hand, starting setup, how is that going to continue throughout the game, Kyle?
Yeah, it just leads to that consistency that you're looking for. In the early stages of the game, you're kind of left wondering how you're supposed to attack into this deck. Because if you just attack with Charizard straight into an end Zoroark, you're going to run into some problems. There's an attack waiting for you on the other side from End's Reshiram, and it hurts a lot. Powerful Rage will take you out.
Hier kommt Pidgey mit einem weiteren Charmander. Wir brauchen definitiv 1, 2 Duskulls noch auf der Bench, aber das kriegen wir hin. Wir haben Secret Box auf der Hand. Aber verzichten darauf. Ich denke auch nicht, dass wir einen großen Stress haben hier.
Charizard is known for being a comeback deck as well. So if you pair great comeback deck with great setup, I mean, it's just going to be an epic conclusion here. So we'll see how things go in this match. As we said, Matoush chose to go second here, and this is playing out pretty well. Arvin, as we see, is the supporter. Going second allows you to play the supporter. You can search out an item, card, and a Pokemon tool as well. And this is what the strategy comes in with this technical machine, Turbo Energize. It adds so much consistency that we could potentially miss in these End Zoroark decks. And so, I mean, both of these players are displaying that they have, you know,
das ist geil, Alter. Ich mag es, wenn End Zoroark gespielt wird. Ich finde, End Zoroark ist ein geiles Ding, aber es funktioniert nicht wirklich, glaube ich. Aber es hier in Day 2 zu sehen, finde ich schon nice. Let's see though. Aber hat End Zoroark nicht ein horrible Goldengo Matchup?
We saw Oyvind, he wants to hold on to that, and that's for rare candy situations. For Matthäus, it looks a little different. You need to use this card to get your setup and fill your bench.
Right, exactly. We're seeing here the strategies play out for both these players. The Ultra Ball being one of the discards, as well as one of those End Zoroark and Energy to the Secret Box, and that's searching out this Professor's Research to add to that consistency down the line here for Matoush. The Nest Ball as well, the Artisan that's going to supply us with the Pokemon we need. The Air Balloon Pivot potential here, so you see how the Secret Box unlocks so much. I mean, that's why it's a pink card. It's an ace spec. You can only have one. It's so powerful. You thin these cards out of your deck, and look what's coming out here off the Nest Ball.
Yeah.
What do you think about this one, Kyle?
Do you think there's a
Willst du mir sagen, beide Spieler hatten ihre Ace-Back auf der Hand? Ich kann es gerade nicht genau sehen. Okay, hier ist Cornerstone Ogre Pawn. Aber 2 Dusknoirs machen das Ganze wieder wett, also
consistently, and you might not be in trouble on the other side.
Exactly, the Cornerstone stance, preventing the damage from attacks from those Pokemon that have abilities on them. You see how it sequences with the Turbo Energize.
Also willst du mir sagen, beide haben echt angefangen mit Secret Box in der Hand.
These two energy onto the Ogre Pawn, so it is already almost ready to go and has just gotten off to the races, and that's going to put some difficulty over for Oyvind's side as he kicks off his turn with his own Secret Box here.
And as intimidating as this is, you know you're going to run into some problems with the corner.
So, jalla, Alter, weg mit deinem Deck.
You can incorporate Chi-Yu with its attack. you can use the Mega Fire of Envy following a knockout that you're likely willing to give up at some point. Attack in for a lot of damage, and if you can combine this with perhaps a Dusknoir, there's a way that you can just remove this Pokemon in one play, avoid this hassle ever again, and then some prize cards were taken, and that leads to Charizard knocking out some other Pokemon.
I know, yes, exactly. The Charizard gets stronger as it goes on. And what else is getting stronger is the search potential here in this evolution. The Pidgeot EX with the quick search ability, that's going to be put together.
TK, herzlich willkommen im Chat.
For Eugen to go through these turns, get those things that he needs for these combinations.
Arm tut weh, wieso auch immer.
On with the pressure.
Aber ist der linke, nicht der rechte, also.
The Artisan's in play from Matouche, and Eugen can use that as well. It's very helpful over on the counter side as these stadiums are shared between our players. So you see how both these players have access to all of the tricks in their book at the moment in time. And
hast du gerade gesehen, der eine, der hier so eine verbotene Nachricht geschrieben hat? Hast du gesehen als Mod, was der geschrieben hat?
This is aggressive. I was not expecting this from Eugen, but sure enough, uses the Charizard early on. The energy acceleration is the piece that I was really considering, as that's a way to surprise your opponent with the Chi-Yu and combo this with pieces of the Dusknoir. Instead, brings the Charizard into play. It's a pretty big threat, but doesn't want to use the attack. It doesn't benefit you to take this knockout. Instead, uses it for a setup. But with that Charmeleon, I suppose you could always go and accelerate more energies on the following turn.
Yeah, maybe just a play into stability at this point here. The technical machine
Was soll das für eine Scheiße? Bro, das ist Internet. Wartest du noch auf die guten Tage? Es wird noch viel schlimmer. Das war doch gar nichts. Ey, du geile Sau, was geht? Dammy, bist du echt immer noch wach? Du gehst ja wahrscheinlich bald mal pennen.
Onto Matouche's side now for this turn, but how is Eugen probably going to incorporate this Dusknoir, Dusclops line here, Kyle? What do you think is the best way he could utilize this in this specific matchup, especially when you saw Cornerstone come out too for Matouche?
Yeah, I mean, if you see the Cornerstone, you know that you likely
noch wach, ja, noch schon.
Curse Blast over to that Pokemon and try to take it out in one swing.
Aber gehe nicht pennen, glaube. Oh, for real?
Try to clean up the Zoroark. You just can't leave damage on board because you know that End's Reshiram is waiting for you with powerful rage.
Yeah, I love that card. It's just a threat that is always there, and it makes your opponent play around it, which is always cool to see. As you see, Mateusz going.
Alright, wir drawen hier einiges.
Now these players have just been flying here. You know, the technical machine just being thrown down. As a card to get out of there for now. We see that ends PP up. Such a great card in this deck. It's really made
Was holen wir uns hier noch?
To get that dark energy accelerated out of the discard pile onto that bench and Zoroark. And now you see how much Mateusz has been able to set up in this match here so far. He's got all of these energy on the board.
Alter, wie der seine Karten geriffelschaffelt hat. Ich riffelschaffel ja auch, aber er hat sie richtig geknickt. Weißt du, was ich heute gezogen habe in den Scheiß-Game? Was hast du gezogen in den Scheiß-Game?
What position now is Eugen sitting in now that we have almost a half HP Charizard here, Kyle? Where do we go?
I mean, the math works out so well for Mateusz on his side, where Eugen pretty struggling at this point. He's just working on this initial setup. If you can have the answers following some prize cards being taken, then you feel a little more comfortable. But how comfortable can
Victini Rot, warum nicht in Real Life? Ja, fühle ich.
Or do you have the resources to try to target something else later down the line? It might just be that giving up 2 prize cards early on is the only way Charizard becomes a beneficial attacker.
Yeah, no, that's
so, und hier kommt Dusknoir. Und hier kommt logischerweise der Kill.
Not from the Dusclops. This is the Dusknoir. The full potential of that Curse Blast going down here. That's going to be a prize card there.
Geht mit einer Line zurück.
And that's going to put damage on the board here for Eugen.
Mit einer Dusk-Nor-Line. Und das ist genau das, was ich sage. Es ist, weil es Dusk-Nor, Dusk-Zard ist es ein viel schlechteres Matchup für Matthäus.
Limit their hand size with Iono, and now you have the potential to draw right back into more of those Dusklops, Dusknor pieces. And there's still a Charizard waiting for you with that Charmeleon. So cheat you into Cornerstone, still very.
Bro, wie jeder jetzt Ogerporn im Deck spielt, ja, for real. Klefki? Ah, nein, Kleffer. Ich sag dir, nächste Woche ziehe ich Rot, kommen 2 Black Bolt und ein White Flare. Was? Booster Bundles? Oder ETBs?
Pokémon TCG being played at its highest potential here.
Yeah, and the benefit of using this Charizard and absorbing that first initial shot is that it's so tempting to try to knock this Pokemon out for Matthäus on the other side. So it gives you plenty of
Display. Hä, Displays gibt's nicht. Das ist ein Special Set, es gibt kein Displays dafür.
If they're removed, Cornerstone is going to run over the rest of this deck.
Yeah, that's scary here. Matthäus deciding who to promote.
Wo sieht man
in that end Zoroark EX coming up
hier?
now.
Hier wahrscheinlich am besten.
Balloons do help. They absolutely do help.
Mein Glaciola.
There for Matthäus. Free pivot, so you can have some options here in what you go into throughout this next turn. Or even now, we see heavily damaged Charizard EX, but is only sitting at 4.
Wie meinst du Displays?
This has been a clean.
Gibt es noch ein Produkt, von dem ich nichts weiß? Doch, hä, was bestelle ich denn sonst immer? 20er Display von Black Bolt White Flare. Ah, Japanisch. Okay. Ich gehe immer von Englisch und Deutsch aus. Ich weiß nicht.
This ability becomes that much weaker, so
ja, natürlich,
you have a chance to potentially leave your opponent in the track, in the dust there. But with Pidgeot on the other side, it just always starts to come back.
Für 80er, ja.
Exactly. Pidgeot EX is just one of those cards. You don't want to target it down because, I mean, unless you really have to. Because you have other threats on board that you need to target down, but then you're just letting your opponent get those pieces together, and it's really difficult for players sometimes to be stuck in that position as they're still trying to stabilize their own board as well. Arvin going back into the deck here now for Matthäus.
Counter catcher for what?
It is active currently for Matthäus as he currently has more prize cards.
Kann man nicht jetzt auch japanischen deutschen Decks spielen? Jetzt für Worlds. Also nee, du kannst Japanische sowieso nicht mit Englisch oder Deutsch mischen. Aber du kannst an die Worlds gehen und nur ein japanisches Deck haben als Deutscher zum Beispiel. Das ist jetzt nur für Worlds. Also es kommt immer auf das Turnier drauf an, zum Beispiel dieser eine Content Creator, Tricky Jim, macht auch seine eigenen Turniere. Sogar Money Tournaments, und er macht da auch gemischte Karten, sogar signierte Karten und so. Du kannst da alles, solange es legal im Format ist, kannst du jede Karte in jeder Verfassung spielen, so quasi. Du kannst Japanisch mit Deutsch mischen, du kannst Japanisch mit Englisch mischen, du kannst signierte Karten verwenden, aber das kommt immer auf den Turnierorganizer an. Aber offiziell ist es so, entweder Sprache des Landes, Muttersprache oder Worlds, Japanisch auch. Da kannst du eigentlich international alles spielen. We see the Charizard EX. Quick Search is still around. If Night Stretcher's there, we have all the pieces. This has to be one of the best feelings. It's in the hand.
He has it. He shows it to Matthäus, and Matthäus is scooping it up now. That is the conclusion here, Kyle.
Dude, und das nur wegen Dusknors. Und das nur wegen Dusknors. Das ist so cringe. Er hat Er hat einfach alles auf der Hand. Er kann zweimal Dusknoir poppen, auf der Bank Cornerstone Ogerporn knocken und das Aktive dann einfach one-hitten. Das macht überhaupt keinen Sinn, Zoroark zu spielen. What the hell? What the hell? Cringe. Also das nur, weil ich eigentlich Zoroark Deck mag und gerne hätte, wenn es gutes Deck wäre, aber eigentlich wird das wahrscheinlich nie passieren. Es wäre so schön, wenn dann neue Zoroark-Karten rauskommen, also Karten rauskommen würden, aber Journey Together ist das letzte. Und es gibt nichts mehr.
Yeah, it makes you wonder for Mateus on the other side. You need to really line up more and Zorua at the beginning of the game to draw more, because it just leads to these situations. You're seeing the Iono on one side, you're only drawing 2 cards.
Aber ich habe irgendwie das Gefühl, Zoroark hat noch nicht sein ganzes Potenzial ausgeschöpft. Irgendwas ist da noch.
Target down pieces of the Dusclops line, but if you don't have that, you're just running into a Charizard that is waiting to take you out.
Exactly, and it's only getting stronger as the game goes on. These players are ready to hop into this next game between us. Oyvind taking the first win in our Swiss round 9 as we get... Oh,
he's got rare candy Pidgeot in hand and just passes over right now. He's just you know what? We'll just be fine. This hand isn't that great. Those prize cards are not great.
Oh my goodness, die Preiskarten sind ja crazy.
I don't love that.
I do not love that either. That is a lot of Pokemon that we're seeing in the prize cards. One of the Charizard EX, the Pidgeot, Charmander, at least at the bottom. One of the rare candy and Ultra Ball.
That is the only Charmander in play now with the 3.
Okay, but they're both at the bottom here.
Sure.
Right?
Doesn't make me feel that much better. This is still a problem, as you'd love to have.
You want it early.
If you have this early Charmander to lean on, and then the follow-up that you need to use the Chi-Yu.
Oh,
that
Kyle. Oyvind draws prizes from the top.
Oyvind, is this just something that you could do over in Finland? Is that how the globe works on that side? You just draw that way?
Oh my gosh! On Mateus's side, though. Lots of supporters in the prize cards here. We were talking about counter catcher, countering up different plays. Boss's orders is another way to do that as a pivot here.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, because they're both in the prize cards. But we also saw just like heavy Arven in the last game between these players. I feel like he kind of needed that Arven for a lot of his setup there. Maybe it was just the only supporter he found. I don't know. So we're starting, of course, with Arven, which is always great on your first turn to get this tool card. Get the nest ball as we saw before. Do you think Mateus is going to go same exact strategy here? Get that cornerstone and turbo energize.
Yeah, I mean that sounds great. What we do see is a little bit differently here is the secret box is not being used this time around. Wants to go with this consistent approach, smaller setup, and then save those resources so that maybe when the Ionos do come, when your opponent curse blasts and starts taking things off the board and prize cards are falling, you have something to draw into instead.
Well, also it's a little different as well. Started the Monkey Dory. Now has that Dory attached and locked.
Also Turbo Energize, wir sind wieder auf der Steinmaske, Cornerstone Mask, Ogerporn Line. Die hat uns im letzten Spiel nicht den Win gebracht. Wir hätten aber als Zoroark auch so verloren im letzten Spiel, wenn Cornerstone nicht gebencht wäre, weil dann wäre es einfach ein Board-Wipe gewesen.
I mean, that's what this deck does. It does it well. And another thing is Oyvind out here making a name for himself, and it's Charizard King as we see the rare candy into the Pidgeot EX, and the quick search is unlocked here for this turn. We're also seeing the ultimate.
Also Oyvind hat mit das Charizard wirklich gutes Deck, ein gutes Deck. Ich bin relativ Fan von diesem Deck. Ich frage mich, wie es abschneidet gegen Joltik Box oder Miraidon Goldengo.
Charmeleon out that we saw from Euch from the TM evolution last time, because you need that consistency to carry you
Board
out of your
wipe.
game. But if both your other Charmander are stuck
Ja, könnte. Der könnte reinkommen, aber dafür haben wir zu wenige Rare Candies, glaube ich. Zu wenige Rare Candies.
Start to incorporate energies onto other Pokemon. If you have the Chi-Yu, maybe this is a spot where you manually attach to it and have it set up for following turns, because you know you are susceptible to boss's orders onto Duskulls, Dusclops. If those Pokemon were to be knocked out, you want to have a response.
Glatzenwipe. Habt ihr mal meine wertvollsten Karten geschickt, was ich bis jetzt so gezogen habe? Oh. Show me, show me. Der Ionos Bellybolt. Nice. Evoli. Reshiram. Nice. Espinodon, sogar auf Deutsch. Geil. Mit dem Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Playmat. Nice. Seto Kaiba Wipes.
Due primarily to the prize cards here for Euch. And as we see the Charizard EX drawn from the top. No, we need those basics, not the evolutions here, but unfortunate there as the Charmander sit on the bottom.
Rest sind 5 bis 10 Euro. Geht noch. Geht ja noch. So, ich bin gespannt, wie jetzt Matthäus das hier lösen wird. Es gibt nicht wirklich eine Lösung, honestly.
It only needs one more energy, I think, for its attack. So here we go, and that energy has been applied from Matthäus. We're gonna see that paired with a boss's orders.
Okay, okay, actually not bad. Ja. Die Duskulls sind definitiv die nervigsten Pieces auf diesem Board.
This is where the prize cards, as sad as they were, they end up in your favor. When you draw from the bottom, you find boss's orders, and it's waiting right there for them.
Ja, Yu-Gi-Oh! Habe ich noch sehr viele alte Karten zu Hause, aber die neuen jucken mich null. Safe. Wichtig, mega wichtig, ja, ist schon wichtig. Wirklich wichtig. Ohne Dusk ist das fast ein Win, ja. Sehe ich auch, dass das die Line ist. Wir müssen einfach die Dusks. Aber das Ding ist, Euch spielt 2 Super Rods, also... Okay, hier kommt jetzt Chi-Yu als Antwort. Chi-Yu mit fucking, Band. This is the way that Euch adapts in this situation with this Chi-Yu. I mean, how important is this card here, Kyle, for this specific scenario? It's everything here. The main Alright, wir haben sogar in diesem Fall ein Super Rod und den vorhin Buddy Poffen. Yu kann man noch, Yu kann noch ein Problem werden, ja. Ich meine, wenn er jetzt hier punchen könnte, aber kann er halt nicht, er braucht noch die zweite Energie, dann wäre es noch ein bisschen tragischer. Die Frage ist jetzt... Ja, das ist actually nice. Das ist actually nice. Gutes Play. Man müsste hier fast schon wieder einen Duskull knocken. Aber das ist das Ding. Du kannst nicht die ganze Zeit bossen. Dieses Deck spielt nicht unendlich viele Bosses. Du brauchst langsam mal Damanitan, um die Duskulls zu killen von der Bench eigentlich. Ich frage mich, wieso er seit 2 Spielen nicht versucht, ein Damanitan aufzubauen. Ja, safe, das macht eigentlich Sinn. Du möchtest nicht, dass dein Gegner in seine Preiskarten holen kann mit Dingen auf deiner Bench.
here for Mateusz to see at least the secret box going in, just choosing
Band, ist das nicht dieser Umhang? Nee, das ist dieser, wie heißt es, Fokusband?
So the Arvin just got that tool, got that secret box, and passed over back to euch.
Okay, I mean, obviously, this is correct. From Mateusz, you cannot play into the Chi Yu, walk into a fire energy.
Ich vergesse immer den Namen. Defiance Band.
However, Eugen has an opportunity to just find the other copies of Rare Candy and get this done. I think, however, we run into a spot where
Soeben Freundin wegbringen, bis in einer Stunde. Bis in einer Stunde, Demi. Bring sie weg.
Yeah, that is, yep, as you see there, double rare candy unavailable. The prize cards are just being punishing here for Eugen, but having to discard a couple things, that secret box, to get out these pieces. The deck is slimming here for Eugen, but now he knows that that's not a
Messer Goza?
Goza coming out.
I think
What are they laughing
we
about?
just heard a laugh. Yeah, well, Mateusz is playing around a situation with the prize cards to not give away all of these, with 5 prizes remaining.
Yeah.
However, Briar was just revealed, and you just see that, oh, well, no matter what, these 2 Pokemon could result in 5 prizes either way for me, so, uh-oh.
I mean, I guess it's also a Charizard deck. I feel like we always
Dude.
that has just been a staple for a while now in Charizard, and it is probably the best.
Oh my gosh.
As well. Take that extra prize card, right?
Bräuchte ein weiteres Rare Candy.
It's ended so many games as well. I mean, not as many as Boss's Orders, but
Oli, ich glaube.
Dusknoir here throwing that first blast damage at this Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn. As we see, paired with the Iono, this has been the consistent strategy every single
Ich glaube.
The Ionos do not stop. They're just continuing.
Aber das spielt mindestens 3 Rare Candy, wenn nicht 4. Eins ist Prized. Eins hat er schon benutzt. 2 hat er schon benutzt, einer ist Prized.
Trying to come up with a way to knock out this Pokemon. The Defiance Ban does line this up now as Mega Fire of Envy deals 50 up to 80 now. It's perfect math for the KO.
Holy, 80 jetzt. Oh mein Gott, jetzt wird's schwierig. Jetzt stoßen wir hier auf Schwierigkeiten. Holy. Ah, boy.
Still a devastating blow here to remove this Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gorgeous. The math is literally perfect. That Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pontiacs and at 80 HP left. And it's going to be taken out by just a cute little fish. I mean, he's just a friendly little guy, you know?
Ich habe Shiyu im Game mit einem Masterball gefangen. Ich habe mir so gedacht, ich mag den irgendwie. Und ich habe 2 Meisterbälle im Game. Ich so, komm, einen, ich brauche den sonst nie wirklich. Ich brauche den sonst wirklich nicht. Dann habe ich mir den gegönnt mit dem Meisterball. Aber wieso Meisterball? Weil ich wollte, dass der kleine Fisch in einem Meisterball ist. Aus ästhetischen Gründen.
This is a list that does incorporate another mask of Ogre Pond there with the Wellspring. So potentially there's a world where you can use a counter catcher, boss's orders, something to lock up a Pokemon as you already see 4 energy on the board. Maybe?
Ich brauche die Meisterbälle sonst nie. Wirklich nicht. Aber warum? Ich habe alle Scheiße. Ich pack alles in einen Hyperball. Pokémon, die mir nicht so wichtig sind, in einen Flottball. Ich finde Flottball ist der hässlichste Ball ever. Ich hasse den Flottball. Und er ist einer der praktischsten Bälle im ganzen Game. Und ich hasse den Flottball. Er ist ekelhaft. Und die legendären sowie Shiyu, Dinglu, Baojan wollte ich alle nicht in Flottbälle packen. Nicht, dass das direkt möglich gewesen wäre. Aber mindestens ein Hyperball. Ich finde, wie heißt der? Duskball? Darkball? Finde ich richtig nice. Der ist cool. Pokéball, der beste Ball. Oh. Ästhetisch einverstanden. Ja. Pokéball ist legendary. Pokéball ist legendary.
grasping at straws, trying to find a way to stay in this game, understandably so.
Ich habe ein neues Deck namens New Pült. Der türkische Pült. Draga Pült.
If it is in the prize cards, Teos feels great because then you know that you can lock this Pokemon up.
Draga Pült.
Move on to game 3. There's a quick search. If it finds Palpad, brings the Turo back, you're gonna walk right into a problem here with a quick KO.
Well, here we see there's a lot of draw happening here from Mateusz. Flip the script, drawing into 3 additional cards. Now we have this Wellspring.
Okay, wir spielen Wellspring Ogerpawn actually.
Energy has been attached to unlock that Sob attack, as we've been talking about. It's 20 damage, but it also locks your opponent's defending Pokemon because it can't retreat anymore.
Er ist benchlocked. Euwind ist benchlocked. Okay, er ist benchlocked insofern, dass er seine Duskulls noch hat, also es ist noch alles möglich hier. Alles, was Euwind braucht, ist zweimal Dusknoir.
We're seeing a roll there. That was for the Mesa Goza here. But yeah, we see the Palpad. It's coming out straight away. Professor Turo's scenario, the key to these pieces you've been talking about. Once again.
Pass bloß auf, sonst holt er noch seinen Cousin. Cousin, auch wirklich das Wort mit den meisten Schreibarten. Cousin, Cousin, Cousin. Jeder schreibt's anders. Alter, das Ding ist, fällt mir gerade ein, ich gucke ja auch gerne UFC und heute, also nee, morgen, am Morgen um 6 Uhr, das heißt nach der Whole-Ass Pokémon-Sache gibt es noch einen Titelkampf. Kamsat gegen Duplessis. Das wird auch nice, also nach Pokémon geht's noch weiter mit UFC. Gibt keinen Grund zu schlafen.
I mean, it's clean. It's been clean gameplay this entire time. Charizard EX somehow is just a deck that has so many pieces, and part of that is so much disruption that has been troubling Mateusz this whole time as well. Dusclops coming out here. Now we're back over to the other side of the field. That Mesa Goza has been going back and forth between our players this entire time. You gotta roll for it, and that determines which type of Pokemon you get to seek out. And Zorark the pick here for Mateusz.
You can see the lines. If the resources aren't there, the end Zorark builds up. You see multiple trades this turn. You can find Pokemon.
Ich sehe hier wirklich nicht mal eine Line, wenn es gut läuft für Mateusz, wie er das gewinnt. Honestly. Honestly. Das ist krass, wirklich krass. Diese Decks sind wie Katz und Maus.
So much, I know, and you kind of see it there on Mateusz's face. I mean, he's fighting here in this game, Kyle. We see the Zorua being set up. We already had that.
Palpad für Arwen und Boss? Arwen?
Earlier turn for Mateusz to help kind of put some things together before Palpad being used now.
Er nimmt's einfach aus seinem Ablagestapel. Das ist besser. Also du hast die besseren Supporter.
Do you have enough pieces to get around this scenario?
Yeah, I think the way that you try to come back here, you need to move Pokemon off the board. If you draw into the Turo, maybe you can protect this Saw block and try it one more time. But how do you force the Turo to come out this turn if not for Saw sitting there?
Well, we're going to see some trades first, discarding into some additional cards here from Mateusz.
We're close to seeing Blood Moon Ursa Luna situation here, but still just a little bit off in the damage count, and I don't think we have a way to amplify that here too.
Yeah, 240 damage from that Blood Moon Ursa Luna late game card.
One more Sob into this Pidgeot, then comboing
Ich glaube,
Blood Moon Ursa Luna.
Also, er kann schon hier sorben, aber Pidgeot findet so oder so Turo aus dem Deck. Oh shoot.
What we're seeing here, I think Mateusz is working through this in his head. Like, no! Is it gonna come down to this? Everything on the line here between these players.
Pült-Abi hat mir Aua gemacht, voilà.
In this match.
Did a great.
I think he was about to stop.
This is a exact exactly what you need to do. Just all the hit points.
Püll-Derby. Mit seinen Fandra. Fandras Cousin ist Püll-Derby.
Is it possible for the Pheasantipity to be removed in combination? It takes Dusknor, Rare Candy Dusknor to get that done. We haven't seen the Rare Candy just yet to do that.
Alright, geht direkt rein mit PGJ.
I mean, that's the turn we need. We just need to buy those couple extra turns, but it's really going to be on both these players. Who is going to be able to capitalize on these extra turns and take it? But they have to put the resources together first, and we've just been missing a couple of those key components from both sides. So it's truly like the anticipation and the intensity has built here. Mesa Goza does get ahead, so we're getting a Pokemon out here for Oyvind.
Right, and this is just thinning purposes. You have a few more resources you'd like to draw into, and if you can find them at the right
Hat Oyvind schon 2 Super Routes gespielt? Ich glaube. Hier kommt natürlich der Turo. Oh boy. Und da gehen wir runter auf eine Preiskarte. Jetzt wird's scheiße. Oh boy.
Stretcher and eventually the energy for a Monkey Dory to lock in on a Cleffa or a Chi-Yu of all Pokemon. One of these Pokemon has to be stuck.
Well, this is Mateusz's turn here to try to
Du kannst ja nichts tun. Du kannst ja nichts tun. Was willst du hier tun? Monkey Dory for what?
It's potentially there. We haven't seen what the hand is yet. It's pretty slim, but we do have the ability to draw into more cards. It's just going to be, what are those cards? This is going to be crucial here for Mateusz.
Yeah, plenty of draws here, multiple trades. Also
first
script to help out. You already pulled the Monkey Dory out. Now the Night Stretcher is a prominent piece of this. Is it? I mean, if the cards are there with Arven, you certainly have the Nest Ball to bring this.
Schmeiß Reshiram weg.
Oh, well, you can find the Night Stretcher and get.
Weil Reshiram trash ist.
Well, we saw a bunch of energy traded back into the deck from the Super Rod. He cycled in there.
Look at this massive hand as he wants to go for the final trade.
I think.
What? He's already tilted the card he wants.
Yeah, he's doing
it.
Just deciding what to discard. It's going to be the Nest Ball draw into these 2 cards here.
Help! Is there not an energy to go along with this?
Oh boy.
The saw block just can't happen. Ends PB up. Is there an energy switch to go along with this?
I mean, that would be wild. That'd be very cool.
There's 1 copy of energy switch.
No way.
Oh boy.
Energize.
Oh no, are we
just have to fish with Iono? Like,
oh my gosh, that is so scary though. I mean, it could potentially come down to that. We're just not seeing it. Blood Moon Ursa.
Es gibt keine Line hier. Es gibt keine Line. There is no line. Wir gehen in den Iono, um weiterhin nichts zu finden, was wir brauchen.
You can buy a lot of time, but how much do you need to find 4 prize cards?
Yeah, this is just so rough here for Mateusz. I mean, brutal. We're stuck with the Pheasantipity in the active position. Both trades have been used here. Blood Moon Ursaluna just stuck on the bench, and he knows it. He sees it. He cannot make this happen, and that means he's scooping it up.
Das hat nie gut ausgesehen. Das hat nie gut ausgesehen für unseren Boy Mateusz. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Cooles Pokémon, schlechtes Deck. Was sollen wir tun? Was sollen wir tun?
It's been around for a long time now. We're going on nearly 20 years of this as it comes back into the format, and it is still just as powerful.
Well,
20 Jahre Quick Search is heavy.
Taking this win, and I'm sure feeling very happy about it. That means he's moving up 8-0-1 here at the World Championships. Probably feeling good And to see it with Charizard EX, so much power behind this card, but truly just unlocked with that Dusknoir line as well. And all of the tricks with those supporters too. You see the pressure has been put on to Mateusz here with this End Zoroark deck. We had the swing in first to the Charizard EX, but Oyvind was able to just swing back in. And then we saw just time after time the Dusknoir was used to take those crucial knockouts. The stability was there with the quick search for Oyvind. He was able to just set up and maintain more than Mateusz was.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much working against Mateusz from the very beginning. Oyvind's hands just flying through, finding the Pidgeot, building these great boards. And when you can put the pressure on like this, incorporate that Dusknoir with the Chi-Yu to take KOs, how do you handle this as Mateusz on the other side? You just have to continue to build up, buy more time. Wellspring Overcon tried its best to find a way to slow things down, but ultimately the power of Oyvind was just a little too much.
Yeah, exactly. We see that was the concession there, just the fist bump. Oyvind looking so happy here to take that win with a 2-0 victory in that Swiss round. I mean, so cool to see with Charizard EX. What an epic match.
Yeah, you have to give it up to Oyvind. This deck choice, it's not on a lot of players' radar. This is something that's a little surprising here. It runs into issues, the amount of hit points that we'd seen on the other side of the board with Marnie's Grimmsnarls and Dragapult's 320. Charizard just does not compete against that very much anymore. However, these matchups, these type of decks, you run into really great situations with the Curse Blast and the damage amounting, and it works out flawlessly. He's in a really great spot.
I have a quick question too, Kyle.
Shoot.
How does it fare against Gardevoir?
Yeah, we like being a dark Pokemon.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of that. Maybe some Curse Blast, taking out some Curlias here and there. It can be a pretty.
Also ich muss sagen, Charizard ist echt eine gute Deck-Choice für Worlds jetzt, wenn man so sieht, was passiert. Into Goldengo ist interessant. Muss ich sagen, würde ich auch gerne sehen. Oyvind gegen einen Dengo-Spieler wäre nice.
Because, you know, if we're starting here, our very first Swiss round of day 2, and where are we going to go from here? But if the story is going to continue like that, I mean, it's going to be one epic conclusion.
Oh, we saw hands played down to 0 over and over again from this man. I'd like to hear what he has to say as we sit down with Kyle Sugovic. Let's take it to the table, or let's take it over to the stage and see what Oyvind has to say.
Let's go, Oyvind.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Kyle. I am here with our winner from the previous round, Oyvind, and 8-0-1 at this point. How are you feeling?
Very good. The only tie was because I misplayed. I didn't price check how many Charizards there were, and I super rode one back in just for sure, and then I run out of energy.
Easy to make mistake. It's a very complicated deck to play sometimes, right? You have very few energy cards. You have to keep track of all your resources. You've been able to manage it very well. I noticed you've been getting matched up with the Crustal yesterday.
Wir sind jetzt schon bald wieder 1,5 Liter Wasser down.
Have you had to face through a lot of
Nice. Flasche ist wieder leer. Kann man wieder drauf sitzen.
Not like off stream, but I think it's fine. Like, I have played a long time. Like in Stuttgart, I played then 100 HP Charmeleon, and it's a good when you can just Dusknoir and then 90. It's perfect math.
Yeah, you've been able to use the Dusclops and the Dusknoir very well. Are you just well versed with that at this point, being able to figure out exactly how much damage you need to knock out these big threats?
Yeah, it's like easy to know. I have played the deck a lot, like the whole season I have been playing Charizard, or I have tested Charizard for the event and changed last night. And funny story about that, like before this event we tested with the Finnish group, and I lost every single game. We played 8 or 9 sets. I lost all the sets. All the sets. Then I just decided the best thing is to grab food with my fiance and go to the hotel And then my fiance, I talked with my fiance. She doesn't know anything about Pokemon, but I just talked to like her, and then she just said to me that those guys always beat you before the event. You change the deck, and it goes bad. So I don't let you change your deck. That's why.
That's so cute. This is so cute.
Hey, I mean, great advice. It worked out. But hey, that was all just practice, right? You get the practice, you lose, get it out of the way, and then when you get here, you win when it counts.
Sure.
All right, well, whatever you're doing seems to be working so far. Are you just comfortable playing this deck? I mean, you said you played it a lot. You won a regional championship with Charizard EX. Is this just something you know how to play?
Yeah, it is pretty much. I have tested like after the Briar came out, like I have only been playing that, and then if I didn't feel comfortable enough, I changed the last night. But I only brought it. This is my third tournament with it.
All right. You know, you're off to an excellent start. You have to start thinking about, you know, other decks that are at the top tables. Is there anything you are concerned about facing at this stage? Are there any matchups you maybe don't want to run into?
Dragapult. It's very bad matchup.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I think there's a lot of Goldingo out there. Maybe you run into those a few more. What has been kind of your matchup so far? Have you been able to avoid Dragapult?
Yeah, I have avoided Ichipollen altogether. In this whole tournament, I have been Ichipollen once, only one time. And even then I had the 100 HP Charmeleon to KO it away. It was a Grimmsnarl.
Easy enough, okay.
Grimmsnarl with
what's your goal at this
Bidoof.
point? I don't know what your expectations were coming
See?
into the tournament, but now obviously you're doing extremely well. Have you thought about it all? Like, what's your goal now?
It's the same that before the tournament. I decided to play this deck that even if it goes bad, I like to play it. It's fun. And I get to play 2 more rounds and have fun. And then in the end we see what's the score, and like man only can do his best.
Absolutely. All right.
Euwint,
You're doing
ein
your best so far. In fact, I
Ehrenmann.
believe
Der
you're doing
Mann
the best out of
redet
anybody.
wie ein
That
Löwe.
attitude is working very well for you. Are there any shout-outs? Anybody want to say hi to? Any other closing thoughts you have?
The regular, I want to shout out our testing group, my fiance, and my family back home.
All right, well, congratulations once
Stabil,
again.
stabil.
We're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon TCG action here at the World Championships.
Alright, ich gehe ganz kurz aufs Klo und dann sind wir wieder
What
back.
a fantastic interview there with Euwint. I mean,
He's the best.
Bis gleich.
yeah, honestly, new favorite player here.
Listen
from
to your
the desk.
fiance. Regardless of their
Lesson
Pokemon
learned.
knowledge, they know what's best for you.
That is so cute. And also, who knew that the downfall of this giant, powerful Charizard EX would be a cute little Bidoof?
or the power of Finland, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, they've just got it figured out. So just
True.
don't play against any of the players from your region, and you're all right.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's pretty cool. Having only hit or been Bidoof locked one time, though, this whole tournament.
That might be a record.
I know. It's absolutely incredible here with how popular, you know, Dragapult is. It's so awesome to see. But, you know, speaking of our decks, you know, we saw our meta share in day 1. I want to take a look at our meta share for day 2. What has converted over into day 2? What is seeing the most success?
Wow. Have we seen a 30%er in how long? Since what? Lugia Archeops? Like, this is unheard of territory, but the Goldingos have moved in and are showing that they are a force to be reckoned with here. Dragapult Dusknoir 16.5 and Raging Bolt 12.5 too. That's a little surprising there for me, Boo.
I know, yeah, Raging Bolts. I mean, sheesh. I mean, I guess I wasn't surprised. I figured Raging Bolts would kind of be a deck that was brought here, but to see it convert like this, I'm a bit surprised.
Are they hanging out at the bottom? Because yeah, I don't see a lot of them here.
You're like,
in the
where are they?
top 10 tables are looking a little differently there. That's where the Charizard Pidgeots are hanging out. Although it's only 6 picks, many of them have shown that this might be the deck to be reckoned with. It is so consistent and certainly has shown that it can handle a lot of the meta with the lower hit points.
I know, that is awesome. Well, really the true question is which one of these decks is going to make it to the top here in our day 2 and following into tomorrow. That's our championship Sunday. One of these decks will be taking it down, but we're going to see after today which 2 players and which 2 decks will that be in our finals tomorrow, in our junior division, our senior division, and of course our masters division. If you had to choose, Kyle, what are you putting it on? I'm just going to say, for me, I feel like it's going to be Charizard and Golden Go.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, let's go.
I see a trend here with all of these decks, except for one, which is that they have an inherent built-in consistency to them, with Golden Go drawing, Genesect helping find the evolutions, Cloak finding some additional resources, Recon Directive, Noctowl's included in the Raging. But what do we not see? Gardevoir has no help, no friends. It's always counted out. It's still going to find its way into the final.
Oh,
come on.
No.
Gardevoir Golden Go,
Please.
I will say.
No, please, no. I saw so many players online threatening that if we had a Gardevoir mirror in our finals or anything of the sort, that they would just not play anymore.
Well, they're not here, and they're not on my radar.
Let's go. I mean, we love to see Gardevoir EX as far as on the stream, because this is truly a deck that has so much potential for our players to make the coolest plays you've ever seen. It is the pesky deck to deal with because it has just every trick in the book. And I think it has been heavily countered here at the World Championships. And that's honestly sometimes even cooler to think about, because think about, okay, people are countering Gardevoir. How's Gardevoir going to respond to those counters, or is it just going to outpace it? And that is where the cool stuff happens between these pro players, the counter plays that we get to see. That's where the excitement is truly.
I mean, it just runs on the power of friendship. It has no reason to do as well as it does. Yes, we've just been feeding the beast, and it evolves and knocks out everything. Every turn somehow it has the supporter to keep on going, and it will not go away. I mean, we know this is something we've come to expect here at major events, and it's the World Championships. It doesn't get much bigger than this.
I mean, this is the major event for sure. The highest of the potential here from our players being played out in the field. As we speak, we saw our very first Swiss round, but now we're going to head into Swiss round 10 very soon. We've talked about what is on the line here and how epic these plays are going to be. You're not going to want to miss it, so stay tuned because we'll be back very soon with y'all.
How's everyone doing? Welcome back to the World Championships. Ethan Heggie here with
Freya Pierce. How y'all doing?
And we are here to do a little bit of Meet the Casters so you can get to know us a little bit better. We've got 4 questions plus a spin or 2 on the wild, so let's just go ahead and jump into things here. First question, Freya. What is your favorite Pokemon?
So there would have been a time where if you asked me this, I would have said it would be one of 3. It would have been either Lugia or Natuazatu, Psychic Flyers. You know, I played a lot of Pokemon Silver growing up, so like that was like probably the game that I got most into Pokemon-wise. But now I've played Scarlet, I have absolutely fallen in love with Koraidon, so now it's got to be Koraidon. I love that bike lizard.
Koraidon's great. Speaking of bikes, electronics, close enough. Give me Rotom, that's my boy right there. Mo Rotom, the GOAT, absolute lawnmower of a guy. Anyways, World Championships. We're here in Anaheim. There have been World Championships now coming up on 20 plus years of Pokemon action. I haven't gone to 20 World Championships. I'm sure you haven't gone to 20 World Championships, but you've gone to a lot, Freya. What's your favorite memory here at Worlds?
As much as it was a bittersweet memory, probably the time I bobbled out of top 8 in 9th place at the 2016 World Championships. I remember like everyone was behind me. They were watching my game. I was like one of the last ones there because we went to overtime against Frank Diaz. I managed to win and I was so hyped I thought I made it, but then I saw the result sheet and I was unfortunately the one bubble, but everyone commiserated with me, and that was when I knew that I was at least good enough as a player to get that far, so I'll cherish that memory forever.
Yeah, similar moment at Worlds. On that winning it. It was just for day 2 though, but I was a wee senior in 2018. I was more than happy to win that match. It meant a lot, 100%. Question number 2. Question number 3. We're going to a third question. We've got lots of questions here. I don't know about you, but I've opened a lot of packs of Pokemon cards from all the years over, X and Y, Sun and Moon, Black and White, you name it. What's your most memorable pull out of a Pokemon TCG pack?
It's a relatively recent-ish, I'd say. So Silver Tempest. In general, I've been okay with luck in pack pulls, but not crazy so. Steel Tempest, of course, on the big chase cards was that beautiful alternative full art Lugia V. I was opening a third pack into a box of Silver Tempest. I pulled it. I was there with my husband Tyler, and I think I just stared at it like, you know, open my face for about 3 minutes, not believing that I'd actually just pulled that. One of my favorite Pokemon, arguably the most chased after card in the set. So yeah, definitely that.
I didn't know what I pulled when I was young. I was very, very naive. Out of 5 random loose booster packs, I pulled the Rainbow Rare Charizard GX from Burning Shadows. If you guys watch any YouTube content, you guys will know this is not an easy card to pull. Some of your favorites, Leonhardt, all those players, they spent thousands of dollars trying to buy a bunch of Pokemon TCG booster packs and make stuff work. I was very privileged, and I did not realize what I had. One of my great colors in my collection.
You did it before it was cool, basically.
I'm a trendsetter. What can I say? I'm just built different.
Yes.
We've got some more questions coming up, but I think it's time to spin the wheel.
Okay, yeah,
we got to spin this wheel here. Let's see what we got on this. Give me a good question here. You gotta leave things up to chance sometimes, and give this wheel a good spin.
Leave things up to chance.
All right, this is a skill game, not a luck game. All right, let's see what we've got here. Are you an early Pidgey or a Noctowl? That's a great question, Freya. What do you got?
For me, it can vary sometimes. It depends on... Yeah, no, that's a tough one for me. I'd say I'm probably more of a Noctowl overall, but I can be an early Pidgey if life necessitates. I'll put it that way.
I'm a Noctowl. No questions asked. Let's go for number 2 here. Give me a third one on the spin. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. There's some good questions on here, ladies and gentlemen. You know, our previous casters have hit a couple of these, but I'm hoping to get a new one right here. What type of gym leader would you be? What type of gym would you lead, Freya?
Easy, Psychic. I've always loved the Psychic type. You know, so many of my favorites are Psychic, like Lugia, also, you know, Gardevoir.
Hey, Chad.
On the favorite EVE Evolution, so Psychic, easy.
Was geht?
I would be an electric type trainer, I think. I'm back and forth about it, but there's a lot of chill electric type Pokemon, right? I think I'm rocking with that. All right, I think, yeah.
On that note, I meant to say earlier, Rotom, underrated choice, so good taste.
Again, I'm a trendsetter out here. You know, come back in a year or two, everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, Rotom, that guy's so cool, right? That guy is the
my
awesome
boy, my boy."
All right,
We go for free?
we're going one more here. We're going one more. We got to hit it off on a good one. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got.
Oh.
No. We can't have that. No duplicates out here. Okay, here we go. Pokemon Snap or Pokemon Stadium. This is gonna be a controversial one. I can already tell. Freya, what do you got?
I'd say Pokemon Snap, but purely because I played that one more growing up. I never had an N64 growing up, but I remember playing Pokemon Snap at a friend's place, and I always enjoyed that. And I've enjoyed the new one as well on the Switch, probably. So Pokemon Snap, I would say.
While I hate to admit that I was bored after both games, and they're a little bit past my time, I will say I have gone back on the Switch and played the Pokemon Stadium minigames, and they are peak. They are top tier. Speaking of top tier, we've got lots of trainers out in the field this weekend trying to prove themselves and immortalize themselves in Pokemon TCG history. Freya, to wrap it up.
Spielen wir mal ein paar Runden mit Flareon.
I think Tord's time has finally come. He's gotten 4 for like, the top 4. He's gotten second. Surely it's got to be now. Like, it's if not now, then when? You know.
Oh.
What I mean? Yeah, I'll put my money on Tord.
I think this is Ian's year. I think Ian's going all the way. I think it's a lock. I think nothing can stop him. This guy is going to have a final to his season. He is back with vengeance. Let's see what happens here at the World Championships. Hopefully, you learned a little bit from us and the casters. Hopefully, we'll see you guys soon. And make sure you guys enjoy the rest of this World
Didn't age well. Bro. Die haben die Sequenzen hier pre-recorded. Und sie sagen so, Tord und Ian, und das sind beide out. Beide out mit horrible statistics. Dude. Oh my goodness. Didn't age well as fuck. Alright. Spielen wir mal dieses Eevee-Box. Sind einfach für Tord und Ian Rob und beide sind weg. Oh.
Welcome back in. We're here at Anaheim for our World Championships 2025. I think I saw a couple Psyducks surfing in the ocean there on the
Damn.
beaches. Now I'm seeing a lot
Follow?
of trainers get some
Armer
epic
Dozu,
swag.
vielen
Whoa,
Dank für den
there
Follow.
Wow.
Bock auf eine Runde?
It's like I knew that was going on.
Rein
That's
theoretisch schon,
crazy.
ja.
Welcome back to the caster desk, of course. I'm Shelby Boo here with Kyle Sablehouse. Kyle, have you ever gone by any other nicknames in this game?
Unfortunately, yeah. One or two. I was K-Psycho for a minute. That
Jellison.
wasn't a good one. So I had people call me Nooblehouse for a while. That one wasn't fun either. And,
Gotcha.
eventually, my last name just stuck. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness, indeed. Well, it's great to be back here with you.
Oh.
But right now, in our World Championships, it's crunch time for these players. It is so fierce out there with the competition, so much pressure, and I want to hear all about it. What are these players going through here at the World Championships? And we've got the best sideline reporter around in town, Kyle Puka Sukovic. Let's bring him in and hear what's going on with these players.
Yeah, thanks, Boo, and thanks, K-Psycho.
Woo, boo.
I'm never telling you this ever again. You get nothing from me.
Thank
I
you,
do remember
Puka.
that screen name, actually.
There we go. See, I made an impression.
There you go.
Not a good one, but an impression.
I will go
it's,
first.
Day number 2 here at the World Championships, and players have to wake up bright and early. It's a new day, but you gotta stay focused. Right now, as we just saw, Oyvind is leading the pack at 25 match points, but it's really not a safe lead. There's only a couple rounds left, and you really gotta lock up those final match points to make it to that top cut. So, yeah, there's still pressure, even though he's gotten off to such a crazy start. He's probably still got to win one more, I would guess. But yeah, heading into it, we also have 2 players at 24 match points. They have Piper Lapine and Justin Newdorf. Piper making another great run after top 8 at NAIC. And Kyle and Boo, what can you say about Piper at this point?
I mean, there's not much else we can say. With the initial run that she had from the seniors into the Masters division, she was immediately on our radar. We knew that she was capable of some great things. Won 2 regionals, basically back-to-back while still working on school. And then anytime she has time for Pokemon, she just dominates. It's wild to see.
Yeah, I mean, she grew up in this game, and it shows the time, the dedication that she puts in. And I want to point out the uniqueness as well of her decks. She's not just picking up any deck and copying it from other players. She innovates her decks, and she brings those cool aspects into it and just meta games so well. What is she going to go against, and how can I counter that? And that is something she does flawlessly.
Yeah, I'm also curious on her deck list. She wrote "Time is money," and I have no idea what that really is referring to. So hopefully we get to talk to her at some point and figure out what that's all about.
Yeah, that's exciting.
I think I've got an idea. I'll elaborate. I'll probably be wrong, but we'll try.
Another player I think to keep an eye on is Riley McKay, who just got 2nd place at NAIC, making a good run here at the World Championships as well at 23 match points. There's a lot of players still in the running. And are either of you keeping your eye on any particular players, any decks or strategies at this point?
Well, I mean, that matchup in particular for Riley
Let's
against
go.
John was something I really wanted to watch. And taking down John after that great game 2 we saw from Isaiah that they had on stream earlier on. If you're going to work through that play group, you're probably going to have a pretty great World Championship. So Riley, I'm certainly looking out to see if you can run it all the way up to the top with Gardevoir.
Yeah, I mean, that's so exciting. Following these storylines is great. And I mean, so many of our incredible players were not even converted into day 2. Like, it's going to be an epic finale here at the World Championships, because maybe it gives us an opportunity to form some of those storylines we aren't so familiar with. And we've seen that time and time again at the World Championships, and it's potentially going to happen again here in 2025. It's just, who's it going to be that's going to take the crown here? Of course, Kyle Puka Sukovic, incredible job you're doing this weekend. Thank you so much for the updates, but I think we're going to take things back here on the desk. Itchy Pollen? We've been talking about these players, but let's take a hard look at the standings here, where they're standing right now so far in our Swiss rounds in day 2. And who you can still see that's churning through, trying to get these points. I think they're saying like around 27 is a safe point here. 26 is sort of a question mark for these points for our players. And now you're seeing where we're at, currently heading into Swiss round 10. Of course, Oyvind, like Kyle said, being at the top here with 25, but not close behind is all these players on the left side.
Yeah, Yerko Valencia, Benny Billinger, Gabe Smart, Kato Arai, Riley McKay. This is a wild lineup that we have here just for the top 16. And these are not all the players that we have that potentially could make it into the top 8. Yeah. Still plenty, still eyeing up contention, trying to find those final victories to have a great chance at becoming a world champion, especially a top 8 player at the World Championships, which would be incredible to see.
Yeah, it's huge, huge. And I mean, they still get like so much for that as well. Of course, this is
sparkling
our World
crystal.
The culmination of the whole season. We have the highest rewards here because it is the highest skill of players that you have to get through the field. So you got to earn that. And yeah, like you said, even top 8, top 4, it only gets bigger from there. So all these players, of course, should be going for that #1 spot, though. They want the Pikachu trophy. They want the crown. They want to write their names in the history books. This is our 20th World Championship. So, I mean, the amount of people that we even have that title is so slim in comparison to how many players are in the trading card game. And to be able to say that you are a world champion is truly the most prestigious title that you could get.
Boo, these are our players that we have. As far as their standings right now, I want to know who is facing off here in this round number 10. A big one at the World Championships to determine what you're playing for. Is it some money or is it some glory? We see some big names facing off here. Benny Billinger, Yerko Valencia, Kato Arai
Let's go.
versus Junya as well. These are some wild matchups we see. A lot of Japanese representation here.
No, I'm loving that. I am loving that. You know, it's the World Championships. You want to see all of the regions represented and, you know, their highest players too. So it's great to see that on this graph. I mean, even just looking at it, there's only what?
Piper Lepine gegen Yoshi. Nice.
On this graph.
Oh, hey, don't be talking down about my America now. But yeah, that's there's some work that needs to be done. But this just speaks to the global game that we have. So many amazing players. I mean, Canada's about to take us out here.
Yeah.
They're flexing right now.
They absolutely are. Well, right here at the top, you see it highlighted. Piper Lepine is going to be facing off against Daigo Yoshihara as well. And this is going to be incredible. A US player against a Japanese player, and they're going to bring the heat with their decks. And maybe we'll figure out what time is money means.
I 100% know what this means, but I don't want to spoil anything looking at this matchup. It is going to be so fun.
Take a guess in the chats. You're following along with the stream. You're participating on the fun. Yeah, money?
What deck likes money?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe it's time. You know, we don't have Dialga, you know, in the format anymore, manipulating time, but
Ooh,
who knows?
How could you make the game go faster?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Guess we'll have to figure it out.
I mean, she does play pretty quickly. We've seen that she's got the fastest hands this side of the Mississippi, but she's I don't think she's talking about that.
I don't think so either, but we're going to have the spice for y'all, and it is going to be epic. We're talking about Piper Lepine bringing the heat here to our stream, and I'm excited to see it. I know that she has so many supporters behind her as well. And
ich bin nicht itchy pollent worden. Das ist ein Vorteil.
Our younger players, like, they're still barely out of the senior division, I swear. I mean, every year that goes by, of course, I still just view them almost as still, they're so young.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, but it's so weird because then they look so much older every time I see them, and I'm just like, whoa, that's wild. But of course, Daigo representing Japan. You know, Japanese players are some of the best here, and Daigo is going to bring that to our table here for our stream match. I'm excited, Kyle.
Yeah, no comments, no gimmicks. Daigo is here to win a World Championships, and we are here to watch what will happen at this main stage here. Round number 10 coming our way. This is going to be an excellent matchup between two great players.
I'm ready for the pop-off potential of this. Two players, two different decks, two different strategies, two different skill sets, and it's all gonna come down to this.
And we're not giving it away yet. Yes.
Well, we're not giving it away yet. We're gonna give it away right when it happens here, Kyle, on the stream. But of course, we see Dragapult EX, piloted by Daigo here on the right
nice.
side of your screen.
Das wird gut.
A titan of this format, paired with Dusknoir that we just saw in our last Swiss round 9. How powerful that card is and can be in these matchups. Facing off against Golden Go EX. We've been talking all weekend. Players are just throwing cards in there. It's going to be interesting what we see this time.
Do whatever you want when you use point bonus as much as she does. It works out so well, the combination with Genesect, searching out your evolutions, accelerating these Pokemon onto the board, and having an attack that can knock out just about anything in the game. It is very frustrating to play against sometimes. It's hard to Iono against this deck. You will see your resources, just will you see them at the right time.
Exactly. I mean, that Genesect EX on the board here as well for Piper Lapine. A new addition to this deck thanks to the Black Bolt
Cloak?
expansion. I believe
Is
Genesect
this
had the Black
Cloak?
Bolt ones. They were like, it was like a split set, if you're not aware, Kyle. But yeah, it's come and it's bringing the consistency here for Golden Go with that ability that it has to seek out those evolution Pokemon. It has added so much to this deck. The faster you can get into coin bonus and draw those cards, the faster you're going to carry out your strategy that is aggressive. It's fast-paced, and it's ready to take things down here. We're going to see how it faces off against Dragapult EX that likes to take those slower turns. It likes to, you know, Badoo lock, see where it can go, and build up stronger than its opponent.
Well, I'm just looking at these lists and seeing what Daigo has decided is most important. There are some very interesting lines that we see here. This is a nod to old school deck building with the pyramid lines of a 3-2-1 Dusknoir line, and then a 4-4-2 of the Dragapult. Very consistent, wants to see all of these resources have a chance to set up a very massive board.
Ist Daigo nicht der Einzige, der 8-0 war?
As far as the other choices, you should still see a fair amount of things to build up on.
Ich glaube, das war der Einzige.
Well, yeah, looking at these prize cards, there's nothing too
nee,
crazy in there.
7-0-2.
Two superior energy retrieval sitting at the bottom there for Piper, but you know that's kind of a later game card as well that we're going to draw into and have potentially at the right moments for Piper. So it's pretty cool. Love to see that jumbo Blood Moon Ursaluna on the notebook there. I mean, that is just so cute. Both these players, they seem focused. They're locked in. The
Bro
pressure
is
on.
jet
They're on stream.
headbutting.
In this match, jumping into our Swiss round 10 here at the World Championships. Piper Lapine versus Daigo Yoshihara, and it's going to be epic. Starting with that Gimme Ghoul, it's just going to be a Monkey Dory Dark Energy attachment pass over to Daigo.
Time certainly is money for Piper. You see immediately eyeing up how much time you have here. 50 minutes to get the job done. This is not the greatest hand to do it. And we did see an interesting card in that. There's a rare king.
Okay, da ist Gimme Ghoul mit Monkey Dory schon mit der Energie drauf.
Let's see what Daigo is going to have on this other side. Buddy Poppin'. Fantastic here. What we want to see to bring out these Pokemon. This is Dragapult EX. You have lots of basics, especially in this deck too. I mean, you see the usual suspects here as I'm looking through the list. Is there anything in there that you see that is different, I guess, Kyle, from normal Dragapult builds, or that is a little spicy?
I don't know what to call normal anymore, as we've seen
Huda.
players really eyeing up a bunch of different cards that can slow down matchups. The Maractus, the Ethan Sudowoodo, anything that could maybe be thrown in to buy some time. Those cards aren't here this time around. Daigo has really honed in on the consistency. 2 copies of Badoo, as you typically see, but other than that, it's just a really consistent line of cards to build up Recon Directive and use one of the best attacks in the game.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
that's
Lucha.
really all you need.
Let's go.
EX sometimes keeping it simple might be the key to unlock its full potential here. Dracloak, of course, a big part of that with its Recon Directive. That you can
Deck
you know,
checks,
get
da
these cards,
laufen nur die
supply
Deck
them to your
checks.
hands, and get rolling with your strategy as you try to kind of stall your opponent a little bit with some Badoo locking and setup, because Phantom Dive like you said, Kyle, one of the most powerful moves in the game. Not only do you get to hit an incredible amount of damage, but you also get to spread that damage around onto your opponent's field too. And that could be pretty tricky for the Golden Go player, because a lot of Pokemon come out on that side of the field too. I mean, the Monkey Dory is already there with the Dark Energy attached on Piper's side.
Yeah, this is a lovely setup here from Daigo as well. Has the Brock scouting, just search out a few more of these Pokemon, add them to what you're looking for, have that consistency of Gladios to move these Pokemon around, lock in that Badoo early and often so that you can buy some time here. It leads to drawing into some more of these resources that I'd love to speak on. We see 2 copies of Jamming Tower in this list, which is an excellent card. As we know, Air Balloon is one of the most prominent resources on the other side from Piper.
Yeah, huge inclusion for the Golden Go deck, allowing for that retreat. But on the other side for Daigo, Latias EX with that Skyliner ability, allowing for the retreat of the basic Pokemon. I mean, that's it's kind of
richtig nerviges Matchup für TK.
One of your favorites as well, Kyle, could definitely come into play. Over on the other side, the items are locked, thanks to Itchy Pollen here from Badoo, and Piper is going to have to deal with that here. Cypher Maniac's code breaking, choosing these cards out of the deck, and then are going to be placed to the top of the deck. This is great for this deck when you get to draw into those cards off your coin bonus, either in the active position or on the bench. But right now, I haven't really seen the rest of the hand here for Piper.
You know, you start to get a little nervous when you see the Cypher Maniac's code breaking and nothing else. If the Golden Go is not already there, this is just stacking and trying to move on to the next turn.
Well, I mean, I feel like I would assume Golden Go's in hand, right? And then we just draw into that, or you, yeah. I mean, you could.
Would really hope.
You just gear up for the next turn. Oh my gosh.
Boom.
Holy.
Boom.
Oh no.
Yeah, this hand is not great. There's not much else happening here. It is a Golden Go to the top. Thankfully, you see Badoo there, so there's a chance that you aren't threatened, but there's an attack on the other side. If you use your Dracloak and attack for 70 with the Dragon Headbutt, you're just knocking out the lone Gimme Goal in play. We see a Hilda.
Well, GG's.
Oh boy, this is bad news. This is the one time you can just be aggressive.
I'm actually scared here. Yeah, you can go either way with this deck. It has the adaptability there. The Hilda has been a new supporter as well, added in from White Flare to seek out an evolution Pokemon and an energy card. That has actually unlocked a lot.
Da ist mein Neo. Hast du den Neo gefunden?
That is so crucial in Dragapult EX, specifically because it does require that fire energy and the psychic energy, or something like luminous or whatever, but that is not a problem here with the supporter card supporting you, and that's the Dracloak coming out here, as well as a psychic energy now into the Recon Directive.
GG's.
Better lucky and good, we'll say, for Daigo, as the other psychic energy was in the prize cards. Doesn't even need that this time around. Luminous energy, knockout on the Gimme Goal.
Oh boy.
It is Monkey Dory with a top deck of Golden Go. Uh-oh.
My gosh. I mean, it's not even the top deck because it was already put there, right? But it's, I mean, I guess the top deck that was expected. And then Daigo also getting a luminous energy off of the prize card.
Was ein langsamer Start.
Trying to go in here with this Arven, search something out. And I mean, yeah, we were talking about
Piper Lepin, enttäusch mich nicht, come on.
Piper's definitely one of those players. You could see how quickly she's playing. You still have to play clean and make sure you're carrying out your correct strategies, of course, but she's going to play strong and fast here to see where we can get with this game, trying to stabilize these Gimme Ghoul on the field.
I mean, from Daigo, not much else of a setup. It was try to set up Recon Directive, take this knockout, have some draw for a future turn, but this is a powerful situation to be in. With the lone Buddy Poff in here, you see the 2 Gimme Ghoul in play, but this leads to a situation.
Das sieht sehr traurig aus für Piper Lepin.
Down these 2 Pokemon, bring this up.
Leider.
There is a Dragapult. You are knocking out both of these cards right here, right now.
Also Boss Howlucha ist der Play für Daigo.
Dragapult EX has that ability to do. I mean, it's just an incredibly powerful card here. We're gonna have to see where Daigo's able to go with this turn. Piper now ending the turn back over to Daigo. We're starting with that recon directive. This is where you draw
Boss
one
Halucha.
to the bottom,
Alles,
one
was
to the
Daigo hier
top.
braucht.
So you have to make some difficult decisions sometimes, but at least it's not like Lost Box was, where you're discarding cards or anything like that. So one to the hand looked like it was a difficult decision, but we've netted a card.
The goal has to be the Dragapult in combination with Halucha. Boss's Orders is a nice addition. It basically closes the game out immediately
Okay.
if you have that. Monkey Dory, however, will do the job. With that 10 damage on the Badoo, you can move that over to the Gimme Ghoul, remove that from play. Boss's Orders won't happen because of this research.
Ganz
However,
okay.
you're still removing two prominent targets here.
Exactly, and yeah, who even needs the Halucha at this point? You're taking two.
Ich meine, rein
Piper
theoretisch.
with just a difficult board, and you're taking those prize cards, which is how you take the game here. So you see Adrenabrain unlocked from the Luminous Energy that was drawn off the prize cards from Daigo in that last turn. That is what's unlocked.
Killt die zwei, das ist auch relativ okay. Es ist immer noch machbar für Piper Lepin, immer noch machbar. Wir haben zumindest jetzt einen Goldango, maybe?
Perfect math on that Gimme Ghoul, unfortunately there. Now we still have one. It's alive. It is able to be evolved into a Golden Go. But is it too little too late, Kyle? What do you think?
Ah, ich glaube, es ist immer noch machbar. Es sieht schon sehr schlecht aus, aber ist, glaube ich, immer noch machbar.
To search out a few more resources. Now you just have to make sure that the math all lines up. As you find one of each copy of basic energy remaining in your deck, two others are still in the hand. If the resources are there, you can find the key number 7 to take a knockout, deal 350 damage to this Dragapult. Maybe buy yourself a little more time as things slow down.
Isn't that crazy how much you actually have to do?
Hat sie Energy Search Pro auf der Hand? Sie hat's auch im Deck.
320 HP. I mean, it is big.
And look, it requires not only an Energy Search Pro, but also an Earthen Vessel, because she needs to search out the metal energy to have it to draw to attack with, and then the other metal energy to get the full effect of the Energy Search Pro.
Yeah, which is, I mean, a little bit difficult. We're losing a rare candy to that, but you have to get this. You need to make this step to get all of these energy out to be able to take a big knockout.
Da haben wir die Energie.
Earthen Vessel, discarding that rare candy, Energy Search Pro as the A spec, only pretty much used in Golden Go at this point. It's got the
Also der Knockout sollte ja möglich sein. Einen weiteren Attacker erwarten wir eventuell, wenn da Neo Upper Energy im Deck ist.
I'm wondering what else though can we even do? Are we gonna get some other Pokemon down? What's going on here, Kyle?
Alright, stop being greedy, okay? We just knocked out a Dragapult on the other side in one fell
Okay, und jetzt ist der Play für Yoshi.
But it's okay. Double superior energy retrieval found.
Jetzt ist der Play Rare Candy. Das ist das Ding. Er braucht Rare Candy, Dusknoir, Dragapult und Neo Upper Energy. Und dann ist das Win. Aber das glauben wir ja nicht, dass das so ist. Aber jetzt ist es immer noch sehr möglich. Es ist immer noch sehr möglich.
Because Dragapult is so scary. It has so much potential to do these things. I mean, we already have that Dreepy out. Depending on what's in Daigo's hand, this could be also a crazy turn potentially as well. Duskull is out. The Monkey Dory's already down for some damage too. But I mean, yeah, it's 3 prize cards for
Ich brauche ein Deck in meiner Hand.
What do you think about Mind Ben in a situation like this?
Yo, just some confusion. I mean, honestly,
Ich will auch ein bisschen Karten shuffeln und in der Hand halten. Ich mag das. Das ist schön. Gutes Gefühl. Night Stretcher für Dracloak. Dracloak für 2. Können 2 Karten vom Deck anschauen. War da die Neo Upper Energy direkt auf der Hand? Ja, Neo Upper ist da, Dragapult ist da, Dusknoir ist da. Wir brauchen nur noch 2 Rare Candies, I guess. Aber ich glaube nicht, dass dieses Deck Rare Candy spielt. Das Ding ist, wir haben schon hier entwickelt. Also, honestly, hier Badoo für Zero Item Lock ist gut genug. Wir können einen Zug Zeit nehmen uns und nicht viel machen hier. Das ist eigentlich völlig okay. Alright. Dann brauchen wir nicht viel mehr im nächsten Zug. Also das ist ein sehr stabiles Setup hier. Dann können wir einfach nur noch Ichipollen für 10. Piper Lepin kann hier nicht viel machen, muss raw drawn into the Gimme Ghouls. Und das ist Win. Und das ist Win für Daigo.
But that's it. That's the game here.
Yep, there it is. There's a Blood Moon Ursaluna in combination with the
Blood Moon Ursaluna mit Energy gewinnt das Spiel auch. Aber er hätte es auch so gehabt. Hätte auch Dusknoll in der Hand gehabt und Dragapult, also. Es war so oder so chalked. Es war sehr chalked. Ich muss noch mal kurz pinkeln. Kommen wir gleich.
Doesn't need the bonus. It's in the paycheck already, I guess. Oh, let's go. Yeah, Daigo, I mean, played that just flawlessly. It looked effortless from Daigo's position there. You know, we saw some potential for some funky plays here, but Daigo just stayed focused. I got Blood Moon Ursaluna to close things out for that game, and I'm just going to keep up with my position. And yeah, Piper wasn't able to respond to that. It did start rough. Like, look at this. From the beginning, the Monkey Dory was kind of the lone monkey. Daigo was just annihilating these Gimme Ghouls off of the fields. We barely got into Golden Go. It was epic to see all of this energy lined up with the Earthen Vessel, the Energy Search Pro to get that huge knockout on the 320 HP Dragapult EX. The reveal of the Togekiss right at the end, but Daigo just had it here with the Blood Moon Ursaluna, the energy attached here, the free retreat into that win, knocking out that Golden Goat EX on Piper's side, taking the win here in our first game in Swiss round 10. Now we're gonna have to see how this second round goes between these players. I wanna see a much stronger setup for our Golden Go player, Piper.
Well, that is the benefit of choosing who goes first and second after a loss. We saw that Daigo selected to go second, and that led to a phenomenal setup, that opening Itchy Pollen, accelerating those energies onto the board, having multiple Dreepy to work in combination with and draw more resources. For Piper, it was just attach pass, and you can't do much with that, so now fortunes will flip over. Piper could see those early resources, and if you have that opening buddy Puffin, Golden Go just gets that much better.
We're talking about coin bonus, we're talking about fortunes, Kyle.
Piper
What about the fortune taking some extra prize cards, huh?
You know, that was the tricky thing. Time is money, and this is how you recoup in this situation.
Yes.
You can steal some additional prize cards if things work out.
Nochmal ein Mulligan?
You know that's in the back of her mind. If you
Das sind
have a full
zwei.
setup, it's very easy to burn all of your resources. Well, at least bring them out of the deck. You pull them with the Energy Search Pro. You see Genesect pull all of the Golden Go. You just draw
Der
all
Judge
the
im
cards,
Hintergrund
and then
sieht aus
what's
wie
left
mein
in the deck
Hausarzt in
will just
Jung,
be Togepi, Rare Candy,
als er noch
Togekiss.
jung war.
And you can help steal free prize cards.
Das könnte locker ein Schweizer sein, by the way.
If luck is on your side, will the light shine down here on Piper in this match coming up, or will Daigo be
Alter,
able
wie
to
ist
close
jetzt schon
things
wieder
out
eine
with a
Stunde
2-0 victory
47
in our Swiss
vergangen?
round 10? Get those championship
Wie sieht's eigentlich bei
points here
VGC
and
aus?
turn toward our top cut. That is going to be the question in this match going forward here between these players. Two young guns ready
Wer
to
spielt
face
da
off
so?
once again. Two powerful decks.
Ich habe gestern noch das Match von Wolfie mir angeguckt, war sehr lustig, also lustig, sehr spannend anzuschauen, hat Spaß gemacht.
It's gonna start a little differently this time. Over on Piper's side, Genesect EX is our starting Pokemon. Daigo with a Duskull in the starting position, and Daigo's gonna be going first this time. This is what you said. Piper opting to go second here now.
Oh, yes, that's where you want to be. We saw Arvin in the opening hand, which is nice. Air Balloon, Buddy Puffin. You'll have some help, but when you top deck, another...
So, jetzt sieht's gut aus für Piper Lepin,
that is
honestly.
a full setup.
Oh my gosh,
Unless you prize a Gimme Cool. And the odds of finding the Buddy was
that's what I'm saying. Like,
ridiculous
what the...
there.
Well, I mean, I guess if we're talking about the light shining down, so far it's working. The odds were slim with the Buddy Buddy Poffin, but at least we're going to get these two Gimme Cool out onto the field for Piper.
Hey, I mean, you know what that means. If Arvin did want to go for another Buddy Buddy, we could see Togepi early. And Togekiss is in hand.
Zwei Buddy Poffin.
I'm just saying, we're not that far off.
Zwei Buddy Buddy Poffin
Price.
priced.
So much. We're trying to make fetch happen right now.
Where's our little buddy?
Yeah, where's our little buddy?
Aber macht nicht ultra viel aus jetzt.
Cool down. Right now, Air Balloon's going to aid in getting that free retreat for this Genesect EX to jump out of this position now, as this Gimme Ghoul is going to search out 2 energy from the deck with its minor errands running. It's just going on a little errand run.
Yeah, I must have broken a cardinal rule. I wore pink on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunate.
That's tragic. Well, Piper here, that's going to end the turn after that minor errand running there for Piper. Daigo's going to start us off here after the quick shuffle.
This is what you need to see. The fire energy is not fun, but what it leads to, and finding these additional energies, pulling energies you have multiple copies of, is very important for Piper. So you see, it could just be anything. The lightning energy, that is one that we see 2 copies of, because there is that inclusion of the Lavencia.
Oh yeah, love that stadium here. It's coming in clutch for more than just lightning decks there. That's great to see. Daigo going through this turn here. On the initial turn, the Duskull was starting. We had the GP down.
Wir haben das noch priced, Ursaluna, aber das ist alles nicht so wichtig. GP fühlt sich nicht unbedingt gut an, aber ist halb so wild. Die Preiskarten sind ganz okay.
With all the consistency, but unluckily you found the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Dusknoir there. Suppose with the Blood Moon, the positioning of it could work out fairly well in the price.
Das ist nicht der Judge, das ist der Translator.
To remove that final golden go from play, but
Der kann Japanisch.
Well, I mean, what I don't see in there, I guess, is these cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin to at least establish these initial turns here. Get your Badoo out, get your Pokemon out, and start going with that, because as much as you can slow down a Golden Go, you want to do so. I mean, I guess this time is money thing. It's coming up in all sorts of ways, Kyle.
There's a lot of ways that we could see this. As this
Piper's writing the script for us, honestly.
Well, Togepi did not find its way onto the board, but you know, you don't need to show that off here. This is a spot where the consistency will probably get you far in taking these early knockouts, putting the pressure on Daigo that he did not feel previously.
Hier ist natürlich Pollen. Macht Sinn. Aber deswegen hat Piper Lepin auch meine Errand Running unbedingt spielen wollen, damit wir genügend Energie haben, um diesen Einpreiser rauszukicken. Oh, ein Luminous Energy. Oh mein Gott, das Heller Resources. Heller Resources. 2 Countercatcher. Boss. Gone. Night Stretcher gone. Das ist Heller Gust. Heller Gust gone.
Countercatcher along with the jamming tower, lock this Pokemon out, and hopefully buy yourself a little time. Piper does have some resources, the Artisan, Lavencia, even a copy of Tool Scrapper. If you want to remove some other things, we've seen a lot of interesting ways to tech out your deck and have answers.
Well, the answers are definitely here for Daigo. So many Pokemon hit the field here. We saw a huge Professor's Research. A lot of resources went down, but it got us this board now. We have 2 Duskull, 2
Hier
GP,
kommt natürlich das ganze Goldango-Ding. Das Ding ist, du kannst jetzt nicht hier das aktive entwickeln, weil dann hast du 2 Retreat-Kosten und du möchtest vielleicht die Energie befreien. Das heißt, du musst dich zuerst zurückziehen, dann entwickeln und dann 2 Karten ziehen.
I don't know. Toot, 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 toot. It could be anything.
Dong.
Sound the dong and sound the alarm.
I guess I'm just like imagining.
Die Energie da hätte ich ehrlich gesagt nicht versperrt.
Either way, it leads to a pretty great setup boss's
nice,
onto
nice.
the Dracloak. There's 2 energies there to go. Wow.
2 Energien.
Look at
No.
that. Oh my
Nice.
gosh, the
Das ist
tides
nice.
have turned. I guess the metallic signal, it opened the fridge. It brought out the Swiss cheese here. The Golden Go EX are on the field. They're drawing cards and they're taking knockouts. That Dracloak has gone down. That's a prize card there for
Piper Lepin mit Goldengo. Es fällt mir auch erst jetzt auf, dass ich hätte so locker gesagt, sie spielt Duskkult.
Yeah, Recon Directive.
Aber sie ist tatsächlich auf der Seite von Goldengo. Auch nicht mit wenig Erfolg.
Bring up that Genesect, lock it out and buy some more time. We don't see that. Still, there is pressure on Piper to draw into the basic energies. We know there's so many copies of items that can help out here, but you just see those over and over again. You're not going to have the answer to attack.
Yeah, true. I guess you're just stacking them up in hand for later.
Yeah, eventually you will clear out your allergies. This will go away and you'll be fine.
Yes, yeah, we just need the allergy meds to kick in, I suppose. But yeah, the Jammy Tower now in play here as well from Daigo's side. Recon Directive, our second one for the turn here off the second Dracloak. Drawing some additional cards, and that's
Hat hier einiges gefunden.
Into another 10 damage onto this Golden Go.
No,
moving up.
No 10. Got resistance.
You're right. There is no 10. Yeah. Yo, resisting the grass? That's wild. No 10 here. Just coin bonus all day long for Piper. Drawing into these cards. The coin bonus on the active position gets you an extra card too. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4 cards now.
Boss auf die Energy.
I was getting nervous. I see it again. The play is in hand. You can boss his orders and use 2 more energies to slow things down on Daigo's side. But when is enough?
Jetzt sieht's besser aus für Piper Lepin.
Doing another boss for another 2 energies.
Ist Goldengo eigentlich aus Twilight Masquerade? Aus welchem Set war Goldengo?
3 of these back to back with Night Stretchers. You may not have energies to attack for the remainder of the game. So Piper will consider that as we move forward.
Paradox Rift. Oh, es ist aus Paradox Rift. Damn. Ich habe mehr High-Rarity Goldengos gezogen als Min-Rarity Goldengos. Ich muss ganz kurz mal gucken, wie viel der Preis jetzt gestiegen ist.
I mean, woo! This is a lot of cards that Daigo's going to see on this turn.
And a nod from Daigo understands Piper's a great player and probably will not play into that situation. So second Badoo does not come into play. It's not ready to give up on the attacking strategy just yet as we see the Dragapult evolved this turn.
Also das Zeug kostet wieder mal mehr als es soll.
So far only has that fire energy attached for Daigo. Had a fresh
Holy shit, der Preis ist richtig da.
We're going
What the heck?
Into this turn here. Right, another Dreepy coming down.
This has been the
okay, man zahlt 10 inzwischen. Zum Glück habe ich meine Goldengos beisammen. Aber wie viel kostet dieses eine?
If you have a chance to bring back the Dreepy and establish Recon Directive for the remainder of the game, maybe you're not reliant on Pheasantipity over and over again to see a hand.
Auch nicht viel mehr. Oh shit, es sind einfach nur 23
you need some hit points on the board, just a single energy that can lead to something in the future, but yeah, there's just 1 Dreepy in the prize card still as well for Daigo, and this is kind of an intricate matchup that this has turned.
Ich muss nachher mal gucken, ob ich tatsächlich 4 Goldengos habe.
Down on the item cards, Piper taking those opportunities now, but where do you think she goes from here? We're seeing the Cypher Maniacs code breaking line up some additional cards in that stadium and another Cypher Maniacs. But what are we building up in the hands? Like, what's going to be the pivotal turn to kind of turn the tides here in Piper's favor?
Well, this is my favorite part of the Cypher Maniacs code breaking is this specific situation. You've already used all of your abilities. This was on purpose because you want to stack the deck to be Iono-proof here. As you top deck into the right card, you'll have a Cypher Maniac for whatever you may need on the following turn. It's exactly where
Piper Lepin ist hier relativ set up.
Prize cards to go to game 3.
The safety net has been established here, but there's really never a safety net. I feel like when you're playing against Dragapult, the Luminous Energy coming down on the Dragapult EX. We see that Dusclops come into play, flip the script into 3 additional cards, Recon Directive for another one here. Daigo's flying through these cards. So now we have a fully charged up Dragapult EX.
Jetzt sieht's spannend aus. Was passiert hier?
The Gimme Ghoul actually paying off massive dividends here, as this could lead to a knockout on the active that has the only energies in play. However, we see the pivot, the counter catcher over onto the Genesect. Is there some other cards here to help out?
Jetzt kommt natürlich Iono und Piper Lepine ist safe, weil sie vorhin Cypher maniact hat. Ich glaube schon, dass du es richtig verstanden hast, Siri.
You know, that's why you think of everything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it's almost like they're pro players, Kyle. So wild here. Daigo, of course, analyzing all of this right now in his head as he goes through these turns. The Iono happened here. Dragapult EX. He's gonna use this Phantom Dive. It's only 206 damage to the field over on
Wo verteilen wir das
Piper's side as
Ganze?
well.
5 und 1 auf das andere.
To place 5 on the Pokemon that already has energy in play. Make sure that it is just one more Dragapult away from a KO there. And there's still chances for even a knockout on this turn. However, Daigo could run the table with that Neo Upper Energy on the next turn.
Yeah, that is what we need to see here, but Piper is going to draw into these cards now. Coin bonus for 2 after the top deck as well. We see the Energy Search Pro, the A-Spec coming out. Fighting Energy, Grass Energy, Metal Energy. It looks like that's all that's left even in the deck.
Yeah, that's Energy Search.
Okay. Oh, da Monkey Dory ist auch huge hier, um die 30 Schaden wegzumachen vom Aktiven. Ich weiß aber nicht, ob wir genügend Energie aufbauen können. Wahrscheinlich schon. Es ist Goldengo. Goldengo.
Turn where you could find some helpful resources, superior energy retrieval, pull the rest of those energies back, and take a massive KO in this spot.
Oh, here we go again. I mean, this card is so cool. Lining up once again with these cards.
Boo, she's just doing all the right things. Once more, the Cypher Maniac, but you do this combination specifically. You only have 1 coin bonus remaining on the bench. You draw into the Superior, and then your top deck is another Cypher. This is the cleanest play, and it leads to a knockout, an Iono-proof setup, and you just need to find 1 remaining KO to move into game 3. This is everything you want.
I know, it's gorgeous. I mean, it's not only helping your top deck, you still have those coin bonus to be able to.
Und jetzt brauchst du auch weniger Energie. Du brauchst nur 6 Energie.
As we see Piper carry out this turn.
Nice, das ist perfekt. Das ist so gut gespielt. Das ist so gut gespielt.
Enough energy to take the knockout there on the Dragapult. That's 2 prize cards, 1 prize card left remaining for Piper to take to tie this up and go into a game 3 between these players. And Daigo left with his Dracloak in the active.
Kann kein Duskull nichts mehr machen hier.
I mean, this is just rough spot to be in. Look at the difference in prize cards.
Das sieht gar nicht mehr gut aus für Daigo. Daigo, kann Daigo.
Discard and deal more damage. It goes to Monkey Dory and heals you and brings this Pokemon down to 290, taking the KO with only the 6 energies. Daigo still trying to mount a comeback here. You still have 320 hit points. It seemingly would be hard to reach those numbers if it weren't for the top card waiting on the deck.
Yes, exactly. The superior energy retrieval to just get a bunch of energy back right when you need it and take big knockouts. That's how Golden Go works, you know? It takes down these big monster Pokemon like Dragapult EX. So Daigo trying everything, of course, possible to make this happen. You know, we're just under 20 minutes in our Swiss round 10 between these players, and it truly, if this goes to a game 3, it could go either way. So Daigo still churning through this turn. We're going to see an Iono here from him. That's going to bring Piper to just 1 card in hand. Limit her as much as possible.
Yeah, and holding on to Cypher Maniac's code breaking as the last piece there. And also to add on to that, with the Monkey Dory moving over the damage, taking that knockout, going down to a singular prize, there are no more Curse Blast to incorporate here. So no knockout for this Pokemon. Just going to try to find the answers here with the code breaking. You can draw a few more resources. Is there another Golden Go to grab on? That'd be great fodder.
Jeez.
Yeah, great fodder indeed. Well, we see, yep, there's a couple Golden Go in there, I suppose. Yeah, see you later. We just need some discards here. Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. Here's the 2 cards being put at the top, drawn into Superior Energy Retrieval, discarding these cards, getting these energy back out.
Time is money. Gotta move quick.
Oh yeah, make sure we do this all good and it's enough energy here.
Yep. And we see that there's 3 energy. That is enough with the Monkey Dory. Move the damage over down to 290, 300 for the KO. And Piper will see a game 3 here with a fair amount of time to get the job done.
Huge game win.
Piper Lepine macht das Ganze schnell. Yoshi versucht noch da Discard-Pile sich anzuschauen. Was war der da? Ist er ein bisschen Zeit am Schinden, der junge Mann? Was macht er?
Flashing these energy in this match, but I mean it's amounting to a win here. Like I said, it could truly go either way in this game 3 between these players, but you love to see it. It happened out the best way here for Piper. I think she stuck to a fantastic strategy. Let's take a look at that strategy right now. She was just removing those Dracloak back to back to back with these short-term energies, kind of just avoiding the fact that she's being locked by Badoo with these items the whole time, but didn't overextend it.
Yeah, spent a little time at math camp.
Holy moly.
Take out multiple Dracloak, walk into the KO on the Badoo, and you're not worried about Itchy Pollen from that point forward. It's too slow for Daigo, has to start to move onto the aggressive spot and play into this. You take a risk. You try to find
Die Bosses am Anfang waren so wichtig.
Resources from Piper, attack into Genesect. It's weak to Turo. It's weak to missing out on resources. But maybe you can incorporate a strategy that takes these 6 prizes off the board in a matter of 3 turns. If that's possible through those hit points, you're going to be up 2-0, moving on to round 11. Instead, Piper plays out of her mind flawlessly with the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. Always
Piper Lepine ist so ein guter Spieler. So eine gute Spielerin. Bin Piper Lepine Fan. Sie macht das einfach so richtig. Das erste Mal, als ich sie wirklich so wahrgenommen und gesehen habe, war, als sie Dragapult gespielt hat im Finale irgendeiner Regionals. Und es war richtig gut, wie sie gespielt hat.
At the prize cards, there's a lot of ways to search out basic Pokemon.
That's like the best opening hand, but that's not awesome prize cards. Pretty useless when you're drawing into what resources you need to continue to deal 320 damage over and over again. So, and also not seeing those cards in the opener would be tough. However, we do see the Buddy on turn 1.
Ich würde gerne noch Togepi sehen für die einzelnen Knockouts, die sie jetzt am Anfang holen muss. Fände ich schon nice. Ich meine, jetzt ist klar, dass du ein paar Züge hintereinander Itchy Pollen wirst und so.
Once again, apply to that Genesect EX to allow it to pivot out of that active position, but continue to Metallic Signal for more Golden Go.
Daigo spielt einfach ein bisschen zu langsam. Bisschen zu langsam.
And that really dangerous board state that she kind of just mounts against Daigo. And then let's see on this side if Daigo.
Ich hole ganz kurz mein Food, bin gleich wieder back. Mein Food is ready.
This might be the biggest one. This is your opening supporter on turn 1, going second. You're searching out an energy and an evolution with a Duskull in play.
Is it just because the hand is so stacked? What do you think, Kyle?
I'm a little nervous. I don't think it works that way typically.
Yeah, it doesn't usually. I'm hoping for the best here. Looking at the prize cards, a lot of Pokemon stuck in there for Daigo. But yeah, I mean, this evolution Pokemon and an energy, and Daigo is looking through the prize cards, or sorry, not the prize cards, looking through the deck to map out what is in the prize cards as well.
Well, Piper left her options open with the Genesect search, finding the non-EX version of Golden Go. Strike it rich, as long as you find a Metal Energy, could knock out the lone basic Pokemon here without having to search out those additional resources. We didn't see, I think we only saw 1 basic energy in hand to work with, and it's not the metal yet, but just having an immediate response to a Badoo, or even knocking out the Duskull if it's that evolution that turn, would be great to see.
Yeah, that would be awesome for sure. Daigo's still working through this deck search here off of this Hilda. Going through, and I mean, there's a lot of stakes on the line here for both of these players, so everything has to be thought about 10 times as much
Searching out
as before.
Dragapult?
What is his hand, yo? Like, what is going on here? Dragapult EX and the Fire Energy sought out of the deck from Daigo.
Let's go.
It's any evolution Pokemon.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
does that mean we just are stacked with Jacloaks? Like,
until I see a Dreepy.
I'm scared.
I am very nervous on this side. There is Ultra Ball.
Okay.
So maybe it is simply to discard
Yeah,
this Pokemon.
that's true. Yeah, I guess discarding those two evolution. The Dusclops, Dragapult EX going down just to be able to Ultra Ball here. I mean, that is rough, but you need it. You need this Dreepy out. It is so important. You saw how Piper was able to just boss's orders, knockout, boss's orders, knockout, and then you're kind of stuck in this position where, well, what resources do I have left? Oh no.
Yep. Yeah, when your only draw engine and attacking line is being knocked out in the same exact card of boss's orders.
And there's another Dreepy in the prize cards and one of the Badoo as well, too, in the prizes for Daigo. So it's like just the same as it was before with one of those Dreepies stuck in the prizes. At least it's at the bottom now for Daigo, but I mean, this is just so risky. Having just this poor little Dreepy, it gets the Fire Energy, but now Piper can really walk away with this turn here, as we're gonna see these Golden Go EX fly out of the deck thanks to that metallic signal.
Dieses Dreepy auf der Bank ist tot.
There's already a boss's orders in hand.
Let's go.
Energy to go along with this.
Oh boy, Boss ist schon in der Hand. Dann war's das jetzt. Dann war's das jetzt.
You have a few ways to draw into this. Use a coin bonus on the bench and try to find it.
GG Piper, GG. Nice.
One, find 2 more resources. Cypher Maniac's code breaking is going to be used to take this, so won't see the knockout on the Dreepy this turn, but honestly the pressure of taking out Duskull and taking prize cards should be enough when you only have 11 minutes remaining.
Exactly, the time is ticking down here. The Vessel
Sie geht tatsächlich nicht auf das Dreepy los, das ist interessant.
Get these energy out of the deck here now, and I mean, it's just, you kind of see how fun this deck is to play. Of course, Piper's
Yo!
So focused right now.
What happened?
It's so much is on the line, but it is truly fun. You know, you are, like you said, Kyle, legally stacking your deck here to draw into whatever cards you need. It's like kind of a quick search, but better in some ways, as you just draw into these cards and you're able to take the knockouts where you need. This time it is going to be on the Duskull,
Weil
which is
Piper
gonna
sagt,
at least give Daigo the chance to evolve into this Jacloak now and recon direct.
oh, jetzt haben wir größere Probleme. Ich weiß nicht, wieso wir nicht geboss-KO'd haben. Ich glaube, wir hätten hier Boss-KO'en sollen.
Jamming Tower was the other option, but I think you need to set up at this point, buddy, to see those basic Pokemon that were so sorely missed on the opening turn here for Daigo. Now they start to come up to the top. We see Badoo could buy you a little bit of time. We know there is a Metal Energy, but that's a precious resource. If that's discarded and the Badoo line stays.
Bin gleich zu Hause, nur eine Frage, soll ich mir Black Flame oder stürmische Funkenbooster kurz vom Automaten snacken? Brauche deine Expertenmeinung.
I was just getting nervous, just relying that Badoo.
Black Bolt, White Flare, bro.
It is nerve-wracking here, but you gotta
Black Bolt, White Flare all day long.
Is doing it well.
All day long.
Those item cards, the resistance to
Da ist die Expertenmeinung.
that grass attack into the Golden Go EX, but still, item lock is online now. Here, Piper still has access to the supporter we've seen time and time again, the Cypher Maniac's code breaking.
And look at that, sees that you only need to draw into 1 resource here, so wait until you have 1 coin bonus remaining. Cypher Maniacs, find whatever basic energy is your flavor of the week, and then the other one is your Cypher Maniac for the following turn. You take the knockout along with the energy attachment of the metal, and you clean up this Badoo, put a lot of pressure on. And, oh, it looks like you could even do that with the air balloon if you want to keep some energies out of play.
Yeah, exactly. And then you also are able to pivot in the future as well with this air balloon as the
Haben die dort nicht?
See that energy discarded, taking out that
Was meinst du da mit Black
now that's
Flame?
another prize card down here for Piper.
Dann stürmische Funken.
Daigo is put in this position again, just having to struggle to maintain here in the Swiss.
Koreanisches Eevee-Set haben die noch. Stürmische Funken, gönn dir die Funken.
Minutes remaining. You're staring down a Golden Go that could likely knock you out if you don't have any item locking in place. Down already a Badoo in the prize cards and in the discard pile. It is a pass of the turn.
That's it. The pass over back to Piper. Piper loves it. Here we see the hands flying, the cards flying, the coin bonus once again here. And that's, I mean, look at this. Superior energy retrieval, discarding these Buddy Buddy Poffin, getting this energy back out. And this is all you need. Take these knockouts. Boss's orders now to target down that cloak as well. That's putting even more resistance in the way for Daigo to have those answers to be able to even get into any sort of a draw or attack or anything. And that's another prize card down. Now we're sitting at 3 prize cards left to take for Piper Lapine. And Daigo, on the other hand, still, once again, just trying to stabilize here with a Buddy Buddy Poffin. But I'm telling you, Kyle, it just feels rough right now.
Yeah, I mean, how do you come back from this? You've already given up so many prize cards. Half of your deck is based around giving prize cards to your opponents to make the math work out perfectly in your favor. Dealing these Curse Blasts, using Iono, slowing them down, and you can't do any of that here. She's got a perfect engine to draw out of any of those situations, and you can't give up those prize cards. And even if you do deal a relevant amount of damage, Monkey Dory is a dark energy away from pushing that back over to the other side.
Yeah, that's the other scary part too. There's like every trick in the book here and all the access given to Piper. We haven't even seen the Token Kiss either. Like no need for it.
Also eine fette Hand.
With the dominance Piper is showing us so far here. We are going to see the Iono from Daigo. That's an option here to try to limit as much as possible. Also
Piper.
Fresh cards to the hand too. Of course, sitting still at
Ich will keine Flecken haben.
Oh, I mean, 7 minutes.
Machen wir hier den hier.
Time for Badoo. You also would need an energy to move this Pokemon from the active spot. You're just asking so much, but all the resources are flying through. Itchy Pollen back in place. It's got to be some incredible draws here from Daigo over the next few turns.
Incredible indeed. That's what's needed at this point in time. We see the Itchy Pollen locking the item cards, the coin bonus already utilized. Another metallic signal to bring out this Golden Go back from the deck here after that Iono that happened for Piper. So yeah, we're still flying here. Daigo trying to put up as much of a wall as possible, locking these items and trying to slow things down. But Piper still has so much to do here with these coin bonus turns.
Yep, see plenty of resources. Try to draw into the right supporter to line yourself up, and there is a Cypher Maniac found. Are
the perfect
you
one! The perfect one! The chain of the Cypher Maniacs. It's like there's more than 4 of them in the deck, I swear. But no, they're just coming back and back
Aber sie ist
again
itemlocked.
to line up these cards for
Hat sie
Piper.
genügend Energie in der Hand?
Turn. Doesn't that sound great, Kyle?
It lines up so beautifully. We see the Energy Search Pro also found there. If the energies exist as we know they do, you'll have plenty to try to take the remaining 2 prize cards here, which may be 1 as we see Duskull promoted, and this is the risk you have to take. Bring this Pokemon into
Black
the
Flame
mix,
heißt
use a
das
Curse Blast, try to sneak in something like
Set, da müsste 180 Glura-Karte drin sein, unbewertet. Ist das nicht Obsidian Flames oder Black Flame in einer anderen Sprache? Ist aber auch echt fies, da dass die 5 Minuten vor mir zu Hause ein TCG-Automate aufhängen. Oh Bro, Alter, TCG-Automat so nahe ist crazy. Heißt es Black Flames? Obsidian Flames von einer anderen Sprache?
Surely you have to try something at this point. Genesect, Jamming Tower, Air Balloon. You see what we're going for as Daigo.
Yeah, I mean, the Jamming Tower shutting off that Air Balloon, allowing for the Genesect EX to usually retreat, but nope, not this time around, unless that stadium, of course, can be bumped. We're going to see the Professor's Research as well from Daigo, drawn to these fresh 7 cards, discarding a couple Pokemon there.
That's you see immediately as soon as a supporter's played that isn't named Iono, you take a look at your hand and go, "Oh, I get to keep all of these resources."
Let's
are they enough?
Yes, exactly. Are they enough? And can I get there? That is the question. But
Japanisch.
Daigo also trying to just hold on here as well. is rough. And also, for every resource that's played, that's a resource gone for Daigo too. There's a big discard pile over there that these resources are usually you're trying to use them on the aggressive angle. You don't want to have to be playing defensively where each resource that you lose is just more that you have to set up in the later game when you're already on the back foot. But now Daigo's put into this position.
Piper kann das noch holen.
Now have Tudra Cloak here. We have the Luminous Energy. You can see what's going on, trying to hold on to this match here. But Piper Lapine once again slamming down that Cypher Maniac's code breaking. That's a fresh 2 cards here for her. Whatever she wants out of the
Sie
deck.
hätte... nee. Sie hatte Cypher Maniac gestackt und wollte noch Energy Search Pro haben, aber das Ding ist, Energy Search Pro war schon die nächste Karte, aber das ist nicht die Karte, die sie gestackt hat. Sie hat ja eine Karte gezogen und dann... Ah doch, sie hat es gestackt. Sie hat es gestackt.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we need to see. The stadium bump, the air balloon unlocked once again. The Golden Go promoted into
Aber sie
active.
spielt auf Speed.
Started to take the knockout on that Duskull. We're in that position now, Kyle. 1 prize card left to take here for Piper Lapine to take the win in Swiss round 10. And Daigo, unfortunately, is just left with these 2
Alter, Piper Lapine spielt das gerade so clean und so schnell. Also nicht so clean, weil sie hätte eigentlich noch einmal Coin-Bonus machen müssen oder mehrere oder sonst was. Aber sie hat so gut gewendet, das ganze Spiel. So gut. Als ich gesagt habe, enttäusch mich nicht, sie hat noch einen draufgelegt und mich stolz gemacht.
Don't have to deal with Monkey Dory dealing 200 damage and then 60 to a Golden Go, Boss's Orders or Counter Catcher, and remove both those Pokemon at the same time. If you target down where both of the metal energies are, then
fackel dich auf Japanisch.
where Piper doesn't have all of the resources, but you think under item lock, it would be pretty hard to stop her.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's what this deck is built for, just pulling out all the stops right at the correct moments, and that's a tough position to be in when you're facing off against it in this late game. So, yeah, I mean, Daigo's going to do everything here, you know, trying to think through all the possibilities, taking a look through the discard pile. Dragapult EX being eyed up in there, already been discarded before.
Need to consider, is this a spot where you can attack through and
oh mein Gott, alles leer, bin süchtig und kann meine Sucht nicht stillen. Oh boy.
Going over to a Badoo strategy, locking up a Pokemon, maybe bringing up Monkey Dory, or if you have another jamming tower, you can try again on the Genesect. Just, when is enough enough? When do you have to just start attacking through?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough here. The Night Stretcher bringing back that Dragapult EX. We saw the A-Spec energy come down onto that active. Now Dragapult EX after that evolution from it coming back, and that's the hit points we needed.
Okay, Iono to 1.
As well, to limit as much as possible. You see Daigo's logic here. Let's just hope for the best and see if Piper's able to come up with the answers, or if we're able to buy enough time, enough turns to maybe make a comeback here.
I mean, the attack has to happen right now at this point. 25 seconds remaining. You need to attack in, deal the other damage to the Golden Go, then take both those Pokemon out at the same time. And with the final turn 3, you use the Blood Moon Ursaluna to take out a Genesect. It has to happen right now, though. You need to see Piper drawing that remaining card. But that's all for naught if she has the resources to close things out.
Exactly.
Das ist Energy Search Pro, aber
on Piper to see what we have here.
Energy Search Pro, searching out the remaining energies. Just a Boss's Orders away from closing things out, or if you can find enough energies to actually knock out the Dragapult, that will do it here too.
Well, it's 320 HP for that Dragapult EX to have to be battled through to take it down.
Timer
and take
called.
A win here for Piper. Can we get there, Kyle?
I mean, the math says you can use the Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory, protect the hit points of the Golden Go. It won't matter. It's all about the top decks from here on out. Coin bonus for 2, along with 2 more coin bonuses. At any point, if you see
das war Boss.
A way to search it out, or the Boss's Orders, you get there, and there's the Arven for the Superior Energy Retrieval. That will do just fine.
Arben, superior energy retrieval. Discard these two. Get these energy back out of the discard. That's enough for the map. Take
Oh,
Dragapult.
boy, krass. Piper Lepine hat krass gespielt. Wo bekomme ich heute noch Booster? Lul. Oh boy. Bro braucht Booster.
She sequenced it well. She had back-to-back Cypher Maniacs code breakings, and she did it.
Alter,
She's now your winner
wow.
in our Swiss round 10.
Another one for Piper as she moves
Wow,
forward.
wow.
And with
Ich schmeiß
the
ganz
results
kurz
that
den
we
Abfall hier
saw
weg.
At the North American International Championships with Marnie's Grimsnarl of all decks, she found her way into the top 8, and she may have just done it again at the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, we're still crunching the numbers here, but that is, yeah, a lock potentially for our cut here. And to do it again right after NIC into the World Championships proves what an incredible player Piper Lepine is. And what else proves it is this gameplay here. Even,
Not
you know,
this gameplay.
No, so not, well, still fighting back as best as possible,
Yes.
right? The cards were against her in this game, but this game,
Yeah.
much better.
Yeah, this is when she really got to show what she's made of. Oh, so many plays back to back, finding
Dude.
the results that you need.
Das
And
war
the
heavy
preventive
gut
is
gespielt.
the
Ohne
greatest way
Spaß.
to combat what the Dragon Ball player can do to you is they have ways to slow things down, buy additional time. You just
Wow.
don't let that happen. With
Nice.
a top deck, it's a Cypher Maniac over and over and over again. It's
Jetzt bin ich gespannt auf
waiting for you
dieses,
as we moved into this game 3, where cards were flying and rightfully
Hast du
so.
was at home
Yeah, I
zum
mean, this
Verkaufen?
really has shown
Ja,
the power
tatsächlich.
behind Golden Go facing off against Dragapult EX. It's one of the best decks.
Habe
in our
hier
format,
einiges.
And it is just being taken out here. Daigo cannot
Ich
find
habe
a
Black
way
and
in
White
this third game between
Tins,
these
also die
players to
Mini-Tins,
stabilize the board.
White
I mean,
Flame auf
always
Deutsch,
working on
ETB,
the back foot here, just trying
Victini,
to get something out. Threw up a
Collection,
bunch of hit points, tried his best here when he could, but Piper was able to put everything
Black
together
Bolt,
with those
Binder
energy
Collection.
retrieval cards, and of course that beautiful ace spec.
151 Booster Bundles, Prismatic Evolutions, Booster Bundles.
Yeah, I mean,
We got
when
them
you're
all.
playing as fast as she had to, given what happened in the opening game.
Also noch sind sie
and to still
sealed.
line up the plays as perfectly as they were. It's just something to watch. Go back and see at every point she found the right line, even with the potential for Daigo to switch over to a final Badoo lock. She, on that turn, sneaks in Lavencia with the lightning, so
Yes.
that she has that backup plan too. Just
Right.
everything culminated into perfect play to have an answer and force more responses out of a guy who has no recon directive.
Exactly. What do you do at that point? Yeah, so
lose.
many
Crazy.
intricate decisions, and one of the best players
Ja, also
in
ziehen
the
wir heute
Pokemon
noch.
TCG making those decisions,
Also willst du Rip and Chip
piloting
machen oder
that
was?
deck to expert level completion there, taking the win in Swiss round 10, potentially locking up into the top cut after NAC into the World Championship. I want to hear from her, and Chip is down at the stage. Piper, how you feeling?
Thanks, Boo and Kyle. That's right. I'm here with our
Wir könnten
newest
heute die
member
Pouch
of the
Collection
World
aufmachen.
Championships
Ich brauche aber auch
top cut,
Karis
Piper
dabei.
Lepine. Let's hear it for her, folks.
Woo, Piper!
Piper, as long as we've been standing up here, you have not been able to wipe the smile off your face. Talk to me about what you're feeling right now in this moment.
Yeah, this is my 10th World, so I'm really excited to be in top cut. This is my 3rd cut in a row, so that all feels really good. Yeah, really making up for a kind of lackluster season otherwise, but yeah, feels amazing.
Finishing strong for sure. Let's talk about that set real quick. You know, you get to this point, 8-1, an incredible start at the World Championships. You get called up to the stream stage. You sit down, game 1, things are very slow for you. It doesn't go
Ich zahle,
very
du
well.
ziehst, easy.
Lose pretty handily.
Ich habe weder
As
die
you're sitting
Systeme
there
noch die
shuffling
Preise
up for the
irgendwie
second game, what's in your
ausgemacht.
head?
Deswegen, ich
I
behalte die
really
noch
don't know. I was feeling pretty bad
hier
about game one. I
sealed.
mean,
Ich
I did pretty unfortunately.
habe mir schon mal
Trying to
überlegt,
call for
Rip and
family,
Chip
give
zu
me
machen,
close
das
to
wäre
the
schon
limited, like,
nice.
plays I can make. So I just had a
Aber
really weak board.
ich mache das jetzt
Yeah,
nicht auf
that all felt pretty
spontan.
bad, but I'm like, you know, my luck's gotta even out. So
Ich
then
würde
I
schon
did the
gerne
next two sets and-
das
or
mal
next games,
machen,
and yeah, here we
aber
are.
ich mache das jetzt nicht auf
Here we are,
spontan.
indeed. Yeah, so those 2 games went much better into your favor. I actually want to talk to you about your deck list a little bit and just kind of Golden Go in general. Most popular deck in the room, day 1 and day 2, but it seems like everyone's got a little bit of flair in there. We've seen the Chansey, we've seen the Sarah-led GX be played by some players. You've gone a different route. We didn't see it in that game, Togekiss. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, Togekiss is amazing. It's won me so many games against like Crustle, the Mirror Match, like so many random games. It just wins me. Armor Rouge box yesterday. It's like you never set it up against Poltnor pretty intuitively. Like they're itchy pawning you, so you don't get a candy it. So yeah, you can't really set up against Poltnor, but it's a fun card. And yeah, kind of like in a field of like all really good players, you can't count on the misplay, and so better to be lucky than good.
Sometimes those coin flips have to go in your favor, and it sounds like it's paid off for you thus far.
Yeah.
Great run, 9-1 right now. Should be locked in for top cut, like we mentioned. What is going to prevent you from becoming the world champion?
I don't know. I'm feeling great. The list is broken.
Okay, schade, ja, wenn du nicht willst, ist alles easy, ja.
I'm really excited for
Ich habe mir das schon ein paar Mal überlegt. Ich muss mir überlegen, wie ich das mache, auch mit den Zahlungen, Versand und so weiter und so fort. Ich habe jetzt noch gar nichts vorbereitet. Aber, also würdest du sagen, grundsätzlich hättest du Interesse dran, Rip and Ship zu machen?
Congratulations again, Piper. Let's hear it for her one more time, folks. Piper Lepine making it into Worlds Top.
Könnte sonst überweisen. IBAN ist 10 Sekunden auf deinem Konto, falls die Sucht doch noch packt.
Excited to get to talk now to Wancho, Ira, and Aiden, a full family
Damn.
at the Pokemon World Championships. Wancho, tell us about this experience. Your whole family has qualified for Worlds. What did that take?
It hurts 3 times as much in the Pokemon Center, that's for sure. But no, it's 3 times more exciting. 3 times more, I'm 3 times more nervous. There's so many emotions all together, but the fact that I get to experience the World Championships here in Anaheim with my family, I don't know, I can't explain this feeling, Chip. I'm over the moon.
A special moment for sure. So you and Ira will both be competing in Masters, and Aiden here will be competing
Wancho
in
ist der
Juniors.
asiatische
Aiden,
Chip.
Talk to us about what you have done to prepare for the World Championships this year.
Nicht immer, weil ich gerne selber ziehe, aber hin und wieder, ja. Okay.
It has been a great way to... It has all led up here.
A lot of practice.
A lot of practice.
a lot of practice. And a lot of excitement as well, because the tournament is about to get underway. Ira, tell us about the journey this year. What have been some of your favorite moments traveling to tournaments?
The journey together, oder was?
It's been, you know, it's been fun because it's our family bonding. League cups and like tournaments are usually in the weekend, so we spend our weekends together. Sometimes we even stay in a hotel overnight because it's a 2-day tournament. So it's vacation and also competition, but it's fun. It's fun. It's a good way to spend family time for sure.
And I have to ask, I'll start here with you, Aiden. Who do you think of the 3 of you is going to have the higher finish this weekend?
My dad.
Aiden, 100%.
Yeah, Wancho.
A lot of support here for the father figure in the family. Well, congratulations to all of you. I mean, it's such a cool story. I'm very much looking forward to following your journey throughout the tournament
so
weekend.
Cute.
Aiden, I hear you have some friends you want to say hello to?
Yes, my classmates.
Classmates from who?
From the Philippines.
A long journey to get here, and hopefully it will all pay off for all of you, and I hope you enjoy your tournament weekend. Let's get back to the Pokemon TCG action.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2020
Gegen Todd!
Pokemon
Damn.
TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
Ich geh pinkeln,
My strategy
bin
throughout
bald
the
wieder
tournament
back.
is just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
Chip Ritchie here, and I've got a chance to catch up with none other than Gabriel Fernandez, the 2023 Senior Division World Champion, a 5-time Senior Division International Champion, and now you're competing at your final event as a seniors player. Gabriel, how are you feeling this weekend?
Feeling good. Hopefully I'll get to win my last tournament as a senior, and just good luck to every player out there, but I'm coming for the win.
I wouldn't expect anything less. And I do feel like most of the time when we get to talk to you, it's after you've won a big tournament. You've done plenty of that throughout your career. But let's just have a chance now to get to know you a little better. For the people out there, talk to us a little bit about kind of your background in the Pokemon trading card game. How long have you been playing, and what do you think has led to all this success you've had the last couple of seasons?
So I think the biggest part of my success is my brother, just having a person like that in the family when you're just at home doing nothing, and then let's play a game of Pokemon. And I started doing that 8 years ago when he went to a local store, and it's always those locals, right, where we get to first play Pokemon and the journey begins. So he really liked the game and then started to teaching me, and it just went from there.
Really cool to be able to share a hobby like that with your brother. And you guys have both had your fair share of success. Vinny as well has won tons of tournaments, won the Charlotte Regional Championships in America last season. Do you guys feel like you've prepared well for this event?
I think we have done a good job on preparing ourselves for the deck. We've practiced a lot, wasted a lot of our times. So I think we will have our success we're hoping for.
This season, you have compiled what many would call the perfect season. 5 best finish limit. You were able to win 3 internationals and 2 regionals. You were able to complete all of your locals, getting the maximum amount of championship points. You have already won the World Championships, but winning it this year would mean you truly completed the perfect Pokemon season. What would that mean to you?
I would have no words, to be honest. It's just probably the best feeling ever, just winning the 3 international championships and then winning Worlds just to close the season like that. I don't know really how to express it.
One of the things that I admire about you as well is that you seem to bounce around with what deck you play. You've played some Terapagos this season, you've played some Dragapult, but you won 2 ICs and a regionals with Charizard EX. What do you think it is that kept drawing you back to that card?
To be honest, I just really liked how the engine of Charizard works, and I'm not really a person who usually sticks to a deck. I rather play the best deck than the one I feel most comfortable or the one I really like playing. I want to play the best deck at the tournament and try to win with it. So I think the Charizard was the best deck for most of the tournaments I played, so that's what kept me with it. And maybe at Worlds too,
We'll have to see what you end up going with this tournament weekend. Now, this is your last tournament as a senior, as we've mentioned. You've already played your first tournament as a master. I saw you posting online that you've played in a couple of League Cups. Talk to us about that experience playing against some of the older players.
It's really fun after some time, 3 or 4 years just playing in the seniors, and there's always people talking how you're gonna age up to masters and then you get to play in those events. So I also really enjoy playing Pokemon, so it's pretty fun. I really like playing against every player.
Absolutely. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Obviously, you've got your tournament weekend to come here this weekend at Worlds. But what are you looking forward to about next season? Next season competing for Worlds as a master. What do you think we could expect from you?
So my brother won a regional in his first season, and I definitely want to win one too, so I can tie at least him. Yeah, I think I'm just looking for the one major win, and maybe in the future more too.
Congratulations on all your success, Gabriel. We'll be rooting for you throughout the entire weekend. Best of luck this weekend at Worlds.
All right, we back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon World Championships. We are here in beautiful Anaheim, California, in the convention center, and it's crunch time. It is the last Swiss round here for the TCG competition. Before
last Swiss round coming up.
Cut phase. Things are heating up for sure. I am Kyle Pukasukovic, and what an event it has been so far, but there's still so much.
Und nachher ist es Top Cut. Crazy.
As we head into this final Swiss round, we have two players who are locked in. We just saw Piper Lapine win on stream and make it to the top cut. We also have Justin Neudorf at 27 match points. Will be safe for the top cut as well. We are projecting a 27 point is safe and 26 match points also probably safe, but uncertain. We'll have to see how the matches play out.
Oh boy.
Is currently at 26 match points and might be in the top cut as well. For a lot of other players, this is a big round. Let's bring in our casters for this round. Ethan and Freya, how you two doing?
Thanks so much, Kyle. We're doing great. I'm sure we're as excited as you are to see how things are going to transpire in this last match. And as you said, it's crunch time. You know, a lot of solid players on this win-in match. This is a World Championships. This is world-level talent. What are some names that have stuck out to you? Some players, you know, maybe at that 24, 25 match point records where they have a chance to make top cut here.
Yeah, obviously we have Oyvind, who started out 8-0-1. Is stuck at 25 match points, may be able to intentional draw into the top cut. Maybe we'll see him. That'll be a name to follow. But there's a lot of great names still out there. One I want to call out is Marco Cifuentes at 23 match points, the brother of Fernando Cifuentes, who won last year at the World Championships. Could we see brothers win back-to-back World Championships?
Oh mein Gott, das wäre crazy. Brüder gewinnen World Championships. Das wäre heavy.
In day 2, as far as I recall. How is he doing, as a matter of fact?
I think he's at 22 match points, so he would just be one short even if he won this round. So unfortunately, doesn't look like he'll be able to reach it back to the top cut here. But hey, there's still lots of great players out here, and what a great run still. It's difficult to make it to the second day of competition, phase 2 of the event, and he's shown that last year was no fluke. He's a great player, and you love to see a great follow-up from a world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. No shame in winning Worlds and then having a deep run at the Worlds afterwards. Yeah, absolutely proving it wasn't a fluke.
Last question for you, Kyle. We're getting towards the end game, getting down to, you know, as many as a large asymmetric cut. We're starting to see those names of players who are in the running to become a world champion. It's a little early. You got any favorites to take down this event this time?
It's so hard to pick at this point. We don't even know who's all going to make it. I mean, if you asked me last year, I don't think Fernando was on the top of everybody's list of players who are going to win the event. That's what's so exciting about the World Championships. You have excellent pro players who you know the name of, they have great name recognition, but you also have players who are excellent but haven't had their breakout moment yet. So we'll see.
Thanks so much, Kyle. We'll be hearing from you the rest of the day as we get into the end game of this event at the World Championships. Anaheim is our home. Day and a half, all building up tomorrow to Championship Sunday, where we will be crowning a world champion.
Oh, da ist Glaciola. Da ist ein Glaciola-Pin.
We can't show too much about how that's
My
going to
girl.
go yet, but honestly, I am so excited. You are not going to want to miss Championship Sunday, I'm telling you, folks.
So as Kyle mentioned, this is it. The last Swiss round, round number 11. Players getting those last match points they can to lock up their top 32, get some cash, and for the players at the top echelon of performance here, secure themselves a spot into that asymmetric top cut. 27 match points, 100% safe, 26. Looks like it will be on that asymmetric bubble. So you gotta lock in for this last round, but you know, depending on how high up you are on those standings, could determine how much more Pokemon is needed to be played today.
Also zu wen helfen wir? Wir hoffen auf Piper Lapine.
Only table 1 has taken that intentional draw option this round.
Wir hoffen auf...
You know, they're both locked,
Also,
themselves to 28
falls du das meinst mit der Frage.
Oyvind,
for sure.
But it really just depends on how many players are in. If there's, you know, 10, 12 players in there, yeah, absolutely, taking an intentional draw is good. However, if it becomes a, you know, a huge asymmetric top cut, everybody most likely is going to have to play, and it's treated a bit more like a top 16. Let's
Dann
take a look at our
haben
standings and see
wir
how everything is shaped out so far here in terms of placement. So you're really looking at these players at 24, 25 match points, still in the running, still in the potential to make this top cut. Piper and Justin have
23 Punkte können wir eigentlich anschauen. Es ist Landon Kettler wäre noch nice, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle already mentioned
Sierra Farah.
Of course. It's got to feel so rough knowing you went 7-0.
Also Kieran eigentlich, Kieran Farah.
You're only taking your first loss now, but you're still having to have this debate in your mind as to whether you want to like play or to like take the.
Aber ich glaube, ich bin für Euwind. Hier sieht man es nochmal. Ich bin für Euwind, Piper Lepine, Landon Kettler, Kieran Farah. Das sind eigentlich so meine Leute. Aber Matthäus mit Zoroark wäre heavy, by the way. Wäre heavy. Wäre krank. Ich kenne mich halt null aus, deswegen helfe ich zu dem, was du fühlst. Ist das eine Redewendung? Sagt man, zu wen helfen wir? Wo sagt man das? Also am glücklichsten würde mich wahrscheinlich Piper Lepine machen, honestly. Piper Lepine fände ich sympathisch. Aber Euwind, es sind Piper Lepine und Euwind für mich. Die zwei. Euwind und Piper Lepine.
Gian was able to best it with the help of some of his conclusions, or rather inclusions, in his deck. He's now on that winning in. He'll be playing up against a lot
Henry Chow hat's leider nicht geschafft, ne?
Great matches we have to feature. We'll get into those feature matches as well. What matches are
naja, ich sag das, wenn einer einen Sport hilft, wo er Lieblingsteam hat und ich mich null auskenne. Ja, aber es helfen so das richtige Wort so mäßig. Unterstützen. Was war das Wort noch?
Yeah, because the difference between a small asymmetrical cut and a big one is whether just one person
Anfeuern.
in the 8th place on 25 match points. If we get that, then as you mentioned, we can have a huge
für jemanden sein.
All of a sudden, like everything changes up drastically.
Just so many talented names. As we were kind of talking about this before, the
so
shift has
mäßig.
began to start at the end
Naja,
of day
Daumen
one.
drücken, ja.
A lot of this top leaderboard filled with players from the US.
Naja, Daumen drücken ist helfen, kein Plan. Ich find's sympathisch, Zu wem helfen wir? Finde ich nice. Vielleicht zu wem... Ja, finde ich sympathisch. Kann man machen. Hast du jetzt eingeführt, Demi. Das hast du jetzt eingeführt. Das hast du jetzt dir eingebrockt. Okay, die jappen wieder mal eine gute Weile hier. Wieso ist meine Haarfarbe anders?
Having a, really solid season. Didn't get to make it into any of the top cuts, but a lot of solid top 32 placements. A little bit reminiscent of somebody like Michael Davidson the previous year. Had a good first year's Masters season, qualified for Worlds. No outstanding finishes, but had a breakthrough performance at last year's World Championships. Benny could very likely follow in that footstep.
Yeah, and we're talking about Canadian players. We have to, of course, mention, Kieran Farah, a very decorated player, no stranger to the top tables in any way. No surprise to see him in 14th. And Riley McKay passed to win against Tord Reklev in the top 4 of NAIC, looking in very, very good contention to make top cut here as well. So Riley on an absolute tear right now.
It kind of proved himself to the world.
Scheiße, direkt Stream blocken.
Match at NAIC, coming off a second place finish. A top cut at Worlds or even more would be a really good way to continue show people this was not a fluke. I didn't just get second because I was lucky. I deserve to be here at the top tables. Wants to make that known this weekend. All of these players, cannot put it into words. This is every Pokemon player's dream to be in this exact spot playing on a winning in to top cut of Worlds, where you get that chance to cement yourself in history, that Pikachu card, the Pikachu trophy, and now for the first time ever, the chance to play on a live stage in an arena. So much on the line for these players.
So much on the line, but to get there, they're going to have to play through one last round of Swiss, and I don't know about you, Ethan, I would like to have a look and see what some of the most notable matches are going to be from this last round of Swiss as we approach the conclusion of our Swiss round. So,
Kieran Farah!
No surprise to see that it's going to be a lot of Titan against Titan matches as we scroll down this list of notables here.
Battle of Canada, I believe both players actually close to local with each other. Trevor Reed and Landon Kettler, champion in Landon. Trevor having a very solid finish so far, top 8 in Vancouver earlier on this year, and there is just so much star-studded talent. That is going to be our feature match for today. This Swiss round 11, Kieran Farah up against Kian Amini. Both of these players have had really solid seasons. Kieran
nice.
off with a
Nice.
so long ago, but it was that
wieder mal ein schöner Sonnenuntergang da hinten.
Started the season out with a 2nd place, really rode on the back of Lugia. Lugia unfortunately set off into the sunset, but has now found new friends and new decks to keep himself at the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, and Kian, on the other hand, maybe with that big hunger, wanting to do that one better. Top 16 the last time we were here in Anaheim, wanting to go that one step further and get himself in contention.
Ich habe noch ein Hanf-Eistee. Eistee sage ich. Eistee ist es ja. Eistee ist Schweizerdeutsch. Hanf-Eistee im Raum, in meinem Kühlschrank. Das ist Schweizer Produktion, gibt es schon seit Ewigkeiten. Den können wir nachher mal poppen noch. Patch? Donk? Dude.
That's not a feeling anyone wants to have. They're going to put their all on display for us today, ladies and gentlemen.
So if someone finishes with a 24 match point record, that could put them at a low.
Der geht all in.
Completely unsurprising it. Oh, that is everything on the line here. Goodness me.
Ich bin sein Pröbchen.
So much is on the line. Big match for both of these players. They want this.
Wieso legt man die Energie da an, wenn man Monkey Dory im Deck hat? Ich glaube, der conceded noch.
Up with a solid 2nd place finish at a regional. Keon had sort of the opposite effect. A really slow start this season, wasn't really getting points from majors, and then it was that back half. He had multiple win-ins to top cut, top 32s at the last couple of events of the season, and he's sort of riding that wave up. So how will these two sort of opposite trends of these players' stories through the season collide in this final Swiss round?
I mean, we're not psychic types here. We can't predict the future, but I am very much looking forward to seeing how that plays out so we can see for ourselves who is going to make it. I mean, between these two, who's your metaphorical money on? Or is it too early to say?
You know, I gotta give it to Keon. He's got the lore, he's got the experience. He's a 3-time regional champion. Gotta give Kieran some credit as well. Rather than give our opinions, let's have these players showcase what they have in store for us, throw it down to the table, and get into this big-time match. Everything on the line, the anticipation building, but there can only be one winner and one player moving on to make their story in the Pokémon TCG.
Absolutely, our main man, Fran, once again, our VP Street Shot is going to be taking through both our players to make sure everything goes as smooth and solid as possible. And here are our 2 feature match players for the last round of Swiss here at the 2025 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships. For all the marbles, for the glory, for the chance to win that coveted championship title, it all comes down to this.
Turo. Oh, es geht los. Kieran Farah, da ist er. Mit Gholdengo gegen... Oh, das ist ein ekliges Matchup. Oh, ich bin so gespannt auf dieses Matchup. Jellygardy gegen Gholdengo auf Top-Level. Da bin ich so hart gespannt drauf.
Keon has also been extremely close, has won multiple regionals, a little bit more accomplished in deck rated, but it doesn't mean that Kieran doesn't have a shot, especially in a
holy fuck, yeah.
It's a very interesting matchup, one that we have seen a lot over the course of this tournament. Of course, Gardevoir and Gholdengo, 2 of the most popular picks for the World Championships this year. And it's a very interesting interplay with how this match can go. Of course, generally speaking, with the Gardevoir deck, you're taking a lot of knockouts with smaller things, so you can't necessarily do the price traders favorably. You can, of course, can make use of that fearsome Jellicent CX as well to completely shut down Kieran's items, which are vital to get back to the energy you need to take these big knockouts. So there's a lot to consider for both players here.
You know, this Jellicent is kind of in the deck for this purpose. Oceanic Curse shuts off your opponent for blank item cards as long as it's active. So,
and tools.
And tool cards. Let's not forget Air Balloon, very powerful for this Goldango deck. So that dynamic of how often Kieran is able to move Pokemon in and out of the active spot on Keon's side is going to be a very big factor in this match as our players set up, draw their cards. Looks like the coin flip one here for Kieran will be starting things off going second. I have to assume in this matchup just being able to play those item cards could be a solid factor. However, as we've mentioned before, Goldango is such a flexible deck that it really is okay with either option when it comes to setting up.
Yeah, it really is. So it's just going to be a matter of deciding what gives Gardevoir like the best chance to have a good setup. And of course, if you're going second with Gardevoir, it feels a bit counterintuitive at first, you might think, because it is a stage 2 deck. You want to get your evolutions out early on, but there's so many different things that the Gardevoir deck can make use of.
Ich habe mir schon gedacht, dass er aufgibt. Alright, los geht's. Los geht's.
There's a lot of reasons why going second with Gardevoir isn't as bad as you might think for a stage 2 deck.
Okay. Oh, das sind schon 3 Earthen Vessel. Holy shit. Ich glaube, das sind alle, die dieses Deck spielt. Also diese... Oh boy, okay. Das ist cringe. Das ist heller cringe Price Cards. Sogar für beide hätte ich fast gesagt.
One little vessel that can go for all 3 of them the prices. That is absolutely brutal. And of course the one-off screen tail attacker as well. Those are some nasty prizes.
Kieran does have both of those lightning energy prize, so something like Levincia, that stadium card to help retrieve energy.
Oh mein gosh. Oh mein gosh. Okay, wir holen den Hanf-Eistee. Hold on.
This is gonna be it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this final Swiss round. Kian Amini up against Kieran Farah. How will things play out? Is Kieran actually deciding to go first in this spot? You see that purple A-Spec, that's a great card to play in the future, but at least having Buddy Pop.
Das ist so ein legendäres Produkt aus der Schweiz.
And I don't know if my eyes deceive me, Ethan, but I think we're starting with a little bit of monkey business here as we see a Monkey Dory versus Monkey Dory start. Of course, one of the most sort of
hergestellt in Österreich mit Hanfaroma. Aus Schweizer Hanf. Hier ist es. Das legendäre Getränk. Kennt ihr das? Demi, kennst du das? Habt ihr das auch? Ich habe das in Deutschland selber noch nie gesehen. Aber kennt ihr das?
This card has warped the standard format as we've known it from its release, but it feels like as time passes, the card just gets better.
To lose. Ja, das ist richtig sexy. Ich habe das in Deutschland noch nie gesehen. Ich kenne das nur aus der Schweiz. Trinke ich auch immer? Ach krass. Ist ein Ding, hä? Vertrieb in Frankfurt, hergestellt in Österreich, Hanf aus der Schweiz. Prost.
Kieran's only got the one copy of it. Could be a factor in just allowing you
Auch schon lange nicht mehr Hanfgeschmack gehabt.
to be taken if you take the right precautions.
Yeah, and Kieran's gonna be feeling pretty happy about this prize cards here. As you already mentioned, 2 lightning energy prize isn't great because it means you don't have a flexibility with Levincia to get those energies back, but otherwise you're feeling pretty good about that. So 1 Buddy pop in, a fire attachment to the active for retreating purposes, and then a pass. Let's see how Kian responds.
Kian's got a great hand to work.
Aber immer nach 2 Sekunden leer bei mir.
Cannot be searched out of the deck. That's in hand as well as Arvin. Kian is leaning towards this technical machine evolution build of Gardevoir, playing 2 copies of that card.
Ich bin so gespannt, was hier jetzt passiert. Das ist ein interessantes Matchup. Top-Level. Also die Theorie besagt, Goldango kann immer gasten Jellicent. Ich sage, es ist ein schlechtes Matchup, wenn du mehr auf Freelish gehst als auf Jellicent. Let's see.
One of the big debates around the way the Gardevoir lists have been built is what's the correct amount of Jellicent to play? Some people actually have decided, you know what, Jellicent overall isn't worth it. It does give some strength, but it's too much of a liability in other ways. I don't want to run it. some people are actually opting just to play the Frillish, essentially as a higher HP Budu that does a bit more damage. But it looks like Kian is kind of splitting the difference here a little bit in the middle. 2 Frillish and 1 Jellicent EX for Kian. He's decided that's the correct amount, and that amount seems to have been serving him very well so far.
2 Frillish, 1 Jellicent. Okay. Das heißt, Kian weiß so ziemlich genau, was er macht da. Was heißt, aha, das war die Frage. Was heißt 8-2-0, 8 Wins, 2 Lose? Ja, 0 Unentschieden. 0 Unentschieden, ja.
And that just means tons of Pokemon will hit the board, evolution pieces will be put into place. As long as Kian can continuously find energy cards to play down and discard, his strategy will be executed flawlessly in no time.
Yeah, and I'm sure in an ideal world, probably the item he would like to get would be that Earthen Vessel, just to really start the chain of getting a bunch of energy in the discard pile. Not going to be enough from here, but as you already mentioned, thankfully did open with 2 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, so can at least get a couple there going. Of course, going to keep 1 in hand to make sure you can fulfill the attack cost of that TM evolution. That's very important.
Yeah, and grabbing the Technical Machine Evolution, making sure the other copy is not prized, and can just kind of use that as discard fodder.
Ich muss immer noch ein paar Karten bestellen. Ich muss ganz kurz gucken, wie groß, was für eine Liste ich hier habe. Eevee-Box. Ich brauche 1 Sylveon, 2 Flareons, ein Leafeon.
Down and into play thanks to this Nest Ball and Artisan of 2 of these grabs from the secret.
Machen wir doch einfach nachher noch Prismatic Evolutions auf. Ein Booster Bundle, was soll's? Nee, die Pouch Collection. Die Pouch Collection können wir aufmachen.
High rarity print of that card, and I don't know, for me, absolutely gorgeous. I love that. It's the one gold card I have a playset of it myself. Don't think I'm ever going to get rid of it. Love the gold candy, the old one.
A little bit of style on display. All those play Pokemon stamped cards from the prize packs. Kian, he's got a good chance at arts. I hope you at home agree as well. Nest Ball will grab this Ralts. And now the question is, what was the other Pokemon going to be grabbed? And this was going to be my question. Do we value just getting Jellicent out and into play? And it seems like that will be the choice. Can just use this Technical Machine Evolution.
Okay.
Ralts will get a Vault to Kirlia.
Sieht nicht bad aus, aber ich habe irgendwie das Gefühl, dass Boss KO Guardy da kommt. Jetzt dann bald.
Yeah, and I think that there's a kind of a very fair risk evaluation in the sense that Kian is happy to only have 1 Ralts out, knowing that the way the Goldengo deck plays, it's unlikely that you would find all the pieces to get enough energy in hand, plus some kind of like boss's orders to bring up the Kirlia for a KO. So I think in balance, it makes sense to go for it this way.
So Kieran,
because, as we've already
zeig mir, was machst du?
Getting the Jellicent out early can shut down the Goldengo deck really hard.
2 sides of the story. It looks like everything perfect for Kian to start, and anything but that for Kieran. I don't think there's any way to search out Goldengo EX at all. No supporter cards that can have effect. There is a Cypher Maniac's code breaking in hand, but with no way to draw cards from the top of the deck. You can prepare to have good top decks the next turn, but in terms of attacking pressure here, we may have to see Kieran lean into that Strike It Rich Goldengo. It's not typically solid in this matchup, sort of as a way to get through some of these wall Pokemon, the Safeguard Pokemon, Cornerstone. It's good in the mirror match, but you really want to have these vehicles evolved into Goldengo EX just to draw you a ton of cards. And yeah, that's what Kieran's debating here. May have to actually burn this Energy Surge Pro early.
No.
And we saw Kian grab Iono as the supporter for next turn, so you know all those energies you're going to grab are going to go to the bottom. Instead, is just going to play the Cypher Maniac and potentially take this turn off, not taking prize cards, and you really do not want to be doing that against any deck, especially Gardevoir EX.
No, you're really not, but unfortunately the position that you're being forced into just by virtue of what you have, and yeah, it never feels good to play a Cypher Maniac's code breaking just to set up your draw for next turn. You really want to be proactively using it in combination with.
Es fühlt sich echt nicht gut an, jetzt dir Cypher Maniac für nichts zu spielen, wenn du es nicht jetzt benutzen kannst.
I wonder what that top card will be. We saw Turo as the second card on top of the deck.
It was the Turo and a Genesect EX.
Yeah, and smart choice, not grabbing Nest Ball. You never know if that Jellicent's going to come up into the active spot next turn. Want to make sure, no matter what, nothing's going to stop Genesect EX from being benched and using that ability. No Clef Key or weird
Das ist eigentlich klug,
for Kian in that sense.
Turo zu nehmen, vielleicht nochmal eine Karte mehr zu ziehen. Ist actually smart. Du kannst hier passen, dann dich zurückziehen mit Monkidori, dein Aktives entwickeln, 2 Karten ziehen, Turo auf das Aktive, nochmal entwickeln, nochmal 2 Karten ziehen, dann vielleicht Air Balloon und dich zurückziehen und nochmal 2 Karten ziehen. Also du siehst hella Cards next turn.
And this is an instance here where Heon having that Screamtail prize is a pretty big deal.
Yeah,
one of these Gimme Ghoul on the bench would be an excellent target to knock out. Now that you're going to have 2 energy in the discard pile at minimum, you can use with that Psychic Embrace plus the energy retreated off this Monkidori. So Freya from here, without having Screamtail as an option, is it just Jelly time, or is there another Pokemon we can possibly go into before we start to lean into this Jellicent EX strategy?
Yeah, no, I think it's still Jelly time, and the reason why I think it still works well is because you know that even though there's not any energy to get back from the discard pile.
Bei mir geht jetzt gerade ein Konzert los in der Nähe, auf dem Parkplatz nebendran.
So if you send Jellicent into the active, even though you know Kieran has 2 Goldengo guaranteed, it's going to be a big effort to get the amount of energy you need in your hand to get the knockout regardless.
Wie hört sich das an? Hört ihr das? Geht los. Holy. Damn. What the heck? Es ist Championships, Bro. Lasst mich mal in Ruhe hier mit euren Konzerten. Okay, Jellicent, das ist alles honestly cringe. Oh boy. Okay. Hätte vielleicht Boss nehmen müssen, der Boy. Ab jetzt wird's ein bisschen cringe. Okay, wir haben Boss auf der Hand. Actually, not bad. Aber wir müssen irgendwie noch das Deck mischen. Das mischt das Deck. Das ist honestly ideal. Also not bad. Ich weiß nicht wieso, aber irgendwie route ich für Goldengo in diesem Matchup. Ich will einfach wissen, dass Jellicent fake ist.
You would need 4 energy to discard to make it rain. Getting those energy cards really not going to be easy since that Energy Search Pro cannot be played, Earthen Vessel cannot be played, and I don't even know if there's a way to use a supporter card.
Boss KO Gardevoir ist eigentlich mehr oder weniger das Play. Du musst Boss spielen.
Yeah, not great really. We do see that, of course, last time we mentioned the other card that Kieran put on top of the deck was that Professor Turris scenario.
Oh, Faz is huge.
Either picking up a Goldengo active to draw an extra 2 cards by using another active coin bonus, or in case the Monkidori didn't get knocked out, being able to pick it up so you can send a Gimme Ghoul active.
Er kann nicht mal Air Balloon spielen, das ist das Ding.
But that's a really big liability in this matchup, even against a variant like the Jellicent is going to put it down to play. And those are great 3 cards to find. Boss's Orders could break the item lock. Another Goldengo is just an extra card to be evolved. Now the question comes down to if you can play Boss's Orders. There, of course, was still one already in the hands.
Das geht nicht! Das geht nicht!
After this coin bonus, how many?
No!
Looks like we're just confirming everything is okay.
Oh, right, you've got the Air Balloon. You can't attach the Air Balloon because of the Jellicent.
Oh, wow, yeah. Let's not forget the tool cards have been discarded, or rather not discarded, they cannot be.
Okay, es gibt zumindest kein Penalty.
We're gonna see Boss's Orders get played. It looks like everything's okay. So the boss was gonna be played regardless onto the Ralts, but it's sort of a weird spot since you saw the top 2 cards of your deck and are then playing Boss's Orders. I guess we're just gonna kind of let everything slide and go through.
Okay.
The was pretty valuable there for Kieran. He's gonna just roll with it. We'll see Earthen Vessel get played, and Ralts will go down. But yeah, you always kind of forget those tools and item cards.
Ja, das ist wirklich weird. Das ist wirklich weird. Er hat seine Top 2 Karten gesehen und konnte dann trotzdem nochmal sagen, okay, es ist Boss nicht Guardy, es ist Boss auf Drasla. Das ist schon cringe, muss ich sagen. Das ist schon cringe. Oh boy.
We'll be able to respond in kind with a knockout, but that Jellicent has yet to be contested at this point. It's still got all 4 of those energy cards on it.
Also wir spielen ja Countercatcher, oder? Countercatcher, Back, Jellicent, nachdem wir Energy geholt haben, wäre eigentlich nice.
Look at this, Kieran after being Iono'd away, being put under item lock, finding a really solid combination of cards, responding in kind with Make It Rain, and now Keon can attack with Jellicent, but this board is so developed compared to the previous turn.
Also es wird wahrscheinlich irgendwie TM Devo oder sonst sowas in die Richtung sein.
It's going to make it a little bit more difficult with Iono being played.
Yeah, this is something very important to mention actually, specifically. Kieran's list plays the full 4 copies of Boss's Orders, so to play around something like Jellicent specifically, you do have a lot of outs to it, which is why it makes sense that Kieran was able to find it that turn when it was needed most.
It is a key piece to note, these resources for both players. Jan does find Pheasantipity. It's going to play this Artisan first, just search another Pokemon. It will be that 3rd copy of Ralts coming down, so slowly but surely looking to get another Pokemon EX, Gardevoir EX established, is now kind of maybe second guessing what this bench spot could look like. There is always the potential to just put more Monkey Dory into play. I feel like that's got to be, your 2 best options of Pokemon to have down here.
Yeah, I feel like in an ideal world here, you would maybe like to get down Screentail just as, that threatening option on the bench, but of course, it is in the prize card, so that's not something that you can do even.
Ein weiteres Freelish wurde gebencht, ist natürlich gut in diesem Matchup.
Preparing to have another Jellicent EX online in the following turns, potentially. If Gardevoir EX stays active or, stays not KO'd, you can easily power up another one.
Hat geintet, sagst du? Was ist geintet? Wann nennt man etwas geintet?
It's always a little bit of a liability, and using it, or rather holding onto it, can kind of make your hand look a little bit weaker than it is. It's just going to use this power press, hit for 100.
Konzert ist heavy am Abgehen. Soll ich auch gehen? Soll ich Vlog, Twitch-Vlog-Stream machen? Und einfach auf das Konzert?
I feel like in an ideal world, you would really like to find a Dark Energy that turn, right? You want to get some of this damage moved off of this Jellicent EX to so make it a little
getrollt? Ja, hat getrollt, kann man sagen, kann man sagen. Inting kennst du nicht? Inting?
Swung the debate one way or the other in terms of pension to Pheasantipity, but Kian deciding, because it is such a liability, not worth the risk at this moment in time.
Yeah, Monkey Dory just so strong in this Gardevoir deck, and every turn you miss out using Adrenabrain, especially when you have damage on your board like this for the Jellicent, using just one Adrenabrain would require Kieran to have one more energy
tatsächlich
card to
nicht.
discard. Regardless,
in LOL-Sprache, ach so. Für was ist eigentlich der Code, der immer kommt? Das ist für Goodies im Game, wenn du den einlöst und wenn du hier im Spiel bist und hier einen Shop Redeem machst, dann kannst du hier einen Code eingeben. Und wenn du den Code hier eingibst, dann kriegst du ein paar Sachen.
If that's not an option, you can just put them into the top of the deck and draw into them thanks to that coin bonus ability.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe hier die falsche Sprache. Könnte sein, könnte sein. Das ist gut möglich, dass das hier die falsche Sprache ist.
So there it is, 2 energies to the top, coin bonus 2 times to draw them, and with the 2 energy already in hand, that is 4 energy in hand total, and that will be enough of the Make It Rain to KO this Jellicent EX.
Okay, mach ich. Let's go.
Prioritizing saving the boss's orders until you can use something like those superior energy retrievals to get a lot of value, especially with the item lock not be a case. And yeah, you just see right there, missing the energy card, or rather missing the dark energy on Keon's side, making it possible for Kieran to use all the energy cards remaining in the hand to take this KO. Keon's been drawing well, but sometimes those small misses can really shift the pace of a match. We'll see if he's able to get another one on, and that's the top deck for turn, the dark energy. Look, better late than never, but it's one piece again. That would have been super helpful the previous turn to just put more damage on Kieran's side.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the play for Kian this turn has to be get the Jellicent back if you can, evolve the Phyllis and the Active into it, power it up, attach this Dark Energy to the Monkey Dory so you can go ahead and move some of the Psychic Embrace damage off and fire off an Iono to really disrupt Kieran's hand. That's got to be what you'd be aiming for. And yeah, Pheasantipity script is going to try and dig for that.
Ja, für nichts. Ja, Iono ist okay eigentlich.
So looks like we'll see flip this
there it is.
Used, and yeah, there it is. Night Stretcher grabbing the Jellicent EX, putting it into play and evolving it. I'm gonna have to see if we can see the Iono be played. We're going to play Nest Ball as well, just to grab another Pokemon out of the deck. Is there another Monkey Dory down potentially? All the other options really don't seem great.
Wieso haben wir so wenige Monkey Dories? Wo sind die Monkeys?
And then that third Iono, so only one remaining left for Keon after this is played. We'll just go ahead and get get the 5 cards from that Iono. We'll have to see how the rest of this game plays out.
So there is the Iono now. So this is about as ideal a turn as Kian could have asked for. Kieran's going to take a very good look at what was in the hand just to make sure that he knows what's being stuck there on the bottom. 3 cards for Kieran, 3 for Kieran, 5 for Kian. It's a little bit easy to mix up those two names sometimes. And then, a bunch of Dark Energy found for Kian as well. Gonna be able to set up some Monkey Dory nicely over the
Es ist so eine diverse Meta, Alter. Aber 30% Goldengo, Tag 2 ist crazy. 30% Goldengo. Dude.
Oh, and a counter catcher for good measure onto the Genesect EX. Yeah, so it looks like Keon is kind of just committed to this devolution strategy potentially. He's gonna just go ahead and put pressure onto Genesect, try and buy himself a turn, and then let's have to see where these Psychic Embrace, or rather Monkey Dories, go. It looks like we're actually just going to see it hit the active, go to 190, and hope that putting
Okay, also wir gehen hier auf das Genesect. Es kann nicht mit Air Balloon zurückgezogen werden, da Jelly verhindert. Wir haben aber, glaube ich, schon Boss auf der Hand. Ich glaube, wir haben Boss schon auf der Hand, um ein bisschen mehr anzustellen hier. Not bad, not bad. Wie viel Energie ist im Ablagestapel von Kian? Das würde mich interessieren, weil je nachdem könnten wir noch ein Boss Guardy Play machen. Aber eigentlich hier Jellicent zu killen wäre fast schon das Beste. 190 Schaden auf Genesect, das stirbt zu Monkey Dory.
Use the Turo to go into this air balloon to Goldengo to then get essentially 2 bonus coin bonuses. Get 4 cards instead of 2 generally. But it looks like there may not be Turo in the hand just yet. It's going to use this last Goldengo or one more just another.
Okay, das bringt uns alles nichts.
However, there's no copies of something like superior energy retrieval. So Freya, the question now becomes
Vielleicht könnten wir auch einfach das Monkey Dory knocken, das wäre eventuell auch etwas. Oder halt Pheasantipity. Da ist keine Energie mehr. Okay, da ist keine Energie im Ablagestapel. Kian hat dafür eine finstere Energie in der Hand. Boss und Superior Energy Retrieval ist honestly wahrscheinlich die Wahl, ja. Würde ich so auch machen. Würde ich natürlich auch so machen.
Takes these last turns of the game very, very seriously. Of course, we've discussed it already with so much on the line. Every single move has to be so meticulously and carefully thought out. If you just joined us, by the way, we are currently at Swiss round 11, the last Swiss round of the Pokemon World Championships here in Anaheim. These two players are playing it out for a chance to win and make their way into the top cut, the last phase of the tournament, to play for the win of the whole thing. So there is a heck of a lot on the line for these two right now.
Und jetzt kommt ein fetter Turn für Kian. Für den Knockout. Kian. Also jetzt könnten wir... Ist Punch Goldengo gut genug, though? Ist das gut genug, though?
Yeah, with the amount of dark energy in Kian's hand, getting down another Monkey Dory with one of those other dark energy in the hand feels pretty good, because then you essentially make this Jellicent completely fresh damage-wise, and it's going to be so hard for Kieran to find a knockout, especially with the amount of energy resources that have already been expended.
It's just a bit of a debate, because you really want two Pokemon down in that spot. The Monkey Dory is great, but
Was suchen wir raus?
in play would also be very solid. However, there is one in the discard pile, so it's going to be a little bit harder to get that into play.
Hier ist Mangi. Ein weiteres Monkey Dory. Honestly, huge.
Yeah, I think the only time now really where you retreat Jellicent is if you're doing it for the win. Say, you know, you get those energy off, bring up a Gardevoir to do 100 something, load up the Gardevoir with energy, move the damage.
Verschiebt 2 auf einen Goldengo wahrscheinlich.
From the Gardevoir to win. I think that's the only situation you do that here.
And now with there being just 3 prizes for Kian, is this where you start to just go for something like a
Oder so, ja.
evolution line where you can hit this active with power press, put damage cards on the damage counters on the bench Goldengo.
160.
The damage split between both of these Goldengo EX, another power press for 160. Was put to the top of the deck the previous turn, but now with that Genesect being KO'd, you have to wonder how much usage is that air balloon getting, especially since you committed your supporter card the previous turn, putting that on top of the deck.
Dafür haben wir jetzt Boss KO Guardy. How about that?
Just check the deck with this Night Stretcher. We've already expended half of our time in this round. We are 25 minutes through, playing a long and potentially decisive game.
Ehrlich gesagt, ich weiß nicht ganz genau, wie Kieran das gewinnen soll. Wir haben einen Boss gesehen bis jetzt, ne? Ne, 2. Haben wir 2 Boss gesehen?
Shut off the options that Kieran has to deal with Kian's options, and this is a Jellicent EX doing exactly what it does in terms of shutting this matchup down. But there we see the boss's orders going to bring in that Positivity EX, so now Kieran will be able to start playing some of these items. He's going to need to consider things very carefully to make sure that all the items that he plays this turn set up to win the next turn if possible.
Yeah, and this is really a big thing as well, since Kian's energies are all stuck onto this Jellicent EX, meaning
wir brauchen 5 Energien hier, aber wie holen wir uns den letzten Knockout? Die Air Balloons müsste man fast jetzt schon anlegen, weil sonst ist cringe. Boss haben wir schon gespielt. Turo ist zwar mehr oder weniger nice, aber es bringt uns nicht ultra viel. Levincias, hoffentlich bleibt es stuck, dann braucht man nur noch eine weitere Energie. Die 2 Air Balloons müssen an die Goldengos und die eine Energie an Serendipity fast schon.
There's the Spirit Energy Retrieval, getting back a bunch of energy from the discard pile. Gonna pick specifically the Dark, the Fire, the Fighting, and the Psychic. That's 4 energies in hand. We know that there's another one in hand from the Lavincia, and a Metal to power up the attack cost of this Goldengo, and just preemptively playing the Night Stretcher as well, just to get back that Monkey Dory onto the bench as well, to move maybe some of this damage across. Really, really smart.
And now with Monkey Dory being online, Adrenabrain is essentially getting the most use possible. It's just one monkey against 2. When you've got all this damage left over on your board, it's just going to become absolutely crucial to use Adrenabrain and put things potentially out of range down the line. So every turn, Monkey Dory can just move those 3 damage counters off, and I expect to see Kieran just place it on the active, make it a little bit easier to KO, and importantly, not give that damage to Keon to throw back into the board on Kieran's side. So Kieran's, after a couple of slow turns, right, really slow turn 2, really slow turn the previous turn, has fought his way back into this game despite the pressure of disruption that Jellicent has put on, and again is 1 prize card away from closing out this long first game.
So Adrenabrain now coming in. I wonder if there's a world here in which you take this free damage, move it onto the Serendipity EX, so that way the maths works out. You now need to discard 1 less energy to take the knockout here. That's really cool.
Yeah, he's just going to put 1 damage counter on. Moving 3 or moving 1, really not a big difference, and by keeping more damage on your board, you make it so that you're almost always going to have access to Adrenabrain on the following turn. So Kieran just maximizing the potential, taking this knockout with
Du hättest dir locker 3 Schaden verschieben können. Hättest sogar sollen. Honestly. Es macht zwar nicht einen richtig großen Unterschied.
Goldengo that were damaged was the non-50 HP Gimmighoul, then Keon could actually use this devolution play. But it is key to note that one of the Goldengo that has damage on it is that Call for Family Gimmighoul. Having 50 HP means that if there is just only 2 Psychic Embrace or 2 Adrenabrains used, it's not going to take a KO. But interestingly enough, Keon's actually going to send this Gardevoir EX into the active spot to try and capitalize off some Psychic Embrace power.
I think as long as Kian can find this TM Devolution, he has game, because he can go ahead and use Psychic Embrace to move a bunch of damage onto the Gardevoir and then
Jetzt wird's doch nochmal spannend. Also, Kian könnte hier rein theoretisch gewinnen mit TM Divo, aber das Ding ist, wir haben ein Gimmighoul unter diesen Goldengos. Die 2, die hier schon Schaden haben, die sind... Eins davon ist mit 50 Leben, und zwar dieses hier. Wäre es jetzt so gewesen, dass er angegriffen hätte, ein Gimmighoul, welches 70 Leben hat, dann hätte er jetzt mit Double Monkey Dory tatsächlich mit TM Divo gewinnen können, aber jetzt besteht mit nur 2 Monkey Doris nicht die Möglichkeit, das Spiel für sich zu entscheiden, weil wegen nur diesem winzigen Detail das Gimmighoul, welches schon Schaden drauf hat, das 50 HP Gimmighoul ist. Wirklich interessant. Hier ist Divo, also das ganze Play wäre sogar möglich gewesen. Rein theoretisch. Ich würde hier nicht angreifen, glaube ich. Oder doch? Würde man hier angreifen? Ich glaube, hier würde man nicht angreifen. Du musst einfach... Doch, man muss noch diese 40 Schaden verschieben und dann wäre es möglich. Also 40 Schaden hier verschieben und Pass.
Scenario could absolutely reference here, so you have to be mindful of that and play around it. There is no more hand disruption for Keon. Any cards that Kieran builds up in his hand will stay there. They will not be shuffled back.
Es gibt hier wohl keine Ionos mehr, hm? Also egal wie dieses Spiel abläuft, ich glaube wir speeden durch das nächste Spiel. Okay, das ist honestly auch nicht bad. Das ist honestly auch nicht bad.
I guess the other option you could go for is just maybe Adrenabrain to take the knockout next turn and then just power press for knockout as well, or maybe something else. You can go to the Monkey
Okay, geht auf den Knockout. Interessant. Geht auf den Knockout. Okay. Wenn Boss da ist, ist es huge. Ist es Boss? Nee. Zeig deine Hand, Bro.
Does find superior energy retrieval. Is there a boss in the hand? No, still missing boss, but we can still draw.
Kein Boss in der Hand. Wir brauchen Boss hier, um das Spiel zu gewinnen. Also das Game wäre entschieden eigentlich, aber Bruder ist itemlocked. Oh! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Jellicent is fake. Jellicent is fake. Jellicent is fake. Fakeicent. Jellicent is hella fake. Dude. Wie kann das sein, Mann? Dude. Jellicent wäre so viel besser ohne Boss im Format, aber Boss wird reprintet und es ist für weitere 3 Jahre zugänglich. Holy fudge. Wir haben weitere 3 Jahre mit Boss. Ist das nicht schön? TK, sag mal, wie findest du eigentlich Boss? Dass Boss eine Karte ist. Ohne Drawback. Gasten. Wie finden wir das? Hättest du es lieber gehabt, wenn Boss nicht geprintet werden würde? Findest du geil? Okay, okay. Kann ich nachvollziehen. Ich weiß... Ich meine, das Spiel ist schon interessant mit Boss und dass Boss halt so viel ein Out ist für so viele Matches. Es wäre interessanter, wenn Boss nicht eine Karte wäre. Aber ich glaube, es ist... Irgendwie glaube ich, dass es gesund für das Spiel ist. Und gerade Giovanni. Boss mega wichtig, wie Buddy Buddy Porfin. Ja, sagst du? Stell dir mal vor, es wäre nicht möglich, das Spiel wegen Boss zu gewinnen oder zu verlieren. Wenn Boss einfach nicht existieren würde. Ey, kann ich hier jetzt Booster Packs wiederholen? Lol, ich kann einfach die Booster Packs für euch wiederholen. Also ja, für euch. Ich kann hier so viele Booster Packs, wie ich möchte, glaube ich. Ja, ich kann hier spammen. Ich habe einen neuen Weg gefunden, um es zu spammen. Ich hab eine Taste gefunden, um Booster Packs zu spammen. Weil ich kann ja auch nur 3 einlösen mit meinem Account, aber hier über das Ding kann ich kann hier auch den Song Request retriggern. Aber es macht nichts. Okay. Also TK, du hast jetzt ein Booster Pack aufgemacht, das kann ich wiederholen. Aber es zeigt quasi nicht an, dass es dein Booster Pack ist. Lol. Okay, wir sind wieder back into the business mit Freelish, mit dem Fake Freelish. Leider nur Trash. Leider nur Trash.
piece missing at this point is a metal energy. However, it's just going to hit the fire to this Gimme Ghoul to use that minor arrow running. Every turn is
Da verschwindet der Friday kurz. Im Nebel. Nebel der Sagen.
Got that, or even just another way to get this board set up. It looks like it's Jellicent time super early on. Who needs Psychic Embrace if there's just another Psychic Energy? Jellicent can start to get in there and attack into these Gimme Ghoul.
Yeah, there's really this Gimme Ghoul that came out in the Surging Spark set. It's kind of a small difference maker, but it really was, it very quickly became the optimal Gimme Ghoul to get, of course. Just, I mean, what does the Goldengo want? Energy in the hand. What does that Gimme Ghoul do? Get the energy to the hand. So it's a pretty good early attack.
To be fair, there have been so many Gimme Ghoul cards printed. It's kind of ridiculous in a sense.
Es sind schon viele Gimme Ghoul Karten geprintet worden.
Like 4 or 5 Gimme
Komm
Ghoul
mal,
cards
gleich.
that exist. So trainers really having to choose which cards they use. There's nothing going on for Keon in this hand. He is really relying off the back of this Jellicent to carry him through. However, Kieran's already got that Genesect down. Goldengo are in the hand. If this Jellicent somehow goes down this
Ich brauch Snacks für dieses Matchup.
spell disaster for Keon. There's going to be a sizable amount of card draw for Kieran at this point.
I mean, there's a few energy in the hand already, so just searching a few more and be able to get there. I was here saying, oh, worried about Kieran having a bad hand, but Kieran's hand is absolutely horrendous. Just evolve, attach, attack, and at least take a KO, but the KO didn't really help with the prize either. It's just an Ultra Ball, a Night Stretcher, and a Psychic Energy.
Just one Ralt on the bench, meaning that if
Oh, boy.
he wants to give himself items, he would do so and knock out the only option for Gardevoir EX to come into play next turn. Essentially the best Pokemon you
Würden
want
wir
to
hier
knock out.
Boss KO'en? Ja.
2-1 sounds like a good deal to me. Kieran's yet to really have those solid pieces, right? Still missing something like the boss's orders. Does at minimum have the metal energy. But we're gonna have to see some good cards off coin bonus if Kieran wants to make his dreams come true.
Und Boss.
Oh,
Nochmal. Oh! Oh!
I think we're now just one energy card away from having the KO.
Yeah, you're right. So what's this? This one coin bonus fine. Find one more energy?
What do we see?
I think that was a superior energy retrieval.
Superior energy retrieval not do much. So we see metal energy active, and I think we're probably just going to see the pass of the turn over. No real reason to dump these energy cards. I guess with the Levincia, this is actually okay. Yeah, having a stadium card, very good to recover energies.
Okay, what does he can draw for turn? Is it helpful?
Das ist nice, ja. Hier anzugreifen mit 2 Electric macht viel Sinn.
This is not what you want to see. Final game of your World Championship run. Let's have the Ultra Ball. I think we may
Hab
have
mein
to
zweites
take
Game gewonnen
desperation
wegen
play as
Inaktivität.
EX
Geil.
to grab to use restart to just try and draw into something, because if Keon can't get these Pokemon down into play from here, it's gonna spell disaster very
Hä?
Yeah, but this is really not something you want to.
Oh, ich habe meinen eigenen Link angeklickt. Ich wollte den Song-Link anklicken.
Mew is 180. All it needs is 4 energy on a Goldengo EX with Make It Rain, and you take the knockout on
Totalschaden von Tony D.
Keon not really having much of a choice. Night Stretcher, get back to Monkey Dory, restart for 3 cards. What does he find?
Okay, does find the Technical Machine Evolution and a Dark Energy for the Monkey, but I feel like you have to just continue to attack at this point. You know, you can go and get this Ralts evolved, but at least putting some pressure on this Goldengo means next turn with a Power Press, you can just at least apply pressure and take a knockout. It's just gonna really prioritize this Ralt, not dealing damage to the active, and just using this Technical Machine Evolution to get Kirlia into play, since there is a very realistic threat that this Jellicent EX does go down this turn.
Yeah, and I think Kian just accepting and acknowledging that, just prioritizing this Kirlia. But now this means if Kieran is able to, after this deck fin for the Metallic Signal, if he's able to find that boss's orders, he can bring up that Kirlia, take a very meaningful knockout, and Kian is just going to be stuck even more.
Kirlia killen
Ist das Ziel. Boss next turn if there's just one more energy being found. What is Keon's best attacker on the following turn if Jellicent goes down? Is it a Snipe from the Screen Tail? Is it a KO with you know, or is it a Mind Bend with the Monkey Dory? I think Kieran, if he can,
Boss. Das Boss. Das Boss.
It took damage last turn.
So oh boy. Levincia Boss.
Which there's 3 there, and if there's a Levincia, which there is, this Pokemon could go down. We'll have to see which choice Kieran wants to make between playing boss's orders or just taking this KO.
Yeah, I guess to be fair as well, if you KO just Jellicent, you keep yourself very nicely on the 2-2-2 prize map, which is really where you want to be if you're playing Goldengo. Take out the Jellicent, maybe take out the Gardevoir and a Mew EX. That seems like a pretty good 2-2-2 map to me.
There are pros and cons for this play. I don't think it's super, clear cut, but it's never a bad idea to just go after the Gardevoir line and shut options down, since it puts Keon again on a pressure clock to get her ults down at minimum, but then again use a rare candy to evolve. So I think I like this play here from Kieran. He's gonna now use that Levincia to get those 2 lightning energy back. If that stays in play, the cycle can continue, and even under item lock, these energies can be recovered. Not something you want to see as a Gardevoir player.
Yeah,
Alright, ja, das ist stabil, das ist stabil. Kann man machen, kann man machen.
Go ahead and use that Night Stretcher to recover that Giving Goal that was knocked out with the Power Press early on. You do have the Energy Search Pro in hand as well. You could maybe consider firing that off now if you think it's worthwhile. There's also another vessel to search a few more energy, but
Totalschaden, Klassiker.
content to just go ahead and discard those 2 lightning energy that were found from the Levincia to take the kill on this Curlier and take his first prize card of this game.
It looks like we're going to have to rely on these support Pokemon. 2 for 2 doesn't find any supporter cards. It's going to be flipped to script. Keon, you got to find something here if you want to stay in this game.
There's a research.
Does find Professor's Research. Arven as well in the hand. Is there really a choice, I feel like? You got to, I think, just play this research and dump and draw. Now the question becomes, are you just going to be attacking with this Jellicent? Your opponent has yet to really discard any energy cards. The Levincia's in play, and there's only 1 energy besides those lightning in the discard pile. You've almost got to expect this Jellicent to most likely get knocked out on the following turn.
Yeah, it can't be a good feeling, especially knowing that even if you send up this Jellicent, it's so easy for Kieran to get more energy back into the hand because you have Levincia that can get it back without
Levincia.
items. It's interesting to see how this is kind of starting to make its way into the Goldecto deck as a way of getting back energies under item lock. Like this mini
By the way,
2 lightning energy and Levincia. It's super, super strong though.
ich habe jetzt zuerst Scarlet, also Violet, fertig gespielt. Und dann habe ich erst angefangen, das TCG wieder zu spielen. Und nachdem ich jetzt so viele Karten und Pokémon und so weiter und so fort kenne durch das TCG, war es für mich so geil, die DLCs im Nachhinein zu spielen und all die Pokémon in-game zu sehen und nochmal all die Orte von den Karten im Game zu sehen, so wie Area Zero, wo man Terrapagos fangen kann. Oder Levincia, Ionos-Stadt und so. Das war lustigerweise ein geiles Erlebnis.
Going to be discarding these Nest Ball, of course, not very useful right now given that the bench is full. Yeah, and the big problem is this Levincia. It's just going to get so much value for Kieran next turn that Keon is considering just using this to bump the stadium, but no, is going to let Kieran have another turn with Levincia, and with the way this board is shaped, Goldango can get evolved. That's another Gimme Ghoul protected, and with there being 3 energy in hand, at minimum, Jellicent will be going down this turn. You can find another
nochmal ein Boss.
This is just high counts of boss, really coming in clutch, and I'm sure has been super strong for Kieran all weekend long.
Yeah, and honestly, if I'm Kieran, I'm thinking again, maybe I just target down the rolls one more time. I can get back 2 energy to KO without making use of any items. I deny Keon the possibility of making any kind of comeback by parry something up with the Gardevoir EX.
Okay, was spielen wir hier? Wir haben wieder mal eine mörderische große Hand.
Using Turo potentially as the supporter for turn, you could pick up the Genesect realistically. It's only really just a liability. You really don't need to find any more of these evolution Pokemon. Just keep that like away as an option. However,
wir gehen für ein Abendturn. Kannst zwar nichts von dem Ganzen benutzen.
And instead just play the Arven to grab some more of these cards out of hand, even potentially some non-useful cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin, just so that you don't draw into them if something like Iono comes down on the following turn, and that's exactly what Kieran's gonna do here.
Yeah, just make sure that
Alright. Ja, ist okay, kann man machen. Ich meine, wir killen das Freelish hier in der aktiven sowieso.
Already sitting on just so much, he would prefer to not get Iono'd, but if he does, he'd rather take some of these bad cards and make it so that they aren't drawn into the hand. So with Levincia, 5 energies, exactly enough to take the KO onto Jellicent EX, and Kieran is yet again running away early with this game when it comes to the pressure. We'll go down to just 3 prize cards remaining and potentially 2 knockouts away from getting himself into the top cut of the World Championship.
5 Energien für den Knockout, holt sich 2 Preiskarten. Buddy Poffin und Arven. Du bist endlich zu Hause? Oh, Caris, herzlich willkommen im Chat. Direkt mal TK den Platz weggekauft. Nice.
for sure, and you have to imagine Iono from here on out. Gotta be the optimal support.
Wo warst du? An der Challenge Cup? Sowas? Sowas in die Richtung?
Maybe beef up some of these Pokemon just a little bit more to make them more difficult to be KO'd. At minimum, it's never a bad card to have. Have to imagine at this point, it's not really going to be the big make
Im
or break.
Chat.
We'll just be able to get down another
Shout out to the
Mighty
chat.
Light Stretcher can grab back the one Jealous EX. Keon will essentially be set up at this point. Decided to actually, looks like not
Challenge.
use the Artisan, so may not have a Dark Energy in hand just yet. Just going to put that hand to the bottom, shuffle those into the bottom, draw into 5 cards. He's yet to use Artisan again, does find the counter catcher, so is this now an option where, unlike in the first game, it's best to just go for a Devolution line? You can go after the other Goldengo, use the Psychic Embrace. This could actually be what Keon wants to do, and it's exactly going to be his
Okay,
line.
counter catcher.
This is looking a lot better in terms of mapping out prizes and rather board control in this game.
Yeah, and especially
Wir haben wieder Guardi on board.
Likely that Kieran will be able to find Professor Tur's scenario to be able to, you know,
Noch Hand Attach, okay. 30 da drauf. Okay, es lined up für ein TM Devo Play. Oh boy.
The math is perfect here. No matter what, even if an Adrenabrain comes out on Kieran's side, Keon just needs one Adrenabrain to make sure all these Pokemon are in evolution range, and he's also
Das war ein krasser Zug, muss ich ehrlich sagen. Das war ein guter Zug für Kian. Kian im Chat. Challenge, hast du da gejudged oder hast du gespielt? Minion.
There is just one turn of miss, especially this turn, if a Gimme Ghoul at minimum does not come down, Kieran will lose all of his attackers in play, can however get it with the Artisan, so that is an option. However, if the Devolution strategy works, and more importantly, Kieran does not take a prize card this turn, the tempo will swing widely into Keon's favor.
Gespielt? Welches Deck hast du gespielt? Und welcher Platz? Ich würde dich so gerne erleben bei einer Challenge. Wenn du auf ein Top-Deck hoffst und dann so sagst, Scheiße.
Essentially make it rain for no damage. You need a miracle here. One more card off the coin bonus. It's an air balloon. It's an air balloon. There is just nothing going on, and that means if Keon can play a technical machine Devolution next turn, he can just swing this.
Oh, das wäre so nice, den TM Devo hier zu sehen.
And it's just going to be a pass. All Keon needs is just to find that technical machine Devolution. Just going to slam the Iono immediately. Draw 5 cards. Do we see it? And finds the TM Devo. Keon ripping the exact card he needs. Will knock out all of these gold.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ich switche eben auf PC. Alright.
Absolutely awful spot with time winding down. Right now, we're going to be in turns of time, especially since we'll get confirmation. Keon is turn 0, so he'll only have one more turn to win this game, Freya, but just needs to take that last prize card, or rather last 2 prize cards, and he's all set.
So, I mean, let's see what Kieran can do here, if anything. Kieran will have 2 turns to take 3 prizes himself to try and cement the win and actually win the match. Kian is just below here. That's the tricky thing. Like, Kian knows he's in a position where he can't really get the win to win the match and make it to the top of the world, but
I think if Kieran plays this
Da sind 3 Energien im Ablagestapel.
This game, because Keon will get confirmation here, Keon should be turn 0. So Keon with being turn 0, it's turn 1 numbered right now. Keon only has one more turn to play this game, Freya. If Kieran leaves,
Es sieht eigentlich okay aus für Kian, das zu gewinnen.
since Kieran is behind up prizes. Right, of course, yes. If you just decide to leave your board as Gimme Ghoul Genesect, how does Keon take 2 prize cards next turn? You can't put enough damage onto this Gimme Ghoul and knock it out. The only way that's possible would actually be with that one Bravery Charm using the Roaring Scream to take a KO. So if Kieran can actually find Professor Turo, pick up the Genesect this turn.
Nein, nicht benchen, nicht benchen, nicht benchen, bench nicht!
A one-hit KO on this Goldengo EX, but I'm not sure he found that. And if he has to bench another Pokemon like Pheasantipity, that won't be an option. So Kieran is really going to open the doors up for Roaring Scream to possibly close this game out.
Wieso?
I mean, Roaring Scream, it was prized in the last game, of course, but not the case here. So we know
Bro.
Kian has access to. It's something that I'm sure Kieran will be thinking about as well. But Kieran is also thinking, I have 2 turns here. I need to if I really want to cement this game,
Dann beantworte ich die Frage. Alright, stabil, stabil, stabil.
Like you said, just make sure that I stop Kian from taking 2 prizes of his own.
It has to be the latter. There is really no incentive for Kieran to make plays towards winning the game. It changes.
Ja, also Kieran müsste hier nicht gewinnen.
And there's a Turo!
Yeah, has the Turo, but had to bench Pheasant Divinity. That's the issue, right? If it was just the Genesect in play, then this Turo would essentially lock the game up. There would really be no way. Yep, it's just going to pass, and now it's on Kian. If Kian can find that Bravery Charm and the Scream Tail with the Monkey Dory, if there is a way to just put 10 more damage, rather, on
Scream Tail.
then it does become possible to use Roaring Scream. However, if there's just a way to knock out the Genesect instead, that's it. So we're going to have to see how many energy Kian has. Is going to need a total of 6 energy cards. There's 3 here, and we're going to see research. So there's the Bravery Charm, and has the Artisan, plus the Nest. I think that's going to be it. Yes, Kian has the resources to win this game. Bravery Charm, Scream Tail on the final turn.
Oh
Kian will use
my
Roaring Scream to knock out Genesect.
goodness.
This being in terms of time, it seems that this match, back and forth.
Oh my goodness.
And you can tell like both players feeling like a little bit.
Aber jetzt ist ein Tie und?
I mean, it was an incredible match, but of course with this tie, both players are going to be out of contention for that top cut of this World Championships.
Dude.
You know, you played your heart out on stream. You played so well. So to end on this, it's got to feel a bit deflating. But huge commiserations to both of these players, all the same.
Yeah, you know, if Kieran had found that Turo just without having to put Pheasant Divinity down, then there's really no way for Kian to.
Jetzt gibt's noch Feuerwerke draußen. Wild. Bin Vierter geworden mit Tornupto. Alter, Tornupto hatte heute einen Run. Tornupto hat heute in Bern einen Cup gewonnen. Karis Vierter mit Tornupto. Heavy. Heavy.
Entire deck and wins the game number 2. It will be a tie, but man, that was an absolute display of class and excellence from both of these players.
Yeah, let's take a look back at this match and review some of the key moments. We saw there in game 1, Kieran was able to...
Alright, ich muss kurz pinkeln, komme gleich.
Kian was able to load up the Jellicent pretty early on to really try and disrupt Kieran as best he can, but Kieran over and over again, even through the lock on this Jellicent, was able to find the means to take the knockouts through the Slavincias, through boss's orders to play around the Jellicent and its Oceanic Curse. It was just able to find the pieces again and again.
This game 1 was so back and forth. Did not lean into that devolution, just decided to attack into these Bodengo, and off of one of those last 2 coin bonus, Kieran won that long game number 1. Feeling safe, and Kieran can feel nothing but safe. After losing a long game 1, super slow start, Kieran just goes after Kirlia, puts himself to 3 prize cards, taking this big KO onto the Jellicent EX, even though it was under item lock. Kian from here was able to just buy himself that crucial turn, hit into another Goldengo EX, use the Technical Machine Devolution to take 3 prizes, and that Genesect EX, though it's so powerful at setting up and supporting your deck, it can sometimes be a liability. Roaring Scream with the 1 Bravery Charm. It does not expect it in this deck, but Bravery Charm, ever since the rotation for the Pokemon TCG, it has been a life-saving card for Gardevoir in so many different scenarios, even without the Drifloon.
Yeah, even without the Drifloon, just the fact that you can just buff up the HP, even if you see sometimes a Bravery Charm on a Rolts, just to prevent it from being knocked out before you evolve it up. That's something we've seen before as well. It wasn't too long ago that we were seeing really high counts of Bravery Charm in the Gardevoir deck, but now it tends to be either 1 or 0 that is played, and that 1 Bravery Charm saving Kian right there at the end and being able to snatch a tie, at least, from the jaws of defeat.
Both players, you know, they've got to be feeling mixed feelings at this point, right? You're 1 win away. If you just win that match, you're in top cut, you get to fight for a trophy. But with a tie, you know, most likely these players are going to be locked up for a top 32, maybe a top 16 spot. They'll get, of course, those stamped promo cards, the Paradise Resort, some cash money to go along with it, and add that finish to their resume. So, you know, they've got to have mixed feelings, but it is everyone's goal at the end of the day to be in that spot, clutch out, and win to give yourself a shot at Worlds.
Yeah, especially for Kian, right? Knowing that this is kind of, in a way, it's a mirror of your finish from the last time you were at this very venue at the World Championship. So Kian especially has got to be thinking, again, just like history mirroring itself and just wishing that could have been a little bit further, but still not a result to sniff at all.
Yeah, and getting updates from out in the field, you know, the tie obviously very important to both of their players and their stories in the Pokemon TCG, but this now opens up the floodgates. We're getting reports here from our person out in the field, of course, the lovely Kyle Sukovic, that before this could have been actually a clean cut or close to a clean cut at 27 points. Now it seems that all players at 26 match points are going to advance in. Before this situation, it looks like there were, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people right now were confirmed at 27 match points or more for cut. So if there was a winner in this match, that would make it actually a clean top 8 cut. Now with this match being a tie, I could keep scrolling here for days and days. Tons of 26-pointers are going to make it, and we're going to have a large asymmetrical cut, it seems.
Oh my, I just got word in. Marco Cifuentes has made it into the asymmetrical top cut. The sibling story revenge. Is it going to be a back-to-back for Fernando and Marco here at the World Championships?
A chance to pass the torch. What a story that would be. From World Champion, watching your brother, rooting him on, seeing the love and support of the entire Chilean community, now having the chance to bring glory back to Chile for a second year. And he is going to do everything he can to make his name known again. 26 match points locked in. We are going to have 11 players in our top cut. So big advantage, right, to top players that ID'd. We saw Piper Lapine take an intentional draw last round up against the other 27-pointer, Justin Neudorf. So 2 U.S. players locked at 28 points. There's actually 5 players at that record of 28 match points. So with how that works, 11 players, that means 3 from outside of the normal cut, plus the 3 players inside of cut, right? So 9th, 10th, and 11th will play against 8th, 7th, and 6th seeds. So the way it actually works out, there's no bubble in terms of the match points having to go ahead and play an extra match. So all players, it seems, at 28 match points get a round 1 bye, essentially in our top 16 cut, and are locked for top 8. That's got to be a great feeling to have, especially for those players that decided to play it out at 25 match points and decided to do what they could to win their last match.
And I'm sure for Oivin specifically, that was one of the reasons behind that. And having taken that win now, he's got to be feeling very happy about his decision, because he is now, he gets to, like you said, he gets to skip around a top cut. You are guaranteed at least a top 8 placement, and that's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of mixed. If all players knew they would maybe guaranteed make cut, I expected a large amount of them to intentionally draw,
possibly,
but they saw the math. They saw there was a world where they would miss if they took an intentional draw, and everyone decided to just all play out the matches, and it worked.
3 Wins, 1 Loss, 1 Unentschieden. Stabil.
They're already, you know, seeing the vision. The top 8 playmat is theirs. They're looking for more, though. You are just 3 matches away. These players have played thousands of matches in their Pokemon TCG career, but these last 3 matches of this tournament are the biggest matches in their Pokemon careers. 3 wins separates you from, you know, being in the history books, sure, as a top 8, placing finisher, but in glory, cemented in legacy for Pokemon if you can make it to the finals and win a world championship.
Yeah, and of course, not just
Alter, Worlds.
That are available for all of our top 8 contestants and our winner. Let's take a quick reminder for the folks at home as to what exactly is on stake and at stake and what's on offer for our winners. Just we saw last year, Fernando Cifuentes was the first one to win this since the bumped up pricing, $50,000 for the winner.
Yeah, just a cool 50 grand, nothing too special, right? In terms of Pokemon TCG. If you follow the Pokemon trading card game for, at least a decade or, for even more time, it just continues to grow and grow. And it's awesome that players who have been competing for years and years, getting themselves to exactly this spot, can just compete for large amounts of prizing. And even for our players in the top 32, right? Players like Kieran and Keon, it is a tie. It is, of course, sad to not be at that top cut place, but walking home with the cool $5,000, not too bad at all either.
Well, I mean, especially considering back when
50,000. Oh boy.
For top 16, it was $2,500, so it was a bit of a big bump up. Yeah.
Yeah, with the way it works, there's going to be a pretty sizable bubble on the X2-1 players, since X1 to 11 players at that record or greater. This is going to be an interesting spot to see how the standings play out. Of course, for the players.
Alright, die jappen wieder mal hier einiges. Was machen wir? Was spielen wir? Geht's weiter mit Eevee Box.
Piper, Mateus, who we featured with the N Toolbox deck, Shizuki Nakagawa playing a different deck as well.
Das braucht wieder einen Moment.
And Landon, or excuse me, and Oivin. So those are our 5 players here. Landon did make the top cut. We'll of course get that bracket when we have it for you to showcase what's happening. But while you're waiting for everything to get finalized, of course, we have the deck checks, players getting ready, the administrative stuff. we have some stuff for you guys. We're tuning into the stream. Some
Booster Opening könnten wir eigentlich ja machen.
This weekend, of course, following along with the Twitch stream, there are drops going on for the Pokemon trading card game live. I'm a Hydreigon fan. I've got to be honest. That is a cool looking artwork. I'm gonna admire that later.
Oh, das muss ich nachher mal einlösen. Bis 18. September.
Why am I here at the booth? I should be playing TCG Live right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, we got phones, right? We can go ahead and make sure we get our drops as well, and you guys at home should be doing the same. So go ahead and
nice.
As you're tuning into the stream, you can get that world stack
Das ist ein
coin, 2,000
Dude.
credits and 2,000 trainer points. Great to craft extra cards, and yeah, absolutely.
Do you mind?
It's even if you're not the biggest fan of your Hydreigon, or even if there's certain Pokemon line that's not your favorite, I think you got to say all the artworks, especially in this black bottom white flyer set, are so stunning.
Yeah, and remember with the special art rares, you can't craft them anymore, right? So you have to pull them out of packs. So, like this is your opportunity to get yourself some nice looking cards, and who knows, with the way the Pokemon trading card game is shaping up, that could be a popular card, a solid card later on. I'm really looking at those deck boxes and sleeves, and hey, some credits to make some new cards from that black.
Wir brauchen noch Latias rein theoretisch. Aber Latias können wir auch uns im nächsten Zug gönnen.
This is really where the tournament is going to get as exciting as possible. We've also got, of course, some more stuff for the Pokemon trading card game live.
But wait, there's more!
Of course there's more. We always got to give back. What's better than 1, 2, or so? I've heard you can receive in-game special illustration rares using this code WCS25TCGL. Dynamotor line, I'm liking that, and that Hilda, very, very solid cards in competitive. The Dynamotor's got a little bit of work to do. I think it's got to find a bit of a better lightning partner, but having it on standby for when it does come, that's pretty solid to have. Make sure you guys use that code and receive it this weekend.
Yeah, WCS25TCGL. Go ahead and redeem that either in the app itself, or you can go onto the redeem.pokemon.com, I believe, to redeem them on the website as well if you prefer, and you can get those lovely cards to build out. I mean, Hilda,
1, 2, 3,
generic
4.
evolution decks, of course, searches out for an energy and an evolution Pokemon. And yeah, that Dynamotor line, I'm sure will find its home eventually.
Of course, there are multiple games going on this weekend, one of which the Pokemon Go. They're having some drops over on the Pokemon Go Twitch channel. So, you know, if you've got that multi-tab stream set up, you want to check out some of the Pokemon Go action, feel free and be rewarded for watching what's happening through the Pokemon Go. We've got drops going on all weekend. We'll be able to take a look and see what you can receive from watching the Pokemon Go stream. Hopefully we'll have that to showcase for you all.
Yeah, Pokemon Go, it's
pretty good. Oh, vielleicht hätte ich Terra Orb noch spielen sollen, um mir jetzt schon das Sylveon zu holen. Honestly. Ja, weil die Wahrscheinlichkeit zu groß ist, dass ich hier beduht werde. Ich hätte Terra Orb spielen müssen.
We absolutely do. These are 3 very interesting paths. I don't really know how to break this down. I guess there's the Squirtle path, the plant path, and the furry friend path. So, you know, whatever suits your boat. Yeah, personally, I'm taking the Squirtle path. I love that guy. He's got the shades on sometimes too. You know, they're always doing fun stuff over at Pokemon Go as well.
No Lily Bluff in the house.
You know, I've never been a Credelli fan, unfortunately. I'm always, you know, I always make sure to evolve my Pokemon up to their final form. I've never used the Everstone. You know, I don't even know why the Everstone is there. You've always got to make your Pokemon as strong as possible. That's my MO at least.
Yeah, so perhaps for me, controversial opinion, I'm more of a Raichu fan than a Pikachu fan. I know mascot of the whole franchise, but I love me some Raichu. I think Raichu is absolutely precious and adorable. So yeah, I guess I'm kind of with you there in that sense.
Well, almost 10 years ago, Raichu had a showing at the World Championships for the video game. It's not really in the format anymore, but the video game has changed tons and is still here on the largest stage. There's some drops and giveaways going on over on the Pokemon VGC streams. Make sure to check out the video game drops that are happening right now. You can go ahead and use some of the things that are provided to get yourself some in-game rewards as we get close to the ZA Legends ZA games. Get your last final stuff in the Scarlet and Violet, and I was wondering what this was. Yeah, we got a Girafarig, or excuse me, a Farigiraf. It's been a little while since he's good in the TCG. He makes an appearance here or there, but you can get that Farigiraf, the one that was actually used to win the World Championships last year from Luca. Use that code.
Let's go.
Worlds are Mortal.
Die habe ich gesucht.
Armor tail. I can read, guys. Let me just take a closer look at this. Okay, yeah, I got it now. Trust me, guys. I'm a code expert. It's just a one little hiccup. Sometimes you gotta look at this a couple times. I always look at the world.
Ich schick die sowas von zurück ins Deck.
Make sure you guys also get the zeros and ones in there. They're like a little bit sneaky. It's not an I, it's a one. Yes. Make sure you guys use that code for the video.
So when you go to enter it, when you go into the game, the keyboard will help you. You actually can't enter an O or an I. Like those are
Countercatcher auf Noctowl.
So yeah, zeros and ones instead of O's and I's, but it's gonna be hard to mess up, although from what Kyle said yesterday, he said he was still going to find a way to. So don't be like Kyle, make sure you enter a code in correctly and you can get your Barragarath from Luca Ceribelli's World Championship winning team.
Läuft wieder gleich, läuft wieder gleich. Es ist...
We've also got Unite happening. Make sure you guys are checking out all of the streams that are happening.
Turo.
We are getting so close. We have 11 players.
Oh, mein Turo ist prized.
Top cut match. Top 8.
Honestly, Quinch.
Ourselves a finals in an arena match. How excited are we for that?
Could not be more excited if I tried, and I know all you folks at home are going to be feeling exactly the same. But from us, I think we're going to, after that, we need a little bit of a come down. We need a little bit of a break, so we're going to go ahead and toss to a break, but don't go anywhere. Masters Top Cut is coming up very, very soon, and you're not going to want to miss that.
Chip Ritchie here on the tournament stage, joined now by Disguised Toast. Welcome. How have you been enjoying the World's experience so far?
It's been amazing. The set, the design, the players, everything has been so incredible.
Well, I've got a little game I'd like to play with you today if you're down. I know you have played lots of different games over the years, lots of different strategy games, different card games, and even the Pokemon trading card game. So I've got a handful of cards here. I'm going to read to you, and I'd like for you to determine if you think this card is a World Champion card. Has this card been featured in a World Champion winning deck? Does that sound good?
That sounds good. Let's do it.
All right, we're going to start off here with a favorite for everyone who's playing even today, Gardevoir EX. It's got the ability Psychic Embrace.
Like this.
During your turn, you can attach a basic Psychic Energy card from your discard pile to one of your Psychic Pokemon in play. If you do, you put 2 damage counters on it, and its Miracle Force attack, 190 damage for 3
Dusknoir?
It recovers from all special conditions. Is this a card that you think has been a World Champion before? And we're counting all 3 age divisions, Masters, Juniors, or Seniors over the years.
I'm going to say no.
Alter, es dauert noch so lange, bis Top Cut kommt.
With what's the card? Monkey Dory, and you just damage your own minions, but then you move it around, and then some of your Pokemons benefit from being damaged. But I've never seen it like at the tippy top, so I'm gonna say no.
So Gardevoir EX currently is one of the better decks in the game. It's been legal for 2 previous World Championships, but it has
Curse Blast auf mein Hut. Actually, not bad.
With it, but I think a lot of players may think this card could take it home this weekend. All right, we'll move on to the next one. This is going to
Turo is nice. Turo is huge, kind of.
So Lugia V-Star has the Tempest Dive attack, 220 damage for 4 energy. You may discard a Stadium and play. And then it's V-Star power, the ability Summoning Star. During your turn, you may put up to 2 colorless Pokemon that don't have a rule box from your discard
Yes,
pile.
genau was ich wollte, genau was ich wollte.
Yes, I believe they use this to summon Archeops and then accelerate like 20 colorless energy. I think this one has been a World Champion deck. I know they're not as popular recently, but for the longest time, all I've heard is people talk about Lugia V-Star, so I'm going to say yes.
Yes, and Lugia V-Star has in fact been featured in a World Champion winning deck. Gabriel Fernandez won the 2023 World Championships in the Seniors Division with a very unique Lugia V-Star deck, and it was a very good deck for a long time when it was legal in Standard. We got another one here, another Gardevoir card. Gardevoir GX. There have been a lot of very good Gardevoirs over the years. This is a fairy type. It's got the ability Secret Spring.
Möchte ich die Energie irgendwo anlegen, though?
Energy card from your hand to one of your Pokemon. Infinite Force 30 times. This attack does 30 damage times the amount of energy attached to both active Pokemon. And then
Wahrscheinlich
Twilight
da.
GX. Similar to V-Star Powers, GX attacks were...
Oh nee, ich war... Ah, shit, ich war resettet! Nee, doch, nein, das stimmt nicht,
We're entering an era of Pokemon that I was not a part of.
Ja. Es war nicht resettet, es war nicht resettet. Es ist nicht, wenn es die Aktive verlässt. Es war nicht resettet. Oh, kurz vergessen. Ich habe das trotzdem perfekt gespielt.
You were correct. You are 3 for 3. You are doing great here. Gardevoir GX was actually used in the World Champion winning deck by Diego Casiraga, who won the Anaheim World Championships in 2017. The last time we were here in Anaheim, it was used in the Champion deck. We got another one here. Vile Bloom. Many trainers out there who played during this time frame do not like to see this card. It's a stage 2 Pokemon, 130 HP, with the ability Irritating Pollen. Each player can't play any item cards from his or her hand. Solar Beam, 3 energy for 70.
Let's go.
Oh man, there's a card recently released. It's a small green Pokemon that has a similar effect. What is it? Badoo, yeah. Because I remember I opened a prismatic Master Ball Badoo and everyone's freaking out. I'm like, why? And this Vileplume seems like it's that, but even worse.
It's an ability. You don't even have to attack with it. You can attack with something that's more powerful than this Vileplume.
Player can't play any item cards from his or her hand. I'm gonna say not a championship winning deck or championship winning card because I think the champion would be able to play around a card like
yes, fire energy attach.
And you would be correct once again. Vileplume, while it was one of the least enjoyable cards to play against for a long time in the Pokemon TCG, and it was very, very good, never won a World Championships. All right, here we go. We got 3 more cards here. We're going to go with this Wailord EX. This is an iconic
Oh, dieses Wailord.
It has 250 HP. It has the ability Water Veil. When you attach an energy from your hand to this Pokemon, you remove all special conditions from it. And then its attack, High Breaching.
Bro stalled die Zeit.
120 damage. This Pokemon is now asleep. What do you think of Wailord EX?
5 energy and make itself asleep, so you can then attach an energy card to this Pokemon to remove the condition. But 120 doesn't seem like that high of a number.
Now, you are going back to a time where, this was the highest HP any Pokemon had in the game at the time, was 250. So, we've scaled things up just a little bit over the last few years. This card came out, I believe, in 2015. So, it is a little older. Take that into mind here when you're making your call.
Ooh, I just don't
shit.
think a card like this can win a championship. 5 energy cost with a drawback.
Ich glaube, es war eine Championship-Karte, dieses Wailord. Ziemlich sicher was.
I'm gonna say not a championship winning card.
And this is gonna be your first error. Wow. And it's a little bit of a trick question here. So this Wailord was used to get 2nd place at US Nationals, most famously in a stall strategy. It didn't attack, you just tanked hits, 250 HP, and made it so your opponent couldn't knock it out, and eventually won the game by deck out. Similar to Snorlax stall, which is a more recent strategy. But it was also featured as a singular copy in Jacob Van Wagner's Archie's Blastoise winning deck in 2015 for a very specific matchup. A Pokemon couldn't one-hit KO it, and you could one-hit KO the Pokemon in return, so you would help you prize trade favorably. And the reason it was good is because Blastoise let you accelerate a bunch of energy into play at once.
Okay, got it. I didn't know Stall back then was just a really big Pokemon.
Sometimes that's all it takes. Just 2 more cards here, and we're going way far back here. This is back to 2009 and 2010. Luxray GL Level X. It's a level up Pokemon. Similar to Evolution, but you can only level up a Pokemon when it's in the active spot, and Luxray levels up from Luxray levels up into Luxray GL Level X. So it's Luxray to Luxray, but the Luxray is a basic. Okay.
Damn, Power Creep war eine heftige Sache.
When you level up Luxray, you get to bring up one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active spot, and then Flash Impact, 60 damage. 30 damage to one of your bench Pokemon.
Es dauert immer noch 4 Minuten irgendwas.
So you can make them swap.
Yes.
Was ist eigentlich Trainer-Trials aktuell?
That's always good. I'm gonna say yeah, this is a championship winning card because it's like
only cards from Pokémon TCG expansions released in the last 6 months. Die letzten 6 Monate.
It won in 2010 in the juniors and masters division and got 2nd in the seniors division. one of the best world champion cards of all time, Luxray GL Level X. And then we're going to kick it all the way back to a card that was legal at the very first World Championships in 2004.
Komm, öffnen wir doch was. Ich hab Bock, Booster Packs zu öffnen. Was öffnen wir? Warte, ich überlege mal ganz kurz, was ich hier so habe.
50 damage, you discard a fire energy attached to it, and then you deal 10 to all of your opponent's benched Pokemon.
From your discard pile as well, huh? That's good. Well, it only has 100 HP.
Well, let's think of the time. Yeah, back then that was this is a stage 2 Pokemon, 100 HP. You know, this was as much HP as Big Pokemon had.
I'm gonna say yes.
Egal, hab auch Bock. Ja, ich muss auch Booster Packs jetzt mal anschauen, was da so drin ist.
So you have great line of thinking here, because it was very, very good, but it did not win the World Championships. 2004 is a famous Worlds in Pokemon TCG lore, because the Japanese players came over and surprised the entire world with a Team Magma deck that was able to defeat Blaziken in the finals. So this card was very, very good. It had strong finishes at the US National Championships prior to Worlds, but did not win. But you did really, really well here, I would say. You missed on 2, but you got 5 correct for a lot of cards that you'd never seen before.
I've only seen Gardevoir and Lugia, so the other 5 were just complete brand new, but I kind of try and base it off what's popular now. So the Vileplume and the Badu were very similar, but I've seen popular decks don't run Badu, because if you're expecting it, you can kind of play around it as well, and Vileplume just seems like a card like that. So no, but this was really fun.
Okay, machen wir die Pouch Collection auf, actually.
Evolve over time.
Well, I appreciate your time, Toast, and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend here at the World Championships.
Ich weiß nicht, ob ihr das noch wisst. TK und Karis. Vor allem geht das an euch. Wir haben die mal uns angeschaut und gesagt, welche wir aufmachen sollen. Und ihr habt alle die 3 gesagt. Und das habe ich markiert schon seit Ewigkeiten. Hier steht's drauf, man sieht's ganz knapp. Hier steht 3 drauf. Das ist die hier. Habe ich immer noch markiert. Und ich glaube, es ist an der Zeit, da mal reinzugehen. Seid ihr ready? Machen wir das? Gamba, Gamba, Gamba? Ist es Gamba, Gamba, Gamba Zeit? Ich glaube schon, oder? Das ist endlich meine erste Pouch Collection. Jeez. Hat das gedauert. Ich habe bis heute keine Pouch Collection aufgemacht. Jeez. Ist das nice. Das ist cool. Das ist cute as hell. So. Good luck, my boy. Dankeschön, Dankeschön. Hier haben wir sie, die Prismatics. Alright, noch ein Hit. Prismatic-Geschmack, by the way. So, dann haben wir jetzt hier 5 Prismatic Evolutions Booster Packs. Du ziehst alles. Die Unterstützung ist crazy. Dankeschön. Dann öffnen wir hier mal das erste Pack. Wir brauchen spielbare Karten, unter anderem Flareon, Sylveon, Leafeon. Das sind die, nach denen ich hier Ausschau halte. Wir starten mit einem Badoo. Abonniere, Hippodon, Pinsir, Pyroar, Earthen Vessel, Lacey, Duskull, Kieran und Giacomo Full Art. Giacomo Full Art. Ist okay, ist nice, ist nice. Zweites Booster Pack. Zweites Booster Pack. Hut. Black Belts Training. Trainercard, das was jeder will. Ja, Riolo. Hier ist was, ne? Hier ist was Schönes. Ne, das ist eine Holo. Das ist eine Holo. Rescue Board. Pyroar. Whimsicott. Espion! Let's go. Drittes Pack. Lavita. Binary. Professor's Research. Pinsir. Brailleur. Slowking. Binding Mochi. Noctowl. Pokéball. Sada. Roaring Gut. Was wollen wir hitten? Die Flamara EX, Leafeon EX und Sylveon EX. Hier kommt das nächste. Das zweitletzte. Houndour. Spritze. Slowpoke. Duskull. Bronzong. Earthen Vessel. Rescue Board. Rotostick. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Und Iron Boulder. Alter. Damn, Teal Mask Ogerporn. Ich wette, die ist günstig as fuck. Ich wette, die ist günstig as hell. Ich wette, die kostet gar nichts. Ich bin gerade dran, Moment. Ein Zehner. 10 Euro. $10 bis €20. Dann kommen wir zum letzten Pack. Dann kommen wir zum Last Pack. Eevee. Ich dachte, das wäre ein Godpack. Spritzi. Pupitar. Duskull. Explorer's Guidance. Regigigas. Carmine. Dipplin Pokéball. Great Tusk. Und das Nachtara. Ehrlich gesagt auch kein schlechter Hit. Auch eine spielbare Karte an sich. Doch, muss ich sagen, hat sich schon gelohnt. War ein stabiles Ding. War ein stabiles Ding. Muss ich sagen. Muss ich sagen. Muss ich ehrlich sagen.
Tricks the Gold Digger player can do.
Damn. Okay. Brauchen wir eine Sleeves. Kann man sich, auch wenn man es wollen würde, nicht beschweren. Für Prismatic war das gerade extrem stabil. Wirklich extrem stabil. Ja. Was habe ich verpasst? Bro, was du verpasst hast? Prismatic Evolutions Opening, Bro. Die Hits. Die Hits. Das hast du verpasst. Damn. Damn. Oh shoot, ja. Das ist immer noch mein Goldschatz. Das ist immer noch mein Baby. Hier. Ja, jetzt schon Flecken drauf wieder. Hier ist nichts mehr. Ach ja, da wo du ausgerastet bist. Ja, genau da. Was wurde gezogen? Gold Ogre Pawn. Gold Ogre Pawn. Das goldene Ogi. Und natürlich ein Umbreon. So. Alright. Dann haben wir das wieder mal geschafft. Haben wir wieder mal etwas Gutes aufgemacht. Oh, ich hätte so Bock, so viele Booster Packs aufzumachen. Digga!
I mean, you know, Mike's definitely got the short end of the stick. Oh, Joe as well, so EU's definitely taken a little bit of a loss. There's no Flareon, and there's no picnic basket in this top cut. No Grimmsnarl or Genesect either, but you know this does prove the metagame going to this weekend very wide.
Kein Grimm?
Deck choices for our competitors to contemplate and think about what they want to pilot.
Yeah, I think out of all the European casters, my caster prediction, or at least one of mine, is still the only one left in contention, and even then, there's only one representative of it left. So,
Kein
yeah,
Grimm.
but for you, even, my goodness, you nailed it with Goldengo, I think. Maybe not so much the Crustal. It did make some appearances, didn't quite make it all the way, but there were a few day too, weren't there?
My boy got to shine. He got to show some of his some action, what he's got. But yeah, Goldengo, as I think nobody was surprised to see, a little bit more of a basic pick, but hey, 23% of the field in day one, the #1 most played deck in day two, and having the most representatives in this top cut at 3. So we'll have to see if it can go all the way, or if somebody will be able to take it down.
Yeah. Okay, this is a bit of a reach, but can I reframe me predicting Iron Thorns as me predicting one of the Cifuentes brothers are going to win?
Is this the Cifuentes legacy?
Yes.
Iron Thorns promised this to them.
That's my story and I'm sticking to it.
You know, I can get behind it. Pokemon is about interpretation.
Können wir nicht einfach viel mehr Booster Packs aufmachen? Den ganzen Tag, jeden Tag? Wäre das möglich? Ist mir jemand böse? Wer ist mir böse, wenn ich das jetzt mache?
So if anything, probably the most opposite deck change. You know, the Iron Thorns deck was the most straightforward, simple deck. You just stick your guys in the active spot, you disrupt your opponent, and you attack. While the Zoroark deck that Marcos Cifuentes is playing is just the most opposite deck of that. You're drawing a bunch of cards from your deck, you're using a bunch of abilities, mixing things up, spreading damage all over the place. So, you know, this worked really well last year. They've adapted, and we'll see if the Zoroark is the key to win Worlds this year.
Ich kann ein weiteres Booster Pack aufmachen. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Chilean community who said after the win last year, Iron Thorns is Chilean. That's where the story is going. I'm sticking with it. I'm listening to the Chilean community. Much love to everyone in Latin America. You know, being Brazilian myself, so much love for everyone down there. So.
Come on!
I see you.
Man!
We're getting international on this broadcast. You love to see it. Yeah, what a mix of top cut this is. We've got essentially most of the regions. You know, outside of Asia, you know, Japan is the only region, right, to have this. We had lots of players from a lot of different.
Ich wollte doch nur ein bisschen gamblen.
None of them outside of, you know,
Können wir nicht einfach? Können wir nicht einfach Booster Packs öffnen? Ganz viel? Okay, das dauert noch Ewigkeiten hier. Oder what the heck is going on?
We really sometimes see at the World Championships that extra preparation, having their nationals be in the same format as this, can really be a big advantage.
Now, I don't know about you, I would love to kind of do a little refresher / get to know better, at least, you know, some of our players in this top cut. I believe we do have a player profile on Piper Lapine ready to show you guys home. So let's get to know Piper a little bit better.
If you've been watching the Pokemon trading card game broadcast through at any portion of the stream, there's a good chance you've seen Piper, whether it's at the top of the standings or in terms of accomplishments. This is a long-time player. Played through the juniors and seniors divisions, had tons of success, and just kept that momentum rolling. Coming off, like we mentioned, a top 8 at NAIC, a top 8 at the last regional of the year, Portland. So look at that. Regional top 8 into
Wieso
next
kostet
event,
das
top 8
Ding
into
so
next
viel,
event,
Mann?
top 8. You got to imagine, you know, you've
Das ist so
been
unnötig.
cut short at top 8. Is this the time where you
Prismatic Evolutions Umbreon kostet einfach 30 € mit dem Stamp. Und das kriegst du ja aus den Surprise Boxes. Also es ist fast schon garantiert. Ja, okay, du kannst halt auch die ganze Zeit die kaufen und du kriegst es einfach nicht. Ja.
Also laser focus to make sure that she does not lose sight of the end goal.
It's all thanks to Goldengo EX with that Genesect. Make it rain, very common attack, and I'm sure we'll be seeing it rain gold coins throughout the rest of this top 8 bracket. Two-time regional champion as well. Let's not forget that incredible season, the front half of the 2023 season. Won the first regionals with that Radiant Charizard and Teleon deck, and then brought a completely different deck, a Mewtwo v Union stall deck to win a different regional. And the whole segment is Piper, no matter what the time period is, doesn't really, you know, stay complacent with the same deck. Takes a very similar approach as a lot of these top players do, especially from North America, where they just play what they think is the best deck. They practice it a lot and a lot and a lot in a short time span, sort of, you know, condensed, intensive prep. A lot of people would call that, you know, a boot camp sort of esque style. Brings it to a tournament, and that recipe for success has worked a lot this year.
Yeah, I feel like when you're a player at Piper's skill level and you've been playing for so long, that's something you kind of like get away with. It's a good strategy to go for, rather. What I tend to say when people ask me, okay, Freya, I'm getting into the game right now, I know you've been playing for a little bit, what would you recommend as a sort of performance to success when I'm just starting out? And what I tend to say to people is when you're just starting out, what the best thing to do is pick one of the decks that can do well in the tournament. It doesn't have to necessarily be the top tier, but just a deck that can win, that you enjoy playing, and play that a lot to iron out your fundamentals. Make sure that your sequencing is good. Make sure that in general you're approaching with the right mindset when it comes to how to sequence out the turn, basically, and how to respond to what your opponent does. When you get to that point where that's ironed out and you've played with one deck enough that you're misplaying with it less and less, then you get to the point where you think to yourself, I can apply this same skill set that I developed to another deck, and I have that flexibility to adapt what I play into a tournament to take for account what else might be going on. So I think, for me at least personally, that's what I'd recommend to anyone. I mean, some free advice for you watching at home. If you want to make a start into trying getting to these upper echelons of competitive play, that's the advice I'd give.
And while it won't be till a little bit later, of course, we still have our top 16 to play out. Piper's opponent, Shizuki Nakagawa, coming all the way from Japan, will be her opponent come that top 8 bracket. We've also got a player profile on this competitor from Japan, the lone Raging Bolt in our top cut. This is a deck that's gone through a lot of
Was brauche ich noch? Ja, auch noch ein Lithion. Ich bestelle gerade Karten von Card Market.
And now it's completely shifted over to this Noctowl engine, using the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, flooding the board with energy.
Weil ich hätte schon gerne dieses Deck bei mir, weil das eines der Meta-Decks, die ich wirklich feier und selber nicht habe. Habe ich. Den Rest habe ich, glaube ich, alles. Ja. Der Rest ist da. Mir fehlen wirklich einfach nur die zwei. Warte, habe ich noch ein Lithion? Meine Prismatic Box wieder gehen. Habe ich schon letztes Mal nachgeschaut, aber ich kann es mir einfach nicht merken.
Sort of a local master here, very solid on the local scene, has now gone to a large tournament, showcase that that skill level isn't just capped to local tournaments, is now looking to make
ich habe einen Flamara, habe ich.
Japan, not only back home there, but here in America as potentially a world's finalist or world champions.
Das Lithion habe ich eigentlich auch.
No, so at this point you can win through 3 different ways, right? You can get through the city leagues, you can go through the Champions Leagues for replacement, but the points don't accumulate like they do in NA.
Yes, that
the
was it.
points are always separate, so that's really the system.
Yeah, and of course you would know. You've been there. You've played in that system as well. It's a really glad to have you on the desk to explain that for us and everyone at home who might not be aware of how it goes otherwise. But that's the past. We're looking towards the now, and I do believe our players are pretty much at the table and ready to go for our asymmetrical top cut feature match.
Say less, Freya. Let's get down into it. We're actually skipping right into top 8. So
okay.
Asymmetrical top cut is going to play a little bit on the side right now, but the bracket has already been set. Nothing was going to change this matchup. This was already set in stone. That was to happen.
Okay.
So the best things are not worth waiting for. Sometimes, if you can just do it right.
Ich habe einen Cornerstone Ogerpawn. Gibt's ja nicht.
Get the nerves over with, get on the stage and play what is probably the biggest match of both these players' careers. Winner of this gets so much glory, so much, pride, and one step closer to becoming a world champion. It's going to be Piper Lapine up against Suzuki Nakagawa. We'll see how this matchup plays out.
Yeah, we absolutely will. Both these players, I imagine, the nerves will be high, but also the focus and the concentration will be high as well, as they both. We keep talking about it, right? It almost feels like we're a broken record, but it is so true. Every stage of the tournament that you advance further, the stakes get higher and higher. Now, we're looking at potential...
Und Iron Thorns.
And as you were talking about before, Ethan, 3 matches between you and that world champion title.
So we're just making sure everything is being taken care of at this point. Of course, these players setting up. Looks like a mulligan or 2 specifically.
Alright.
This will again be Raging Bolt EX paired with the Knock Towel up against Goldango EX with Genesect and the cute little inclusion of that 1/1 using the rare candy to evolve Togekiss line. Is that potentially going to be what's required for Piper to win this? A little bit of luck, a little bit of coin flip action, or is that really just a cherry on top of the matchup like this?
I guess we'll have to wait and see. Now, I know there's one person who was playing in the World Championships who, although didn't have the best day themselves, Antoine Boulet is going to be feeling pretty chuffed after seeing the Togekiss special.
Alright.
In Goldango at some regionals in Europe this year.
Right, es ist Piper Lapine gegen Shizuki Nakagawa. Welche Karten brauchst du? Alles, was nicht Full Art ist und ich zu Hause habe, schenke ich dir. Also Englisch. Nee, hab nur deutsche, scheiße. Das ist zu nett, das ist zu nett. Also, das ist mir fast schon zu nett, ehrlich gesagt. 2 Genesect und ein Gold... oh boy, das ist crazy. Also ich kann jetzt zeigen, was ich bräuchte. Das wäre das hier. Wäre das hier. Und das aber nicht dringend.
But Piper is a strong player. We've seen her play a way out of many tricky situations like this one. If anyone can try and make it work with this, it's got to be her. But here, we see the fist bump. We are kicking off our first top 8 match here at the Pokémon Trading Card Game 2025 World Championships.
Genesect habe ich. Wo ist mein Eevee, though? Ich habe das letztens irgendwo gezogen, aber ich weiß nicht mehr, wo es ist. Und auch wenn, habe ich es noch in der Ultra Premium Collection. Ja, ich glaube mehr oder weniger einfach nur die. Sind wir jetzt wirklich Raging Bolt gegen das ist ein krasses Matchup eigentlich. Das ist ein legendäres Matchup. Das ist einfach, wer holt die ersten 2 Preiskarten. Ich bin gespannt auf dieses Matchup. Dieses Matchup hat mehr Tiefe, als man denkt.
will see the Hoot Hoot. I assume one more, definitely the choice. And now it just comes down to how many Knock Towels you can have access to.
Bro kauft sich den weiteren Bass-Edict-Verbot. Ohne beide Genesect ist Dengo dann. Yes. Hey Madra, herzlich willkommen im Chat.
Really becomes, is there an energy drop available, especially if it can go onto the Baby Raging Bolt, which can be so powerful in this matchup, even more so that finding Goldengo EX is going to be just a little bit more difficult not having Genesect EX.
Yeah, very much so. It's pretty much that single prize Raging Bolt EX, one of the best attackers you have against Gardevoir. You can really control the board pretty well, but looks like wasn't able to find it, so still an energy drop onto the Raging Bolt EX at least.
Ah, wenn du jetzt siehst, dass deine Genesects nicht da sind. Ah!
And Piper's going to get the bad news very quickly.
Oh,
there
yes.
are no Genesect in play, so what would probably be normally a Nest Ball grabbed off of this Arven may actually have to be that one copy of Ultra Ball.
Alter, die Genesects sind done.
So getting the Gimme Ghouls down is already taken care of.
Local heute mit 4-0-0 gewonnen. Was hast du gespielt? Was war der Play? Was war der Play, Madra? Sicher Typhlosion. Du wärst der Dritte heute mit Typhlosion.
Resources like a prime catcher or boss's orders.
Yeah, I've got to say though, Piper going through the deck very confidently and already slamming down the two choices from the Arven. Poker Face of Steel right here, very appropriate for a Goldengo deck. It's very impressive to see Piper just, you know, so laser focused and not giving away what we know is a horrendous news for her.
So we'll take note that those two Genesect EX are unavailable. As it looks like it will be the Buddy Poffin, as well as another tool card. The air balloon, it looks like, is considered. Actually, may not have an air balloon to.
Pultnor gegen Eevee Box, Grim, Crustle, Grim. Stabil, stabil.
The two Gimme Ghoul come down into play.
Ja, stabil. Kann man machen.
Call for family, so that can search out an extra Pokemon.
Ich so, kann man machen. Carry so schämlich. Ja, Bro, es kann nicht jeder einfach nur Gran Fogita spielen.
Actually make an interesting point earlier on in the game. Sometimes it's actually better to not bench the Genesect early on. It is sort of a nice byproduct, unfortunately, of prizing those Genesect. You have no choice, and the single prize early strategy has to be what you go for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
More Gimme Ghoul, gotta be a pretty good feeling. But now it's up to Shizuki. How does Shizuki respond to this? Since he wasn't able to get an energy onto the single prize Raging Bolt, there won't be any option for a 90 damage Thunderburst Storm to take a KO on one of these Gimme Ghoul. But could still maybe go ahead and KO this active Gimme Ghoul. That's not going to be like the worst feeling in the world. Teal Dance comes in for the first time. One grass energy attached to that Teal Mask Ogerpon. Going to draw a card afterwards. Pretty big hand to work with, as we do see now the Jewel Seeker coming in.
Jewel Seeker now online thanks to that Teal Mask Ogerpon, that Terrastal Pokemon hitting the board.
Was läuft bei VGC? Spielt da Wolfie oder nicht? Ist Wolfie im Top Cut? Ich will gar nicht nachschauen eigentlich. Ich will's eigentlich gar nicht sehen. Ich will's fast nicht sehen. Ah, ich will's eigentlich nicht sehen. Bitte sag mir. Ist der im Top Cut oder nicht?
Quickfire quiz for you, Ethan. Do you remember Sada's Japanese name?
It is.
Nein!
It's actually Sada. It's the.
Nein, Wolfie ist nicht da.
Of course. Putting me on the spot here. Come on, it's been like 2 years.
Wolfie hat's nicht geschafft.
I was thinking of Futu, which is the other guy.
Horrendous.
But it is Orium no Hakase. So a little bit of
horrendous.
We'll keep things comprehensible for those viewing internationally, rather in the States and abroad.
No shot.
Raging Bolt EX. How are you thinking about the Japanese Pokemon names? Come on, let's lock back into the English and get here. We are going to see potentially a Thunderburst Storm online as an option.
Er hat 6-4 verloren. Nein, 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 nein.
KO targets from that Thunderburst Storm, since the 2 energy means it will be knocked out from the 60 damage snipe rather than the 60 not being enough to knock out those 70 HP bench Gimme Ghouls.
Yeah, but the only bit missing, I think, for Shizuki is a way to get this Raging Bolt into the active. He's considering burning the Prime Catcher, and actually just going to go ahead and go for it.
Yeah, it's just going to play the Prime Catcher, valuing taking this first KO with a 1 prize Pokemon. Since Piper is actively attacking with 2 prize Pokemon, the Gust is not as important as it is in other matchups. You can knock out this bench Gimme Ghoul, keep this Raging Bolt in the active spot, and from there, you know, force Piper to have a Gust plus something like this Energy Search Pro. This is piece number 1, but again, without the help of Genesec's Metallic Signal, it's going to be pretty difficult for Piper to get this board set up, pending there's not a Gholdengo EX in the hand right now.
Yeah, at the very least, a full complement of the 8 energy from that Energy Search Pro, so that's going to be a good feeling.
So ein skillloses Deck, 2 Brain Cell needed to pilot. Sehe ich anders, aber ich verurteile dich nicht. Bruder, ich habe das Deck mit meinem 7-jährigen Neffen gegeben und er hat sein erstes Local mit 0 Practice gewonnen, weil es so skilllos ist. Kann ich so nicht unterstützen, kann ich so nicht unterschreiben, aber ich sehe den Punkt.
Genesect not even needed in this spot, and also has another copy of Air Balloon, so can get the maximum 4 cards from these coin bonus abilities, and has Cypher Maniac. This is the perfect turn, can search out the counter catcher from the deck to allow Piper to take the first 2 prize cards potentially, if it is in the deck.
There's no counter catcher in the list, Ethan.
Not playing counter catcher. It feels like that card is almost a staple in this Gholdengo deck, but instead, not playing that card is going to have to settle for a 1 prize knockout in response.
Oh boy. Teilnahme in der Junior Class, er und sein Nachname. Teilnahme in der Junior Class, er und sein Nachname.
Yeah, this would have been an absolutely ideal situation to go for the counter catcher, but Piper does have, of course, that Togekiss ready to go, and this is...
Togekiss is heavy jetzt.
You take out 1 prize knockout, it doesn't feel great, but maybe the Togekiss can be the difference maker that makes that okay.
And now with that Pokemon being in play, I have to wonder if, you know, Shizuki's plan this turn changes a little bit. It feels like target number 1 on the board. The Togekiss just sort of adds this level of variance to the deck that is not really expected out of Gholdengo, and honestly, as Shizuki, you're still going to need 3 turns to win this game. Would it really be so terrible to try and recover this Raging Bolt, put 2 energies onto it, and then use another Thunderburst Storm on the Togepi, followed by 2 2-price KOs? That seems very reasonable, and I feel like maybe even desired here from Shizuki.
I was going to say, not only does that not sound terrible, I think that actually sounds pretty optimal here, because you're putting up another 1 prizer, your map is still pretty good. Yeah, I think that could be a really good thing to go for, and it denies Piper a potential comeback option to put the prize map back in her favor. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way for Shizuki to get it here, and that's kind of acknowledged by the manual attachment of the Lightning Energy and then an Iono for Shizuki.
So usually this 1 hand disruption card in this being used early on, Iono shuffling all those energies for Piper from Energy Search Pro to the bottom of the deck. And it's going to be really hard, again, to find those Gholdengo EX with those Genesects being prized. No Teal Dance being used yet. We also do have a Pheasantipity available. That will be benched. Flip the Script used. 3 additional cards drawn. And there's still a Hoot Hoot down in play, so at any point during the game, as long as that Hoot Hoot is not KO'd, there's just the easy ability to search out more trainer cards. And what an excellent few cards. Another Teal Mask Ogrepon. Grass Energy to go ahead and accelerate, and it seems like, yeah, there it is, another Grass Energy off of the Teal Dance, so just plenty of energy on board, meaning that Raging Bolt's Thunderburst Storm attack, or rather the Bellowing Thunder attack on the EX will be easy to use with there being plenty of those energies available.
Yeah, and look at that as well, getting the Hoot Hoot down for good measure, so going to be plenty of access to Jewel Seeker. Bellowing Thunder comes in, all the grass, and then 1 energy off the active being discarded. Going to go for the Lightning instead, just kind of split the difference a little bit with the energies on the board. I like that a lot. 2 prizes taken, a great turn for Shizuki.
Alright. Jetzt wird's schwierig.
And importantly, does draw into Latias EX off the prizes. That's a great card to allow these basic Pokemon to maneuver in and out of the active spot. Again, Piper only having access to 1 coin bonus ability. No easy way to search out the other Gholdengo, and 1 has just fallen. So we'll grab these energies out of the deck with the
Chillt im Chat, chillt. Macht mal ein bisschen Schicht im Schacht und öffnet ein paar Booster Packs.
KO onto this Raging Bolt, and as a bonus, can she do it while also putting Togekiss into play to try and swing the prize trade back over either this turn or the following turn with 1 heads coin flip from that Wonder Kiss ability?
So yeah, Pokegear now comes in. What does Piper find off of this? There's a Cypher Maniacs.
Huge find. Cypher Maniac essentially allowing Piper to draw into any 2 cards she pleases to off of this coin bonus And grabbing the Togekiss means there might already be the rare candy in hand for Piper.
Wir brauchen 5 Energien, haben wir fast. Wir brauchen Earthen Vessel und E-Search. Poolspiele machen mich immer sauer. Freue mich auf Anton. Ja, Anton wird mal Zeit, dass Anton kommt. Diese Dusknoir-Builds müssen ein bisschen geschaddet werden.
Now retreating into the other Gimmighoul, evolved to Goldengo, coin bonus for 2 again. There's a good 2 spots for next turn, a boss's orders and an Arven red.
Ooh.
Ooh. Energy retrieval and the metal energy. She's got it all.
Yeah, the exact amount of energies to take this KO, right? 4 back from the superior energy retrieval, the 1 attachment for turn, and the 2 in hand. So you've got 5 energy to discard and can leave herself with Arven as the last card in hand. Make it rain, and here we go. It's Wonder Kiss time, baby. What's the flip?
Nein!
Hails. Brutal. So it's, you know, one of these flips. This first flip, very important. But now, Shizuki has the potential to take a KO on Togekiss this turn to put himself down to 2 prizes and shut that Wonder Kiss ability off, meaning that Piper will not have the potential to win if he can take another 2-prize KO with that Togekiss in play.
Yeah, and it was very smart that Shizuki did leave 1 energy each on each Raging Bolt to make sure that he didn't force himself into needing a Posada's Vitality to get enough energy onto the Raging Bolt to attack. So now you can go ahead and Earthen Vessel for some energy, get some onto the field with the Teal Mask.
Lustig ist, dass in Japan keine Sau mehr Anton spielt, weil dort keiner Nor spielt. Sehe da Möglichkeiten, wie komme ich nur nach Japan. Look at this. Look at this boy. He's calculating.
A lot of these lists sometimes will only play the 1 copy of Boss, so having 2 is a big advantage here for Shizuki. So the big question now, can you get enough energy cards in play? And I think with this Earthen Vessel, it's going to be pretty simple, right? You can find a Fighting Energy if that's in the deck, plus a Grass Energy. I actually think there's only 1 energy card in the deck. It may just be the Grass Energy. And
there's 2 of them at least.
Oh, there is a Fighting. Okay, so they're at the back of the deck. So now the question is, do you grab another Grass to get another Teal Dance hit? I think it's better to be safe than sorry.
I think so too.
The Fighting Energy, which means at minimum, with a 2 energy discard from Bellowing Thunder, Togekiss will go down. Piper will still be 2 KOs away from closing this game out.
Yeah, so this Teal Dance is going to be very, very important here. We have the Fighting ready to the attack. We need 2 more energy as well as the Fighting onto the field to do enough damage for the KO onto the Goldengo. But of course, you do already have enough on the field to take the KO on that Togekiss, which is big.
Schwimmen, maybe.
You've got plenty of Boots on the bench. Let's not forget there's
Lass mich überlegen. Soll ich oder soll ich nicht? Chat, soll ich nach Japan schwimmen oder nicht? Stimmt jetzt ab, bitte. Bei 10.000 Kanalpunkten schwimme ich nach Japan.
But there's no Gimmighoul on the bench, so what is your choice? Is it just to pass with a 1-prizer? Then that gets KO'd and you're in the same spot you were the previous turn. You've got to expect with your opponent having a Jewel Seeker ability this turn and a Jewel Seeker ability next turn, that things are not going to end well for you.
Yeah, basically no matter which way you square it, nothing feels great. And here's a very interesting tech card coming in, the Energy Switch. This is something that we do see in some of the Japanese Raging Bot lists especially, giving you a little bit more flexibility with powering up your attackers. And yeah, very cool little tech card that this Raging Bot list is playing.
We'll get rid of that Professor Turo along with the Crispin. See what Pokemon is really valued, and it is going to potentially be that Chien, pal. A card that has seen a little bit more inclusion.
Reicht dafür Schwimmabzeichen in Silber? Ich weiß ja nicht. Silber ist, glaube ich, mehr als genug, um nach Japan zu schwimmen.
Discard that stadium in play, and importantly, get rid of a lot of these liabilities, like those Noctowl. So we'll go ahead and bump the Area 0, discarding down the Noctowl, other Noctowl, I assume, and then we'll see if that Chien Pal leaves play, or if it will be that Fan Rotom instead.
Could be Fan Rotom, or even the Pheasantipity if you're worried about 2-prize liability, but at the same time, I think you want the extra draw from that, so I think the Fan Rotom makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, makes no difference. Again, there's no hand disruption, so just gonna get rid of those Pokemon in play, make space for the Latias so nothing can get trapped, and even has Nest Ball to find another Raging Bolt EX, or even something like Koraidon just as a way to...
Damn.
Yeah, the Koraidon really great. Sort of, it gives you a little bit of type coverage, of course. If another ancient Pokemon attacked last turn, which Raging Bolt EX is, then it does do an extra, 150 more damage with that unrelenting onslaught.
Also 180 könnte Serendipity killen von der Bench.
You know, after this Raging Bolt potentially goes down next turn, is there a way to use one more Bellowing Thunder to win the game? Since the Koraidon does solid damage, but it's really not enough to close things out. Still plenty of cards to be drawn. We haven't seen any of these Teal Dance abilities be used yet. We know there's a Grass Energy.
No Salt 1, right?
So we've seen, oh, it looks like, no, I think we've still got
Das
access to a couple.
richtig alte Energy Retrieval.
So, there are players indicating what has been used, so grabbing the other Grass Energy.
Könnte knapp werden. Maybe. Könnte vielleicht knapp werden.
Something here. Everything's moving around. It's going to actually go in with the Koraidon to take the KO on Togekiss. This is sort of the best of both worlds. Preserve your Raging Bolt EX, keep energies onto it, and then use
Damn, das ist honestly huge.
Togekiss, leave a one prizer active, and put yourself in an excellent spot to win next turn.
Koraidon proving it's
Oh, das war crazy. Das war ein heftiges Play.
KOing the thing that Piper can use to take a comeback with your own single prizer. I mean, you can't ask for much better than that.
Yeah, no, plenty of options that turn, but Shizuki understanding I can do essentially everything.
Nein, nicht Fez, nicht Fez, für was Fez?
But do it with the least liable Pokemon. Because,
no!
You know, Piper can play a Gusting card. It is possible to go after the Raging Bolt, but if you're doing that, can you really reach enough energy cards to take the KO as well?
Why?
You can't play that supporter and get away with a KO without using something like Arven.
What?
Still,
Wieso benchen wir Fez?
Actually having to bench Serendipity is just another liability, since it means if Koraidon were to stay alive and not be KO'd, it would knock out Serendipity.
Das ist katastrophal.
So the Koraidon will be the Pokemon being knocked out. Piper's just gonna make sure this KO is online and hope that Shizuki does not have 4 energy cards to discard next turn with that Bellowing Thunder.
Yeah, it really is.
Sie braucht 3 Preiskarten. Was? Hä? Das macht überhaupt keinen Sinn.
There is a Hoot ready to evolve into Noctowl for Jewel Seeker for Asada. But I think we're going to see it here. KO onto this Koraidon with Make It Rain. Raging Ball goes into the active. Does Shizuki just have all the pieces already?
It's already in there, right?
Yeah.
Just needs a fighting energy in hand and needs a single energy card from Professor Sada's Vitality. Everything will be wrapped up.
Yeah.
Make sure he just goes through the steps. Make sure everything is okay. Nothing has been discarded at this point. Got 2 more bench slots, and Shizuki's gonna go through the motions, but as we mentioned, this game is all but wrapped up. Fighting energy in hand, another ancient Pokemon doesn't even need it. Professor Sada's Vitality, Piper sees the writing on the wall. Shizuki Nakagawa, team number 1 in decisive fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. A ferocious.
Das war ein Heavy Play von diesem Raging Bolt Spieler.
This deck, no matter how long it's around for, it can always just deal with almost everything.
Alter, Digga.
It's like the Night Marches and the Mega Rays of the past. Definitely not bringing those two up for any reasons. But
holy
it is very much that deck of
smokes.
the format, and it's proving its strength time and time again. And now one more time here at the World Championship stage.
You gotta feel for Piper, you know, was potentially a coin flip away from winning that game.
Yeah.
You flip heads on that coin flip, you go down to 2 prize cards, and if you can find Boss's orders that turn, Make It Rain could just take a KO on one of those Pokemon on the bench.
Also Togekiss da auszunocken mit Koraidon war so ein geiles Play, so ein gutes Play. Siehst du, wie viel mehr Tiefe in diesem Game ist? Es ist nicht nur 2-2-2, sondern hat doch eine gewisse Tiefe, das ganze Ding. Friday, ich habe da eine schöne Umfrage gemacht. Du hast eine schöne Umfrage. Was für eine Umfrage hast du gemacht?
Absolutely.
Take a 2-prize KO, take the lead, and then later on in the game, you know, Togekiss can be an option to take out a 1-prize Pokemon, or you at least give yourself an option for bosses.
Ja, und gib mir mehr Gamba ist 1:1.
There's no changing. This list has been locked in for Piper. It's got to play with the 60 cards that are available to her. So yet again, continuing to see these players set up. Suzuki more than ready.
Und es ist... Schwimme ich nach Japan oder was ist es? Mal schauen, Ergebnisse ansehen. Und ja, und gib mir mehr Gamba. Also wir machen mehr Booster Packs auf und schwimmen nach Japan.
You want to go first with if you're playing against this deck because you just want to get a turn where you can get everything down before this Fan Rotom shenanigans can happen.
So that Genesect that was all missing in game number 1 is here to start things off in the active spot. You know, it's an okay spot to be. Air Balloon can easily move that out of the active as Piper will be going, searching through the deck, sees that one Goldengo EX is prized, but outside of that, this prize is more than navigable. We'll be playing a, you know, somewhat standard strategy in this second game.
It always feels good when you look at your prizes and you think, oh, there's just one copy prized of these things I play multiples of that I'm not really too fussed about. I mean, the one exception being the regular Goldengo, the single prize one, but not really something you use in this matchup, so I think it's going to be feel pretty fine about that as well.
Ich glaube, dieses Einpreise Goldengo ist schon noch wichtig in diesem Matchup, by the way. Ich glaube, das ist honestly tragic, dass das in den Preisen ist. Dieser Einpreiser Goldengo.
Matchup, so there's the 2 Goldengo, last one in the deck, so none in the hand, and that's honestly okay when you have Genesect because once again they can just easily be grabbed out at any time thanks to that powerful signal.
So whilst this deck search is going on, I have to like draw attention to Piper's comment on her deck list, and I quote, "Time is money." That's the name that she has given to her.
Oh, mehr Gamba und nach Japan schwimmen. Ich kann nicht mehr. Ich muss jetzt Trips anfangen zu planen. Ehrlich gesagt, sieht nicht schlecht aus für Piper, aber das Ding ist, Raging Bolt hat die Möglichkeit, rein theoretisch hier einen Knockout zu holen.
Night Stretcher and Crispin already, so the Crispin can accelerate and energy into play. There is always a world where you can take a turn 1 KO onto something like Genesect EX.
2 Saras Prize und Baby Bolt Prize. Ist das? Nein, das sind die 70er. Die 70er Gimme Ghouls.
Let's not forget, key card in that first game, that Baby Raging Bolt with Thunderburst form, it is in the prize cards. To see how Shizuki navigates, or rather changes his strategy, because that piece is unavailable.
Yeah, and I think Shizuki is going to be doing the math right now to decide what is the best way to go about this. Do I want to, you know, commit to using a Crispin onto a Raging Bolt EX maybe? But nope, just going to go ahead and make sure that the sort of Terra Pokemon is in play with the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, so that next turn you can go ahead and make use of that Noctowl's Jewel Seeker. So very good for setting up your consistency enabler straight away.
It looks like this is, you know, Shizuki essentially committing to using Squawkabilly EX this turn, not using the fan call on the Rotom. We're just gonna see it. Squawk and
Okay, wir gehen in den Squawk, ist interessant. Night Stretcher und Energy Retrieval ist crazy.
Pokemon in the hand, there is an energy card which we haven't seen an attachment down yet, as well as the Latias. So,
and both bosses orders too.
Both bosses orders, and this fan Rotom means that while there aren't any supporter cards in the hand now, like Professor Sada, guaranteeing a Noctowl as well as 2 Hoot Hoot will make sure that since there is a Terra Pokemon down, trainer cards can start to be searched out of the deck next turn with that Jewel Seeker ability.
Oh, one unfortunate piece missing there. If Shizuki was able to find one of his copies of Area Zero on the depths, you could go ahead and attach a energy to this fan Rotom, use boss's orders, and bring it up in KO1 the Gimme Ghoul. That could be really good.
Of course, cannot use that Assault Landing attack if there is not a Stadium card in play, so a little bit of a small card that you wouldn't think too much about offensively, but it makes all the difference in matchups like these. Just going to be the attachment preemptively onto the Raging Bolt EX.
Würde man hier Hoot Hoot knocken oder
but most of the time, over 50%, you're usually expecting with the 2-Prizer active and this board setup, prizes aren't going to be taken. Piper is
Oder würde man hier auf das Raging Bolt gehen? Ich glaube Raging Bolt.
Because, generally speaking, if you are doing an attack turn 1 going second, it is with the fan rotom. This isn't like the turbo version of the deck, which is kind of almost aiming to get a bigger turn 1 knockout going second with turbo through the deck with the multiple copies of Squawkabilly and all that. They're a little bit more of a slower approach here with this build and still able to get a pretty decent turn 1 setup. I don't think Shizuki's going to be too upset about the board he's been able to establish.
Coin bonus number 1 being used, and Arvin, very clear supporter of choice, means the air balloon will be a guarantee to move Genesect out of the active spot, and another item card can be taken. Wonder if we'll see Earthen Vessel, and that is the choice. Don't need a lot of energy to KO this fan Rotom. Is that the option here? Do you really want to put up this 2-prize Pokemon preemptively to take this KO? It feels like it's more than likely you'll just get responded to in kind, lose the prize trade, your opponent's going to take the first 2 prizes, and from there, it's tough, especially if you're unable to get Togepi down this turn.
Also hier kann man nicht wirklich angreifen mit einem 2-Preiser. Also wenn du nicht hier einen 2-Preis-Knockout holst, dann kannst du hier nicht wirklich angreifen.
You can go 2-2-2 from there. If you're the one taking a 1-prizer instead, I mean, you're not really getting that much further to your game plan, unless, of course, you're again relying on that Wonder Kiss heads from the Togekiss.
Yeah, it's tough because if you decide
Artisan ist nice für ein weiteres Gumigul. Oder Togepi, ja, Togepi.
It's very likely you will just lose a 2-prize Pokemon and then wonder, why did I not just at least take a prize to give myself a chance with Togekiss later in the game? And this seems to be the game plan for Piper.
Ja. Okay, mit Togepi macht das Ganze mehr Sinn. Dann kannst du hier eigentlich ruhig dein Price Trade anfangen. Aber du hast eigentlich nur 3 Chancen. Besser gesagt. Ja, 3 Chancen. 3 Münzwürfe.
The deck, then it wouldn't have even been an option at all. So I think Piper is put this in the deck to account for this potentiality, and it's been kind of, it didn't pay off in the game 1, but it could pay off in game 2.
Action back on Shizuki starts things off with a Teal Dance, another Noctowl drawn, so at most, you've always got to be conservative with how you use these Jewel Seeker abilities. They're very powerful, but you're limited in how many you can use throughout the game. Spacing them out is usually the key choice for a lot of these players. We'll just go ahead and put a second Ancient Pokemon down, meaning that Professor Sada's Vitality will be able to accelerate more energy into play, thus meaning we could be on somewhat of a similar game plan for Shizuki. Does become a little bit more difficult since there wasn't a prize card taken last turn, meaning it doesn't line up very, very well with your, go 6-4-2 or from 5-4-2 to win. It makes things essentially forcing you to play a 7-prize game.
Yeah, once again, Sada searching the deck one more time, and with the Koraidon and the Raging Bolt out, both, it's kind of double benefit, right? Not only are you
Alter, ich habe das Gefühl, Shizuki steht wieder viel besser da. Aber das muss nichts heißen. Dieser Zug sieht jetzt gerade besser aus für ihn, aber we don't know actually.
But Shizuki showing us why he's in the top 4 of the World Championships with this Raging Bolt deck, using every resource at its disposal to accelerate energy.
Hold on, he's on the top 4 yet, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. This is still top 8 going ahead.
Okay, we've got plenty
oh, da haben wir Boss gesehen.
It's happening so fast at this tournament that sometimes it's a little bit hard to lose track of what's happening. These players, however, absolutely focused. The bench now extended thanks to Area 0. With this Latias coming down, it means all these basic Pokemon would be able to retreat. However, there's only 2 empty bench spots, so as a Raging Bolt player, you've always got to be conservative and really think towards the end of the game if you're going to need those bench slots for later. Thinks that there maybe could be a better Pokemon to put into play down the line. You'll just go ahead and get rid of 4 energy off this Pokemon, leaving just the fighting onto the onto the Koraidon and taking the first 2 prizes of this game.
Yeah, I think acknowledging that it is more than likely that Piper is going to be able to find enough energy to KO this Raging Bolt in the active. So
da ist eine Fliege. Da ist eine Fliege auf der Kamera. Auf meinen Eiern. Okay. Dafür holen wir jetzt den. Wir brauchen Togepi. Wir brauchen in diesem Zug Togepi zwingend.
Shizuki could potentially threaten KOs on Togekiss later down the line. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to justify because, again, being at 4 prizes right now, you could just win the game in 2 turns if you ignore the Togekiss and just try and knock out 2 Goldengo EX.
Yeah, it's so tricky, right? It's not. It's a big difference from Game 1 in the sense that the prize map doesn't allow Shizuki to safely go for this Togekiss like he would have done in Game 1. So there's going to be potentially 2 chances for Piper to flip this heads to steal this win from Shizuki. So it's going to be coming down to some Wonder Kiss flips, folks.
Yeah, it feels like Shizuki, in terms of his game plan, I'm not sure he can validate going after Togekiss.
No.
It just makes the game plan so much easier for Piper. Here we go. We're going through fast. Big Wonder Kiss flip. It's heads.
Let's go!
Piper getting a big time reward.
Let's go!
Togekiss into play.
Yes! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Yeah. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Ja, absolut. Holy shit, das war ein großer Flip.
Raging Bolt, thanks to that 1 copy of Energy Switch in the deck, there's still plenty of possibilities thanks to there being a Jewel Seeker ability online and a substantially large hand size. Let's see what Shizuki's able to put together this turn.
So was the Energy Switch discarded of that Squawk ability during the first turn?
It was not. It was an energy retrieval.
Yes, that was it.
So a lot of energy manipulation cards or recovery cards in this.
Gamba auf Worlds-Niveau, ja Mann. Absolut. Gamba auf Worlds-Niveau ist heavy. Ich hab so Bock jetzt ein Deck zu spielen mit Togekiss.
See Ultra Ball get played. Does get rid of the Area 0. Maybe expecting just no more stadiums out of Piper. Has already played that Artisan down. Now deciding if this is the time to start using these Jewel Seeker abilities to put together a large combination. There is already Noctowl in the hand, so we'll have to see if it's another Pokemon like that Raging Bolt EX instead.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get at least 1 Raging Bolt down, right? Because you want to make sure that you can at least KO this Goldengo in the active. Doing it in combination with an Ino could be very, very good. That might be a good way for Shizuki to try and come back here. And as you already mentioned, you can do that because you have the Energy Switch and you cleverly preserve that 1 energy onto the bench Koraidon. You can power up the Bellowing Thunder's attack cost while still disrupting, which is very, very good for Shizuki.
That Latias could be beneficial to have on the bench now, since you would preserve discarding an energy from retreating. That gets you a little bit closer. Still got access to another Teal Dance as well. So if all the pieces are there, there will actually be exactly enough energies to KO. 1 more Teal Dance, a manual attachment, and a pivot.
And not only that, great find here from the Nest Ball. Finds the lightning energy, so you can go ahead and Nest Ball for the Raging Bolt, attach that, and then now all you need to do is find the Energy Switch to go ahead and get that powered up.
You have to imagine this is what Shizuki needs to go for. Piper just has an absolutely massive hand right now. 10 or so cards at minimum. Seems like there's no better option. You can go ahead and already have all the pieces here. You can just use this Jewel Seeker, find Iono, Energy Switch. Instead, it's actually going to be the Earthen Vessel, so maybe already has the Energy Switch in the hand. You have to assume that's at least got to be the piece right now. And yes,
there it is.
It is that Diamond and Pearl Energy Switch.
It's the Chimchar.
Yeah, it's my boy right there. He's going to get a little bit of time in the limelight, getting rid of that baby Raging Bolt. Its time has passed. It's really not going to have a lot of impact. Just grab a Grass Energy out of the deck, use 1 more of these Teal Dance, bench the Latias, and off of this disruption, Shizuki, being in a tight situation, because of that Wonder Flip, Heads Flip, is just going to give himself the best possible shot at winning this game and essentially leave it on Piper to see if she can make it rain 1 more time in this game too.
Yeah, Shizuki doing absolutely the best he can to secure his future. I've been really impressed in general with this game as how he's clearly streamlined his sequencing with this.
Das ist wirklich wild.
Every single time, I feel like he's made the exact correct decision to give himself the best chance of winning, and it's, well, I mean, it's paid off already with a top 8 at Worlds, but he, of course, he wants to go 1 further, and he's this I know is going
Also spielt, Shizuki spielt das wirklich krass.
Is going to have to use that for the Latias. Teal Dance number 2, drawing an additional card. Fighting energy, or rather the lightning energy in hand comes down. Energy Switch, exactly enough energy in play. Smart choice again on the previous turn to leave that energy on the Koraidon. None of this would be possible if there wasn't the exact number of energy in play that there is now. It's going to go through the motions.
Das ist wirklich krass.
Latias down, Skyliner in play, meaning this Ogre Pond does not need to discard any energy.
Und jetzt, oh mein Gott, das könnte trotzdem immer noch funktionieren für Shizuki.
Only going to have access to a single coin bonus ability next turn, while Shizuki will get the 4 cards in hand, plus the 2 prize cards, and potentially
Das ist huge. Alter, dieses Ding, oh mein Gott, das ist wieder mal ein heftiger Zug. Shizuki spielt das so nice.
price Sarda's Vitalities. Let's see, what does Piper draw? It's going to be Metallic Signal to fin the deck of 2 cards.
Just going to get that. That's not how the card works. Can't grab the Genesect. Make sure you just go and check through everything. I don't think there's any targets to be grabbed out of the deck, so it's just going to shuffle the deck up.
Oh boy!
Code breaking would guarantee the game as long as there are 2 superior energy retrievals. You can discard 2 of those cards, grab back 4 energy, discard 1 to 2 of them, and then grab back the last energy cards you need. Let's see if Piper can figure this out. Just gonna go ahead and use the coin bonus.
Oh!
It's not over just yet. There's a Pheasantipity.
Oh! Oh! Okay, Boss ist da. Es ist möglich.
Boss's orders. You can thin out this Gimme Ghoul. And if there's nothing like an air balloon, then that means he's not even going to need a card like Prime Catcher to take a KO on a 2-price Pokemon. It may seriously come down to this flip the script ability, finding something like Arven in combination with more ways to recover energy cards.
Oh my gosh! Boss! Da ist Boss auf der Hand.
Flip this game and take us to a game 3.
Oh!
Double
Energy Superhero, that is the exact cards Piper needs. Come on, Piper, with the plot armor coming in clutch, can just grab the rest of the energy cards out. 2 from the superior energy retrieval, 4 cards from the second one. With her back against the wall, she flips the script and brings us to a game number 3.
Oh my goodness! Ich muss pinkeln. Oh my God, nice. Oh shit, das war wieder so hart knapp. Oh boy. Oh boy. Check nichts. Weißt du, das ist das, was ich auch schade finde im TCG so. Es ist sehr viel Strategie und einfach Karten und man muss wissen, was sie machen. VGC ist zwar ultra kompliziert an sich so, wie man die Pokémon kriegt und welche Attacken und Mindgames, bla bla bla. Aber zumindest hast du da ein bisschen Action. Weißt du, du siehst visuell, wenn ein Pokémon down geht oder sonst was. Im TCG ist es so unspektakulär. Deswegen ist es eigentlich auch das wenigste beliebte Spiel. Also Unite, VGC, Videogame. Ja, VGC. Und Pokémon Go. Da siehst du zumindest, was passiert. Und hier ist es so, also sie zieht 3 Karten und es ist genau das, was sie braucht. Finde ich schon schade, aber ist halt so. Dafür ist es ein richtig geiles Spiel. Alright, geh kurz pinkeln, kommen wir gleich.
We're going to see a full game 3. We're in Top Cut anyway, so there's always going to be a winner, but one more game to decide who gets that one step closer to the champion title.
And the pressure has got to be on for these players. This is just such a big game. You're praying and hoping your deck does exactly what you want it to do, that the prize cards are generous. There are so many things in and out of these players' controls, but they've got to do whatever they can to give themselves the best shot. We'll see exactly what's happening here in terms of the prizes, what everybody has. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take you down to the match, and I think we're going to get a look very quickly on what cards are prized. Because if there's ever a game to have these prizes in the Pokemon TCG, it is not this game, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not any game.
It's not any game of the Pokemon TCG. Can we see the prize cards, please? Can we just take a moment? This is unbelievable. Triple Gimme Ghoul prized. You are having access to 1 Goldango. They are not even at the bottom of the prizes. You are not even going to take any off of the first KO. This is the most unbelievable prizing we have seen in a match of this high stakes. This, is only rivaled by very few moments.
Oh my
you prize the
goodness!
But you, for the first time this set, start the transformative start Ditto, meaning your setup is going to be almost close to flawless, pending you have even the bare minimum to work with at this turn.
I've got to say, I'm sorry, is John Kettler in the room? The free
3 gimmies!
I think they want their feature mode back.
That's some elite ball knowledge right there, to be honest. If you know, you know. There have been some bad prizes, but this is absolutely nightmare scenario for Piper. He's going to get the bad news immediately. The fan Rotom, the choice from that transformative start Ditto, doing what it does best, transforming into any Pokemon you'd like. And Call can be used. Suzuki having an excellent start, going first, getting these Pokemon into play, and Piper is going to have to see what she can work with. But at the end of the day, Freya, if there's anybody who can make a comeback, or rather deal with these tough circumstances, it's going to be someone as seasoned as Piper looking.
It absolutely is. And to a similar note, we saw John Eng take down a regional, or take down a match after prizing what I think it was all of Giratinas or something along those lines, where like it was, I think it was John who prized so many of the same copy or something and was still able to take it. So Piper just as experienced as that.
Schön, dass Piper da war. Oh
so we'll see what else is available for Suzuki on this first turn.
What the fuck? Die Preiskarten in diesen 3 Spielen waren horrendous.
Otter maybe later on. Actually, wow, not much happening there. I don't think there's any way so far to get down a Terra Pokemon.
Oh my god!
Immediately gonna get the bad news that there is 1 Gimmighoul in this deck, meaning you maybe gotta start pulling some tricks out of the bag. I need to remind everybody here that Togekiss can attack. It is a potential option. You can swing with the Togekiss. At the end of the day, you've got to pull out whatever bag of tricks you have in a scenario as dire as this one.
I am once again...
You can't even use the Togekiss. The Candy's prize too. You can't even get that into play. Oh my god. Dude, what are this is unbelievable. I am at a loss for words. With the circumstances involved, this is absolutely worst case scenario. This is not how you want to see things go.
Yeah, and also like 2 more 1-ofs as well, just an insult to injury. The Pheasantipity, which is always good, and Tool Scrapper just to get rid of random stuff. I don't know if I don't remember if the Suzuki played.
Oh my god.
So far. I think all I've got to say, other than that, is considering the circumstances.
Piper, no.
Piper's holding a pretty impressive poker face. I don't think I'd be able to like emote that little.
I was gonna say I would probably break in this spot. Maybe start crying. Who knows? This is not.
Ich würde auch. Mir würdest du es ansehen. Die wird innerlich gerade schreien. Ja.
I mean, but it's hard to not show emotion in this spot. The biggest game of your Pokemon career and everything that you.
Und bei Gott, ich verstehe es. Ja.
Does find Arvin off of the Poke Gear. I'm not sure there was actually another supporter, so at least a solid start, but are you just... You can Buddy Poppin for a single Pokemon. You can get the Togepi down if you'd like.
I think you may as well, right? I mean...
Yeah, I mean, there's no rare candy. It is always an easy Pokemon to be knocked out with something like Thunderburst Storm. That is something to consider. It does have just 50 HP, but, you know, you've got no...
Oh mein Gott.
Togepi's gonna come down and...
It's a bait, right?
It's gonna...
Es ist ein Bait, ja. Es ist ein Bait. Ey, ohne Spaß, power up dein Genesect. Ohne Jokes, power den Shit up.
Because you have no way to set things back up, and every time your Gimmighoul is going to come down, it's just going to get targeted by boss or a snipe from Thunderburst Storm.
Also, hold on a second. There is a nest ball in Suzuki's hand. He's got it all. He's going to be firing on all cylinders this turn. He can go ahead and grab that Teal Mask Ogerpon and...
Alter, shit.
Now that Jewel Seeker ability is online, I wonder if there's the potential ability to... I think, actually, the Thunderburst Storm can take a KO on the only Gimmighoul in play, right? If you use a Teal Dance ability, Latias to retreat, and then use the Crispin from the deck, you get the manual attachment, the effect of Crispin, and the energy switch effect. That could allow you to snipe the Gimmighoul, and then every single turn
Oh no, Alter, meine Hände schwitzen. Genesect Power-Up dauert 3 Runden als...
Or make a play as simple as this, where you just use boss's orders,
Ja,
go to stadium and play.
ja, logisch. Es ist alles scheiße. Ich sag nicht Power Up. Power Up den Bitch Ass.
I like this. I mean, obviously powering up the Raging Bolts, the single prizer, is pretty good as well. But I mean, yeah, 70 damage KOs with Gimmighoul. Why not, right? Just boss's orders.
Oh my god! It's happening! It's happening! No!
With intention. KO takes the Pheasantipity out of the prize card, still has access to Jewel Seeker. The Van Rotom is powered up. This guy can spin, but this guy can also hit Assault Landing KOs. And now Piper only has one way to recover.
It hurts,
something
yeah,
like
it hurts.
Out of the discard pile is going to use the Cypher Maniac, but that means there's no way to draw cards this turn because the Pheasantipity is still prized. You can stack the deck to the top, but it's going to be just another bonus turn for Suzuki to build up energy on the board, start powering up Pokemon.
No way, das war's.
For the taking.
What a heartbreaker for Piper Lapine, doing her absolute best given the circumstances, but yeah, you can, honestly, I'm with you. If that was me in that situation, I'm not sure if I'd be able to hold it together, but and like, who can blame her at this point? I mean, the biggest match of your life, and then just to have like variance thrown so cruelly in your face this way. It's a part of the game. We know it happens. We try to play around as best we can, but sometimes you just can't avoid the way the cards land.
And just a pass, and if Shizuki can find enough energy cards here, I think it is just possible that he can knock out Genesect EX, right?
Yeah.
Use a Crispin, retreat with the Latias, Teal Dance, and if you can do all of that, 4 energy, discarded, using something like that to just KO, and it looks like that is going to be somewhat similar to the line Shizuki wants to go for. Even just attacking now with something like the Baby Raging Bolt would be more than enough. You can KO and then guarantee a KO. So I'm not sure Shizuki had a way to search out that Baby Raging Bolt, but it feels like it's just a little bit better of a target to have powered up, since KOing the Genesect doesn't really provide you much value. You're in no rush to take that Pokemon out.
No, I guess not, but at the same time, you're stopping Piper from putting more cards in the deck, right? You're getting closer to winning.
Alter, es tut so weh. Was ist das?
At this point, it's kind of,
no shot!
Absolutely. It's always important,
boy.
though, even with a lead like this, comebacks are possible.
That's
so making sure you make the optimal plays every turn can be difficult when you just tunnel into this fact of, oh, I'm going to win this game, my opponent is doing nothing. We've seen comebacks like this.
Gruesome,
You still can't fault
gruesome.
Shizuki for taking this line. It's still going to be able to take a 2-prize KO, leave Piper with just a Togepi in hand, and most likely a top deck that at most gets a Gimme Ghoul into play. And from there, what can Piper do if that Gimme Ghoul is KO'd again?
It's just not a good. It's just not a good feeling no matter which way you square it. There's the Latias EX coming down, Skyliner giving everything free retreat. Well, at least all the basics on Shizuki's field, and then the big KO onto the Genesect EX, and then Piper. We know it's the draw. It's the Night Stretcher. Gonna play that, grab back that Gimme Ghoul, and then what? It's just gonna be a pass after. Oh, okay, boss's orders bring up the Noctowl. Okay, maybe this will be something.
Yeah, this is why I would have really liked to just see the Baby Raging Bolt get powered up, because you just commit all these resources and it doesn't really change.
Da ist schon Tura auf der Hand.
Power all these Pokemon up again. Now, you know, there's a chance, a very likely chance actually, that Shizuki is unable to KO this bench Gimme Ghoul, right? Would need the Sada plus the attachment plus the energy switch, and you can't search out these specific cards anymore. Does have the Turo, and it looks like it's just going to be content taking a 1-prize KO onto the Togepi. Is that more than enough lead?
Und auch wenn Piper jetzt den Double Knockout holt, ist es unwahrscheinlich, dass sie 2 oder 1 Gimme Ghoul kriegt, weil die sind in der Mitte und oben links. Und wenn sie von unten anfängt, kriegt sie für die nächsten 2 Preiskarten immer noch keine Gimme Ghouls. Sie müsste irgendwo anders anfangen, ihre Preiskarten zu nehmen.
Only 2 prize cards away from winning. You know that your opponent has had some really rough prizing. I mean, there will be, I guess, an option for a KO here. We do see the Energy Search Pro, and the Goldengo's already in hand. So maybe Piper can like start to think of doing something here, but it's just such a rough situation.
Again, you know, Piper would have to find boss's orders without really much card draw at this point. You know, some cards have naturally built up in the hand. You're going to thin those energies out with Energy Switch Pro. But assuming you take a KO on this fan Rotom, you have to assume Shizuki's just got the game guaranteed, right? The Noctowl is already in the hand, thanks to that Professor Turo picking it back up and re-benching the Hoot Hoot. So it seems like, you know, Piper, while the finally Goldengo EX comes into play, it's got to be accompanied by a boss's orders. If there's not a boss's orders coming down, it seems like it's just Sparks game over. See what he can do.
No, there it
is.
is.
The boss orders, and is just going to go after the Hoot Hoot, make it as hard as possible for these trainers to be searched out of the deck. But I think Shizuki might have the pieces here. Just needs to find either a Lightning or a Fighting Energy, as the Sada's already there. Let's see what can be found. There's Flip the Script. Nestball can search things out. I think he is very, very close from winning this game.
Yeah, Nestball's gonna go ahead. Oh no, wait, the Pheasantipity is it still prized? No, he got it out of the prizes.
So can leave one bench space open for Pheasantipity. This also means now benching another ancient Pokemon. Energy Switch is also an out for you to be able to take a KO on this Goldango. So here we go for Shizuki. Big turn. Shuffles the deck up. He's going to get to draw 3 cards from this Flip the Script ability, and then another 3 cards from the Professor Sada. Just needs to find an energy card. What does he find? Top 3 cards of the deck. Do we see it? No! Ultra Ball, no other Pokemon can play this Ultra Ball first. Thin a Pokemon out of the deck. Give yourself better outs. It's just going to play the Sada right away. And one more time. 3 cards. Just needs to find a Fighting Energy. What do we see off of the 3?
Fighting.
It's a Night Stretcher! If there's a Fighting Energy in the discard pile, which there is, Shizuki Nakagawa can get this Bellowing Thunder online.
Oh my god!
Huge congratulations to Shizuki Nakagawa, just not letting up, knowing that the opponent, knowing that Piper was in such a disadvantaged position, but not losing sight of what was important, taking the KOs and just capitalizing on that disadvantage. Huge commiserations to Piper. Your heart's got to break for her after playing your heart out in in all 3 of those games, but just the free Gimme Ghoul prize and the festivity for good measure. Probably some of the worst prizes you could ask for in any game, let alone at top 8 of the World Championships. What a heartbreaker.
Piper, bitte, nein.
Match of her career as a Pokemon player, and you do everything right, and you see her shrug. What is she supposed to do in that spot? You got bodied by your prize cards. Get on the chin, Piper. There's, again, not much you can do. And that set was back and forth. In this first game, as we look back on this set, Piper was realistically
GG, I cry, ja. Das ist, oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. Das war das Traurigste, was ich schon seit langem gesehen habe, wieder mal. Ich kann nicht mehr. Ich kann nicht mehr. Das war sowas von traurig. Oh. Hab aus Versehen auf mein Programm geklickt.
You just need one. It's that simple. Usually you're going to get 1 to 2 opportunities. Had the one opportunity, went down to 2 prize cards, and this flip the script was called. This is one of up there this season for one of the most clutch flip the script abilities we've seen on stream. Double superior energy retrieval, 7 energy, more than enough to knock out Raging Bolt EX. And jeez, this last game,
VGC Wolfie ist weg. Piper Lepine ist weg. Was ist mit Oshwind? Oshwind hat gewonnen. Zumindest.
It's really hard to win.
It wasn't even like he drew insane, right? He just drew normally. Yeah,
nothing too crazy, but you don't need crazy when Goldengo EX can barely get into play and found the Night Stretcher off on that final turn, taking the win, and you could see the relief on Shizuki's face is now a top 4 contender at the World Championships. At minimum, going home with a trophy, a Pikachu card, but I know he's hungry for more than just that.
Going to be hungry for more than just that. Not just for himself as well, but for Japan as a whole. Japan has been starving for a Worlds win, gotten so close a lot of times. That you had to go, it's all the way back in 2016, right? Shitaro Ito, that was the last Japanese win in Masters.
It has been. Daichi got close in 2022.
Absolutely.
Did get 2nd place, but it has been a few years since a Japanese player won the World Championships. Will this be the time? Naoto Suzuki got oh so close in 2017, 2nd place. Is Anaheim gonna go ahead and repeat history?
And then Shintaro again, 2nd in 2019 to Henry Brand. There's been a lot of 2nd places for Japan over the past 10 years or so.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, it seems, in the last decade or so. Still plenty of Pokemon happening out in the field and this tournament, but again,
oh boy.
Big congratulations here to Shizuki. Wow, what a set that was. You gotta again feel bad for
I mean, ein Dengo weniger. Ja, fühlt sich kacke an, ey.
This is the chance, right? I make a deeper run through top 8. Unfortunately, cut short.
For sure. Ich hab so Bock jetzt selbst zu spielen, aber in Real Life mit Karten, Mann. Ja, aber jetzt haben wir wahrscheinlich einige Zeit, bis es weitergeht, weil wir hatten noch irgendwie 20 Minuten auf der Uhr für die letzte Runde. Und jetzt sind wir da.
So we just finished a top 8 match. Of course, we've also had matches going out.
What? 22? So viele Booster Packs? Also wenn hier das rote Victini nicht drin ist, dann weiß ich auch nicht. Das ist crazy. Keldeo, Whimsicott, mein Reshiram. Oshwind hat Freewin?
Looking to avenge his brother, or not even avenge, just repeat what his brother did last year and bring glory home to Chile yet again this year.
Wait, what?
And keep it in Chile. That is what Marco was going for, and he is one step closer to doing it. What a story that would be.
It would absolutely be a story.
Marcos Cifuentes, der Bruder von dem anderen Cifuentes. Der letztes Jahr gewonnen hat, ich glaub's nicht.
Dragapult Dusknoir up against Zoroark. I'm gonna be super interested to see how that matchup plays as well. And
Deswegen war Locals heute ein Genuss. Meine Tochter hat auch mitgespielt und dann noch gewinnen mit Pultnor, so ein schweres Deck. Ja, jetzt provozierst du aber den Carries.
I don't know about you, but I think after that matchup, I think I need a bit of a wind down. I'm not sure if you're in the same boat as me, but
Ich habe kein rotes Victini gekriegt.
So, yeah, wow. Top 8 coming up soon though. Marco against Justin to see who will be advancing into top 4. So, I guess from us, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
Quick break, ja Mann, das dauert jetzt, weißt du wie lange?
Marco to see if he can keep it for Chile, or will it be Justin?
Chipperchi here, and I was able to find a bunch of former world champions here at Worlds this weekend.
Cifuentes!
They're very excited to be here. I hope everyone watching.
World champion? World champion?
To ask each of them what their #1 tip is for the World Championships.
Mein Gegner fängt als erster an.
My name is Liam Halliburton. I won World in 2022 in the seniors division, and the one tip I would have for you to
Kind of not the best draw, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
2018 champion, and my #1 tip is to don't be afraid to think outside the box. If you think you found a way to make a deck better, just trust in yourself and go with it.
Mi nombre es Fernando.
Okay, this is attached.
Soy el campeón mundial del año 2024. Mi consejo para ganar el mundial es divertirse.
Mi nombre es Diego Casiraga, soy el campeón mundial de 2017 en Anaheim y mi consejo para todos es que jueguen mucho, practiquen y que se diviertan con amigos, que es lo más importante. Saludos.
My name is Jesper Eriksson. I'm the 2016 Pokémon TCG Senior Division World Champion, and my best advice for players wanting to play the Pokémon TCG would be to practice your deck. Regardless of what deck it is, just feel comfortable with it. Comfortability comes from practice, and therefore you will also get better results.
My name's Henry Brand. I won the World Championships in 2019, and my biggest tip is to be confident. The World Championships is, funnily enough, not won in the finals. It's actually won in the 6, 12 months, 2 years leading up to it. It's all the hard work.
My name is Rowan Stavino. I won the 2015 World Championships in the junior division. My #1 tip is to play whatever deck you're most comfortable with, even if everyone else says it's bad.
Steven Rowanoff.
Hello, my name is Andrzej Kubal. I won in 2022 in Masters in London. And my tip is what ultimately matters is your own preparation.
My name is Magnus Peterson. I won the World Championship in 2018 in the seniors. And my #1 tip for the World Championship is to have a great group of friends to test with and bounce ideas off of.
Hi, I'm Evan Pavelski. I won in 2024 Honolulu Worlds last year. And my tip is to practice the deck that you want to play and just play whatever you're comfortable with.
You heard it here from all of our former world champions competing this weekend. Follow these tips, and maybe one day you too could be a Pokemon trading card game world champion.
Hey there, trainers. Jim Lawson here at the Anaheim Convention Center. We're here for Pokemon Worlds 2025. As you can see, there are tons of great events here at the venue, and our goal, we want to bring you, the viewing audience, as close as possible to all the great events. Where are we now? We are at the Toyota Engineering Society Miraidon project. And as you can see, we have a life-size...
Das ist so geil, Alter. Dieses Miraidon ist so nice.
Pokemon actually teamed up with Toyota to demonstrate to the children of today...
Mit Toyota? Co-op mit Toyota für Miraidon. Alter, Toyota hat ein Miraidon gemacht.
Will this Miraidon change forms? We'll have to make sure that we check back later to see. But for now, let's get back to the battles.
Chip Ritchie back here in the hall at Pokemon Worlds 2025 here in Anaheim. So many exciting things to do here this weekend, and one of the many exciting things is the opportunity to meet Pikachu and tons of other Pokemon friends. I've seen Gengar out taking pictures. I've seen Snorlax. Looks like Pikachu's out there right now, and I think we actually have a special guest, someone who is
That's a broken hand, by the way. Oh!
This is Samuel. Samuel, are you excited to meet
This
Pikachu?
is broken!
What are you gonna say? It sounds like he's excited. Let's get him to meet Pikachu and see what he says. so much fun. Samuel, did you have a good time meeting Pikachu?
Yes!
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. You too can have a great time at any of these Pokemon events. Come out and check it out. Let's get back to the Pokemon Worlds action.
Meine Ace-Bag ist priced.
Well, how about it? We have just seen one of our top 8 games and we have more to come your way. We're entering into the final stages here in Anaheim at the World Championship. And it is a chance for the best of the Pokemon TCG to prove why they should be taking the title of World Champion. And this is going to be those final few games, top 8 coming up in just a moment. We'll have another one of those two and we'll be rounding out the rest of the top 4 games today. And in the final, which will be in the arena. Very exciting time ahead. My name is Mike and I'm joined by the masterful mind, Joe Bernard, who will be giving you all that insight you need to know about these decks and how they work. We've been seeing a whole variety of decks throughout the tournament, but give us a little bit of insight as to how the whole tournament has progressed in terms of the archetypes.
Well, it feels like Golden Go has been the big story of the entire weekend, coming in over 20% in that day 1 field, almost reaching that 30% coming into our day number 2, and also a number of them in that top 8 contention as well, still in the mix, which is really interesting to see. We just saw
Noch ein Shark
heartbreak, unfortunately, in that game number 3. I know there's a ton of fans out there rooting for Piper. Unfortunate scenes, but hey, that is Pokemon at the end of the day, and sometimes your Gimmighoul just aren't cooperating. But there's still some good amount of variety up at the top, and I think that's still been a story of this format, with Black Bolt and White Flare creating the introduction of Golden Go to jump up that tier list a little bit, but the same old story of the best decks throughout the entire season are still up there, so we still have plenty of archetypes in that mix.
No Gardevoir though. Gardevoir has struggled to make it into the top cut here, and a few unexpected archetypes with Charizard EX and Enzoroc making their way into the top. And I guess for you, coming into these tournaments, these players are going to be choosing archetypes that are known to be good and trying to make them that bit better, or choosing archetypes that are less known that can beat the best decks around. Are we seeing a good combination of that in the top cut?
I think certainly a good combination of that. That Enzoroc deck did have a good showing at the NAIC, still not being that popular of a choice, but it comes with its risks. You're having to run into certain matchups and then some others that you sort of have to shrug at and say, I have really low percentages here. But it's worked out for a handful of players, and
was schmeiß ich weg.
is one of those players who's been operating that Enzoroc archetype, and hey, his brother did pretty well last season playing an off-the-wall pick as well. So if you hear that Cifuentes, yeah, that's Fernando from last year, by the way, with that Iron Thorns deck. So clearly those testing partners, those brothers, they're having a good showing of things and can pinpoint a metagame.
Yeah, our 2024 World Champion's brother is trying to make it a back-to-back, a historic moment that would be if he is able to make it all the way. Has overcome his asymmetrical top 16 match to make it into the top 8. And we also have other asymmetrical top 16 matches going on to try and see who's going to be progressing to face either Irvind or Mateusz, who've been sitting at the top of the Swiss all tournament long. And so we're rewarded with that top 8 seeding. So we'll be keeping you up to date with everything that's going on throughout the tournament. And from your point of view, which of these players is kind of standing out in terms of that unexpected result? You've got these journeys that you expect. You know, the players like Urvid, we've seen him be a regional champion, a regional runner-up this season, and many of these top players have had multiple wins at the highest level. But at Worlds, you always see these unknown stories of players coming through without much previous results to show.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where everyone who's made it this far is clearly a really skilled, talented player, and everyone's had their breakout here or there. And it feels like we still have some really talented top 8 contestants. I think Mateusz is the one that stands out to me as a player you see who thinks about the game a little bit differently to most, definitely in their deck building, construction, and how they think about the game and where they gain their advantages. You know, winning a regionals with a Palkia Viper Vault deck, and then also being one of the key minds behind a Benet EX Gardevoir deck as well, clearly means that they look at the game a little bit differently. And even though they're playing an N Zoroark deck, which we sort of know as an archetype,
Crystal?
they've also made a very different build to most. So I think that player stands out as someone who thinks about the game so differently. It's somewhat surprising to see them making it into that top cut, but hey, they've got the pedigree there as well.
100%. I think one of those players where if you play against him regularly at regional events, you'll be very aware of him, because you're always worried as to what he's playing. But on the big stage, maybe some of you at home might not be as familiar. Definitely earned their position here. But for the more common decks, let's see how that has changed throughout the days. You know, we look at the meta share, which is a key pillar to how these players have selected their decks and why they've chosen certain decks over others. But it was Golden Go that came through as being the most popular deck in day 1 and has even converted well too.
Yep, starting off that day number 1. And as you said, Mike, picking the right deck coming into a tournament like this when there's those little bits of variance throughout the day, but also knowing that you're up against the very best in the world means this can give you your best chance, even before you started to shuffle your own deck up. What 60 cards you pick, whether it's the archetype itself or those techs within your list, can change your fortunes throughout the weekend. And a lot of players backed the new Golden Go EX with the inclusion of Genesect, and so frequently that deck just gets into games. At the very least, with those 4 Nest Ball, 4 Buddy Buddy Pop-In, easy access to your stage 1 now via the Genesect EX, it's so likely to just get into games and finish best of 3s. That's why it's such a popular pick.
Let's go.
See how they changed into day 2, and I think it's fair to say the best stayed at the top and even converted well. That Golden Go went higher, but Dragapult EX and Dusknoir, I think it's
wieso?
Phantom Dive, an attack we saw a lot previously at the World Championship through Regidrago V-Star, and is now more seen on its own. And it's one of those attacks we've been aware of for the last year and a half.
Sieht halt schon sexy aus. Ich habe jetzt das gerade gesehen von dir, was du mir geschickt hast, dein rotes Victini.
Dragapult just on its own with some basic pals as well, showing that there is that tug of war
Geil.
going on with different builds of Dragapult. Right now, looking towards that cut though.
Ja, die jeppen und jeppen und jeppen hier. Stundenlang. Es ist 30% Goldengo, Bro.
The storyline of those players, but I think you guys are not ready to see what history might be made right here. Exciting times ahead. They're placing their actives out, and I can promise you now, this is going to be one you want.
Yo, Avi is live.
An unexpected deck against one of the top decks.
Schauen wir Avi an. Vielleicht macht er Openings. Ach nee.
Wird spannend, wird witzig. Da können wir uns endlich anfassen. Dann können wir uns betatschen.
Ich dachte, er macht Openings vielleicht.
Ah nee. Ah, bei dir geht es nicht. Was?
Schade.
Mit
Mein nächster Says, ich schwöre, ihre Winter kommen hier vorbei. Mein nächster Says versprochen.
Ich warte. Das hat er im Frühling gesagt, im Herbst gesagt.
Oh, weiter geht's. Okay. Also, Marco Cifuentes, der Bruder des World Champions letztes Jahr, ist mit. Okay, das ist so interessant. Zoroark, Reshiram gegen Pult-Nor. Das ist so geil. Okay, ich bin hyped auf dieses Match. Leute, grabt eure Snacks. Macht ein paar Snacks in eure Schüsseln rein. Es geht los. Jetzt wird's lustig.
Back in 2024 in Honolulu, was a senior and made top 8 there, and looking to try and show why the young guns are so good here in Pokémon TCG. It's been a storyline a lot of us have been looking at recently, how these senior players are doing as they age up. Justin had a pretty solid 2025 season.
Jetzt wird's funny as fuck.
Definitely the highlight, just making top 8, an incredible performance, but we'll be thinking about that title at the end of the line. Both players
Justin sieht so jung aus.
and it was Marco who, through that asymmetrical top cut, will now be facing Justin, who's been waiting.
Hold on, moment.
I think it's a pretty balanced matchup as well, to be honest with you, Mike. Looking at things, you start to see some prize cards coming out. Too dangerous so far. The Toad School, more likely a tech card for other matchups, I would imagine. Sometimes denying Night Stretcher, which is a 4 of in Justin's deck, can be useful, but not necessarily a priority that you have to grab early. A couple research for Justin as well. Oftentimes the
Meine Klimaanlage hat mich zu sehr angeblasen. Oh boy, let's go!
And you might not be able to tell from Marco's prize cards there, but he is playing Enzorok, the sort of breakout deck at this event, one that many weren't talking about. Has been able to have 2 now in top 8, so if either of those win the tournament, it would be a very similar story to last year of an unknown archetype winning, as they're just finalizing.
Junge Scheiß, Gewitter, einfach Strom weg. Oh boy.
Versus Justin to make it into the semi-finals.
And it's going to be Marco kicking us off here with the opening Buddy pop-in. The perfect start. You've already got an Enz Zorua in your active position, and now we can also grab a couple additional basic Pokemon of 70 hit points or less. It's a very simple case with the Enz Zoroark EX deck, where the more of your stage 1 Pokemon you can get into play, the more draw power you have via your trade ability, allowing you to discard 1 card from your hand and draw 2. That's constantly going to be used throughout the game from Marco. It's your main attacker in the deck, but it's also your draw engine. So seeing this early item card is going to really unlock the possibilities on future turns for Marco here. A great start.
Well, we just saw in the last top 8 game.
Oh boy.
Very unfortunate with the prize cards.
Yes.
How important is it, this prize checking moment at the beginning of the game? We see all of our top players being so thorough. How much does that change the game for them?
Well, you got to keep an eye on all sorts of resources. You never really want to be caught short wherever you're using these trading mechanics specifically as well, discarding resources as you go. Your decision has to be as informed as possible to be correct the entire time, naturally. So being able to look through your deck and knowing what you don't have access to or could potentially take from those prizes midway through the game is going to change every one of those micro decisions with your trade.
And as we take a moment here to appreciate Marco playing Enzorok, we will be going straight back over to the other side, a deck we are very familiar with and one that has been teched out a lot across the tournament. We've seen many players opting to include things to beat Golden Go, but on this occasion, it seems like Justin has gone fairly vanilla with the list, playing it safe, keeping the counts as high as possible and as consistent as possible.
Oh, was eine Hand.
Research, discarding a couple of Dracloak. Normally that looks pretty devastating, but with the quad Night Stretcher, that still could be pretty reasonable. So a good, well, just the 1 Dreepy so far. It's going to be the Itchy Pollen, and hoping that this item lock is going to slow down Marco.
And that grass weakness on Enzorua will mean it's 20 damage from the Itchy Pollen, which
is actually unfair stamp build.
As the Enzorok has 280 hit points, which is often quite high for a Dragapult to take out, but every little bit of damage will matter here, especially when you're doubling it up from the Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, and also the option of those Cursed Blasters as well in the deck. The Arven is going to find a TM Evolution, in addition to an Earthen Vessel, but no energy in the hand. The item lock is making life much more awkward for Marco here. A real opening for Justin, who begins straight away by getting that Dracloak.
There's that Night Stretcher you alluded to, a Recon Directive to kick things off.
Ooh, another Research. Already plenty of support in the hand. Might be beneficial to just take the other option here. One of those moments where you know that Itchy Pollen has worked, so perhaps you're less likely to use the Iono in your hand. Rather stick your opponent on this dodgy start. That's why the Research is taken here. Also the option for the Hilda, but it could just be all going to find more basics. That's the one thing we're lacking for Justin right now.
Yeah, the debate of energy over getting more Dreepy, both of them key to those early turns. The Hilda great for the ability to find evolution Pokemon, but Research, a lot of resources away there.
Jesus.
4 Night Stretcher in the deck, so great at returning the energy and Pokemon.
What the heck?
Full of trainer cards that are oh so important.
Finally, a Buddy Boffin comes to the top, and that's exactly what Justin was hoping to find from the Professor's Research.
Bro is nervous.
Down at last. This is a really decent
Bro,
opener,
zittert.
knowing that the Itchy Pollen is still likely to work because Marco is working from top decks.
And even just now, appreciate the fact that this is the first deck check, so that Research was done without prize checking. A really tough decision in this high pressure moment. You know, looking to find more Dreepy. Who knows if they're in the deck? You know, that's a tough decision, but you can see there the support account is the biggest factor with a deck that relies on a lot of resources. You want to be seeing as many cards as possible, so researchers and INOs are key. But as the game goes on, sometimes quite nice to be taking those supports off the prize card as you continually play through the game.
And the second copy of Duskull also in the prizes, so it will likely just be double Dreepy here. It's a 2-2-1 line of the Dust Noir. Just having access to one of your Curse Blast early on in the game. Justin already taking note of those Night Stretcher, knowing that there are more Drakloak in the discard pile already from early research. We have energy to attach here. It would just be the Neo Up energy. You do always want to upkeep your attachments. This is one of the matchups where Zoroark naturally can't one-hit KO you too easily unless you're attacking into the Zoroark and walking into a powerful rage attack.
So with End Zoroark, there's two main attacks, two main attackers, because they both have great attacks, would be the End's Reshiram, but also the End's Darmanitan, which we have traditionally seen in End Zoroark. But both of our top 8 lists are not playing that End's Darmanitan. Is this something these players will be familiar with going into the top 8, or do you think that's something they're still worried about in the back of their mind?
It's got to be something.
Wieso spielt niemand mehr
At
Darmanitan?
this stage in the tournament, they may have sat next to these players enough times, or heard from opponents in those Swiss rounds of what sort of build they're playing. And at the NAIC, there was also a Darmanitan-less build that made all the way to top 8. So I think you can also anticipate that you don't always have to be aware of it. It is just going to be another Itchy Pollen to end the turn here after the commitment of the A-Spec Neo Up Energy to a 3P.
Oh boy.
Passing back over to Marco. Let's see the top deck.
Ooh, just the boss's orders going to be onto that Neo Upper Energy. This could be key here. If there's more resources found, it's not. Just trying to force that Neo Upper Energy as the resource to be discarded on retreat. But this just means more turns available for Justin to try and get ahead.
We have a couple recon directed now. Already one Drakloak in the hand. Even just attaching a basic energy to the active Dreepy to retreat into a Budgie would be fantastic here. Also, any access to the Latias EX could be very handy.
Oh boy.
It would be putting a vulnerable multi-prize in play. But for the trade-off of keeping your Neo Up energy, that seems like it's a valuable option.
Well, we've seen 3 decks just in the top 8 so far. The Dragapult, the End Zoroark, and the Golden Go. All of them have stage 1s with amazing draw potential. How key is it to start those draw engines going like you see here for the Drakloak?
Oh, it's everything. This deck really is a high maintenance deck. You need to constantly have a flow of energy attachments, constantly look towards, well, look at this action happening already. Cursed blasting into one of the Zorua to unlock your counter catcher, giving Marco the first prize card. It's going to evolve into another Drakloak on the bench, as well as Dragapult EX. Then we're going to fire off an Iron.
Okay. Geht auf den Triple KO, das ist ehrlich gesagt nicht schlecht. Braucht nur eine Energie.
Well, if you get the attack off here, that will take away all of the End Zorua in play. Just an energy required, and this could be the turn.
Oh!
The energy off.
Oh mein Gott, hat die Energie gewonnen.
Psychic energy down, and you can see the flurry of actions from Justin as he's going to be able to take out all 3 End Zorua on this turn.
Oh my god.
Devastating for Marco.
Oh my god.
The Ultra Ball as well, we can make this board even more robust. There's already the Latias in the hand, but it's going to be discarded because Justin knows that by taking out all 3 of these Pokemon in one turn, it's going to give him so much license over the rest of the game here.
Wow,
oh my god.
And we mentioned about how important the Itchy Pollen hitting for 20 damages. You can see now just 2 turns of Itchy Pollen and you're already set up for the full board wipe.
Oh my god.
A Drakloak as well, not only taking 3 Pokemon off the board, 3 prize cards getting you halfway through the game, but also having a draw engine established. This is everything you could ask for as Justin. And you know that there's nothing coming back your way next turn, no matter what.
Yeah, the End's Reshiram, despite being on the board and having an amazing attack, it can only be utilized through copying on the End Zoroark itself. So it will just be sat in the active, unable to do anything. And this is why Dragapult has been such a powerful force across the last year and a half. Such an amazing attacker, taking out both of those bench End Zorua with the second effect of the Phantom Dive. 200 to the active, 6 damage counters.
Oh my god.
Not even leaving any spare damage counters.
Oh my god.
Glory. Just a complete 3 prize turn for Justin in exchange for just the Dragapult in the active and the discard of the Neo Upper Energy. This is gonna be a tough old comeback for Marco.
Yeah, you're telling me, Mike. That is tough. Professor Terra scenarios. On your own terms. Marco is going to give himself 66 minutes to make the comeback in our best of 3 here in the top 8. A phenomenal turn from Justin, completely
oh boy.
The board
Boah, wie mischt er seine Karten? Boah, wie mischt er seine Karten?
The confidence that must be giving our recently turned master Justin was at the World Championship last year in Honolulu, had a great performance in the senior division, now looking to try and make a statement in their first season of Masters. A game 1 win in the top 8 here does put them in a commanding position, but you know, that item lock from Badu isn't going to work every single game, as Enzo Rock, one of those that has some super consistency with trade.
And we'll see in the replay here that if you gain an inch from Badu, Dragapult can take a mile. Just getting those little prods in early.
That's locked in as fuck, yeah.
Counter catch up, a couple of damage to the Rua, then thrown to the bench. From the draw, we were able to find energy, and it just completely wiped the board clean. And Marco knew that his best chance of success at this stage was to give himself as much time as possible in games 2 and 3, because there really wasn't much in any way of a comeback from that stage.
Eigentlich ist es ein okayes Matchup, aber das war jetzt ein sehr unglücklicher Anfang.
Being able to copy Reshiram, and it's got 2 great attacks, but it is that unusual attack that people won't often see, the outrage, to be able to get so much damage on board. And I think we'll hopefully get to see that next game, but it looks to be game 2, kicking straight off with a buddy pop-in from Justin.
Direkt mit Bedu starten. Wir spielen Bedu. Suchen uns 2 wahrscheinlich einen Dreep und einen Duskull. Hat 2 Buddy Poffins in den Preisen, aber hat trotzdem mit einer eröffnet. Ist auch krass. Mal schauen, wofür er sich entscheidet. Okay, geht vielleicht mit der 2er Dreeps Line. Bro is locked in. Bro is locked in. Jeez.
Picking one of them. Look at the top 2 cards and put one of them in your hand, the other on the bottom of your deck. A little bit different for Enzo Rock, where it uses trade, where you discard a card to draw 2. So a little bit more thinning involved, a few more cards seen.
Das erste Mal, als ich so locked in war, wie dieser Bro war, als ich zum ersten Mal anal probieren durfte. Nicht bei mir, wohlgemerkt. Bro so. Jeez. Das ist gar nicht so eng, wie sie gesagt hat. Bro is hella locked in. Wilde Themen. Ja, es ist immer das Gleiche. Jedes Mal, sobald es 0 Uhr 00 ist, fängt's an zu tweaken. Es ist, ab Mitternacht ist es einfach nicht mehr familienfreundlich hier. Gerade eine Idee von einem auf Twitter gesehen, weswegen dem Piper Pricing Debakel Draw 12 verschiedene 6 für die Preise und 6 für die Hand. Ah, ja. Ja, es gibt viele so Ideen für das TCG. Und ich fände es ehrlich gesagt ziemlich nice. Ziehe 12, 6 für die Preise, 6 für die Hand. Fände ich ehrlich gesagt schon ziemlich nice. Finde ich echt eine geile Idee. Sagen wir, das ist mein Deck. Weil dann wäre die... Das ist ein großes Thema, by the way. Das ist echt ein großes Thema. Also, da reden wir von Skill Ceiling und Deckbuilding und bla bla bla. Aber du hättest öfters höhere Qualität an Spielen. Oh, unfair stamp is priced, oh boy. Wenn du weißt, was in deinen Preiskarten ist. Alleine schon, wenn du weißt, was in deinen Preiskarten ist. So bei deinem ersten Deck-Search kannst du deine Preiskarten zum Beispiel anschauen. Das wäre auch so eine Idee, was sehr viel weniger disruptiv wäre als 12 Karten und 6 für Hand, 6 für Preise. Würde schon Skill hinzufügen, was du aussuchst und wo du es hinlegst. Gefällt mir auch die Idee, honestly. Gefällt mir relativ gut. Also sagen wir, dass mein Deck ist gemischt. Dann nehmen wir 3, 6, 9, 12. Und dann kann ich jetzt die Hand mir anschauen und sagen, was ich behalten möchte. Was ist, wenn man in dieser 12-Karten-Hand auch kein Basic hat? Also, dann sagen wir, ich lege in die Preise 1, 2,
but with completely different styles, and that TM evolution will come through this time and allow those Enzorocs into play. So Marco very much alive and will be going into that draw engine motion as we mentioned before through the trade.
Yeah, but Itchy Pollen was so devastating. Number one, because Marco was just relying on top decks and was hindered with their outs massively. But now at least Marco has already established some much bulkier 280 hit point Pokemon and has access to trade, which is so many more cards. It feels like in this instance he won't be completely stonewalled by the disruption of an Itchy Pollen, especially with the secret arts within the list as well.
Das wäre schon nice. Dann weiß ich, was in meinen Preiskarten ist. Dann werden die gemischt. Die Mulligan-Regel mit Ziehen sollte dann einfach wegfallen. Ja. Ja, eigentlich könnte man das schon machen. Eigentlich könnte man das schon machen, ja. Weil es spielt nicht so eine große Rolle. Es bestraft einfach die Decks, die weniger Basics spielen. Aber wieso sollte es bestraft werden, wenn man weniger Basics zieht?
Also the Hilda can help grabbing part of your Curse Blast package as well. Let's see a second Recon Directive here. Always good to have access to that Neo Upper Energy throughout the game.
Yeah, Neo Upper Energy typically was a hard card to find. You relied on seeing lots of cards to find it. Now Hilda almost guarantees it in some turns, which is amazing. And now we see another Dust Skull going down. How key will it be to have those on board, ready to pop at any moment with that Curse Blast? But for now, it will just be time that Justin needs to set up. So the Itchy Pollen into the Pheasantipity, just 10 damage there, putting it conveniently at 200 HP remaining, which could be very useful in the future. And now we see Marco going. That draw engine on board, the trades are happening as the resources are thinned.
Ich fände die Regel echt geil mit 12 Karten, 6 für die Preiskarten. Fände ich mega nice. Fände ich echt mega nice. Wer bei 12 Karten keine Basics zieht, sollte einfach nach Hause gehen und sein Leben überdenken. Ja, was mit Quad Thorns? Quad Thorns? Hallo?
And Enzoroc is one of these terrifying Pokemon when it sits in the active position, because it forces Justin into this strange spot of never wanting to attack into this Pokemon unless they're taking a knockout, because there's always the Enz Reshiram waiting in the wings with powerful rage.
Okay, also, Board State sieht schon mal besser aus für Marco Cifuentes. Es ist hier immer noch alles möglich, aber die Duskulls sind definitiv die große Gefahr. Also falls Cifuentes irgendwas machen möchte, dann ist es Gust KO die Duskulls.
Giving away prize cards, so Justin will have to navigate this one, and also a matchup he might be less familiar with, as it is a less common archetype. So we'll now just be trying to set up that board more. We'll be able to swing with Dragapult this turn, but as mentioned, leaving 200 damage on Enzoroc would open up the ability to use the Enz Reshiram first attack, Powerful Rage, which is so good at returning damage back at double the amount, does 20 times the amount of damage on your Pokemon. So if you put 200 on it, they can swing back for 400, which is conveniently the perfect amount to take a knockout.
That's why we're going slow. We've used Ultra Ball to search out Dusclops. We're holding our actions and using the Itchy Pollen, trying to make it more difficult for Marco to string together any gusting play here on any of these Dracloak on the bench. But there is Boss's Orders in the hand, and there's also Darkness Energy found. So we should have action here from Marco as long as we have access to one of these Enz Reshiram. That's the only missing piece right now. No, it doesn't look like we have access to a Pokemon, so we're just going to bring up the Dusklops and pass here.
Wieso?
Denying the use of Nest Ball means there's nothing that we can copy with the Night Joker attack. Marco.
Also ist Reshiram nicht da im Deck. Wir spielen bestimmt 2 Copies davon. Nestball ist in der Hand und die Energie hatten wir. Wir haben 2 Schaden da drauf, aber wir können es nicht killen wegen 90 Leben. Ich dachte, es wären 80. Ja, okay, hä? Wir könnten mit der zweiten Attacke angreifen. Das wären dann 170. Mal 2.
Those item cards to find the single Ends Reshiram you have, naturally drawing into your singular out is quite tricky, and we saw exactly that in the last turn. But gusting up the Dusklops, it's an interesting play, as it can find itself out of the active with its ability. Why do you think he's forced it into the active?
I think the hope is that Justin hasn't really fired off many supporters over the last couple of turns, and you're just trying to think that maybe they're limited to just their Recon Directive and trying to force them to find multiple Stage 2 Pokemon all next turn.
Recon Directive.
The 5 counters isn't doing much. Really
Again.
The Recon Directives, I believe, finds a Dragapult EX. That gets us one step closer from Justin launching a bigger Phantom.
Wir könnten hier den ersten Knockout holen eigentlich.
It's only going to happen if it can come alongside a Curse Blast here. It really doesn't make any sense to hit into this end Zoroark.
Curse Blast und Attack.
You have to be knocking the Zoroark out.
Und we good.
Wait a minute.
But can use a Night Stretcher to get back the Dusklops and go ahead, but that's giving away 2 prize cards, which would be a lot of resources from Justin. So the guaranteed knockout with 2 prizes given up is not as valuable as the single prize card given up.
Poppt. Dusklops. Auf. Oh! Du musst auf das Aktive. Okay. Auf die Bank. Why not? Oh! Huge. Ein Reshiram ist in den Preisen. Vielleicht ist noch 1 im Ablagestapel. Interesting. Interesting.
Ends Reshiram, but we know that Marco does play the Janine's Secret Art. So even active position Ends Zoroark can attack all in one turn with no energy attached to it.
Die Hand ist ein bisschen trash. Und die Hand ist keine Trash.
Final Recon Directive as well. Does have access to another Dragapult EX. Again, could be a means of protecting your energy if you pick that.
Wir greifen hier wahrscheinlich an. 200 auf das Aktive, verteilen viel Schaden. Und der Rest ist nachher bereit, um One-Hitted zu werden. Also sieht gut aus für Justin. Fehlen 10, ja. Wieso dachte ich, dass Ends Zoroark 270 Leben hat? What the heck? Ja, es sind 280, nicht 270. Hier ist Reshiram.
Have a couple of trades. I think the big punishes here are a Professor Turret scenario or a Janine's Secret Art. That's what we're looking here for, Mike. The last trade, do we see it?
Is it there? Was the Nest Ball, which would have been nice earlier on, but you do have the Petrant EX as well to switch out the active, so a manual attachment plus the Petrant EX would be possible. There's the Ends Castle as well. So
Ends Castle.
Energy here would be ideal, and the board is starting to look strong here for Marco. We've got an attacker, we have an energy, and we will be swinging back, but the energy needs to go on the active to be able to get a return knockout.
That's the thing, I don't think we can string it together at this stage. There are energy switches in the deck as well, however. We could attach to the active, play INO, and hope that from our
Ja, könnte es eigentlich hoffen, ja. Attach und Iono, maybe. Why not? Okay, aber das ist weird.
Gonna only see 5 cards. Justin has to be sighing relief here that didn't see the Janine or the Pesatorio scenario on this turn.
Jetzt wird's sketchy.
We have access to energy switch here from the 5.
Jetzt wird's hella sketchy.
If not, we could just be going into another End Zoroark and passing for another turn here.
Yeah, so many amazing options in the deck. Marco just unable to find them, and for Justin, he asked so many questions of the deck. with that gust up of the energyless Enzarok.
Switch. Here we go. That at least allows us to start launching an attack at last. Marco can deal the 170 damage of
Okay, weird.
Damage counters from Adrenabrain. Chose to take the damage off the active, so that it's more than a Dust Clops required to KO the Enzarok. It would force a Dust Noir.
Also hätte den Knockout hier haben können, hat aber sich... Ich hätte hier nicht an Mankidori Energie angelegt, weil es bringt ja viel weniger. Ah, I don't know. Ich wäre voll auf, ich ziehe E-Switch gegangen. Dann hättest du jetzt einen Knockout holen können. Aber das ist meine unerfahrene Meinung. Boss. The boss.
One game won and is now looking to close out his top 8 match in a 2-0 fashion. Having options on board, whether it's the Dragapult, the Dust Noir, will be looking to try and create a solution here.
Bro is locked in.
Setting up for the next. It's really tough for Enzarok to build up lots of attacks. It's a slower deck. And on this occasion, Dragapult has the option
Bro,
to really
zittert.
get going.
There is boss's orders currently in the hand. I see a benched Enzarok with exactly 200 hit points remaining. I also see a Zorok on the bench with exactly 80 hit points remaining. That could easily be a
Bro is locked in.
Taking 4 prize cards this turn. There's an Ultra Ball pickup as well. That grants us access to a Dust Noir. That means we could take out the active Pokemon as well without having
Da schreibt jemand, the guy is even making me nervous.
It opens up Kildra as a potential option to evolve up into another Dragapult EX here. A few great options for Justin. Now, some easy discards from this Ultra Ball as well. Get rid of a Buddy Buddy Poffin in addition to a Dreepy here. I feel like we have to start seeing the Dust Noir come into the mix now.
It's important to note no rare candy in Justin's deck, so we'll not be able to suddenly get a Dust Noir out of nowhere. We'll always need to evolve up through the stages of Dusclops, then Dust Noir. Place those night stretches to be able to keep recycling the Dusclops and keep.
Das ist echt viel Pressure hier.
But you do have to be aware that sitting Duskull can only do 50 damage on the next.
Der zittert nicht, er kalkuliert nebenbei Quantenphysik oder so. Entweder zittert er stark oder er hat diese eine Krankheit, ja. Ich meine, es gibt viele Gründe, warum man zittert. Aber ich sag dir, ich könnte hier nicht mal meine Blase halten, wenn ich in dieser Situation wäre. Verständlich. Verständliches Zittern.
We're seeing that more and more with the way Dragapult plays. Less explosive turns and more of this posing options on board. And in this occasion, that Enzarok with exactly 80 damage on works out the perfect numbers for the Phantom Dive. 200 into the active, and now for those 6 damage counters. Where are they going to go? I feel like that Enzarok with just 20 damage on seems like a nice target.
Puts you into that 200 range, which is exactly what you're trying to do here. You know your opponent has access to Monkey Dory, but you've got to force their attachments in that direction. 2 prizes.
Okay, da.
A Dragapult as well from the prizes, which is pretty handy. See Marco now beginning to use trade. Secrets are looking a little bit late to the party. Been fantastic on that previous turn with the heavily damaged Zoroark when it was in the active position.
I love that there. Justin just checking what that card was. A card that you do not see that often in our current
alarm
format.
bells ringing, yeah.
Yeah, what else have you got in that deck, Marco, that I don't know about?
Another situation where Marco wants to try and use Professor Turo scenario if he can, but with so much damage around the board, it's starting to get risky. If you pick up any Zoroark, there's no guarantee that a Zorua would be safe from this stage.
Yeah, and one Professor Turo scenario used at the beginning. If you use the second one, you're then out of options when it comes
Ich zitter, weil ich keine Booster mehr habe. Ja, es gibt viele Gründe, wie gesagt. Es gibt irgendwelche Vitamine oder Eisen-Deficiency. Oh mein Gott, wie er seine Karten bändet. Habt ihr das gesehen? Oh mein Gott, hast du das gesehen? TK, hast du? Siehst du das? Siehst du das? Wie bändet er seine Karten, Digga? Oh mein Gott. Ich kann meine Karten. Oh mein Gott, was ist das für ein Band? Bitte alle Blicke hier drauf. Bitte alle Blicke hier drauf. Oh, jeez, dude. How? Man. No. What? Oh mein Gott, wieso bandest du deine Karten so heavy?
Damage and Zorok, and that's the downside of energy switching off. Is it now means
Seine Karten sind weich. Ich gehe mal kurz kotzen. Ja, bitte. Geh mal kurz kotzen, ne?
Justin's thinking, hang on a minute, what do you see that I don't? This is scary to be looking down at a board where you feel like you're so far ahead. What's next?
It feels unintuitive, but I think what Marco's trying to do is weave in his Blood Moon Ursaluna as his other attacking option later on in the game. If you can maintain this Monkey Dory and keep your Zoroark around, staying on level prize cards or even going behind this turn, that would allow you to weave in a big basic attacking option. It's hard to deal with for a Dragapult, and also you're trying to force them into a situation to use their Curse Blast here.
Yeah, that Budu on the bench with just 30 HP would be a target for a Monkey Dory, doing similar to what it did to the Dust.
Ich habe jetzt sowas von verpasst, was da passiert ist. Er kann doch beenden mit Nor und beenden mit Nor und CC. Er ist 20 Schaden zu kurz hier, das sind 200.
There's a lot of temptation on this board from Justin as well. So many great choices for whether or not to use this Curse Blast. You could take out the Monkey Dory, just go for one, and still just take out the active because it's heavily damaged. As we're Night Stretching back our own Monkey Dory here by the looks of things, and the hills, they're going to grab the Luminous Energy straight away. Looks like Justin's eyeing up a strong
War der falsche Gedanke.
Yeah, Curse Blasting, putting damage into the Zoroark, and that's going to be a 4-prize swing. Justin is going to be 2-0ing, putting himself into the top 4. Justin navigating the final moments there.
Es war doch der Play, aber wieso?
And the Dust Noir's Curse Blast to set up damage on the bench, and the Phantom Dive knocking out the active, finishing off the bench Pokemon. We mentioned Justin was here before at Worlds last year as a senior.
Why?
And has now shown exactly why in Masters he's a name to watch out for. We'll be progressing to our top 4 and a chance to make it to the
Why?
Such impressive stuff from Justin. He was looking at laser focus, and you can see why. It was a strange matchup. There were strange tech cards to be aware of, but Justin was careful throughout the game, allowed that damage to rack up, and made the most out of every single Curse Blast there. In addition,
Monkey Dory war da. Okay. Monkey Dory war genug. Hunderte. Warte, was? 20. 30. 180.
Looking to try and make history, and it was just too much. The power of Dragapult, I mean the power of Budu, to be honest, in that first game, completely shutting down the evolution of Marco's deck, and then a full
Wait, what?
From that Phantom Dive, completely putting Marco out of the game, and he quickly decided, let's try another one.
150. 180. Ja, what? Wieso? Das war doch nicht Win.
Yeah, in this second game, Marco definitely had an opportunity or two, just wasn't able to find the key supporters to punish Justin's line of play. And as soon as that happened, Marco was having to do some strange gymnastics to try and
Night Stretcher.
more awkward. But this was a great late game sequence. Hilda to find the Luminous, Curse Blast the bench Zoroark, so then you can counter catch it up into the active.
Ja, okay. Weil er Countercatcher noch hatte, okay. Ja, doch. Ja, schon Monkey, aber er musste hier Countercatcher haben, um das ganze Play zu machen, weil dann Curse Blast auf das Aktive, er hat Countercatcher, den habe ich nicht gesehen. Den Countercatcher hier habe ich nicht gesehen. Countercatcher und dann ist es Monkey Dory auf das hier und 60 und Knockout. Ja. Dann geht's auf. Dann geht das Ganze auf.
It shows you the power of Dragapult, really. The ability to control the game, whether it's the item lock early on with the Budu, or whether it is those Curse Blasts of the Dust Noir, putting damage exactly where you want it, and finishing off all those targets. And you can choose when to knock out, or choose when not to knock out, which is a great decision-making process, especially with disruption all around the field.
Justin booking their spot in top 4. Let's see how the rest of the bracket is shaping up right now in the World Championships. We're getting down to just a few players left, Mike.
Okay.
We also saw on the other side of the bracket getting a 2-1 victory against Piper.
Jetzt nur noch Euwind. Euwind muss hier gewinnen. Euwind muss gewinnen, aber dann, oh mein Gott, wenn Euwind hier Oh, das würde mich so interessieren, was da passiert. Raging Bolt gegen Duskzard. Das würde mich so hart interessieren. Oh my goodness. Das würde mich so interessieren. Ah, und Matthäus ist ja auch ein Zoroark-Player, ne? Dann wär's... Wenn Matthäus hier nochmal gewinnt, dann ist er auch hier im Finale, im Halbfinale gegen Dragapult. Und dann wäre es nochmal das gleiche Game. Das würde mich wirklich interessieren.
Clearly the deck that vibes the best with Irvind, that historical Pokestop for Charizard EX played at Birmingham.
Alright, ich gehe aufs Klo. Was spielt Tanaka? Alter, waren das auch Geschwister? Das fällt mir erst jetzt auf. Junya Tanaka und Ryota Tanaka. For real? For real? Dude, das ist mir überhaupt nicht aufgefallen. Ich habe keine Ahnung. Gibt's noch ein Interview? Sonst gehe ich jetzt aufs Klo.
No, make no mistake about it. There's going to be so many great names in our top cut already that you're always going to have someone to cheer for. And if you're an Zoroark fan as well, you've just seen Marco unfortunately losing, but there's still another shot for the Zoroark to be a world champion this weekend in the hands of Mateusz, who might be coming up very soon.
100%. Strong player, innovative in deck building, and that's something as well we've noticed throughout the tournament. Many of our best have come up with interesting inclusions in their deck, but there is nothing more interesting in the Pokemon TCG than someone choosing a whole archetype to bring to a tournament that is unusual and unexpected. From your point of view, how much does it take to test out the cards to find that solution? Rather than just adding a few tech cards, you've got to come up with a whole new archetype.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it really proves the time commitment these players have to the game, because it's enough to sort of test a theory for a couple of nights and be like, yeah, this was okay, not as good as possibly I thought, but then having the fortitude to then stick with that and really try and push it to as much as you can do through creativity, coming up with new tech inclusions, and just the willingness to try all sorts of things to see if your plan really could come to life and become a great choice for a tournament. Because every time you're testing one thing, you're not testing another, you know, committing down one avenue, suddenly you're 2 weeks out from Worlds and you're almost thinking of abandoning ship from some of the ideas you had earlier on. It's very easy to stick with something you know and just commit more and more time and gain that wealth of knowledge, knowing that all your testing previously sets you up for Worlds so nicely, and that you have hundreds of games under your belt rather than sometimes like tens of games, because you've just come across a new interesting idea that's taken your eye.
Well, we mentioned how comfortable Irvind was with Charizard EX being the deck he piloted to 2 previous finals across the season. But let's see how all the other decks have shaped up in the top 8. Many of these players choosing what we knew was going to be good at this event, but also some unexpected decks making their way to this stage. I think it really stands out.
Also, dass 2 Zoroark da sind, ist heavy.
Top 6 of the meta share. The Charizard and the
Junya spielt Charizard Pidgeot.
Attackers.
Euch spielt Charizard Pidgeot Dusknoir.
A good matchup. Riley has got it in with the Gardevoir taking on all of these decks here.
Yeah, Riley has
Right, ich gehe kurz pinkeln. Komme gleich.
Unfortunately, but that's part of the reason why the Charizards and the Zoroarks have done so well, trying to target that Gardevoir that's been ever present in our last few formats, making it into so many finals, taking so many trophies itself. It's inevitable for some of these players to have made that meta call. Junior, Takana as well, or Tanaka I should say, having a great time with that Charizard Pidgeot archetype as well. It's not only been Oyvind who's taken that risk with the archetype. We know it has the pedigree behind it, and all it took was a little shift in the metagame. Turns out 30% Golden Go coming into the equation really makes Charizard a much more appealing choice.
Yeah, it may be a dark type attacker, but that's its Terra type. It does have those fire energy to power it up, and that allows you to include attackers like Chi-Yu and even the Charmeleon in the evolution line to help you into those metal types, as well as Crustle, which we saw on stream before. And Shizuki.
I laugh, but yeah, it's actually very relevant.
The Shizuki win earlier on against Piper was definitely a tough one when it came to the prize cards of Piper, but really for Shizuki, a great opportunity to show why they're such a good player. Some amazing lines taken there, and with that Raging Bolt archetype.
Yeah, Raging Bolt, very popular out in Japan. Let's not forget it won the Japan Championships. Certainly an archetype that's been very respected out there. And Shizuki is proving just why that is the case. Of all the archetypes here, it's the only basic attacking archetype. It does rely, of course, on the Noctowl as the main crucial engine. And it can cherry-pick cards throughout the entire game, which makes it such an appealing option.
Yeah, and we just watched Justin with Dragapult Dust Noir, a great deck, one that was second most popular in the meta share. And we could see exactly why. Those turns where the Dust Noir's Curse Blast is activated in combination with Phantom Dive, sometimes even in combination with the Adrenabrain of Monkey Dory. Some of the most damage you can see put on board in one turn of any deck in the tournament. And it means your bench has to be that bit more stable as you face off against it. And speaking of face-off, I know that our next top 8 is just shuffling up and getting ready, so we'll be quickly getting into it as we make our way through those final stages of the single elimination bracket. We had 11 rounds of Swiss, and the best rose to the top, and now they're trying to find their way to that final.
Really exciting things happening at this point, Mike. Every game is a nail-biter. There's so much on the line here. Win your top 8 game, and suddenly you're walking away with a Pikachu card. And you're going to be shaking hands with some Pokemon royalty on that stage. And then you're just one game away from being in the arena in a finals. There is so much on the line here. This is going to be another massive match.
Well, I can tell you now, our next top 8 is ready. We'll be heading to the stage to find out who will be making their way into that top 4 and that bit closer to the World Champion Final. We're going to be seeing an experienced player in the European region, Mateusz Waszkiewicz, versus an interesting opponent, one he will have never seen before outside of the World Championship event, and that's Junyo Tanaka from Japan. These players, incredibly smart to pick these archetypes for the tournament, but maybe not prepared for their opposition, as this is not what they were expecting to see at the World Championship. Who will be the one to come out on top?
Mateusz is the master of the unexpected, Mike. But now having to come up against Junya, who is playing a Charizard EX that also has a Dust Noir package in there as well. We've just seen how Dust Noir can be used to help get in range of these end Zoroark. It's another situation where we're going to be mentioning Powerful Rage a lot, but Junya, if he's playing correctly, is going to be foregoing that and denying the use of Powerful Rage throughout the entire game if he can help it.
Well, we've mentioned those consistency cards in Stage 1. The end Zoroark, one of the best with trade, discard a card and draw 2. But on the other side, the consistency is in the form of a Stage 2, that Pidgeot EX with the quick search, allowing you to tutor any card out of your deck so you can string together the ultimate plays as you go along. But it will be the intricacies of both of these archetypes not being prepared for the opposition. You have to find those routes as you go. And so we'll be seeing their prize cards go out now. And already a card you might be asking questions about in Mateusz's prize cards. On the other side, a few of those evolving Pokemon in the prizes. Yeah.
We have thin lines of a lot of these evolution pieces. There are 4 Charmander, 3 Charizard EX, 2 Charmeleon, so Junior will still have access to the likes of TM Evolution, which is in the deck. It's a 2-1-2 Pidgeot line, a 2-1-1 Dust Noir line. Nothing too devastating in that instance. The fighting energy for Mateusz there is just a one-off in the deck. And Cornerstone Ogerpon is actually an option that you can look towards in this matchup at times. Because of course, the Terrestrial Charizard EX does have an ability. That could be a walling option that Mateusz looks to utilize, but in this game number 1 may not be able to attack with it until they're able to access some prize cards.
While the players flip over their actives, Junya going first here in our top 8, as these players will be anticipating a tough game ahead, but that does not look like the start you want, as Junya with the Cleffer in the active, attaching a fire energy. It's now for Mateusz, a Duskull in the active. I apologize, now for Mateusz to try and set up as best possible.
Mateusz does not play anything like Budju in the deck, so can't try and launch an annoying disruption attack straight away. That's something you always try and pounce on when your opponent has that weak turn 1, doesn't have access to basics, try and shut them down with item lock is normally one thing you look to prioritize. So instead, Mateusz can focus on his own board here. With that turn 1 Arven, is likely going to try and find access to that Buddy Poffin. Does have access to Secret Box in this list as well, so it's not going to be the unfair stamp we saw in the previous top 8 match. Does have Turbo Energize in addition to TM Evolution. So it has a couple avenues available to themselves based on what their hand's looking like. Let's have a first peek here. I saw Professor's research for next turn. I saw Nest Ball. So I feel like the secret box is a possibility to go for early if you're eyeing up a turn 2 research anyway. And it means you have access to not only Buddy Buddy Poffin, but also access to more options on the next turn.
Yeah, just price checking here, making sure everything is available. All the options are there. But in this situation, you have a bit more time than you might think. You might take a different line based off of your opponent having a slower start. We mentioned in the previous game about players forcing their opponents to go first and allowing you to set up where they might have a slower start. Is that exactly the moment right now that we're witnessing? Is this going to be a tough one for Junior to come back with this slow start?
I love this opening from Mateusz. Opting not to go for secret box, not putting an artisan down. You don't want to give your opponent any help because they've had a weak start. So let's just evolve up into double End Zoroark and put ourselves in the best case scenario. Asking Junior, do they have access to any supporter cards? It does look like they're holding on to Ino. They also have Chi-Yu as the only other basic they have in the hand right now. Chi-Yu hitting the board will be, by the looks of things, a fresh 6 cards from Ino. Junior looking for a lot of help here. Needs to start finding some Buddy Buddy Poffin.
We've seen the TM evolution, something we're all very familiar with across many archetypes in the format right now. But TM Energize, when might Mateusz use that over the TM evolution?
Sometimes trying to get the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon in the mix earlier is something you look to do, to be fair, because it will be a go-to option in a number of matchups. Equally, we know how powerful Monkey Dory is, and there's 3 copies of Monkey Dory in Mateusz's list, so sometimes getting an energy attachment onto a Zoroark, as well as one onto a Monkey Dory, can be a big deal, especially because it's another means at which you can play around Budgie.
And Junior just getting the Buddy Buddy Poffin there, able to set up this turn. Will be going onto his second turn now, so not able to get into any attackers at this stage, but does allow the stability to begin happening. On the other side, Mateusz will be happy with the sight of the first turn going so well for him. But one question here I've got for you is there's no Darmanitan in this End Zoroark list. We mentioned it before. The End Zoroarks at this event have been successful opting to remove it. This moment now is one of those moments where it would have been a little bit more effective. Why do you think players have cut it out of their deck?
It's a strange one, really. The Darmanitan's hard to find. You almost need to draw excellently to weave it in very quickly. You're going to have to try and copy it with an End Zoroark, so you have to get multiple Stage 1 Pokemon online. The Darumaka has 80 hit points as well, so it doesn't weave in so nicely with the Buddy Buddy Poffin. You need a lot to go right to make it happen. Junior going to get 1 Charmander developed, 1 Pidgey developed, and is also going to retreat into the Grasping draw from Cleffa here. So he's hoping to dodge some early gusting effects. But like you said, Mike, with Darmanitan in the list, you can capitalize on weaker starts from your opponent. But in this case, Mateusz is just trying to have some different tech Pokemon and be more streamlined, I think.
Well, the secret box drawn there, that could be a useful asset for a powerful turn. Wanting to try and get as much energy in play as possible to allow sustained pressure throughout the game. And that singular Charmander right now will definitely be part of Mateusz's thinking for the turn. How possible is it for it to be this turn? We'll have to see, as there is acceleration quite conveniently in End Zoroark through that End's PP up.
1 copy in the list as well, but that could be found with a secret box. You could secret box for Boss's Orders and End's PP up here. We've just traded away a Darkness Energy. It might all be coming together here, Mike, for an early gusting approach. There's a strange back and forth that Mateusz has to dance around with in this matchup, because, of course, you need to start taking these prize cards, but there's a point in which the Charizard becomes very problematic in that you can't knock it out cleanly, and they can easily knock out your End Zoroark back to back to back, especially when there's the likes of Dusknoir and Maximum Belt in the list, that you're going to have to try and stay out of range of a Charizard, or at least set up a number of knockouts so that Zoroark doesn't really allow the Charizard player to get carried away with the game and just sort of take a 4-prize sweep unchallenged.
There we go, the energy onto that End Zoroark. The Boss's Order is actually on the Pidgey this time.
Yeah.
Take away the consistency and not the attackers, and that's going to be copying the End's Reshiram on the bench, using that Virtuous Flame to get a
Dude,
knockout.
what is happening here?
Single Charmander in play.
Jeez.
It's going to be hard to set that one up.
Oh, ich war noch das Konzert am Schauen vom Klo aus.
Pidgey as well, so that's going to be locking the option of Pidgeot for a long time in this game.
Dafür sind wir schon drin. Da wurde schon eine Preiskarte gezogen.
Mateusz really taking the opportunity to slow down the Charizard deck.
Aber Charizard, Zoroark wieder nice.
Already tell that Mateusz has thought through the matchup and how he can navigate it, because it's putting Junior right on the back foot here.
Quite a simple game plan for Enzorok a lot of the time. Just swing with 170 damage. It's that consistency of the trade that allows you to set it up so often. And I think Mateusz has always been a huge fan of, yes, I play these unusual archetypes, but typically opting for so much consistency among them. A huge fan of trekking shoes back in the day and those kinds of cards that allowed you to play your game as often as possible. And Enzorok, definitely one of the best in the format right now to keep playing the game.
It feels like every deck in the format has to justify why they're not playing Secret Box, because it's such a versatile A-spec card that can give you additional outs just to play the game, but also to construct your deck in a completely different way and have lots of these one-offs, which Mateusz is choosing to do, knowing that Arven can find the box that can find all of these one-offs as and when you need it. And in that case, piecing together PP up plus boss's orders was a huge combo.
Well, we have got another top 8 going on at the same time as this right now. Irvind versus Riley. Riley won game 1, but Irvind tied it up in game 2, so we'll see how that concludes and let you know as the result comes through. But for now, Mateusz and Junior, our last streamed top 8 game to see who makes it through to top 4. And it will be the unusual archetypes, the breakthrough archetypes of the event. Charizard EX versus Enzorok, trying to decide which of them has earned their spot in that top 8.
Junior's doing his best to reduce his hand size here, has got a Charmeleon, also attaching to a Charmander on the bench, just so they can grasp up a few more cards here.
Okay.
It's a strange situation with Charizard where low-key you're quite happy
Wir brauchen
to
jetzt
just allow the
Ends
Zorak to take
Castle.
a few prize cards. It sets up the Charizard
For sure.
to be an absolute ridiculous beat stick. So even though you're just taking it slow, this could still be your best way to win, and just allowing Mateusz to just churn through some prizes.
That ends Reshiram with a 2 retreat crossed in the active.
Also, dass wir kein Damanitan spielen, ist so weird. Aber kein Deck mit Damanitan hat es bis jetzt hierhin geschafft. Also Enzorok ohne Damanitan scheint besser zu funktionieren. Irgendwie will das ganze Konzept nicht in meinen Kopf. Ich sag's ganz ehrlich. Okay, es ist aber mit Cornerstone Mask.
Ideal. You don't really want to punch into this Cleffer.
Corner Mask, Ogre Pawn.
Again, it's this sort of ticking clock that Charizard's putting you on. It feels unintuitive to go too far ahead in prizes, but it's so easy for Charizard to swing a board state when the Enzorok is only hitting 170 a turn.
Es geht mir nicht in den Kopf, wie dieses Deck gut sein soll, honestly. Es geht mir nicht in den Kopf. Ich schwör's dir, ich spiele nachher nur noch diese Listen. Er hat noch keinen Supporter gespielt, also kann er eigentlich hier wieder punchen, rein theoretisch. Ja.
Taking 2 prizes, yeah, it's just going to be the pass. I think pass is definitely correct here. If you take a knockout, it puts Charizard into 240 damage range, which is a max belt away from just churning through prize cards. Mateusz has identified that beautifully here.
Nice, okay.
Stage 2 in addition to some of these Curse Blasters.
Also wird hier einfach nur hauptsächlich gepasst, keine Knockouts genommen. Aber das Ding ist, das ist eben das Geile an Charizard mit Dusknoir. Der muss nicht darauf achten, dass dein Gegner Knockouts nimmt. Wenn er sie nicht nimmt, dann kannst du einfach entwickeln und deinen Schaden erhöhen und Schaden verteilen auf dem Spielfeld. Also so oder so sieht schlecht aus für Mateusz, sein Deck. Aber wenn wir schon hier sind, Enzorok es in Top 8 geschafft hat, zweimal, da muss irgendwas mit dem Deck sein, was ich nicht sehen kann. Ich muss auch ehrlich sagen, ich habe es damals gespielt, als das Deck mehr mit Damanitans gespielt worden ist, also ganz am Anfang. Und es war ein nices Deck, Damanitan, Snipe, jetzt ist Shaman draußen. Und ich weiß nicht, wie dieses Deck sonst funktionieren soll, ehrlich gesagt. Genug Guardies getroffen, maybe? Das könnte schon sein, aber 2 Enzorok in Top 8 ist schon viel, honestly. Ich meine, die genauen Daten werden wir erst dann sehen, aber Gardevoir hat es nur einmal geschafft. Wer was spielt, wissen wir erst spätestens Dienstag, sollte Montag schon eigentlich da sein. Ich bin so gespannt auf all die Listen und so weiter und so fort. Also, sobald die Listen und alles draußen sind, spielen wir safe im Stream and Zoroark.
Of the World Championship, but also a lack of familiarity with the matchup. Both of these guys will have tested against the top decks, but neither of them really testing against each other, as Zoroark does 170 damage into that active Charizard EX, which is now wondering if it's safe going into the next turn.
One thing is, when your Charizard's damaged, you can just swing in. It doesn't matter that Powerful Rage can take a huge knockout, you're already in two-shot range. So you can try and look to two-shot the first Zoroark, then you're still forcing Mateus into this. Well, no, instead we're going to take another single prize knockout. This gets you back onto the even prize map, knowing that you can still win in 2 Zoroark knockouts.
Ja, ab jetzt frage ich mich eben, du hast jetzt so ein Board State. Du kannst dieses Charizard knocken, aber bringt's dir was? Und ich glaube nicht viel. Jetzt ist die Frage, was du hier anstellst. Und da bin ich überfragt mit Zoroark.
Zoroark can't attack without an attacker on the bench to copy, and Reshiram is that attacker in this matchup. With it being taken out twice in a row, you're forcing Mateus to use all of those recovery resources.
Okay, er spielt auch Waterpawn, was ich respektiere. Aber Waterpawn ist, glaube ich, in diesem Deck wirklich nur... Okay. Könnte eine Wasserenergie spielen, eigentlich. Er spielt ja auch schon die Kampfenergie. Zieht jetzt wieder einen Haufen Karten. Und das ist eher so die Stärke von diesem Deck. Also Draw Engine ist eher die Stärke von diesem Deck. Aber I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I think Mateus trying to combine an INO with a KO is reasonable. There could be a situation where somehow Junior from just the 4 cards can't find Rare Candy Charizard, and then you can take out the lone Charmander in play. That's the best case scenario for Mateus.
I think we can also just look at how thin that deck is for Mateus. So early in the game, but thanks to that trade, thinning out resources you don't want, and that's why you play the recovery cards in the deck, like Power Pad, like Super Rod, as you can put them back in your deck and quite easily get back to them through a few draws. And it's going to be the INO and Boss going back in for Mateus.
Makes a lot of sense, especially if we're going to be playing an INO this turn. I didn't see if it was in the hand, because Mateus is just holding on to so many right now.
Power Pad für 2 Karten.
Make that INO come together, then we have better access to
INO Boss.
From the INO.
Ist dieser Bass im Video oder ist das bei dir irgendwie? Das ist das Konzert, was in meiner Nähe passiert. Man hört das halt, weil es ist direkt nebendran. Das ist das Konzert. Jetzt machen sie Pause. Und jetzt geht's wieder weiter. Ja, das ist the whole ass thing. Aber ich kann mich ein bisschen muten zwischendurch. Das ist okay. Solange ich nichts zu sagen habe, kann ich hier vapen.
Potential target there for that. So lots of avenues to worry about for both players, and that's where we expect to see these high-level players recognize unusual routes to victory. This has not gone the way any of us would have expected. Watching along, both of them having to navigate different decisions because neither of them falling for the trap.
Den Bass hört man brutal durch, ja. Wer legt auf? Ich kann dir sagen, wer auflegt.
None of the Zoroark have been damaged, so Junior recognizing not to give away that powerful rage attack return.
Arven found Mike, and I think that means if we're not pulling from the deck, it means it's already in the hand, the maximum belt. So we can grab Buddy Buddy Poffin. That means we get a backup Charmander here, knowing that your heavily damaged Charizard is likely to...
Die Schweizer Stubete Gang. Gang mit Wohlgemerkt. Live erleben. Erlebe die Schweizer Stubete Gang.
You have to expect Mateus to take the response KO, go down to 2 prize cards themselves, throw an INO in the mix. That's the best play they have. And then Junior's just hoping that from a 2-card hand, he'll be able to find a Charizard that would win him the game.
Also nichts legt auf, ja, nichts legt auf hier.
How this is playing out right now, Joe.
It feels like it's favored for Mateusz, but there's always a means that Junior can get there. Going to throw the TM Evolution away, essentially. Also do the same for the Air Balloon. We're just going to be grasping up here. Junior not happy with that state of affairs, not saying that they're going to be in a good spot after that approach. Instead allowing Mateusz into this spot where there's a potential to gust, but then you'd be in charge of the Ino, really. That's what Junior's trying to do here. Not falling for the trap of Mateusz, having access to Ino. It's too risky to try and look for a candy combination. There's boss's orders on Charmander.
Wow.
Taking the single prize knockout, instantly knowing what he wants to do here.
Well, neither player looking to rush ahead at this point. The damage output now for the Charizard EX is more than enough to get the Enzarok with the maximum belt. Just one more knockout would allow for a Charizard EX to take a knockout, but without the ability to reset up another Charizard EX, Junior just not comfortable putting that damaged one in the active spot. And
das ist schon interessant, wie dieses Match gespielt werden muss. Dafür, dass halt eben jetzt Mateusz hier den Einpreis-Knockout holen muss, weil dann hier kein Backup-Attacker ist, möchte Junior Tanaka hier nicht den Knockout holen, weil dann er zurückknocken könnte und er hat dann keinen Backup-Attacker. Und nur aus diesem Grund hat er diesen einzelnen Glumanda hier genockt. Und wenn dieses Deck immer so spielen muss, das ist richtig High Skill Level und richtig situationsspezifisch. Und das ist das, was mir nicht gefällt bei Zoroark. Du hast nicht so einen klaren Plan. Du ziehst die ganze Zeit die Karten und hoffst, dass es irgendwie klappt schlussendlich. Aber es reicht wahrscheinlich hier, um in die Top 8 zu kommen von den World Championships. Also funktioniert.
Dusknoirs are not even that viable because if you give away prize cards, you're putting Mateusz one knockout away from winning the game.
Yeah, they're a complete non-factor at this stage. Mateusz with triple Zoroark developed is looking pretty good, and look how thick the deck is still for Junior. If you get Ino'd, it's so unlikely that you find Rare Candy Charizard. It's really, really unlikely.
Getting that Buddy Poffin off the Arven. All the tools have been taken from the deck.
The last thing we could attempt is just re-establish another Charmander and grasp one more time, knowing that you can Rare Candy into the other Charizard next turn, even if there is a boss's orders. Because there's 3 prize cards still from Mateusz, that if they spend the boss now, a Charizard could still run over the board and take the final 4.
I mean, this is the point where you wonder what's the counts in your opponent's deck.
Yeah.
When you're playing something you're familiar with, you can often guess, oh, they must play 3 boss, they must play 2. On this occasion, you see Mateusz play a boss and a power pad, and you're starting to question, what is the count? How would I know? And we're quite lucky we get to sit here knowing the answer.
We can tell you.
But for Junior at this moment, he's looking across and going, can't have much more gust, can you? Surely not.
I feel like Junior will continue to grasp here. It feels just too risky to attempt to find a Rare Candy combo. I think it might just be another grasp, honestly. There's the maximum belt in the hand. There's always the opportunity here to take the KO, but you're just in the helter-skelter of Ino then. Like, sure, you could hit it, but you're not very likely to. There's maximum belt committed, though.
I mean, everyone at home is very familiar with Charizard EX's ability to take knockouts. We've seen it so strong throughout the last year and a half. Came out in Obsidian Flames, and early on was one of the leading archetypes.
Boah, der Bass geht gerade richtig ab.
Against Gardevoir, that type advantage very useful, but the combination with Pidgeot EX allowed it to be so consistent. Without the Pidgeot EX, there is no safety going forward, and that knockout may put him in a tough position. A swing into the Enzarok opens up the trap for Mateusz.
Mateusz has a very simple goal. Find Ino. Play Ino. Hope that Junior can't find Rare Candy Charizard. It's that simple. Mateusz has the knockout on board already developed. This Charizard has been heavily damaged. Can be finished off. We're going to look at the bottom of our deck.
The boss in there.
There's a boss's orders, there's a Night Stretcher and an Energy Switch, the final few cards. We're committing a Turbo Energize. We're attaching to our backup Enzoroark. And there it is. The Ino has been held in the hand for a number of turns. Mateusz has to be feeling good about this situation, but there's no guarantees that he's safe here, Mike. There's still some dangerous draws from Junior. The only hope is that it's a combo draw that needs to be found. We're retreating into Enzoroark. Mateusz copying once again that Virtuous Flame. Also just going to make sure there's no liabilities of high retreat cost here. he's putting himself in this fantastic position. Junior, what's in that hand?
Do you have it? Is the rare candy Charizard there? Are you able to get it? There's an Artisan. I don't think that's it. And that's going to be game. Mateusz taking game 1 here of our top 8 match at the Anaheim World Championship.
Okay, das ist heavy. Ich mach ganz kurz die Türe zu. Vielleicht hört man den Bass noch ein bisschen weniger.
With an innovative archetype, Enzorok, the unknown factor in the top 8 here. One already out, but Mateusz looking to carry it all the way to the final.
A remarkable cat and mouse there from Mateusz. Using boss again, making sure that you're not letting a single Charizard run over the board. It's so easy for that to happen. Junior getting very quick to weave in those Duskull, filling up those board slots. Ended up coming back to be a real nuisance for him, because as Mateusz was looking to take these individual one-prize knockouts, it made those Duskull sort of rot in play. They weren't really getting much done. And if Junior was sat there with a Pheasantipity EX on the board, he'd have been feeling pretty good about finding a rare candy.
Nee, der Bass drückt durch den ganzen Raum. Es spielt keine Rolle, ob da so ein Schlitz auf ist oder nicht. Also, hätte man sich denken können, aber ich wollte es wirklich wissen. Krass, Zoroark hat es doch geschafft, mit intelligentem Gameplan das Deck auszuhebeln. I can't believe it.
That kept Mateusz completing the game plan from start to finish.
And it was excellent execution in this game number 1 to play around that Charizard for so long. Junior also knew the assignment, trying to force the most out of Mateusz, but it just felt like
du hast Schilitz gesagt, Amanakoim. Schilitz. Junge Dame, zeigen Sie mir bitte mal Ihren Schilitz. Schnitzel. Schnitzel und Schilitz. Wieso reden Türken so?
Many of you at home counted out Enzorok. I certainly did. I've never actually built the deck because I didn't think it was good enough. But on this occasion, you can see why these top players have decided to play it, and I've got some insight for you. He's not the only one. We've seen another one in top 8 and across other age divisions, some Enzorok doing very well in the top 8, and it is that navigation through the matchup that makes it so special. It's really difficult for you as a player to recognize these lines when you can't see the way it breaks down the board, and that's something Mateusz has always factored into every deck he's built. How can I completely break down the board to put me in a winning position in those final turns?
Especially when you can.
Ist halt echt so, aber ich find's wirklich heftig. Also Schnitzel war so ein Ding, was immer beliebter wurde in der Türkei, und dann siehst du irgendwie so in der türkischen Werbung machen sie so Werbung für Schnitzel, und es heißt inzwischen auch Schnitzel für die Türken, aber sie nennen es Schnitzel. Schnitzel. Sie sagen Schnitzel. Und dann haben sie tatsächlich ein Produkt, das hat mich so schockiert damals, als ich das gesehen habe. Werbung für tiefgefrorenen Schnitzel, und es steht tatsächlich Schnitzel drauf, aber mit dem türkischen S, also mit dem türkischen Sch, und es ist dann so Schnitzel. Also sie haben so gesagt, wir nennen das so. Jeder spricht es so aus, wir schreiben das so drauf. Fand ich heftig, muss ich ehrlich sagen. Fand ich heftig. Bitte Musikwunsch anmachen, please. Okay. Okay. Wirklich. For real.
Aber selbst geschrieben, meine Kopf, dieser Text, das bei mir normal ist wie ein Reflex. Meine halbe Leben.
Wir gucken jetzt hier das Spiel, Bro.
What we often see in many of these evolving decks, just to try and set up as best possible and utilize those supporters. An energy attachment to finish off, and it will be over to Junior to set up strong.
Well, there's good news and bad news here for Junior. The good news is there's a buddy pop in. But the bad news is he's about to realize that he's prized his A-spec, the maximum belt, which is going to be a really crucial damage modifying card. We saw that Mateusz wants to get a little bit quirky with how he takes his prizes. He doesn't want to walk into a big burning darkness And Maximum Belt is a great means of Junior just forcing his way through the Zoroark EX and ignoring the powerful Rage from En's Reshiram. So that's another really awkward prize card. We also saw the Pidgey again in the very same spot. That top right of the prize is going to be the same situation where Mateusz might look to take out the only Pidgey that he has access to.
2 Charmander down, a Duskull in the active again, and the attachment to the Duskull to allow for that retreat. We do see the Rare Candy, the Artisan, some useful cards there, but is that a lack of supporter in the first hand there?
Could well be. Oh, there isn't Ino as well, so we can see a fresh 6 here before committing to our Artisan. Feels like we want to try and get a Pidgey developed, no doubt, but keeping it from the other side of these 6 cards definitely makes sense. Also, the energy attachment on Duskull does give us the opportunity to draw into TM Evolution. Doesn't look like we got that just yet. It also gives us the option to retreat into Cleffa, which has been found from the new hand. Also an Ultra Ball as well, I believe, so we could go low and then grasp up a bunch of cards. Here comes the Artisan now, looking for a Pidgey, no doubt.
That Artisan, a key card in many decks, but one that also gives your opponent access to their non-rulebooks Pokemon. Artisan allowing you to get a Pokemon with no rulebox on it into play, onto the bench directly. And many decks, not only will they have their main attackers and support Pokemon that can be got out with Artisan, but even things like Monkey Dory, knowing that that's in play, you can avoid putting them into play until the exact moment. So can be a nice little bit of utility as Cleffa does go to the active, and that grasping draw attack, which was so key in the last game for Junior to stay in it, has kicked things off for him in this one.
It's a great Pokemon to end your turn on. Trying to find that Rare Candy plus Ultra Ball combination for the following turn is always handy. There's the first evolution into N Zoroark EX in the active position. Going to be throwing away one of those Monkey Dory. Access to the Turbo Energize is kind of intriguing here as an option. There's also an Ultra Ball, so we can continue to use trade this turn if we would like.
Wonder if that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon's going to be coming into play here. You can see lining it up a completely different strategy for this matchup. Going to be taken on by Mateusz. Just getting the energy out from the TM Energize and going to be setting it up ready to swing for the rest of the game. The only attacker on the other side that will be able to attack into that is that Chi-Yu, but you do have to think about the Dusknoir too.
Yeah, it's an interesting option in the deck in that it's not a checkmate, that it can be in other situations and other matchups. But like you said, it forces Junior down this strange situation of being...
Ich habe das Gefühl, das mit dem Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon ist eine schlechtere Strategie. Aber ich könnte mich täuschen. Matthäus wird es besser wissen. Ja, das ist schon eher der Grund. Es braucht die Ressourcen, verbraucht die Ressourcen deines Gegners. Jetzt muss Junior mehr überlegen, was und wie und wo. Also, Zoroark hat sich wirklich mehr zu Control entwickelt als zu irgendwas anderem. Wirklich.
The Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon's Cornerstone stance. And the other side, Junior now having to step up stably. And because of the way this matchup goes, a bit of cat and mouse back and forth, there is the ability to go a bit slower compared to other matchups.
Yeah, and I think slow actually helps both decks out a little bit, to be fair. They both get to initiate their strategy. They both get to try and work towards key pieces, whether it's quick search, accumulating crucial one-of cards, or trade, just allowing you to have this huge hand size. So I think both players are quite happy to try and go slow because they still have so many options. I think Junior's still the most happy in this case because they can get through the Cornerstone if they have to. And also, if Mateusz is going to get attacking with Demolish at any time, he can then take advantage of the prize cards taken and the Charizard can still run away with the game. Junior has a few puzzles to go through here. Mateusz, it's so interesting going a game up and then starting the second game with a completely different strategy. It's another concern for Junior. Unfamiliar territory once again, even though he's just faced this deck for 45 minutes, for half an hour or so.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty here of our top cut. You get to have that 75 minutes to really navigate through the matchup. You can play those slower game plans, knowing you're still going to get to a result and absorb all this information. And now you get to apply it in game two. Mateusz has changed the strategy here. And on the other side, Junior has got the Pidgeot EX in place, so the strategy completely changes for him too.
Charizard goes from a scary deck that can sometimes miss to an absolute threat. as soon as the quick search comes online. One string a turn, being able to search for any card and put it directly into your hand is so flexible that it allows Charizard to string together all sorts of combinations. Most of the time when you hear 3 stage 2s, you'd laugh at that concept. You think that's not going to be very competitive, but quick search makes it all come together.
Yeah, the original Pidgeot with quick search was played during the 2006 Worlds here in Anaheim, the first Worlds at Anaheim. So great to see that coming back and showing exactly why that quick search ability is so powerful. And it will be a TM evolution onto the Charmander and the Duskull. I must say, I like the way he's gestured them forward on the bench. I've not seen that before. That's a nice bit of communication.
We love to see it.
And now the other way. We were interested through that first game of how the strategy was going to go, and it's going to be completely different here as it looks like another TM evolution back the other side. A slow setup style from both players.
Technical machine into technical machine into technical machine. Players have utilized these tool cards excellently throughout their run into this top cut in the Masters Division. Mateusz is putting 6 prize cards worth of Pokemon that aren't Cornerstone into play, which is worth noting. So Junior might now try to ignore the Cornerstone. But of course, Mateusz does have means of picking up Pokemon out of play.
Dert, vielen Dank, lieben, für den Follow. Sehr lieb von dir, dafür, dass ich jetzt gar nichts gemacht habe, was sich den Follow verdient hat. Ich bin nur mute wegen dem Konzert neben mir, damit ihr keinen Bass hört. Deswegen bin ich so still. Aber vielen Dank.
Cannot rely on getting the prize cards in his favor under his terms. Will rely on Mateusz to take knockouts at this stage to one-hit knockout and end Zoroark with the Charizard.
Here comes the first Infernal Rain then. Charizard EX coming into play. As soon as it does, you can search your deck for up to 3 Fire Energy and attach them. Such a flexible option, and it means that as soon as you find the Pokemon, the energy come running, powers itself up, of course, most crucially. That's a fantastic option. Junior's board is already substantially better than it was in that first game. Finally access to quick search. Now not only has a Charizard, but also some great stage 1s.
Also jetzt denke ich, ist es gelaufen für Mateusz, ehrlich gesagt. Wie machen wir das jetzt?
Finding a Dusknoir this turn would give us an easy way to knock out the active end Zoroark. Gotta feel like that's decent for Junior. He's going to use an Iono here before opting to quick search. Want to see the outs here. Whatever he sees from these 6 cards could end up being pieces towards Dusknoir anyway, so keeping the option for quick search open.
Yeah, and the 3 bosses orders in Junior's deck, a typical target for that quick search to be able to find a way to get around the active Pokemon, especially when you've got a walling Pokemon like that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX with the Cornerstone stance. So this game looking way more in favor of Junior than last time, just thanks to that setup. It just shows you how pivotal that Pidgeot EX really was
100%.
In Game 1. When that Pidgey was taken down by Mateusz, it completely slowed down the ability for Junior to set up. Every turn he's getting a card he absolutely wants, and consequently he can synergize that with the other cards in hand to set up completely.
We have so many options now. We have access to quick search. If there's a Night Stretcher in the hand, we could even be Curse Blasting twice into the Cornerstone and just dealing with it and then grasping up again. Like, you're happy with that situation as well. Junior doesn't even have to take out the active. You could still look to deal with the Cornerstone and then just progress from there.
There's that Dusknoir.
Feels like it's definitely part of the strategy. It could go into the active, and then you have an easy Burning Darkness KO. If we're trying to respect the Cornerstone, we could also blast into that. Now it's quick search. If there's Rare Candy in the hand, I do love the option of double Curse Blast. Or if there's the Night Stretcher, you could do a similar thing. The Super Rod is showing to me that he is going to try and reload these Ghost-type Pokemon. You get multiple pops in a couple of turns.
At what point do the Curse Blast need to be saved for that Ogerpon versus being used to take out the end Zoroark? That's the question.
Well, this will be, so this is a big sign that we're just happy to take out the Zoroark, but with the Super Rod, we're still trying to keep enough of them in the back so we can deal with the Cornerstone if need be.
100%. Typically, the
Wieso versuchen wir
deck likes to go behind throughout its time, but with the Dusknoir, it allows you to initiate.
Eigentlich hätte man hier auch einen Zug chillen können, um nachher Doppel-Dusknoir zu blasten auf Cornerstone.
One of the only ways to deal with the Cornerstone Ogerpon. And on this occasion,
ja, eigentlich auch nicht. Eigentlich auch nicht. Es geht jedes Mal nicht auf mit der Matte für End-Zoroark, was wirklich interessant ist. Ich sehe jetzt, wieso dieses Deck manchmal gewinnt.
Matesh is asking some questions himself though, because this Cornerstone Mask Ogapon is a real nuisance to deal with for Junior. It does force more and more of these Dust Noir to be pushed through. Charmeleon has 3 energy in the attack cost, so can't really be powered up anytime soon. The Chi-Yu is only really effective when Matesh opts to take knockouts, and that's not looking likely over the next couple of turns. Matesh does have a lot of options though. He has Secret Box available in this hand.
So, jetzt bin ich wirklich gespannt. Er hat einige Optionen, dieser Matthäus. Und ich frage mich jetzt, für welche Line er sich entscheidet.
See some more options before committing down any individual avenue here.
Those buddy popping so good in the early turns, and in this deck, they don't clog up your deck at the end because you get rid of them with every discard. And now we're going to be.
Jetzt bin ich wirklich gespannt, wie er das Maximale aus diesem Zug holt.
But Demolish just not doing enough damage. 140 is very limited when it comes to a big stage 2 deck like Charizard EX.
Yeah. It's this really awkward situation where you know that the 2 Duskull are so threatening to you, but you can't just chase them with the Cornerstone, because it's then easy for Junior to artisan out Chi-Yu, quick search for Charizard, still find a means towards the other Curse Blast into the Chi-Yu response. So Matesh is in this weird position where no play feels amazing. It is going to be Arvin for Countercatcher though. Perhaps trying to slowly attack into a Pidgeot could be an option, knowing that quick search is just so devastating. Trying to demolish it over a couple of turns. Taking out Charmeleon is interesting. It still helps you play around Chi-Yu, because it can't be powered up all in one turn. Again, limit on how many Charizard your opponent has access to is one line of play that allowed Matesh into the game in that game number 1.
Okay, so we have the Countercatcher now, that Pidgeot. A prime target here, the Air Balloon allowing the free retreat. And 140 damage is exactly half of Pidgeot EX. Ignores the resistance as well, thanks to the secondary effect of Demolish. And it will be Mateus just setting up Zoroarks on the bench with a bit of energy.
Yeah, I prefer... it looked like Mateus was going to commit Turbo Energize, but I think holding it for trade fodder is always the best approach. And putting this at Pidgeot EX in range definitely makes a lot of sense. Junior, what's the pickup? Was that Dust Noir? Was it Dusklops? Looks like it's just the Clops here. If we can string together Dust Noir, it's obviously going to be devastating. It would be the game. So,
yeah, that would be a crazy turn if possible. Actually, in the last game, missing the double Dust Noir to win the game was available there.
Es wird geschrien, ich glaube bei Unite oder bei VGC wird, glaube ich, auch viel geschrien. Bei TCG schreit niemand.
Exactly. It's so hard to do that, but that is the key to this matchup. Is a double Dust Noir would be the way to win a lot of the time, as putting 130 damage per Curse Blast on the board is frequently putting you into a strong position.
Even Dusklops into boss here is really, really good. Sets up a Zoroark KO, and you can still look to Curse Blast later. Here is the boss's orders, bringing up the Zoroark. There is Dusklops. You know you can slowly deal with this Cornerstone Mask Ogapon with the help of Chi-Yu and still a Duskull on the bench. Junior going down to just 2 prize cards, and also putting Matesh in this strange spot where they have to take their own Zoroark out of play next turn.
And taking away the draw engine was exactly what Matesh would not want to happen, losing the ability to find every card you need at every turn.
Yeah.
But it is a liability in play, as we see the maximum belt has been taken. Can be utilized to take more damage onto the Cornerstone Ogapon by another attacker, but on this occasion it would be a tough ask. There's a lot to do this turn, especially if that Pidgeot EX gets targeted down this turn.
Mateus has to ask himself, can lone Cornerstone just close the game here? If you use a Professor Turo scenario and pick up this Zoroark, can it be done? Zoroark coming onto this bench is absolutely safe. The single prize knockout really doesn't help Junior much. It is going to be the secret box. This will be the indication of what the supporter choice is. Boss's orders appealing to take out the Pidgeot or the Duskull, both really appealing options. but also that Professor Turo scenario is the safest way for you to not lose next turn.
I mean, even a gust onto the Pidgeot EX plus an Iono might get you a few turns, as you've really asked a lot of questions last game off those few cards, and it looks like the counter catcher
Jubel!
down mostly just because you want to get it out of the deck.
Also jetzt bin ich gespannt, wie er das lösen möchte, dieser Matthäus. Killen wir Duskull, aber Pidgeot ist ein bisschen die gefährlichere Karte auf dem Spielfeld. Ich glaube, Pidgeot hier zu killen und dann einen Einpreiser-Knockout zu holen, ist nicht verkehrt. Aber Tanaka ist nur ein Boss davon entfernt, um zu gewinnen. Ein Boss. Ich glaube, das war's hier. Du kannst nicht darauf hoffen, dass der Boss nicht kriegt. Ich glaube, das war's. Ziemlich sicher.
Will instead be using it to take away options after a disruption. The Iono was in hand, and the counter catcher has been played onto that Pidgeot. We know how key that was last time. If you get rid of this Pidgeot EX with a 2-card hand, Junior is going to struggle to get going.
Dodge and weave worked in game number 1. Matesh is trying to do the same thing again. Matesh set to this damage on the previous turn, knowing that he was going to be going down even more prize cards. Here comes the flip the script. A bunch of supporters in Matesh's hand for next turn.
Options.
Certainly options. And still the trade as well, don't forget. So a couple more cards coming in. Option of Sob still open to Matesh here. Interesting thinking about discarding an Iono. Wow. Discarding the Iono, opting to hold multiple bosses' orders as superior supporters for later. Actually drew into another Iono anyway, so still has access to that. And we're going to be knocking out this Pidgeot EX. Matesh goes down to 2 prize cards remaining.
Okay, Pidgeot ist ausgenockt und der Bruder braucht nur noch einen Boss.
There it is, boss's orders, bringing up the end Zoroark off the top.
Bro. Trash.
Way through an end Zoroark very cleanly.
Don't need to worry about your quick search if it's in that hand. And it wasn't possible in game 1 to find the combo pieces, and it was a lot more combo required. But when it's just a singular card you need to win, it's definitely more viable. And we did just get a little glimpse of another little inclusion from Matesh's deck, that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in the deck with no water energy, so could be an option in the next game. And it's certainly fair to say the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon was not enough of an answer this time to take down Junior, who played a remarkable game, using that Pidgeot EX to perfection throughout the game.
Let's have a little replay of how that game 2 panned out then. And as you said, Mike, the setup was just a stark contrast in that we got that really early quick search online into the TM evolution, getting us multiple stage 1 Pokemon developed. That gave us easy access towards the Charizard, combining it early on with a Dusk Noir to take out the first Zoroark, then into the Dusclops to take out the Zoroark. And at that point in the game, you've been feeding your opponent prizes. Matesh had to take Quick Search off the board. It was too dangerous to be kept around, meaning that Charizard is well in range to close out the game. And all it took was a Boss's Orders top deck. How many times have we said that, Mike?
That Boss's Orders top deck, yeah, the ramp up of the Burning Darkness, something you always have to think about with every deck, especially those with that higher HP.
Immer das gleiche mit Boss. Aber Zoroark, ich glaube gegen Dusk Charizard auch ein schwieriges Matchup. Schwieriges Matchup.
330 damage with those final 2 prize cards will always knock out an end Zoroark, whether you got the maximum belt or not. So going into game 3 now.
Aber als ich diesen Stone Mask Ogerpon gesehen habe, dachte ich mir schon, das scheint nach der schlechteren, das scheint die schlechtere Strategie zu sein. Obwohl, ich meine, dieses Spiel war jetzt besser für Tanaka, weil er hatte auch Pidgeot in diesem Spiel, im letzten hatte er es nicht. Deswegen, also wenn Tanaka hier so ganz aufbauen kann, dann sieht es eigentlich schlecht aus für Matthäus. Muss man ja ganz ehrlich sagen, also ist noch nicht alles verloren, aber ich glaube, jetzt weiß Tanaka ungefähr, wie man das Matchup angehen muss, und Pidgeot ist definitiv ein Gamechanger. Wenn ich das Ganze so sehe, habe ich das Gefühl, Pidgeot wäre auch geil für Matthäus.
A bit of a shame for him, as well as one of those Boss's Orders, a crucial card that allowed him to close out that game number 2. Ultimately not too painful though.
Yeah, the missed energy, interestingly, the only out against the corner of Matthäus's Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. a definite inclusion for Charizard these days, especially with how much TM devolution is out and about. Frequently put onto the Pidgeot EX to keep that quick search online, but can also be used on a Charizard EX if it is already ready to go and going to close out the game for you. But the clever start, I mean, it has been the MVP really for Junior, the grasping draw in all the games. But as this is Junior's first turn, we'll just be passing over to Mateusz, who also has the Buddy Poffin.
I'm rubbing my hands, Mike, because we get to see a real Game 3. Both players getting access to that Buddy Poffin means they're both likely to get a really decent setup. And we're going to see both players navigate the game as best as possible, but already catastrophe for Mateusz with the secret box A-spec in the prize cards. It's usually such a vital piece, turning that Arven into all sorts of different avenues and trees and how you can get into things. That's going to be a bit of a problem for you. If Mateusz does still have access to Arven here, even just getting a TM evolution should end up allowing him to draw a bunch of cards. So it's not going to be so devastating, but it does hurt a lot of his avenues of play.
Yeah, we noticed this actually in the first game, opting to not take it early on.
Right.
As this is one of the few decks that draws enough cards that later on in the game, Secret Box is viable. Many of the decks that play Secret Box have such small hand sizes in the late game, it's not really a viable option. So Mateusz will be sad to see it if it's required to set up fully, as it's such a key component of many of our top decks in the format.
Oh boy, der Bass fickt ihm so Mutter, das ist unglaublich. Es basst hier die ganze Zeit durch meine Kopfhörer. Also es stört mich eigentlich ehrlich gesagt nicht so sehr, aber dass ich hier muten muss, damit es euch nicht auf den Sack geht, das ist eher das, was mich stört hier.
And you also have a TM to find Pokemon and a TM to find energy. On this occasion, it will be the item for the energy and the TM for the evolutions as two Enzarok in play on that first turn for Mateusz. A solid start and one that will be key to drawing cards next turn. Both players in a strong position now to follow their game plans.
Yeah, for Junior, the first question is, can we get rare candy into the Pidgeots?
Was schreien die auch, Alter? Das ist echt wie Europapark.
Game number 2. The deck is just completely different. When you have access to quick search, it becomes so consistent and ruthless at what it wants to do. I see access to Iono, but not Arven.
Dusclops?
We do see a Dusclops. We do see energy onto Cleffa, as well as the TM Technical Machine Evolution, and it is going to be an Iono here. So Junior keeping the option open to evolve up into Pidgeotto and Charmeleon, but there's still the possibility that we find rare candy from these fresh 6.
I mean, whenever you have a turn where you've got a solid turn pre-Iono, and then you play the Iono and see more cards, it's definitely a great position to be in. And, you know, with the modern Charizard decks, you're less reliant on rare candy thanks to this TM evolution. Knowing that Budu is all around the format, you have to be able to get around it, and rare candy being a crutch is a surefire way to not see your stage 2. So Pidgeotto in the deck too, and there is also those 2 Charmanders there, and it will be that TM evolution evolving a Pidgey and a Charmander, nicely gestured by Junyo's shove of the 2 evolving Pokemon.
Junior gripping onto an Ultra Ball for next turn as well, which can unlock the Pidgeot. So the TM evolution has been really handy for both players in this final game here. See the first trade from Mateusz. He has this window of opportunity to maybe find a gusting effect to deal with a Pidgeotto. Just one more trade to help him get there.
Oh, wow.
Here comes the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, though. So Turbo Energize could be the option instead here. Yeah, we're using Iono. We get a fresh 6 cards, but not going down the aggressive route, not trying to hunt down boss's orders plus end Zoroark as any sort of play. Instead, going to try and just power up this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, still backing this as the best way to win.
Yeah, it's interesting if you've watched these first 2 games here and you're trying to work out the matchup, as we all are, a very unfamiliar matchup. You might be thinking, hang on a minute, that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon didn't work.
Yeah.
The game where you didn't play it, you won, but that was purely due to that ability to lock out the Pidgey. And without access to that option, Mateusz is opting to try and play it safer here and go for a strategy which tends to work into Charizard, which is walling it out with the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. And just a singular Dusclops in play might have encouraged that decision.
Is it a tough choice whether or not we evolve this active end Zoroark? It would give you access to another trade and more draw, but it does open up Junior to have a nice Curse Blast knockout into a 2-prizer. Yeah, just gonna stick with a Zorua and power up the Cornerstone instead.
Wenn ich was mit Pokémon anfangen könnte, würde ich hier auf Late Night mitchatten. Das ist etwas vom Traurigsten, was ich jemals gelesen habe. Weil es wäre so nice für dich, wenn du hier so Late Night World Championships mitverfolgen könntest. Es tut mir so leid, dass du nichts damit anfangen kannst. Weil das wäre echt, das wäre so schön. Du musst dir vorstellen, so, hier ist World Championships, ich bin hier im Studio, irgendwo in der Nähe ist ein Konzert, also ziemlich genau direkt neben mir ist ein Konzert. Die Luft riecht nach Sommerabend und ein bisschen nach Holz. Nach verbranntem Holz sowie eine Feuerstelle, aber nur so ganz leicht, so dass es angenehm ist. Und wir schauen uns das so gemeinsam an. Morgen ist Finale. Sehr geil, muss ich sagen, sehr geil. Kann nicht jeder Glück haben, wa? Ja, das ist halt schon so, ja. Schade sind nicht Minecraft World Championships. Dann könnten wir hier zusammen eine gute Zeit haben. Aber ist halt nicht alles möglich. Damn. Ja, genau. Genau das ist der O-Hype-Susik. Aber ja, auf der anderen Seite hört man den Bass im Hintergrund. Wie du hörst wahrscheinlich. Das kommt von mir.
In our previous top 8 we saw how powerful the Dust Noir was in combination with Dragapult. Not the same way it's utilized here, but the fact that it increases the damage output of the Charizard EX is such a powerful tool. Being able to knock your own Pokemon out, something we've seen throughout the history of Pokemon, seen in so many powerful archetypes. Something that's not intuitive to most is giving away prize cards is not normally the strategy. Here it will be as
Super Rod taken as the quick search option. Looks like we're content just taking the single prize KO.
Okay.
Going to hold off on our Curse Blasters again. This now threatens the Cornerstone Ogerpon very effectively with the Dusclops and Duskull combination. Also with the Charmeleon on the bench, that if Mateus tries to target one, there's always the option to steal Curse Blast and Chi-Yu. That could be brought out all in one turn via Infernal Rain. So again, Junior creating this ball position where he's not that afraid.
Dude, in welchem Stream wird so geschrien? Welcher Stream macht das? Wo schreien die Leute? Ist es bei VGC?
This is a -3 Glacial Lance, and Calyrex basically takes nothing from that. And so now it's another single target. Astro Barrage onto the Ice Rider.
So strong for Junior here.
We promised
boost, and if you try and target down the Calyrex while you can, there's almost
What is this Unite? Dude, was ist los?
But not to counter each other. They are trying to find a way to
Das ist nicht von mir.
navigate the unusual circumstances of their opposition. And it is that ability to boss around targets, take out the Pidgeot, and that 140 damage into the Pidgeot EX seemed to be so perfect last game. But on this occasion, you're going to be worried about the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon being the target of a future knockout.
Yeah, Mateus kind of just has to go.
But there we go, they seen this.
Ah ja, die schreien da in Unite.
Honestly, I've got to say, one word, absolute ridiculousness. How did they pull that off? I think this is an ace up their sleeve. This is something that you just suddenly decide to bring onto the world stage. This is one of those crazy ideas where the team gets together for a couple of drinks and they say, guys, we need to have a crazy strike.
Oh, das würde ich mir gerne anschauen. Können wir nachher mal reingucken.
One of the beauties of decks like this, with that quick search, you can tutor out any card you want. So it is really in control of the user how these turns pan out. We see a similar thing with Jewel Seeker and Noctowl. The best of our players able to create.
Im Vergleich dazu, wie still es ist in TCG. So ultra still hier. Habe ich fast schon Bock, mehr Unite zu spielen, um da teilzunehmen. Für den Hype. Einfach weil es mehr Hype ist. Guck mal, wie still. Guck mal, wie kein Hype. Oh mein Gott, das Knorr! Oh mein Gott, es ist das Knorr! Holy shit, Rare Candy, das Knorr! Ich kann nicht mehr! What? Super Rare! Dude. Dieses Sequencing, I can't. I
Turbo Energize technical machine, and now that Dusclops on the bench will be available to evolve this turn, as Junior has the ability to do so. It's really then what is the turn after that? But with giving these prize cards away, you know, Junior's in a great position to be also able to knock out an Enzarok with a maximum belt on the Charizard EX, so could be having a 4-prize turn.
Also für Matthäus sieht's ja schlecht aus. Für Matthäus sieht's jetzt gerade echt kacke aus. Das war's Matthäus. Ich würde gerne Matthäus im Finale sehen. Dieses Sequencing, Junge, ja genau, das ist der Spirit. Das ist der Spirit. Sogar bei Schach ist es mehr Hype. Wenn da so... Magnus hier auf den Tisch haut und sagt, oh fuck, ach, gut gespielt. Wenn er so nervös wird. Aber jetzt, was machst du jetzt? Jetzt kann er nichts mehr tun. Was willst du jetzt noch tun? Jetzt müsstest du fast wieder Cornerstone zurückholen und dann Zug für Zug energisen und darauf hoffen, dass dein Gegner nie Boss kriegt. Jetzt braucht er einiges. Checke nichts, aber ich kopiere einfach, was du sagst. Ja, dachte ich mir fast. Aber ey, Kinder und Babys machen es genau gleich. Sie wissen ja auch nichts. Sie kopieren einfach ihre Eltern und Leute in ihrer Umgebung. Und das ist das Beste, was man manchmal machen kann. Also du lernst wieder the old-fashioned way. Nicht so mit ChatGPT und AI. Nein, imitieren. Imitieren, bis du deinen eigenen Stil hast. Sosik, ich respektiere das. Ich respektiere das. Wirklich. Energizen. Ah, ja. Ja, er müsste Cornerstone von seinem Ablagestapel auf die Bank kriegen, Professors Turo spielen, um da sein Aktives wieder auf die Hand zu nehmen und dann nur noch ein Pokémon in der Aktiven zu haben. Aber dein Gegner hat immer noch Pidgeot hier auf der Bank. Das bringt alles nicht viel. Also das war's. Wow, schön gesagt, gell? Ja. Ja. Klasse, könnt ihr nochmal wiederholen, was ich hier gesagt habe? Ja, aber das bringt auch nichts, weil... Das bringt alles nichts. Das bringt alles nichts. Das bringt alles nichts. Ja, okay, das ist actually auch huge. Einfach nur Mist Energy Pass wäre auch schon crazy. Aber dieses Match ist gelaufen. Er muss es so machen, dass er nur noch eins in der Main-Hand hat. Genau. Main-Hand. Im Pokémon gibt es die Main-Hand und die Side-Hand. Die Side-Hand ist das, was du in deinem Ärmel hast. Das ist die Ärmel-Handkarten. Damit du auch bescheißen kannst, wenn es drauf ankommt. Sieht nicht gut aus. Was ist, wenn der dieses Maskenwechsel zieht? Er spielt doch keinen Maskenwechsel. Er spielt keinen Maskenwechsel. Und auch wenn, wäre es einfach nur Maskenwechsel, dann Quick Search für Boss, Retreat und KO. Offhand, wie in Minecraft.
will
Genau,
at any point with this Charizard EX on the bench. Mateus has no way of dealing with it. He has to try and just
Hast du nie die Pokémon-Spiele gespielt, Sosik? So früher oder allgemein? Also die normalen Videospiele halt?
There's all so many cards that are available in many Charizard EX builds that could get you out of the scenario, but the missed energy on this occasion will be that option. It doesn't take effect right now, but next turn, if Mateus were to attack into that Pidgeot EX, it would be able to retreat.
Mateus, again, head in hands. He knows that his back is against the wall right now. Junior is inching closer to top 4. And is there anything in the deck that can change the fortunes? Buddy Poffin, first of all. Let's have a look at the entire deck. Is there anything left?
Nein, gar nichts. Dann meine nächste Frage. Wie alt bist du eigentlich?
There is so many things to think about in this moment, and so many of them hard to think of when you're under this kind of pressure, unfamiliar with the scenario, having to navigate it, check all those options, and I do feel like Junior has presented too much for Mateus at this stage. Bossing up that Charmeleon is great and all, but as soon as it evolves, it loses that secondary effect of the corner and would be able to retreat, or maybe even just attack itself, and the energy going to be coming down. And Mateus presents the fist. Junior will be going through to the top 4 here in Anaheim at the World Championship.
Und Tanaka hat gewonnen. So wie ich dachte. Ey, ist es nachher einfach Oshwind gegen Tanaka und dann ist es ein Charizard Mirror Match und dann ist es Charizards Ja gewesen. Das wäre übelst Ehre. Das wäre heftig Ehre für das Deck. Ist um mich rum passiert, aber das Coolste am Pokémon war, dass man... Das Coolste im Pokémon für mich war, dass man Fahrrad fahren konnte. 3. Klasse oder so müsste das gewesen sein. Bin jetzt 21, alright. Interessant, also ja, interessant in dem Sinne von wegen, dass es trotzdem um dich rum passiert ist, aber es dich so nicht gepackt hat. Nicht, dass es jeden packen muss, so mäßig. Aber was hat dich dann so in dieser Zeit so gepackt? War es einfach immer Minecraft oder wie war das für dich? Für mich war es so, damals mit meinem Kumpel Feuerrot. Er spielte Feuerrot, ich habe Smaragd gespielt. Dann kam Diamond Pearl. Diamond Pearl war richtig heftig auf dem Nintendo DS. Damals noch in der alten Wohnung meiner Großmutter, die damals gelebt hat in Türkei. Rest in Peace an dieser Stelle. Mit meinem Bruder zusammen da die Battles machen und Pokémon spielen und sammeln. Also mein Bruder war natürlich ein großer Einfluss schon immer für mich. Er war ein Pokémon-Fan, hat die Pokémon-Spiele gespielt. 10 Jahre älter als ich. Und dann kam ich hier selbst auch dazu. Also er war auch ein großer Anime-Fan so. Und hat mich eigentlich so in diese ganze Welt eingeführt. Deswegen war es für mich relativ einfach. Lego mainly, PS2 Games zu der Zeit, auch schon PS3, Lego Star Wars. So shit. Da bin ich 4. Klasse GTA San Andreas, beziehungsweise schon 4. I see, okay. Ja. Lego Games statt Pokémon ist doch ein interessanter Fakt. Hat's dich allgemein einfach nicht so gepackt wegen den Universen, so wegen dem Universum von Pokémon oder wegen den Turn-Based Games oder einfach nichts davon wirklich? Yu-Gi-Oh! Zu der Zeit auch groß gewesen um mich rum, aber hat mich nie gepackt irgendwie. Ja, ich sehe, was für eine Art Mensch du bist. Jetzt kann ich dich richtig judgen. Ja, bin, glaube ich, slightly zu jung dafür. Weißt du, auf der anderen Seite denke ich mir so, es gibt so viele, die mit Black and White reingekommen sind, was jetzt auch schon wieder einige Zeit her ist. Das ist 18. September 2010 kam das raus, also wir reden hier schon wieder von 15 Jahren. Aber das wäre eigentlich wirklich so der Einstieg für dich gewesen. Rein theoretisch, als du noch 6 Jahre alt warst. Aber auch Leute kamen rein mit Schwert und Schild. Was eigentlich ein Kackspiel war. So schlimm war es nicht, aber es ist nicht einer meiner Favorites. Ja, konnte mich für Fantasy-Welt nicht begeistern, beziehungsweise fand die Arterie wahrscheinlich auch so uninteressant. Ich bin kein FIFA-Gamer, falls du meinst, mit Judgen. Nein, das hätte ich dir nicht gegeben. Vor allem echt so FIFA-Gamer. Oshwind hat verloren! No way! No way. Okay, dann ist es... Dann ist es jetzt hier Raging Bolt gegen... Oh, was hat Riley nochmal gespielt? Justin gegen Tanaka. Justin ist Dusk Pult. Charizard. Und Riley ist, glaube ich, auch Dusk Pult, nicht? Oh boy. Dragadusk. Okay, das ist Dusk Pult. Und Nakagawa war... okay, dann wissen wir es. Raging Bolt, Dusk Pult, Dusk Zard und Dusk Pult. Also zweimal Dusk Pult, einmal Charizard und einmal Raging Bolt. Okay. Interesting. Schwert und Schild war richtig kacke. Ja, ich fand's auch wirklich nicht nice, muss ich sagen. Schwert, Schild war honestly doof. Zu einfach, null Herausforderung, Story langweilig. Yeah. War echt ein boring Game, muss ich echt sagen. Ich habe vorhin einen Post gesehen von jemandem auf Twitter. Der hat so gesagt, er war bei der Probestation für wie heißt es? Pokémon ZA. Und der das so geleitet hat, da hat so gesagt, ey, kommt dir die Spielmechanik irgendwie bekannt vor? Oder hast du ein ähnliches Spiel vorhin gespielt? Und der so, nee. Und dann so, ja, ist ähnlich wie, was hat er gesagt? Dark Souls? Ich glaube, wie die Dark Souls Spiele. Weil es so hektisch ist und du musst so dodgen und so. Mal schauen. Baba Blones! Guten Abend, schön, dass du da bist. Herzlich willkommen im Chat. Also von daher bin ich eigentlich schon relativ... Ich weiß es echt nicht. Was halten wir von Pokémon ZA? Sind wir hyped auf Pokémon ZA? Oh damn, der Startscreen vom alten Game. Guck's dir mal an. Wenn wir jetzt schon bei Nostalgie sind. Gengar gegen Nidorino. Oder? Nidorino. Was halten wir vom Pokémon ZA, Bro?
Games and shoutouts to those battles. So you can see cool sights like this and more here at the Pokemon World Championships, honoring the history of all our incredible battles. So if you're here in the hall, make sure to take a look, and if you're at home, well, we'll bring you more of that history later on.
Hey there trainers, Jim Lawson again, hanging out in Anaheim, California. We're here for the Pokemon World Championships in 2025. We're here at the Collect and Trade Corner, a special event activation area, and I'm joined by staff member Bobo. Bobo, can you give us an overview for what trainers have to expect here at the Collect and Trade Corner?
Ist das, wo sie die Glock 19 mit reinbringen wollten? Nein, das war Crashy. Also wenn du Crashy meinst. Der seine eigenen Sleeves hat. Er ist inzwischen so ein Verhasster in der Pokémon-Community. Also nicht wirklich in der Pokémon-Community an sich so, sondern halt von vielen... Also eben. Politik und Pokémon willst du nicht wirklich miteinander vermischen. Und deswegen passiert das Ganze auch auf Twitter. Aber es ist schon eine cringe Sache mit den ganzen... mit den ganzen Leuten auf Twitter und Pokémon. Sagt mir nichts, ist mir an mir vorbeigegangen, dieses ZA oder was das sein soll. Es gibt ein neues Pokémon-Spiel Ende Jahr, also November kommt es glaube ich raus. Das ist die Fortsetzung von... Also es ist ein Legendenspiel, es gibt ja die Main Games. Und es gab dieses Legenden-Arceus. Und jetzt gibt es Pokémon Legends ZA. Und es findet in einer Stadt statt. Sleeves wie diese Gaming-Sleeves, also Hüllen für Karten. So wie diese Sleeves. Er macht seine eigenen Sleeves. Und wollte seine Waffe mitbringen. In die Avenue. Also es wär legal, rein theoretisch. Aber er hat es so... Es ist ein doofes Thema. Ich weiß auch nicht mehr alles genau über dieses Thema, aber es war... ein bescheuertes Ding, muss ich ehrlich sagen. Aber ja, kannst ja wieder mal versuchen, neu ins Pokémon-Universum einzusteigen mit dem neuen Pokémon ZA. Das wäre doch was. Das war nicht, was du meintest? Was hast du dann gemeint? Ich muss langsam wieder fett pinkeln, ey. Ich habe ehrlich gesagt so Bock auf eine Nintendo Switch 2 und die neuen Spiele. Make sure you catch all the action. Donald Trump? Shelly Boo? It's gonna be legendary. Anaheim. Meinte so, ach so, das ist der Pokémon, wo sie endlich die Glock 19 mit reincoden. Auf Joke halt. Ach so. Ich dachte, wir hatten mal einen Stream und du warst so dabei, als wir darüber geredet haben. Also auf Twitter gab es jemanden, der hat eine... Der heißt Crashy, der hat... ist Texaner, hat natürlich Waffen und scheint eigentlich kein böser Bube zu sein, aber die Community, die Pokémon-Community ist ja mehr so... links gestimmt. Also links. Und Crashy ist so ein... mehr so ein Typ von wegen... ich, meine Rechte, Waffen und so weiter und so fort. Und er wollte, als er zu einem Turnier wollte, hat er irgendwie gesagt... Ich will es jetzt nicht falsch zitieren, aber er hat auf jeden Fall gesagt, entweder kommt er mit seinem Deck oder er bringt seine... Nicht er kommt mit seinem Deck oder bringt seine Waffe mit, das ist komplett falsch. Irgendwas mit seiner Waffe, dass er sie in die Avenue mitbringen will, weil es ein gutes Recht ist. Aber er hat es so flexend dargestellt. Und dann ging der Shitstorm los. Während dieser Zeit hat er auch noch angefangen, seine Sleeves herzustellen. Also er hat jetzt seine eigene Firma die heißt Top Cut. Die machen Kartensleeves. Und ich dachte, du wolltest darauf hinaus. Aber ich hatte mich schon gewundert, warum du das noch wissen solltest. Ich habe sogar ein Pokémon Game auf der Switch 2. Sag mal Nuzlocke. Aber du wirst mich schänden. Wie soll ich dich schänden? Fühlst du Nuzlocke oder auch eher nicht so? Ich habe es ehrlich gesagt noch nie gemacht. Ich habe ein bisschen Schiss davor, weil ich bin jemand, ich hasse es, und darum geht's ja bei Nuzlocke, dass du eine Geschichte aufbaust mit deinen eigenen Pokémon und nachher sie freilässt, wenn sie gestorben sind. Und ich hasse so Shit. Ich hasse so Shit, aber man könnte es mal machen, aber es tut mir weh. Ich fange es hat eine eigene ID, ich benenne es und wenn es dann genockt ist, muss ich es freilassen. Das ist heavy. Ich habe es nach 2 Minuten ausgemacht. Ich bin eher untergestellt. Noch nie davon gehört. Aha, ja. Ich meinte, ob der Streamer, ich weiß seinen Namen nicht mal, manchmal Pokémon Nuzlocke Spiele spielt. Ja, das ist, Small Ant heißt er, glaube ich. Small Ant ist bekannt dafür. Bekommt man null mit, wenn man nicht drin ist in der Szene. Ja, es ist vor allem auch wenn es eine große Sache ist, es war auch in der Szene nicht wirklich eine große Sache. Es gibt ein paar einzelne Leute, die sich drauf versteifen und den jetzt hassen und zur eigenen Lebensaufgabe gemacht haben, den Typen schlecht darzustellen, so dass er keine Sleeves mehr verkauft. Aber nee, ist überhaupt nicht wichtig. Also es ist nichts Relevantes, wirklich, wirklich nicht. Auch wenn man in der Szene ist. Ist wirklich nicht relevant. So, aber hier geht's weiter mit dem Halbfinale. Wir sind hier im Halbfinale. Ja, komm, eigentlich, Soße, guck, das wäre doch etwas für dich. Spiele ein Pokémon-Spiel unter Nuzlocke-Regeln. Das ist doch spannender als nur, okay, ich spiele Pokémon, ich greife an oder sonst was. Jedes Mal, wenn du ein Pokémon fängst, es kommt in dein Team, du gibst ihm einen spezifischen Namen, einer, der dir nahe steht, und wenn es ausgenockt wird, musst du es freilassen. Und dann kriegst du die Verbindung zu den Pokémon. Und Sosik, welches Spiel meinst du, hast du gespielt für 2 Minuten und dann hast du es ausgemacht? Bolt gegen Guardy? Nee, es ist, glaube ich, es müsste Dusk Pult sein. Guardy ist nicht da. Okay, ich muss nochmal mich hier muten, weil man hört den Bass wieder. Heavy. Kenne Nuzlocke, Kevin hat mal gemacht. Ja, genau, ja. Papa de Platte. Der hat das mal gemacht. Und danach hat er seinen Cutter rausgeschmissen. Wegen Prozenten. Es ist Gardevoir? Riley McKay spielt Gardevoir? Oh mein Gott, ich dachte wirklich, es ist Dusk Pult. Alright, ich sage nichts. TK, du hattest recht. Ja, es ist Guardy. Papa Lappen. Muss ich morgen auf der Switch schauen. Ist auf der Switch 2 und ist in Third Person. Hä, woher hast du denn das Spiel? X-Dammy. Junge, ich bin so durch. Ja, du bist auch schon seit Ewigkeiten wach, Bruder. Geh pennen. Sollte pennen, aber muss Freundin noch von Party holen. Oh. Du hast doch Kinder, ne? Hast du gesagt.
be fair, Monkey Business is what has gotten Riley through so many tournaments and top cuts that we've seen already. So no surprise that he wants to go with his full complement of 4. I mean, if Adrenabrain wins games, surely more Adrenabrain just wins even more games. That would be the logic, right?
Absolutely, and this is an interesting choice here.
Ah, das war's nicht du, das war der andere. Ja, sorry. Hab's verwechselt. Haben einen Account für ein Game gekauft und das war auch schon mit drauf. Man kann... Wie viel hast du für den Account gezahlt? Ich wusste nicht, dass man Accounts kaufen kann.
Once it gets evolved, so I would really potentially like to see that dark energy come down to the active because you essentially give your opponent a little bit.
Hätte ich Kinder, würde ich keine 1K im Monat für Pokémon-Karten wasten. Yeah, I see. Stabil, Demi.
Has enough basic Pokemon to not need to grab something like a nest ball off of this search.
I mean, it's going to work out for him, and very important to get both of them down as well, because with that threat of the Raging Bolt established, if you only get one Rolts down, you know, and even if you evolve it into Curlier, it won't have enough HP to survive a Thunderburst Storm. So very, very smart here that Riley's able to put this together just to protect himself from a really disruptive Thunderburst Storm.
Both Curlier in the deck and immediately evolved thanks to the technical machine evolution. Picture perfect start for both of these players. It now comes down to how the dynamic of these 1 and 2 prize Pokemon interacting with each other is really going to have an effect. A big note between...
Ja, stimmt, auf diesen Key-Seiten. Wieso ist das eigentlich so günstig? Ist es legal? Irgendwas stinkt doch hier. Das kann's doch nicht sein. Wie geht das? Also, by the way, nur um es noch zu verdeutlichen, bei Pokémon, ich habe Pokémon-Karten angefangen zu spielen, nachdem ich Schach gespielt habe. Und kannst du dich für Schach begeistern, Sosik? Also, ich will dich jetzt nicht überzeugen von dem ganzen Ding, ich möchte einfach nur ein bisschen rausfinden, welche Aspekte dich anmachen oder nicht und woher es kommt, dass... Also mich interessiert einfach, wieso sich Leute für TCGs interessieren und warum nicht. Die Gründe, warum man sich dafür interessiert, kenne ich. Ich möchte noch die Gründe wissen, warum man sich nicht für TCGs interessiert. Ich frage dich nur. Aus Neugier. Das ist alles. Ich will dich jetzt hier nicht konvertieren. Müsste Pokémon Schwert sein? Ja, aber das hätte ich auch nach 2 Minuten ausgemacht. Ich habe mich da durchgekämpft, ohne Spaß. Also, Pokémon Schwert, cringe.
Like just grabbing that as fodder for the Professor Sada, and we'll most likely see Raging Bolt EX come down into play, so that vitality from Professor Sada can power up both of these ancient Pokemon.
Yeah, so Professor Sada's vitality, really the engine that makes this deck makes this deck tick. So say that 3 times fast, but it is when you play it, you can choose up to 2 of your ancient Pokemon, attach a basic energy card from your discard pile to each of them, and then
das ist heftige Autokorrektur. Joannas heißt begeistern. Joannas heißt begeistern, Joannas heißt Lebensqualität, Joannas heißt relaxen. Wir lieben Joanna. Ja, was heißt begeistern? Ich kenne es halt und kann es spielen, aber spiele es jetzt nicht regelmäßig, ja. Es geht halt mehr in die Richtung, weil was mich begeistert ist so die Denkarbeit und Strategien und Mindgames, die so passieren und die Möglichkeiten, die du hast. Und bei Pokémon gibt es mehr Variation als bei Schach. Und es ist nicht, dass es besser ist als Schach, aber Schach ist ein gelösteres Spiel als Pokémon. Und Pokémon geht für mich eben in die genau gleiche Richtung. Mit Strategie und wie gehst du Dinge an und richtige Reihenfolge und so weiter und so fort. Und Schach ist einfach so seit Jahrhunderten ein gespieltes Spiel und die Ausgangslage ist immer gleich und es hat mehr mit Pattern Recognition zu tun als mit neuen Variationen und Innovationen. Man kann immer noch da Innovation reinbringen, was auch sehr interessant ist in Schach, aber hier im Pokémon ist es allgemein sehr spannend, wie das ganze Spiel läuft. Ja, check, aber ich bin auch, glaube, ganz raus. Ja, checke, aber da bin ich, glaube, ganz raus. So. Lesen muss ich auch noch können. Ja. Eben, das ist mehr so das Ding. Da hat's dich so von diesen Aspekten her nicht so gepackt. Also ich finde es impressive, wenn das jemand drauf hat, Schach zum Beispiel, aber jetzt nichts, wo ich crazy drüber gehe. Also da steckt bei mir keine Emotion hinter. Ja, absolut. Ja, voll. Also wir haben das erste Kill ja da schon weggesniped, aber Gardevoir ist trotzdem da und jetzt haben wir die Möglichkeit mit Screamtail ein bisschen Damage anzurichten. Meine Frage ist, gehen wir jetzt auf einen Snipe vom Hoot? Es sieht danach aus, als ob wir das Hoot snipen, honestly. Es sieht nicht danach aus, als ob wir hier großartig irgendwas anderes KO'en. Ehrlich gesagt, brauchen wir... Oh, okay, das gefällt mir sehr gut. Das gefällt mir sehr gut. Ja, dieses Play schätze ich. Weil jetzt ist Rotom 2 Adrenabrains davon entfernt, dieses Rotom zu knocken und du nimmst deinem Gegner die Möglichkeit, mit Noctowl irgendwas zu suchen. Finde ich ein geiles Play von Riley. Also ich kann mich jetzt eher noch für crazy CS-Skill begeistern als einen krassen Pokémon- oder Schachplay, verstehst du? Ja, checke. Das check ich sehr gut. Das ist auch das Ding, es ist auch massentauglicher an sich, so wenn du halt visuell siehst, wie jemand etwas Krasses hinkriegt, als Gedankengänge und statische Karten. Deswegen begeistern sich auch viel mehr für das VGC und Pokémon Unite, was League of Legends von Pokémon wäre, was jetzt auch gerade in Worlds läuft. Und wie wir vorhin noch gehört haben, die Leute schreien und rasten aus für die Leute da, weil es ist visueller und packender. Und Pokémon ist halt viel mehr, also das TCG ist halt viel mehr mit Mitdenken und Strategie und so. Es ist viel weniger packend in dem Sinne. Ich bin jetzt eher arcade-mäßig unterwegs, könnte man sagen. Ich bin quasi Casual Gamer für dich, während für mich Casual Gamer Leute sind, die FIFA zocken. Für mich bist du Gamer, für mich bist du nicht Casual Gamer. Für mich, Sosi, bist du ein Gamer. Du bist der Inbegriff von einem Gamer für mich. Teal Mask in the deck is not only to accelerate those energy cards, but also with the help of that Area 0 Underdepths, you would get to extend your bench by 3 Pokemon, which really makes a big difference once you factor in a lot of these support Pokemon. We'll see another Raging Bolt get back. Oh boy. Okay, aber worauf crispenen wir? Alter, der Bass nimmt sowas von alles auseinander hier gerade. Stupid. Vor allem, wieso sind die immer noch da? Ist es ein Festival mehr? Ich glaube, es ist mehr so festivalmäßig. Gamer, juhu. Digga, ich muss fett pinkeln, aber ich muss noch kurz wissen, was der hier ausnockt. Was wird hier genockt? Was wird hier genockt? Bellowing Thunder makes a huge difference. So Shizuki being a little bit proactive with that, keeping that in mind, yeah, having 1 energy on each of the Raging Bolt EX keeps his options open so that he knows that maybe if there's a turn where he really needs to use boss's orders, he can do that and still take a knockout without having to worry about committing his supporter to being Asada's Vitality. I'm just debating where to put the energy for turn. He's thinking about it. I think I like this play, Shizuki. Get this energy here. He's debating. I mean, the value in KOing Screamtail, it just, you know, for the cost of an extra energy being put in play, it really just feels like it's 100% worth it. So, we'll do that exactly. Kannst du für mich einfach einen Low-Cutner reinmachen? Was meinst du mit Low-Cutner reinmachen? Ein Low-Cut. Oh my goodness. That is exactly what you want to see. So not getting punished at all for discarding that off the Ultra Ball will be rewarded by the best possible top deck, another Adrenabrain online, and also going to disrupt Shizuki now down to just 4 cards. Also er geht jetzt auf den, was genau? Auf Mankidori?
those options for Suzuki at this point are a little bit off the table, being shut down for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough for Suzuki to try and navigate this with such a low hand card size, and as you already mentioned, no access to any Dual Seeker. I think it's important to mention as well for Suzuki, I think he was always going to do an attack on the Monkey Dory. I think he was debating which energy to attach onto the active. There was a Lightning and a Grass in hand. Opted to go for the Grass instead. Yes, it means that
Hat nichts genockt? Doch.
Later, but it means you have one more fighting the Lightning energy in deck to power up one of these two Raging Bolts, which I think, in my eyes, is more important to preserve.
Ah. Kannst du einen Low-Kartner reinmachen? Ich war verwirrt wegen diesem Kartner reinmachen. Ja, ich kann dir einen bösen Low-Card reinmachen hier. Filter. Machen wir ein Equalizer. 3-Band-Equalizer und dann machen wir den Bass raus. So, jetzt haben wir 20 Dezibel weniger Bass drin. Ich hoffe, es klingt besser für euch alle. Klingt das gut so? Es interessiert mich gerade, wie das klingt. Was passiert hier? Wie klingt The Friday? Klingt das gut so? Es interessiert mich gerade, wie das klingt. Was passiert hier? Wie klingt The Friday? Klingt ganz normal eigentlich. Und was, wenn ich jetzt noch die Höhen hier rausnehme? Dann haben wir 20 Dezibel weniger Höhen. Was passiert hier? Wie klingt The Friday? Klingt ganz normal eigentlich. Und was, wenn ich jetzt noch die Höhen hier rausnehme? Dann haben wir 20 Dezibel weniger Höhen. Ja, klingt eigentlich auch normal. Okay, lassen wir mal drin, den Low Cut. Ist er auch schön auf 80 Hertz? Hört sich eher nach 100 an. Also ehrlich gesagt, wenn du mich fragst, ist das irgendwas zwischen 100 und 300. Aber du hast hier nur niedrig. Du hast hier kein Band im Sinne von du siehst, wo... Also nicht nur ein Visual Band, sondern du kannst nicht mal den Frequenzbereich einordnen. Höhen weg, Low Quality, Ja. Also hört man es jetzt noch? Ich konnte es nur mit meinem Handy jetzt überprüfen, so.
Riley is in a very realistic way to win, especially if this Monkey Dory is not going to be contested, since even as soon as this turn, Van Rotom can be KO'd.
Na, Höhen ist Arsch und den Low-Cut höre ich definitiv auch. Also Höhen ist jetzt nicht mehr. Ich hab den nicht mehr drin. Ja, es ist der Standard Equalizer von OBS.
Probably the easy option, and you can just re-discard the GM house. So, you know, it seems pretty standard, pretty conventional. But actually, instead, it's just going to go in with the Fan Rotom, take the KO. So, sure, you're putting up a one-price Pokemon, but if your opponent just has the ability to use two Adrenabrains this turn, they can forcefully KO this active, and then no matter what you promote, it feels like you're still going to have a good line, especially with something like Night Stretcher to bring back those tail, KO the Hoot Hoot. I wonder here for Suzuki, is he thinking this far ahead, or really just trying to use one-prize Pokemon when it doesn't necessarily make the most sense? It's tough though, there's a lot of things you have to balance in a situation like this.
Yeah, there absolutely is, and I'm sure there's something, there's a game plan in mind that Suzuki's considering that perhaps we're just missing right now, so we'll have to see how the rest of the game plays out. In the meantime,
Dude, imagine du kannst kein CR1B, Pulsen, EQ und Preamp Emulation auf deinen Stream Mic packen ohne Latenz. Cringe. Fühle, Bro, fühle. Geredet wie ein Möwe.
interesting because there was the Earthen Vessel and the Super Rod in hand, so decided to use Earthen Vessel before Super Rodding these Pokemon back in. Thus, there may actually not be a Dark Energy to have grabbed out of the deck, and I feel with already having the Monkey Dory.
There was two, so one shuffled that in, but there's definitely another one in the deck there.
Mischen, schwenken, mischen. Anspielung auf League Champ, Zitat. League Champ. Alter, ich muss pinkeln. Ich will aber hier eigentlich nicht gehen. Okay, ich muss pinkeln. Sorry. Ich muss. Es wird unangenehm.
UEX, restart to fill the hand up. One open bench space. What are the 3 cards? Oh my
goodness. Professor's Research, the last card off of the restart. What a draw.
Crazy plot armor here for Riley. It seems that whenever he needs cards to come into his favor, they magically appear. There's the Artisan, so gonna actually bump this stadium, and this is a little bit awkward, you know, coming from this point, because again, you're not discarding the Fan Rotom. We'll see the Professor's Research be played, 7 fresh cards drawn. Have to really be looking for a Darkness Energy, and does find the Dark Energy as well as the Ultra Ball, but doesn't even need it because again, that Screamtail was shuffled back into the deck thanks to Super Rod, and the Artisan can grab it if it has not been used yet.
Yeah, so really great find there from Riley. The Professor's Research at the perfect time off of that restart. Now we're going to see the Artisan being fired off, and you got to imagine it's going to be for the Screamtail here. Just
yeah, it could be for the Screamtail, but honestly, in this spot, if you can just take a KO using the Lily's Clefairy while also taking a KO with Adrenabrain on the Fan Rotom, what's that really do? Did we just see... that's not how the card works, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, hold on a second.
all right. We're going to see this fail Ultra Ball, and this is exactly what I was talking about. If you can just use this Lily's Clefairy to hit Raging Bolt for weakness, take a 2-prize KO, and then use this 2 Adrenabrain abilities to KO the Fan Rotom as well, you can essentially checkmate the game because of that Hoot being on the bench. You're just a Screamtail snipe away from winning the game. Riley's going to do exactly that here.
There it is. Counter Catcher going to bring up that Raging Bolt to EX. With the Lily's Clefairy down, of course, its ability makes all Dragon-type Pokemon have Psychic weakness, so you can come in with that. And the Full Moon Rondo is going to get the KO on this Raging Bolt and leave Riley just 2 prize cards away from winning this first game.
We'll have to use 1 more Psychic Embrace to push this Gardevoir up to 4 damage counters so that 3 can be moved off of each. Still has plenty of energy in the discard pile, and smartly bringing up the Lily's Clefairy, understanding that it's a much easier Pokemon to, you know, navigate next turn without having compared to, you know, this line needing you to use Psychic Embrace. We'll see the KO. Great sequencing here from Riley.
Okay, wir haben es tatsächlich geschafft. Oh mein Gott. Ich habe nur noch gesehen, dass Research gezogen wurde. Research von Restart von Mew. Und jetzt sind wir wirklich nur noch ein Screamtail davon entfernt, das Spiel zu gewinnen.
You're in Shizuki's spot, what do you do here? You're sitting on the ability to use 1 Jewel Seeker. If you don't remove this,
und deswegen, ich bin so Fan von diesem einen Schaden auf Rotom. Und das macht... Das Lustige ist, diesen Play habe ich zum ersten Mal rausgefunden, als ich gegen mich selbst gespielt habe. Raging Bolt gegen Gardevoir. Auf meinem kleinen Tisch da. Und ich habe... einen Schaden auf Rotom gelegt und es war dann spielentscheidend. Es war spielentscheidend von mir gegen mich zu gewinnen mit Raging Bolt. Gegen Raging Bolt. Weil dieses Play 1 auf Rotom und ein Hoot früh zu killen, bringt dein Gegner viel öfters dazu, zu bricken. Eben Freundin holen? Yes, sir.
Nest Ball or way to search out the Screamtail or a Night Stretcher to bring it back. The Lily's Clefairy back, that is, so you can hit the weakness. But at that same point, I think that actually is still just checkmate, right? We can't forget that you can always use that genome hacking to copy to copy Bellowing Thunder. So I really do wonder here for Shizuki, you're kind of just leaving your opponent with game on board if you play Iono and KO this active.
Yeah, Bellowing Thunder does not care which type of basic energy that you retreat, or rather they discard in order to use it. So yeah, if you just bring up the Mew EX, put a bunch of energy on your side of the field, you can just go ahead and take the KO genome hacking on the Raging Bolt.
Seems that Riley has piloted this well. He's built his board up, so essentially no matter what, he can be in a super solid spot. Now, Prime Catcher is found, so Shizuki's maybe got to think about how this works, but he's just going to kind of fall right into the trap. UEX can be promoted. Genome hacking is going to finish things out in style, as Riley will just use all these Psychic Embrace abilities, flood the board with energy cards, and we're going to see a Bellowing Thunder. Raiko getting a taste, excuse me, Raging Bolt getting a taste of its own medicine here, taking a big Bellowing Thunder and putting Riley just one game away from making it to another final.
Das ist heavy. Das ist heavy.
Wow, and this is also
Das war ein gutes Play von Riley. Aber das ist auch Favorite für Guardy. Das Ding ist, nachher hast du entweder Dusk Pult oder Charizard. Und wenn es Charizard ist, hast du ein schlechteres Matchup. Das wird auch lustig.
Let's take a look back at that game. You know, Riley had an excellent, or excuse me, Suzuki had an excellent start. Was just building up the board, using the early Thunderburst Storm. But Riley also just never faltered, and that seems to be the big point in this matchup. If both players do exactly what they want to do, it's really hard.
Jetzt kommen wir potenziell zum letzten Spiel. Eventuell haben wir noch ein weiteres Spiel nach dem. Also, ich rede wirklich nur von diesem Match, weil es ist, glaube ich, das letzte Match. Und danach ist einfach nur noch Finale morgen. So weit sind wir gekommen. Wow, wow, wow.
And that was pretty much all that she wrote as Riley very handily took this first game.
I think the big takeaway again is if Suzuki had removed that Fan Rotom from play the turn the stadium was bummed.
Yeah.
And denies that easy prize card, I think it's a really different game. I think Turo becomes a possibility if you put damage on the Hoot Hoot instead. Things will, you know, play out differently. But if you're shuffling up for game 2, I feel like, you know, as a competent player at the Pokemon TCG, you have to be thinking about what possibly went wrong in game 1 and how you can fix that in the second game.
Yeah, no one plays perfectly. Even at the highest stages of competition like this, you're going to get nervous, you're going to make mistakes, and the only way you can like power your way through them is to recognize those mistakes and try to do your best to recover in games 2 and 3 if you take a loss in the first game. Although this is going to be a good start for Shizuki as once again.
Habe ich noch was Cooles zum Trinken eigentlich? Hold on.
Skill issue, right? Like if you're playing the Ditto in your deck and you're not starting it, then clearly you're playing the wrong deck. Your Pokemon do not love you enough. So it seems that Shizuki's got a great bond with his Ditto, has the Nest Ball as well, so plenty of basic Pokemon coming down this turn. Shizuki's gonna have a pretty easy way getting his board set up. Bezendipity is in the prize cards this time. We didn't see
Ja, hier noch ein bisschen Proteine. Ein bisschen Protein. Erdbeer, Banane. Ist geil.
Yeah, now Shizuki's hand, just from what little glimpses I could gather, looked quite awkward. This might be one of those situations where you're looking towards that turn 1 bailout with the Squawkabilly EX. And we see
sind die geil.
There's too much. You cannot discard Prime Catcher.
No.
There's and this hand, honestly, with what it's working with, is more than fun. You've got Ultra Ball, Earthen Vessel for energy. This Nest Ball can grab the Teal Mask Ochre Pawn, so your Noctowl engine is set up. So, assuming that this Ditto is going to
Schmackofatz.
like the first game,
Pock tasty.
Squawkabilly as well, just in this matchup, is probably one of the worst EX Pokemon to put into play, since Screamtail loves to see Squawkabilly EX on the bench.
You don't even need a Bravery Charm to get a KO on it with that. Yeah, 160 is a very nice number, as we do see there. The transformative start for that Teal Mask Ogre-Pon. Earthen Vessel coming in as well. We're going to discuss that.
Transformative Start ist so geil.
But not going to be useful this early on, and I guess with all of this in mind, it's not as ideal as game 1. I don't think we're going to be able to see that, you know, energy attachment onto the single prize Raging Bolt, which we saw was so effective in the first game.
Irgendjemand hat bestimmt Team Rockets Mewtwo gespielt für die Worlds Championships. 100%. Vielleicht sogar jemand, Porygon.
And get his board set up with the Hoot Hoot
Team Rockets Porygon, das wäre crazy.
Use the fan call, values how important that ability is this turn, but ending this Teal Dance doesn't draw into anything incredible. Missing that piece could be not the best. It is an Area 0 under depths, And interestingly enough, you know, sequencing things in this way to use the teal dance first and then the fan call. Why is that, Freya?
Well, I think when you do it this way around, you kind of can decide what is most optimal to get onto fan call. And now you do have the Ultra Ball in hand, so maybe you can still go for this Raging Bolt here. You can discard one of the hoot with the Ultra Ball and something else you're not as fussed about, and then you can go ahead and bench that single prize Raging Bolt and put a Lightning Energy on it, and then your turn 1 setup is fine again.
So with the deck being shuffled, indicating, you know, players not going back in with a searching card, maybe Shizuki missing a slight beat, which in this matchup is very, very important. Yeah, considering just not attaching an energy card for turn, it's just going to pass. And again, I have to wonder if it would have been maybe slightly more optimal to just use this to transform into the Raging Bolt, and then next turn use that Ultra Ball to get yourself that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, you have to wonder, but that's the decision that's been made. Clearly, again, Shizuki thinking like a little bit different.
Hat sich also dazu entschieden, den Ultraball nicht einzusetzen. Oh mein Gott! Drei Finsternis-Energien! What? Alter, das ist heavy. Ein weiteres Mal.
Right now, until their knockouts taken, only one Adrenabrain will be online. We saw how valuable towards the mid and end game having two accesses to Adrenabrain at minimum every turn was in game number 1.
Yeah, I guess small saving grace is that we will see, as you're saying, and you're very correctly so, that the Adrenabrain gets stronger towards the mid and late game. Yeah, Riley should be taking prizes, so by then the Dark Energy should be coming out and you can get those Monkey Dory going. So maybe that could be okay in the long run. It's not something you necessarily need turn 1 as much.
So yet again, Riley's going to essentially duplicate how this first game went. Especially with these Dark Energy being prized, I would like to see him actually take the same approach, right? Not risking that Dark Energy early. Looks like we'll see another Technical Machine evolution thanks to the Secret Box grabbing any cards that Riley would even need or consider needing. Artisan to grab another Ralts in play, can even just use that item card slot as something like the Earthen Vessel again to pitch more energies, Nest Ball for Clefairy down the line, just going to have so many different options.
Yeah, so we know those 2 Psychic Energies are going to be 2 of the discards from the Secret Box here. There's a few different cards in the hand that could be the third. Looks like it's going to be the Ultra Ball, which makes sense. With the amount of cards that are left in hand, you can't really make use of that Ultra Ball too effectively, so going to go ahead and grab one of each kind of trainer card that exists. That's what Secret Box does. So 1 item, 1 supporter, 1 Stadium and 1 Tool, and those are a very good item, Stadium, supporter.
Hat jetzt schon wieder einiges an Energiekarten im Ablagestapel, was sehr nice ist.
Getting them all in the discard pile, and also all the trainers that are not needed. Yeah. See making sure we see exactly what's happening here. So it looks like Arvin is now being played as a supporter for turn. We haven't even seen a supporter played yet. It seems that
hard open the Secret Box, right?
Everything is just, you know, Riley is just finding everything he needs. And as a Gardevoir player, sometimes you feel unstoppable when you just open this hot. Game after game, Artisan can save, again, the Nest Ball for a following turn, whether it's Clefairy or Pheasantipity or Mew. Having that in hand, especially when Raging Bolt's really not going to be disrupting your hand on turn 2, opens up so many possibilities for you and how you want to play your turn.
Also es wird wahrscheinlich ein ganz normales Play mit TM Evolution, 2 Kirlias und dann ist die Frage, was macht Shizuki im nächsten Zug, in seinem Zug? Da bin ich echt gespannt drauf.
Dark Energy in the deck, and now both Earthen Vessels committed. I would have hated to see Riley just grab the Dark Energy since you've already burned 2/3 of your search for it. The last one is actually prized as well, so now there's no way to search Dark Energy out of the deck. Could have been an okay opportunity to just grab the Dark, keep it in hand, especially if you expect something like a Thunderburst Storm to possibly come out and your Monkey Dory to not be KO'd.
But in any case, still able to get out 2 Curlier, so that's got to be a pretty good feeling. Now Shizuki can make use of that Artisan and probably will be going straight for that single prize Raging Bolt, as we've seen it be so effective before. But with no energy on it turn 1, it's going to be a little bit trickier than usual to get the free energy on it needed for a 90 damage Thunderburst Storm to take out one of these Curlier.
It's honestly pretty close here for Shizuki. I think he's got it in hand, right? The Crispin can accelerate 2 energy out of the deck. You can then Ultra Ball for Latias and now have free retreat on the Ogre Pawn, and then just use that Jewel Seeker ability to find energy switch. So all the pieces are there. The question now just comes to, does Shizuki want to commit himself to a Jewel Seeker and burn Asada, do all these things if it means he's going to leave himself with potentially no energy in play if the Raging Bolt is KO'd early on.
Yeah, and I guess the other debate is
Das ist echt eine gute Frage.
if you can get free energy onto this Raging Bolt, there is a universe in which you consider, maybe I want to use that second attack, the Dragon Headbutt, KO the Monkey Dory. We saw how devastating it was in the last game, and with 2 Curlier already being out and knowing you can't really prevent a Gardevoir from coming out, maybe you just value more denying those Adrenabrain options.
It's tough because you know your opponent is
Das ist
playing
echt tough.
and they have
Ist
very
besser
easy
hier die
access.
Kirlias
If
zu
it did have
killen
the dark energy, I
oder
would maybe understand it a little bit more.
Monkey
A
Dory.
lot of the times in this matchup specifically, if the monkey does not have a dark energy, you usually have bigger fish to fry, unfortunately.
Yeah.
See the Jewel Seeker be used. Earthen Vessel is going to discard the lightning energy, meaning potentially Shizuki, instead of using this Professor Sada before the Jewel Seeker, wants to get a second Ancient Pokemon to be put onto the bench so that Professor Sada can accelerate the full 2 energy from the discard pile.
Yeah, I like it. That makes sense to me. You just want to get as much energy onto the field every single turn that you can. We know that there is going to be a single prize Raging Bolt attack coming in. Did go for that energy switch already and has that ready to go, but you need a follow-up afterwards, and getting the Raging Bolt set up is going to be the way to do that.
Yeah, I was debating which energy to grab. I like grabbing the
Alright,
grass energy
hier
a
sind
lot.
wir wieder
Keep the grass
beim
energy in hand, and that means if you don't find
Baby
one, you
Bolt.
attach it. But if you find a different type, this Teal Mask is always
utilizing the Baby Bolt once again.
Yeah, so very, very smart there from Shizuki. You know, you see that now the Teal Lance coming in.
Oh, interesting.
Just going to go for that preemptively first.
Oh, looks like there is a fighting energy in hand. So
okay.
Both issues are essentially solved. Use that first. You never know if you just draw into another Pokemon that you want. You maybe don't have to burn the Ultra Ball. With there being just 1 energy in the deck, or discard pile, excuse me, it seems like an okay spot to use this. The only thing is, the second card to discard off Ultra Ball is a little bit awkward. You've got 3 energy acceleration cards, Iono, Prime Catcher, and Energy Switch. And interestingly enough, it's just going to use the Professor Sada now. I would have actually really loved to see just the Professor Sada played first, and then making different plays if you were going to play something like Ultra Ball, but taking a little bit of a different path when it comes to sequencing. The attachment per turn, Latios is not down, so instead, this Ogre Pawn will retreat, and then the Energy Switch will put the 3rd energy, and it is a question now which attack you want to use, but...
Okay, ich glaube, das ist ein schlechtes Play von Nakagawa. Also nicht schlecht im Sinne von, hätte es besser machen können. Es ist definitiv ein Play. Aber jetzt ist das wirklich ein Baby Bolt mit High Stakes. Killt ein Kirlia, aber ich glaube, jetzt hinterlässt Riley Nakagawa mit nicht viel.
Oh my, did he just top deck Ultra Ball? Oh, he top deck Ultra Ball.
Oh my goodness.
This game is so easy. Honestly, this is Riley's world and we're just living in it at this point. Ultra Ball is going to get rid of the Nest Ball. I actually would have liked to potentially just see Nest Ball get played there early to grab Fez, then you draw cards. You have a little bit better fodder at this point. Kind of feels pretty bad to get the card you just searched out of your deck and pitch it away with Ultra Ball, but it seems like a struggling with success type of problem, and there are worse problems.
Struggling with
And
success.
also, to be fair, how many times has a Gardevoir player ended up losing to Raging Bolt or another deck just because you benched that Serendipity and it ended up being an easy to knock out liability for 2 prizes? So if you can avoid benching it, it makes sense not to, and I think that's what Riley's considering here in not putting this down.
Another Ultra Ball is found, as well as a Counter Catcher, 1 shuffled to the bottom of the deck. And I wonder again if Riley is just content doing exactly what he did in game number 1. KO the Hoot Hoot with the Roaring Scream from the Scream Tail, leave the opponent with just the Baby Raging Bolt in play, essentially limiting their options on what they have access to. And
Ja.
I feel like that's pretty solid.
Ich glaube, das ist schon solide. Screamtail auf Hoot. Finde ich gut. Ehrlich gesagt. Finde ich ein nices Play. Okay, mit Screamtail nach vorne. 2 Energien. Vielleicht sogar. Nee, 2. Wir haben keine Finsternis-Energie da. Stabil. Wir könnten sogar Countercatcher auf etwas machen, um die Sachen noch mehr awkward zu machen, aber es ist ein letzter Countercatcher. Holt die Finsternis-Energie, das ist nice.
The prize lead is tied up now at 5, and notably there is not a Ralts in play for Riley, so even without the Noctowl's Jewel Seeker, if Shizuki is able to find something like the Prime Catcher KO onto Gardevoir EX, it could potentially mean that once the Scream Tail is dealt with
Das
later
war
on,
eine
his
Kackkarte.
ability to reset up a Gardevoir EX could be his downfall.
War
if
auch
it's
nochmal eine
not found
Karte.
with something like Rare Candy Gardevoir.
Und das bringt uns, glaube ich, nicht so viel.
Bottom of the deck after that Iono, so yeah, unless you get the deck shuffle, but there it is. The Earthen Vessel gets the deck shuffled nicely to give you the chance to find that Prime Catcher again, so that's something at least.
Yeah, the deck just always
Ja, aber es passiert nicht mehr viel, ehrlich gesagt. Wir haben nur Baby Bolt. Wir haben kein Sada.
The Pheasantipity is still in the prize cards. That would have been an excellent Pokemon to find in this spot, but it is just unavailable. And Shizuki maybe not taking note of that. Looking through the deck, I actually don't think there's anything else in this hand. This could have been a little bit of a misstep here for Shizuki. Thinking that he could rely. Again, we can never get into the opponent's heads, but with how he, searched through his deck and body language, it seems like not checking to see if that card was there could have led him to go for a slightly different play. Saving himself with just 2 cards in hand.
Ja, okay, das ist
You could KO this
wirklich katastrophal hier.
yeah, it seems that there's nothing else that can be done. No Teal Dances used, no
Ich würde ab jetzt anfangen, als Riley Hoothoot nach vorne zu bringen mit Countercatcher und dann Hoothoot nochmal zu... also Noctowl nach vorne mit Countercatcher und dann Guardy, Psychic Embrace, Scream Tail, Knockout, Hoothoot.
And now, sure, you deal with the Scream Tail, but it is not that hard for Riley to get it back. And if Riley can get it back, you just go ahead and KO this Hoothoot again, and Shizuki is going to feel mega stuck.
One of those Dark Energy was found off the prizes for Riley, so just going to go
yes.
Night Stretcher 1, Night Stretcher 2.
Countercatcher, ja. Countercatcher auf Noctu, das scheint, weil du weißt, dein Gegner macht nicht viel.
Thanks to the Roaring Scream, and you can just draw an additional 7 cards off Professor's research. Really still looking for that Ralts, does not find it. However, there is the last recovery card now in hand. Just gonna check through the deck and see what is available. Once again, that 3rd Ralts is in the prize card, so Riley is now considering, is it worth playing my last recovery card to find Ralts?
Ja, das ist jetzt echt eine gute Frage. Spielt Super Rod, das ist stabil, kann man machen. Aber die Finsternis-Energien, die jetzt in den Ablagestapel wandern, sind weg. Sind nachher weg. Das heißt, jetzt die Finsternis-Energien müssen wir ein bisschen drauf achten. Es gibt nicht wirklich einen Weg, darauf zu achten, aber let's go.
Our finals match held in the arena just next door. Currently, Riley McKay is 1 game up, and I mean, just from what we can see on the board so far, is looking in a very good position to take this game to end the match and to be the first one to lock up their spot in the finals. But it's not over yet. We've got to see how the rest plays out.
As a wise man once said, it's never over till it's over. Adrenabrain is online, and we may just see the exact same thing happen again. First Adrenabrain used, 3 damage counters onto the Fan Rotom, and Roaring Scream yet again putting in work. Now the question here for Shizuki, is there even a way to move this out of the active spot? Another Nest Ball is here, so you could...
Es bringt aber nicht viel. Nestball bringt hier nicht viel.
Hoot? No, there isn't even another Hoot in the deck. Both have been the targets of KOs, so at this point, Jewel Seeker, not a potential option. And if you've ever watched this Raging Bolt deck play without the help of Jewel Seeker, I'm sorry to my Raging Bolt fans out there, but this deck is a pile. It really struggles to function.
Even as a Raging Bolt player, I've got to agree. Like, that's maybe one of the reasons why I preferred shifting to the non-bird version, even though that one has issues of its own. But yeah, if you're relying on this engine and you don't have access to it, it is just so hard to get going. It's going to have to be energy retrieval to get back a couple of energy, and maybe 1 Teal Dance to try and find out to this horrendous hand and position that Shizuki has found himself in. Teal Dance for 1. What's the draw off the top of the deck? What was that?
Looks like a Night Stretcher, so now there's options to potentially use another Teal Dance. Area 0 Underdepths is in play, so if you want to here, you could play the Night Stretcher to get Hoot back yet again, which I think would be a little bit more...
Wir gehen wieder zurück auf Baby Bolt.
No Noctowl down, and with your prize cards, only one of them is super helpful. I guess actually, with Professor Turo being in the prizes, it kind of makes it so that you're essentially 50-50, or rather, yeah, you're essentially 50-50 on taking a good prize card to help you out. Either take the Pheasantipity, or you can take the Professor Turo. So with
Spielen wir Boss oder nicht?
I actually would like to see Shizuki play this Night Stretcher to get Hoot back, because if you're not putting something cool together next turn, you're probably not winning this game, and this is a do-or-die situation.
It really is do-or-die to just, not even to win the match, but just to keep yourself in contention. You're already a game down. You have to take some risks here, as we do see now indicating that another teal land's used, but
So both have been used. So we're just marking, you know, everything is done. And now the choice is just, what do you KO? There's not 4 energy. Screamtail will once again go down. And
Und jetzt ist Recovery weg für Riley. Das ist das Ding.
that is the end of Screamtail for this match. No more Roaring Screams can be used.
Okay, so that is also factors into it, right? That makes that Hoot bench a lot safer. But here we see straight away the counter catcher coming in to take out this Raging Bolt EX.
Ending that there is a Lily's Clefairy. A lot of those searching cards have been played, so here we go. Big 7 cards for Riley. If he can find Monkey Dory, Dark Energy, plus Lily's Clefairy, he can do another 3-prize turn here and go after these Pokemon. With there being 2 Dark Energy, and with, I believe, the other Dark in the discard pile, I'm not sure it's possible, but here we go. Big 3 cards. Needs to find the Lily's Clefairy. Last card. Does he find it? No, does not find it. Now he may have to adjust his strategy slightly on which attacker does he want to do it. How could you not be upset? You're so close to essentially locking up this second game, pending you could find a
Was machen wir hier jetzt?
Yeah, and especially what's rough for Riley is that you play the counter catcher targeting the Raging Bolt, knowing you really wanted to take it down, but you can't really do that anymore, and you also can't stall it in the active because that Latias is now down with the Skyliner ability, which gives it free retreat.
And even gonna just play the Artisan, removing the Fan Rotom for Shizuki, getting rid of the damage and the liability, discarding down unneeded Pokemon.
Welchen Attacker brauchen wir denn hier? Also vielleicht... Oh, da ist wirklich nicht mehr viel im Deck.
The Lily's Clefairy was in the deck, but there was just no way to search it out. Needed to draw into that exact copy because of how many searching cards were played early on.
Da sind wirklich nicht mehr viele Karten im Deck. Holy. Es sieht immer noch... Es sieht immer noch losable aus. Es sieht immer noch losable aus.
Free Psychic Embrace going onto this Gardevoir. That's going to be 6 extra damage done. You can move at least 3 of it off with this Adrenabrain, but then it's going to be a Miracle Force for not quite a KO, which, to be fair, Gardevoir likes not quite taking KOs, so not really the worst position to be in.
Yeah, and this Raging Bolt has no energy on it right now, so it would need to require a little bit in terms of being able to get knocked out. Leave 1 Night Stretcher still left in the deck, so Riley has options pending a Pokemon comes back, or if he wants to reuse one of these attackers.
Und
so
4.
here we go.
Also important to note, Suzuki actually did take the Professor Tour scenario off of the prizes.
Alright. Okay, es ist immer noch losable für Riley. Turo!
It almost always, you know, seems counterintuitive to get rid of that, but what better choice did Shizuki have in this spot? You either discard the Latias EX and deny free retreat, you discard the Hoot Hoot, which denies you the Jewel Seeker you're trying to build, or one of these Pokemon.
Dann ist es eigentlich wirklich Turo, dein Raging Bolt.
That teal mask with 1 energy on it.
Yeah, I think so, right? Because with that, if you have the tourist scenario, at least you have an option to Jewel Seeker, but now you have like nothing. You just left yourself in a completely stuck position. Perhaps a slight
Turo Raging Bolt ist notwendig.
Worse, though, you can still just use this to pick up the Raging Bolt that had all the damage.
Ja.
Essentially,
Und dann gehst du mit Baby Bolt nach vorne und snipest Kirlia. Oder vielleicht sogar Monkey Dory. Oder vielleicht sogar Monkey Dory. Geht auf? Okay, es ist nur Kirlia. Okay.
So takes the boss's orders off of the prizes. 2 prize cards left for Shizuki to try and clutch up this game too. But now here's the draw from Riley. What does he find? There's a Mew EX. Not going to be much help here.
It's interesting because you could, if you wanted to, if you're Riley, use Mew EX to copy Thunderburst Storm to KO the Hoot Hoot. And then from there, if you put a Bravery Charm on your Mew, it would require the Teal Mask Ogerpon to have an additional 2 energy, since you put yourself to 250 HP, or to 230 HP.
Du hättest sogar mit diesem Play, hättest du 30 Schaden verschieben können, KO Raging Bolt und dann die Attacke kopieren von Baby Bolt. Und mit 7 Energien hättest du sogar Latias von der Bench snipen können, rein theoretisch. Aber das wäre sowieso nicht möglich gewesen, weil wenn du retreatest mit Gardevoir, dann bleibt da sowieso eine Energie hängen. Und Gardevoir spielt meistens 7 Energien und auch wenn du gar keine Energie priced hast, wäre es schwierig möglich gewesen. Das ist Recovery? Wie haben wir Night Stretcher wiedergefunden? Ah, von den Preiskarten.
Of course, one of the ways you can lose in the Pokemon trading card game, if you can't draw a card at the start of your turn, you do lose. So you've got to be mindful of that. Riley is a professional. I think we know that he's going to make sure to not fall victim to that and has kept his deck nicely because of that. As now we see, coming in with the Fluttermane to attack with that Hex
And
spell.
Riley is setting up to take 2 prize cards this
Oh,
turn.
ja.
Use the Adrenabrain abilities to put this Hoot to
Nice.
6
Okay, das ist ein
counters.
gutes Play.
And thanks
Das ist ein
to
gutes
the
Play.
Fairy
Das ist ein
Zone
gutes
ability
Play.
on Luis Clefairy can KO with this Hex Hurl on the active, as well as KO the Hoot on the bench with the damage counters, leaving Shizuki with nothing in hand, no options, no draw, and just 2 prize cards away from being a finalist here at the World Championships. And he's doing this all with the 1 prize Pokemon on the active spot.
Nice.
It looks like the doors are closing on Shizuki.
Nice. Okay. Fluttermane war crazy.
Hexhole does 180 to the now Psychic Weak Raging Bolt and can split the damage up 1-1 to KO the Hoot for good measure as well. A really strong turn from Riley.
And just nothing in hand. We'll have to use this Artisan to find something like Koraidon to take the KO. There is a world, Freya, where Shizuki can still win this game. Even with Pheasantipity prize, Prime Catcher is still available. And since one of your Pokemon were knocked out on the previous turn, that Koraidon can take a KO on the Pheasantipity, thanks to it being weak, dealing double damage. Doesn't have the energy in hand yet, doesn't have the Prime Catcher, so we need to see almost a perfect combination of cards. But this is
Oh, jetzt wird's spannend, jetzt wird's ultra spannend.
Let's see if you can find this piece. Big 3 cards off this Professor Sada's Vitality.
Oh mein Gott, oh mein Gott.
Prime Catcher, 1, 2.
No, there's nothing there. Just Ultra Ball and Boss. But Ultra Ball will do nothing for Shizuki here. There is no Pokemon out of the deck that will give him any support. No semblance of hope. And you can
Kein
do
Fez.
absolutely nothing in this spot. Bring up a 1-prizer, buy yourself some time. But if there's another way to gust Pokemon up, if there's a way for you to take a KO on a 2-prizer, it's all over.
Yeah, it's so close. Shizuki finding a perhaps marginal way to come back in this game with the Koraidon, but just not able to find it. So instead, you're going to use Skyliner, retreat into this Koraidon, and I guess just pass. But I think this doesn't really have all the pieces to close this out.
No, I'm not sure because the bench is full and there's no way to gust since they're both tied at 2 prizes apiece.
So yeah, the counter catcher isn't live.
But the big issue is this was your win condition to take a KO. If you just knock out the Koraidon, nothing changes on Riley's side, right? You're just gonna keep yourself in the same spot. Your opponent still has 2 prize cards left. And now Riley understands the only way I lose this game is if my opponent somehow finds a weird way to go around. That's why we see the energy preemptively attached to Pheasantipity.
Was haben wir denn noch so in der Hand? Oh mein Gott.
Enough energy cards in the discard pile. Even playing the Bravery Charm down onto the Pheasantipity, gonna make it as hard as possible to take this KO. Unrelenting Onslaught will still do enough to take the KO through weakness, so the Bravery Charm does not prevent that. And an Iono to follow things up to reset Shizuki's hand yet again. Big question now, though. How do we take a KO onto this thing? I actually don't know if we can take a KO. It is not weak to... Oh, it is weak to Psychic.
It's just naturally weak to Psychic,
It's a fighting Pokemon again. It is weak to Psychic, so...
Okay, das ist ein Knockout.
Let's see what we can do here for Shizuki. Is there any pieces? The hand is completely dead. Shizuki has absolutely no options. He's going to check the deck here with this Artisan, but there are no basic Pokemon, no way to accelerate energy, and no matter what you do, Riley has answers for every single option. He can think, he can debate, and figure out what's best in this spot, but the writing is absolutely on the wall. We'll go ahead and retreat into this Latias, and this is going to be it for Riley. If he has a Psychic Energy in the discard pile, he'll go through and check, and it is there. Gardevoir EX can attack with the Miracle Force, and after an NAIC Finals appearance, Riley McKay is going back to another major final, taking the KO with Gardevoir EX, and moving on to the World Championship Finals.
Is it a fist bump, is it a handshake? It doesn't matter either way. Riley McKay has punched his ticket into Championship Sunday at the...
Riley McKay mit Gardevoir im Finale. So. Da ist es passiert. Da ist es passiert. Wow. Wow. Da sind wir wieder. Da sind wir wieder. Das war jetzt das letzte Spiel, ne?
He is proving
Morgen ist nur noch Finale.
why he deserves to be here at the top level of competitive Pokemon TCG.
Sometimes all it takes is one big breakout performance to give you that confidence to know I can crack it with the best in the world. And now, having just come off the back of, as you mentioned, the NAIC finals, another major finals at the most prestigious tournament in our entire competitive season, and you can tell he's taking it all in. I think he's maybe in a little bit of shock that just happened.
Get ready for tomorrow, bud. You're going to be in the arena. Big match coming up. You see all smiles and great sportsmanship again from Shizuki, showcasing and doing his best that he could.
Also willst du meine Hand schütteln oder was willst du genau?
That led to Riley McKay advancing to Championship Sunday with the chance to become a world champion. That set was back and forth, and it's always a treat when we get two incredible players playing two
Finale, Finale. Oh, oh.
Super strong performance from Shizuki as well. As we already talked about, it's not as if his deck wasn't firing, right? He was doing the right thing.
Oh boy, ein Brickfest, aber halt auch nur, weil Riley die ganze Zeit die Hut gekillt hat. Das ist eben der Vorteil von diesem Deck. Nice.
And then we're proceeding on to get game 2. Similar kind of story. Yeah, there was another Raging Bolt set up with a single prizer, but just picking up these hoots with the Roaring Scream on the Scream Tail was really what made the difference.
And you have to think back to the second game. If
So,
Shizuki knows, again,
ich glaube das, aber war es das jetzt wirklich?
in deck or not, it wouldn't, make a difference. You're still, most likely playing the Ultra World. Maybe you don't discard both of those energy cards. It's slightly different, but Riley used every trick up his sleeve. Even the Fluttermane got in there and made this really cool play. Double Adrenabrain onto the bench, taking a KO. It did the same there. There was a glimmer of hope for Shizuki if he can find a crazy combination. We saw Piper do that in top 8. It wasn't there, and Riley closed the doors out with a
Noch Highlights von diesem Handshake. Wie sieht's aus mit dem Turnierbaum?
Miracle Run Championship Sunday awaits. Can he go one step further and claim that World Championship title? What a story that would be.
This event has just been absolutely full of surprises. Whether it's the
Riley McKay gegen.
Again, we talked about Zoroark and Charizard being a top 8 match at Worlds. I would not have believed.
Die spielen noch. Wir wissen es noch nicht genau.
A lot of the favorites going into this event have dropped out, and we're now into a Top Cup bracket where it's this mixture, right, of rising stars and international talent. I'm so excited to see who's going to meet him in the finals, because no matter what the outcome, we're going to have such an awesome day tomorrow, showcasing so much Pokemon TCG action.
Ja, es ist das letzte Spiel.
Alright. He would believe it if you told him that this is the position he'd be in, but we don't have to speculate. We can ask him himself. I believe Chip is there for our winner, so Chip, take it away. Let's hear it from our first Championship Sunday contender.
Aber wir wissen dann, dass das war's.
Our first championship Sunday player for the trading card game. Let's hear it for him, folks. Riley McKay.
Let's go.
What a crazy couple of months it has been for you, my friend.
Ach, ist ja nur 2,45. Ja, genau. Genau das, weil eigentlich ist auch geplant bis 5:15 Uhr.
What's going through your mind?
Well, it's absolutely crazy. I'm overjoyed. Before NAIC, I wasn't even expecting to make it to Worlds that much, so being in the finals is just absolutely insane. And then also, in the last round of Swiss, I lost, and then I thought I wasn't going to get into top 8. So, like, being in finals is just, it's insane. I never expected it. It just feels amazing.
Those two natural ties in the last round of Swiss lead to you getting into ASIM, lead to you getting to this point, and now you're going to be competing
Wahnsinnig.
for Pokemon TCG history to become a world champion. You're doing it with Gardevoir, the same deck you played to the North American Internationals. What made you feel like it was a good deck to stick with for this tournament?
Well, I've noticed that a lot of people that find success with Gardevoir at one tournament do well with it a lot after that. So I basically just found the list that I thought would be best for Worlds and then played it to Worlds.
And it seems like you took a couple notes from your NAIC finals opponent. I did notice the 4th Monkey Dory in your deck list this time. Talk to us about some of those changes. Why did you choose to go with the route you did, leaving out the Shaman, the things you've chosen to do?
Well, a lot of the cards I played at NAIC, like the Shaman, the Drifloon, cards like that, they're very good in certain matchups, but in other matchups they're just not useful at all. So I tried to make my deck with like cards that are useful in every matchup if possible.
I'm sure you'll be standing by watching this next top 4 match to see who your opponent will be in the arena tomorrow. What are your wishes and hopes from this point forward?
Well, I'd like to win, obviously. Also, I was testing a little with Justin Neudorf on Wednesday, I think it was, so it'd be great to see him in finals.
That would be an incredible story to hear for sure. You mentioned him, someone you tested with.
Weil wahrscheinlich gewonnen hat beim Testing gegen ihn.
Quite the crowd out here rooting you on.
Well, I've got to shout out my parents, obviously. Like, without them, I wouldn't even play Pokemon, so they're the biggest one. Hugh and his family, also Noah and his family, all the people right there rooting for me, Christian, Michael, Josh, them, Kayla as well. Also, am I allowed to shout out a song?
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I also want to shout out Thick of It by KSI.
Congratulations, Riley, on getting to this point, and best of luck to you tomorrow in Championship Sunday. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with our next top 4 match.
Bro shouted Thick of It out von KSI. Dude, what?
I'm Gabriel, and I'm from Brazil.
Na, er hat KSI gesagt, nicht KCI. Also Thick of It von KSI. Kennst du den Song? Du kennst den Song, ne? Dude. Shout out an Thick of It von KSI. What the fuck? Du kennst den? Oh my god. Oh my god. Also, KSI kennst du ja. Und der hat ja ernsthaft so versucht, eine Künstlerkarriere als Musiker aufzubauen. Warte, ich möchte noch ganz kurz die Kommentare anschauen. That's a DQ. DQ, Alter, DQ. Cringe. Bro just lost aura, shaking my head. KSI gleich DQ, alles. Okay, also KSI wollte ja ernsthaft Musik so machen und hat dann einen Song gemacht. Also er hat ja auch schon einen Song vorher schon gemacht. Aber das ist der Song, Thick of It. Ist ja Logan Paul und Prime und bla bla bla. Und du siehst hier 1,7 Millionen Likes und 4,5 Millionen Dislikes. Und das ist der Song.
I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows. They know me where it snows, I skid in and they froze. I don't know nothing but no ice, I'm just cold. 40-something milli subs or so, I've been told. I'm in my prime, but this ain't even final form. They know me down, but still my feet, they find the floor. I went from living room straight up to sold out tours. Life's fire, but once I'm ready for the war. Whoa, this is how the story goes. Whoa, I guess this is how the story goes. I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows. They know me where it snows, I skid in and they froze. I don't know nothing but no ice, I'm just cold. 40-something milli subs or so, I've been told. From the screen to the ring, to the pen, to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring. See, I believe that if I see it in my heart, smash through the ceiling, cause I'm reaching for the stars. Whoa, this is how the story goes. Whoa, I guess this is how the story goes. I'm just gold. 40-something milli subs or so I've been told.
Highway to heaven, I'm just cruising by my loan. They cast me out, left me for dead, them people cold. My faith in God, mine in the sun, I'm by the soul. My life is hard, I took the wheel, I cracked the code. Yeah. Ain't nobody gonna save you, man, this life will break you. In the thick of it, it's how the story goes.
I'm in the thick of it, everybody.
Auf jeden Fall, das ist der Song. Und Bro sagt, Shoutout, KSI. Thick of it. Bro, what the heck? Up next, Masters Top 4? Dude, what? Dude, what? Dude, what? Es gibt noch ein Spiel? Zeigen Sie das Spiel Tanaka gegen Newdorf? Separat?
Who will get their shot at the ultimate crown tomorrow? Buckle up. This is going to be a battle to remember.
Shelby.
Championships in 2025.
Da bin ich mal gespannt wie ein Bettlaken. Ja, sie zeigen's. Oh mein Gott, let's go. Ich habe auf dieses Match gewartet. Geil. Wir sehen's. Holy. Das erwischt mich jetzt absolut aus der Kalten.
Justin Newdorf, we've heard of so many great senior players throughout the last few years. You know,
Ich liebe es, wie der sein Deck mischt.
It is now Justin's time to shine. He's had some great results that we've seen slowly creeping
Ich kann das gar
up
nicht.
the top 8 at the World Championships in London.
Sweet, yeah, I swear.
And now he's back in the Masters division doing the same thing but even better.
I know, that is so cool to see. Of course, facing off here against Junya Tanaka from Japan, and I mean from Junya's side, proving to us that maybe you don't have as many titles here to represent, but that doesn't matter. All that matters here is what you're doing right now, and he is sitting at the table currently in our top 4 of the World Championships with Charizard EX. Of course,
Wie mischt er seine Karten? Wie geht das?
Justin playing Dragapult, 2 Titans of the format. These are decks that have
Der ist doch autistisch. Du kannst mir nicht sagen, dass er nicht einen Tick hat. Also, no front gegen Autismus, ich sag nur.
Yeah, finally time to close out and determine which is the better deck. We've seen Dragapult as it started to rise to the top. The percentages flew.
Der mischt das nicht richtig. Ich habe das Gefühl, er mischt es eben schon richtig. Einfach wie die Karten sich so legen, ist übelst faszinierend. Seine Karten legen... Ich glaube, die Karten beugen sich seinen Skill. Irgendwie so rum. Nicht? Wir machen gleich eine Inspektion. Es gibt nur eine richtige Art. Und das ist Riffle Shufflen. Research, Countercatcher, Hilda, Ultraball, Dragapult, Iono. Ist okay, ist okay. Auf beiden Seiten. Das Klops. I don't know.
precision of Dragapult EX facing off against Junya with the raw power of Charizard EX. These two insane forces are colliding here in our top 4. It cannot be more exciting than this, Kyle, and I think we're ready to get started here.
Yeah, I mean, you see a young player looking to add on to these accomplishments, and for Junya, a great chance to build up a name of his own right here, right now. And this is one way to start.
Pass!
One way to start it, just 2 Duskull out on the field for Junya, and that is it. Not a single card play, no energy, nothing. Just passing over now to Justin Neudorf to take the
TK! Ich brauch deine Hilfe! Arbeite, mein Junge!
Of Justin's own.
Yeah, when you have Iono and you throw everything away with research,
Canım benim.
solid idea of what's going on the other side. Double Duskull pass.
Kauf die Viewers auf Streamboo. Bann den Shit. Lösch den Scheiß. Let's go. Reinigen wir.
That wasn't too bad over on his side. A couple cards that you already play multiple copies of. He has a very consistent list. For Junya on the other side,
Let's go. Gute Arbeit. Gute Arbeit. Haben wir wieder gut gemacht hier. Was ein Keck. I swear.
All we see are just the 2 little Duskulls out so far, but maybe they don't have their partners for the future.
Raus mit den Viecher. Ja, Mann.
How it has the flexibility to take a step back, you know, have that Badoo, buy you some turns, or you could potentially make some aggressive plays as well. It has the ability to do that. Where do you think Justin should go here as we're seeing sort of how the setup is already shaping up to be?
I mean, early and often. This is the one deck, a very few decks are focused on rare candy in this format, but sure enough, when you see that, you need to play this Badoo, lock in the Itchy Pollen. You saw no item cards played.
Right.
Ja, wichtig hier in den Itchy Pollen zu gehen, weil dein Gegner ist am Bricken.
So if you lock them out now, there's a lot of cards off the top of the deck, maybe found from supporter if we see. That would lead to just more items.
Ich glaube, das ist jetzt schon gelaufen für Tanaka. No front.
It has so many items and it uses them amazingly if it can use them at all. So we see Justin here searching out this Badoo from the old.
Ich meine, es ist sowieso ein schweres Matchup. Dragapult gegen Charizard. Oh. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Das wäre ein Top-Deck gewesen, aber jetzt sieht's scheiße aus.
I'm scared. We got the Arven.
Yeah, it was thrown into the hand, but the Arven flew to the top. This is what you speak about, as when you have a supporter, you look for some assistance, as it supports you through your journey, trying to find a way to win these games. This is not a way.
Er kann beides nicht einsetzen.
These cards are not helpful. We know that there is no Dusclops, and surely we have not seen the other Pokemon that could be found off Buddy Pop.
Alter.
Tragic to see Arven seeking out these tools, but what are they going to do if you can't use them as much as you want to? We do see the Chi-Yu coming down here for Junya. It's just going to get that attachment of the TM evolution, but that's going to go away as well.
Oh, and for the hand for Justin, he had the Dracloak and the Professor's Research, but when you top it to go along with it, feels that much sweeter. The hand continues to build, and he sees another Dracloak here. So some consistency aligning as we see a pink card in there too. This could get devastating quick here.
We love seeing those pink cards, the fire energy coming out to meet with that luminous energy onto the Dracloak there. It's being fully charged up for that Dragapult EX to come out and start striking here. Of course, that Recon Directive being utilized as well. But as we set up more and more on Justin's side, the Badoo
ist das Jack?
to lock down, debilitate
Das ist Jack.
on the right side of the field here. That is the name of the game for Dragon
Brock wäre jetzt nice gewesen, wenn das ein Brock gewesen wäre.
You just cannot respond to, and not only that, but Junya doesn't really have much in the first place anyway.
There's just not that much to look at.
And we got a Jock, I guess.
Yeah, you can search out some evolutions, but what's that problem we ran into earlier, Boo? None of these Pokemon are evolving right now.
Right.
Have we discovered the Chi-Yu evolution yet?
I was about to say, we still don't know how he's flaming when he's in swimming in water. We don't know.
Ich mache mich mal auf den Weg ins Bett, werde im Bett deinen Stream weiterschauen. Alright, das ist nice. Dann treffen wir uns im Bett.
Pidgeotto. Or Pidgeotto. What?
It's Pidgeotto.
Pidgeotto, okay. As well, but yeah, I mean, what do you do with them?
Das ist ein harter Anfang für Kanaka.
We'd have a different story, but that is not the case. And that really does speak to what Justin has to consider when you have a turn like this, where
oh boy, da ist Hilda.
Right there, you could search out you can go crazy right now, taking multiple knockouts, leave your opponent with potentially just Chi-Yu in the active.
Also Rare Candy und Dusknoir und
Dragapult.
Dragapult.
How much time do you really need?
Right, just set up a checkmate here, and you know each card that's netted to the hand off of these Dracloaks.
Das ist alles, was wir brauchen.
4 pieces that will help you to take home a game dominantly and with no questions asked about it. So we're gonna see this Hilda here from Justin seeking out this Pokemon and the energy, of course, the evolution Pokemon from the deck. So it's a fantastic card, a new addition into our format from Black Bolt and White Player, and it has proven itself here at the World Championships. As you can see, fits perfectly into this deck. Grab an evolution, grab an energy, place them wherever you need them to be, and then you're into more cards. You're
Ich glaube, das war's. Yeah. Wir haben doch nicht Dragapult rausgenommen, sondern nur Fandra. Why not? Why not?
It's not that far away, as you see a lot of resources already, and going for the Dracloak instead means more additional recon directives. If you see Dusclops this turn, you can evolve, next turn have the Dusknoir, and you have plenty of resources to take the KO. Dusclops in combination with a Boss's Orders would be enough to take out these Pokemon with the Dragapult, or if you have the Dusknoir itself, you can take out the Chi-Yu and clean up these 2 Duskulls for the win.
Well,
oh
we're just turning away still here, Kyle, as we try to figure out what is
Itchy
the
pollen,
but there is no question
pollen.
who is leading this game at the moment. No prize cards have been taken, but the momentum is completely shifted to one side as we just see another pass here from Junya.
Oh boy.
There's everything on the line, and all we see is a pass over and over again from Junya. Only 2 cards. 2 whole cards have been played. That TM evolution is still on the GU.
Yeah, I mean, there's a jamming tower. It just hangs out forever.
Yeah.
Oh no, we see both cards that Justin wants there with the Ultra Ball and the Dragapult. If you could search out both of them, you'd have a pretty strong answer. He's just a little bit off at this point. And is that the Dusclops? Okay, now there's the Boss's Orders to go along with this. We're cooking.
We are popping off here. Ultra Ball, we're flying right now. Getting these cards out of the deck. Dragapult EX. I can barely keep up with Justin right here. Dusclops popping off with this Cursed Blast.
Oh, he's got it with the counter catcher pull, and it's all right. Great way to close things out. Itchy pollen.
Oh boy, es ist wieder Handshake, Fistbump, Handshake, Fistbump.
And Justin is just bringing it to our table and proving why this
Justin
is so
atmet sein Deck.
Here. Of course,
Justin atmet sein Deck. Das hat nichts mehr mit Spielspaß zu tun. Das ist wie seine verlängerte Hand. Er weiß ganz genau, was er mit diesen 60 anfangen kann und was nicht.
Yeah, there's certainly a problem. We are not going to see Buddy Poppin' if it is up to a Badoo. That is very detrimental to this chart deck, and I think that's a lot of the reason why we've seen the Charizards falling to the wayside. As Badoo was introduced into the format, we just found a lot of other decks that could lean on a more impactful stage 1 than just the Charmeleon.
Yeah, 100 HP, Charmeleon.
20.
Exactly, 20. Hey, that's all you need. That's all you need.
It knocks out Badoo.
Exactly.
It's hard to get it all lined up.
Yeah, I mean, that truly was tragic here from the Charizard's point of view from Junya. As you see, he's taking a big breath. He's letting that one slide off as we head into this game 2. I mean, that just flew by. These players have extra time in our top cut here, and they're going to utilize all of that, but you still have to just get your mental right, shake it off, and bring things back in another game. You cannot ever count yourself out, and especially seeing from Junya, you know, someone coming with not that many accomplishments here, but has made it to this point. That story could continue. He's just got to focus up and hope that the cards go a little bit more his way.
It's a beautiful attitude to have, as you've already made the top 4 here.
Jetzt habe ich geguckt, wie mischt.
Championships for the following year. You've already accomplished what so many players have sought to do at this tournament, but you don't let those opening games, that awkward hands and these tough setups, these matchups that you might not absolutely love on paper, you don't let those get to you. You are here to play in the World Championships. You've got this opportunity in front of yourself now.
Es ist ein schlechtes Matchup, aber das war jetzt gerade katastrophal für Tanaka.
How cool is that going to be? One of these players are going to get the chance here to prove themselves once again, potentially become a world champion the first time in an arena with all of their Pokemon fans, friends, and family supporting them and cheering them on. And they're just one match away from that. Junya is going to have to focus up, potentially bring us to a Game 3, and Justin is just going to have to continue to remain calm, cool, collected, and carry out those epic plays that Dragapult EX is so capable of. So far, doing a great
Also
job,
Justin gegen Riley McKay wäre heftig, honestly.
It's one of my favorite shuffles I've seen of the entire tournament.
I love it. I get more airtime on the shuffle.
It's not leaning into basic Pokemon this time around.
Yeah.
But certainly I could watch this all day. It's hypnotizing.
I wish I could shuffle that good. I ain't gonna lie.
I've got these little hands.
I got tiny hands. Yeah, absolutely. But hopefully we can get a Pokemon here, a basic Pokemon specifically for Justin. That's what he's gonna need to start things off. For every time he mulligans, Junya on the other side is gonna get an additional card to hand. So far it's happened twice. That means 2 additional
Jetzt gucken wir mal,
and that could make actually a huge difference in these setups.
ob es schafft, unser Justin das wieder zu pullen, so wie er es gemacht hat.
3B or Monkey Dory, prize cards coming down, and we are ready for game number 2.
Well, the heat is on. Hopefully we get to see the heat from Charizard this time. What, Kyle?
Nope. We'll just wait.
Oh no, don't tell me this.
We're in trouble.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, we're kicking things off here on Justin's side. That's brutal. That is brutal to see. 3 Dragon Ball EX.
My goodness.
All right, let's take a deep breath.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
We're already up a game. Who needs Dragon Ball anyway?
We do.
We desperately do. Justin is looking through this deck right now here. Of course.
What is the name of my deck? Dracloak Dusknor? This thing stinks.
Dracloak. We might have to start looking at.
Aber ich glaube, er kann das trotzdem hinkriegen mit den Dusknors.
Oh my gosh.
Ziemlich sicher.
The prizes have not let up on these players all throughout the day here.
Ziemlich sicher. Also das waren die brutalsten Preiskarten seit langem, die ich gesehen habe.
All Dragapult EX are prized at the moment. Where do we go from here, Kyle? You see all your Dragapult EX are prized. What's your plan B?
We lean into Ghost Pokemon early and often. There's not much else you can really do from this point. You can set up a great board with your Dracloaks very similarly to the last game, where you just draw and draw and draw and hide under the itchy pollen. Watch your opponent struggle to set up, hopefully, on your side of the board.
Das wird brutal. Das wird brutal. Das ist krass. Alter, das ist krass. Sowas noch nie gesehen. Wie bei diesen World Championships. Das ist heavy. Also warte, er geht. Es ist eigentlich ein Hindu-Shuffle. Aber seine Karten gehen direkt ineinander. Ich weiß nicht, wie das geht. Er geht so seitlich rein und dann fallen sie ineinander. Das kann ich nicht wirklich.
Struggle to just adapt the strategy and hope for the best. But Artisan coming out here, that's gonna give us some Pokémon here for Junior.
Okay, er versucht also so schnell wie möglich Preiskarten mit seinem Aktiven zu holen. Das ist ehrlich gesagt klug. Das ist ehrlich gesagt klug. Okay, ich glaube Justin hat das. Ich glaube, es sieht brutal aus, aber Justin hat das. Ehrlich gesagt. Er holt sich den nächsten Knockout mit seinem aktiven Fandra. 70 Schaden auf das Pokémon hier. Und dann, das war's. Dann hat er wieder einen Dragapult und dann sieht's wieder nicht so schlecht aus, ehrlich gesagt. Dann sieht's okay aus. Ich glaube, so schlimm ist das Ganze gar nicht. Ich habe auch schon ein Spiel verloren, da hat mein Gegner 3 Dreepies in den Preisen gehabt und er hat sie schneller gekriegt, als ich ihn besiegen konnte. Also, es ist machbar, es ist machbar.
Revitalize your hand for the future. It is fantastic and it could really turn the tides. Try to get all these combo.
Aber die Karten von Justin sind wirklich, also die werden gebogen. Das wird echt heftig gebogen bei dem.
Now it's just going straight back into the deck. So there are resources that were used and now they're
Guck mal, wer die Karten biegt. Die haben alle Falten in der Mitte.
Bring out these evolution Pokemon. Infernal rain down these energy onto the field. So Junior is playing it out here and is going to get a couple of extra cards to the hand thanks to that Cleffa.
Yeah, including the boss's orders played early. Just one thing that may slow down your opponent a little more. Can be difficult to search out a Pokemon like the Latias EX to find the retreat. Having the basic energy or any energy to retreat this Pokemon can be hard as well, and maybe that's the difference between Itchy Pollen and Rare Candies.
I mean, very well could be. Hilda coming out once again for Justin.
Main attacker.
Main attacker here. Oh my gosh. I mean, you start to forget how brutal this situation is, but Dracloak is the...
Ist schon okay. Ehrlich gesagt ist okay. Er braucht nur noch eine Möglichkeit, um zu retreaten. Und ich glaube, die hat er. Ich glaube, da ist ein Ultraball oder sonst was in der Hand. Er kann retreaten und hier den ersten Knockout holen. Und dann hat er einen Dragapult.
Remember, folks, 3 Dragapult EX. All of the Dragapult EX, I should say, in the prize cards for Justin. I'm excited to see... and navigate this match, because if he can pull this off, I mean, that is going to be an epic feat.
Yeah, I'm even curious now if you recon before Artisan. It just tells you what do you want to see instead, more basic Pokemon or specifically a piece like the Latias EX so that you can Artisan for Badoo and find that resource.
True.
Does find Ultra Ball of all cards. So Latias is ready to roll. You can go straight into that with the Artisan, go to Itchy Pollen, and if you don't see Charmeleons and Dusclopses, there's no evolving happening anytime soon.
I need some help. I need some help here. Well, we're gonna see that Ultra Ball go.
Okay, geht's langsamer an. Das ist interessant.
Leading to another recon directive for Justin.
Yeah, it might just be a nod to the fact that no Pidgey was played down. Your opponent doesn't have a way to continue to burn through, look at some extra cards, and scare you with the Rare Candy and Charizard attacking through and taking out these Dracloaks. If you don't feel threatened, just see more cards.
More cards.
Oh!
Oh my god! What? It was the Badoo and the Latias EX, the pieces that you would want together. And I mean, one's going back to the bottom, Badoo netted to the hand here, and Duskull gonna come out of this deck from the Artisan that's being utilized now from Justin.
You know, when you make a decision and then the deck says you should have done this,
it's like, why didn't you do this, buddy?
Yep.
Why not? Oh my god.
He's being haunted one way or another. Duskull is out.
Hey, that's what you get for playing Ghost Pokemon, I guess, huh? Oh my gosh. I mean, being haunted by the prize cards as well. Maybe this is just a bad omen of a deck. I don't know. Not if it can get wins, though, here. Justin is still in this game. Badoo coming out once again. Itchy Pollen, we saw how effective it was to shut down Junia. Last time, of course, Junia was struggling to get set up in the first place. But Itchy Pollen does not help that whatsoever. But we're going to take 1 ping here. 10 damage down. Now, it is tiny. It's only 30 HP total.
Okay.
So
when you have a 50% chance of seeing your only attacker in your whole deck, and at 30 hit points is staring in front of you, it's a much more comfortable spot than that initial deck surge.
You're like, wow, I kind of like that actually.
We're gonna be there. There's gonna be some prize cards in our future.
But do on Cleffa Crime right now?
I like it.
Just the little guys.
Yeah, they're just the little guys. The babies are represented here in the Pokemon TCG. It's fantastic, but focusing back onto this match here, Junya taking out another Pokemon onto the bench from that Artisan in the Charmander that's being laid out now. We're going to see that one card inclusion from the Jock as well for Junya to get out this Dusclops and eyeing up that Charmeleon.
Yeah, this is
100
what
HP.
You don't typically expect to see this card specifically. It's been a lot of players leaning over on Brock Scouting, the Hildas as well.
Wenn jetzt das Klops gepoppt wird, dann kriegt Justin eine Preiskarte. Das wäre huge. Macht er es oder macht er es nicht? Macht er es oder macht er es nicht? Macht's nicht. Schade. Ich hätte es gerne gesehen. Ich hätte es wirklich gerne gesehen. Oh mein Gott. Die Dragapults sitzen in den Preisen.
On the item card, so we see that buddy poffin here to be played to bring out these basics, but you know, little does Junya know at this moment, one of those basics can't actually get into its final evolution. Still, that has, you know, not obviously come out at this point in time, but hopefully, we're in the prize cards. Oh, they're both on the bottom, the Dragapult EX.
Yeah, and
which is great.
It was a very easy search for Justin when he sees that. Well, first of all of my Dragapults are priced, but to go along with it, Luminous Energy is a very important count to know. Right. When you are trying to manufacture prize cards after losing on your Dragapult, you immediately check Duskulls, Dusclops, Dusknoir, and he sees one of those pieces prized too. So a lot to work against.
Okay.
With his hand, as he has the research, still has multiple recon directives to go along with this. This is a perfect place to be.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a pretty comfortable position here. We're getting into this recon directive. It is between a counter catcher and that ace spec, the Neo upper energy here.
I mean, it's a blank card. You don't have any stage 2s in your deck.
Not at the moment, yes.
Just the one Dusknoir, and I don't think you want to throw it on there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Dusknoir here.
A little Shadow Bind.
Yo, chill.
Get in there.
Chill. Unique plays that we've never seen before coming out the World Championships. Well, Ultra Ball here throwing away some more cards into this Dusclops. You know, as we're talking about, Justin just needs to secure some prize cards at this point, but he's still doing everything possible to set up outside of those prize cards. And, you know, we ran into that issue before where our player had some Charmanders in the bottom and drew from the top. Even if he does draw from the top for whatever odd reason, there's still a chance he gets a Dragapult EX. So.
This is not Finland, okay? We're gonna be just fine. Yeah, this is the spot where I believe you can take one more Itchy Pollen in there and still work out some pretty great plays. As you place that 10 damage onto the Cleffa, you're just gonna be 10 damage away from knocking this Pokemon out. If you do move it to the bench by way of counter catcher, when you pop off with the Dusclops here, you have an opportunity to maybe include that Hawlucha. Put the 10 damage onto that Pokemon for a big KO, and maybe clean up another one of these Pokemon. You could even take out something like the Duskull here if you use a second copy of Curse Blast.
Sounds like there's a lot of ways to map out these prize cards and map out the future of this game. Justin is making his way toward that point as those damage counters are just stacking up on this little Cleffa. And Junya now on the other side, getting into some evolution Pokemon of his own. The Charizard EX coming out now. Infernal Rain allowing Junya to accelerate these fire energy out of the deck onto this Charizard EX and fully powered up. This is why.
Gehen wir jetzt in den Angriff als Junya oder chillen wir hier noch? Das ist meine Frage.
Yeah, we've seen with Marnie's Grimmsnarl doing the same thing. This is just a great ability to have, just accelerating these energies, helping support some of your other Pokemon potentially in this deck, as we've seen Chi-Yu featured in some matchups, mainly as Charizard continues to fuel itself in the early, mid, and late stages of the game. You know where the attacks are coming from.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the one big piece is just keep track of your energies. Make sure that, you know, you have them in the deck to seek out as well. Well, we're seeing the Iono play now from Junya here. So both these players still at 6 prize cards. We have yet to hit into those prize cards yet. So they're both going to get 6 cards off the top after their previous hands were shuffled and put at the bottom of the deck. Ooh. So let's talk about this inclusion here as well with the Miss Energy now that we see in Junia's hands. What do you think about that card?
It's been helpful for a few different matchups. Preventing effects of attacks can be so beneficial. The unique one that we've seen throughout the course of this tournament has been against the TM Devolution.
Right.
Many players have included that into their list to try to slow down some of these decks or maybe take advantage of the lower hit points that are sitting under a stage 1 or a basic Pokemon. You can avoid that altogether with a Mist Energy, and there's also some damage counters you're worried about on the other side this time too.
Yeah, I would say so. Damage counters is not where you want to be here. You want to be dealing those damage.
Okay, wir ziehen einfach noch mehr Karten mit Clever.
It was actually the grass
Jetzt, oh, jetzt wird's eben lustig. Justin kann zum ersten Mal eine Preiskarte ziehen. Ich glaube, also Junia weiß es nicht, aber das mit Clever in der Aktiven zu lassen, war eigentlich ein größerer Fehler.
Card like the Dusclops and pop early, knock out the Badoo, and then have them just send up another small HP Pokemon. You really want to cash in on this attack and take out a Pokemon like for Cloak here.
We're seeing the first recon directive from Justin. That's going to lead us into this Dracloak. Off of that, it's going to lead to our third recon directive. So we have had no issues drawing cards if you're on Justin.
Ehrlich gesagt, ich glaube, Justin holt das. Ich glaube, Justin holt das easy. Honestly.
Remaining here, and Justin getting a lot of cards into hand. We already have the Dusclops evolved into on the bench as well. We're going back into the deck with this Ultra Ball. Where do you think Justin's going to go for this turn, Kyle? Are we going to see some popping off?
Well, I don't think it lined up as cleanly as he wanted in this spot. You can go for the Dusknoir, but I didn't see a way to move the active Pokemon if you used Curse Blast. No counter catcher or boss's orders, which would lead to
Was killen wir hier?
on that Hawlucha, take out the Cleffa piece, and also line up an attack on something like the Dusknoir.
Muss jetzt so viele Preiskarten wie möglich holen und killt deswegen ein Charmeleon und das aktive Clever? Oder geht er nur auf das Clever?
Get lucky, find that Dragapult here in the near future.
13 damage counters on that Dusknoir. A big upgrade from the Dusclops. Jamming Tower now.
Und Dragapult. Let's go. Okay, das ist huge, 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 das ist huge. Siehst du, ich glaube daran, dass es easy ist ab jetzt.
That's leading us to a Dragapult EX for Justin off of the prize card. That's one step closer here to being able to actually.
Alter, der biegt seine Karten so ekelhaft.
Junior, on the other hand, promoting this Charizard EX into the active position.
So, wieder da, du Süchtiger. Was machen wir? Wir spielen Halbfinale.
Well, he's playing a lot of ways to move Pokemon here. We see 2 copies of that counter catcher, which are now useless because of Itchy Pollen, but he still has those 3 boss's orders. We see 1 in the hand, and with the promotion of the Charizard, you now start to wonder, what is the most important target? There are 3 Dracloak with 3 different energy sitting there. Clearly you'd want the one with the Neo Upper. However, isn't it tempting to just take that Dusknoir off the board? It is the one thing separating your Charizard from the discard pile or the active position.
It is very,
okay,
very
jetzt.
You're like, oh, you haven't used that yet? I would love to take that out
I'll
here.
just help
Let's
you.
Go. I will
Let me
help
click
you.
the button for you.
Can't get there if I get there first. Here we go.
Ich glaube, das ist ein gutes Play. Dieses Dusknoir zu knocken ist ehrlich gesagt ein gutes Ding.
Dusknoir, no Curse Blast for you. Just gonna be wiped off the field here by Junia's Charizard EX. Of course, Burning Darkness deals 180 base damage. And then for each prize card, your opponent has taken 30 additional damage. So this is an attack that fuels up from that fire over time. As the tail burns, it gets stronger here. That's the first prize card from both of our players now down.
Oh, Justin now. He's got a lot to think about here. He finally has his Dragapult. He's ready to attack in, but he does not have a way to cleanly handle this Charizard. Is this a threat that you can avoid attacking into, or do you need to soften it up here? Because your opponent was taking some preventative measures. We see there's already a Mist Energy hanging out here. A clear answer that you typically see in this spot is boss's orders.
Und hast du deine Freundin gut abholen können, Demi? Lief alles nach Plan?
doesn't line up as cleanly. So what do? Disrupt the hand with the Iona.
Und wieso bist du immer noch wach?
I mean, that's one way to do it.
Shit, Alter.
Hands a bit, throwing them off their game. We see it in the hand now.
You know what? Halucha.
Ja, gut, gut. Das freut mich.
A terrible find here. We like to sprinkle in damage whenever possible. And Buddy poppin searching out a little more here too. I don't think
Ihre Freundin noch heimgebracht und jetzt wieder hier. Alright, nice. Was ein Gentleman. Gentleman. Ja, dachte mir, vielleicht geht noch was bei dir. Nicht mehr viel, wir sind hier in der allerletzten Runde und morgen gibt's noch das Finale. Also letzte Runde für... Nicht mal, das ist nicht mal korrekt zu sagen, letzte Runde für heute, weil heute Abend ist dann Finale. Außerdem habe ich 2 Monster geballert, muss mal wieder runterkommen. Alter, 2 Monster, let's go.
Look at this, yeah, splitting it up with the Charmander. It doesn't do you much good to take one off of the board. So
nice, let's go mit den Booster Packs.
This Pokemon is not answered. We don't see an evolution like Rare Candy or Charmeleon even. There's a double knockout lined up on just the Charmanders, and you could take 4 if you clean up this Charizard too, with the Halucha and the 6 damage counter spread from Dragapult.
Yeah, I love that play. It seems like Justin is putting all of the pressure now onto Junya here. Phantom Dive, such a powerful attack, 200 damage, then of course that 6 damage counters onto your opponent's field, as we see on those Charmanders. So it's crazy. Once it gets set up and it starts swinging, it is scary and it's hard to stop. And the Charizard EX deck that
Junge, diese Scam-Packs. Ist schon ein bisschen scammy, ja. Es gibt mehr Scam als Donks. Du hast irgendwie eine 0,17% Chance auf ein God-Pack.
Like to see early on in the game, helping search out, find some resources, has the entire line waiting in the hand, but do you have enough time to even use these manual evolutions here to help look out some resources? This is a spot where you could just use your Dusclops, attack in and deal more damage. Need a little more help here.
Yeah, I mean, 5 damage counters there dealt to the Dragapult EX. That's also going to be a prize card for Justin now that Dusclops is gone off the field. That was the 2nd Dragapult EX drawn for Justin as well. Into the Duskull now off the counter.
Oh, whoa. Hey, this is getting crazy here. You promote the Duskull thinking you can hold it in place, and now he just moves it by way of the curse.
What?
It's over.
It's over. Justin Neudorf, after insane play here that we practically missed, Kyle, is taking this game in the top 4. A 2-0 victory here for Justin Neudorf with
Okay, aber Tanaka hat das auch richtig trash gespielt. Tanaka hat das aber auch richtig trash gespielt.
Well, let's walk it back in the replay once they're ready to showcase that off, but for now, so unfortunate here for Junya. Charizard EX being taken down, but Justin Neudorf, of course, advancing into our finals tomorrow here at the World Championships with Dragapult.
Wow, yeah, this is a great spot for Justin there. He saw exactly what he needed to close things out. I mean, it just comes out.
Alter, hat sich jetzt schon was? 30.000 verdient? Ich glaube, es sind 30.000 Stutz. Holy smokes. Ich hoffe, jetzt gibt's ein Interview. Ich will sehen, wie der redet.
As they started things off. This is our first game. I mean, this is such a setup here from Justin, and unfortunate on the other side, Junya just had nothing to work with. It was just a little Chi-Yu there, brought into the active. Justin swiftly took that win, and this is our 2nd game.
Yeah, Itchy Pollen taking a knockout, leading to one of the 3 Dragapult in the prize cards, and that would serve to be plenty in this spot.
So, dann bin ich raus für heute. Wenn nichts mehr geht, wünsche dir was, mein Bester. Vielen Dank nochmal fürs Vorbeischauen. Ey, hol dir eine gute Mütze Schlaf. Mach das. Mach das für mich, Bro. Mach das. Gönn dir.
Yeah, I mean, how incredible there. We see that fist bump at the end of the game. Justin Newdorf is going to be moving on here at the World Championships. Now going to have the chance to become a world champion. Had already made it to top 8 at a World Championships in the seniors division, and now has the potential to take it all in the Masters division. I mean, he's definitely now a name that everybody's looking at.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of players, they think back on their history in the TCG and they think, well, what if this game had gone differently? What if I was able to play that a little cleaner? He's had so much to think about, and it's been a silent journey for him, as we have not seen him on our stage. But in 2022, he made top 8. Think about that. He was a game short of a free invite to the World Championships. He did it again in 2024, which is still an incredible accomplishment to make the top 8 again. And then he's told, you're moving up into the Masters.
Okay, jetzt ist Gardevoir gegen Dragapult, das wird auch nice. Also im Finale dann.
Right into the World Championships, and he's in the finals here now with a deck that is tried and true for him. He's played it so often, and it's just one of those decks where you feel like if you're the better player, you're going to come out on top.
Yeah, there's no gimmicks, there's no tricks that we see in this Dragapult EX list. It's clean, it's consistent, and we saw that there from Justin. Even faced with such difficult prize cards there, I mean, any player would look at that and be like, whoa, what are the odds of this here? But Justin did not waver.
That throw, ja, es war schon ein Throw.
Yeah, sure, I don't have my Dragapult EX right now, but I'm going to get there one way or another, and everything else was set up beautifully to the point where once those prize cards came into play, I mean...
Ja, ich gönne mir jetzt noch ein paar Folgen Blacklist, aber penne dann gegen 6. Alright, nice. Damn, noch ein bisschen Blacklist suchten. Why not? Why not? Gönn dir.
He saw the most devastating thing you can see in a top 4 game, and he just grabs his notebook and says, 3 Dragon Balls. like everyone else is freaking out for him. He's like, it's cool. I'm gonna figure it out.
Yeah,
also, my opponent didn't play a Pidgey down. If you noticed that, that's usually good for me.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, quick work of that Charizard EX there. I mean, if anything, this is going to lead to an absolutely epic conclusion.
Charizard wird ausgehebelt durch Bedu. And that's it.
That made it into our final championship, because, I mean, I don't think anybody is, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a mirror match, so I suppose
that's great.
The fans are a little more excited about that, but it's exciting to see these two players and their journeys and how vastly different they are. For Riley, it was so interesting to see him with some of the results that he brought into it, but the play that he had at NAIC, I mean, everybody was talking about what is he capable of if he just spots the lines like that against Tord Reklev and is just so comfortable in those positions, passing over the turns.
Well. Ich würde sagen, es gibt ja nicht mehr viel hier und es sind eigentlich auch schon alle gegangen. Ich würde sagen, wir beenden den Stream auch hier. Dann sehen wir uns heute Abend zum Finale. Weil viel mehr gibt es hier auch von meiner Seite aus nicht mehr zu tun oder zu sagen oder sonst was. Dann würde ich sagen, vielen Dank fürs Zuschauen. War geil. Sehen uns heute Abend, Finale, für ein Match. Und dann war es das eigentlich auch schon wieder. Gute Nacht, schlaft gut und bis später. Alright? Bye, guys.